by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome to ESL Pro League. Tonight, we're going to have a lot of intense action. Some of the best players in the world are going to be playing here in a couple matches. We've got some of the best players historically. We've got Get Right and Force. We've got Nico. We've got Scream. And to join me and to talk you all through it, it is Henry G, it is Sponge, and we were going to go with, it was either the Boys in Blue or the Blues Brothers, but I think we're going to go with the Boys in Blue.
Yeah, considering MV are playing tonight, I think it has to be Boys in Blue.
Yeah, and Belushi has made that kind of sacred territory, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's nice.
How are we doing, Chad?
Chad, a bit too casual for me.
Well, we've got all three different iterations of getting dressed up. You have just the button up. Yeah. I've gone for the casual t-shirt underneath with the shirt open, and Jason's gone for the school teacher look. Yeah, well, someone's got to alpha all these betas on the desk.
All right. Fair enough.
Yeah. Well, let's get to it.
Shall we go on?
Yeah, shall we move along? This is the third week of matches here in ESL Pro League, so let's check out the standings over in North America, see what happened last night. That one has been pretty much dominated by who you'd expect over in that region as we had the past. Oh, this is going to be Europe first up. So, yeah, this is these standings have been just kind of going. They've changed so much depending on who's going to win each one. They seem so close. There's some teams at the bottom you'd expect to be at the top. It's been all over the place.
Yeah.
It certainly has. And your favorite team, NiP, not performing too well yet.
That's my favorite team. Is that how it is?
I think it's Henry's favorite team. Henry always wearing the NiP
Fun fact,
gear.
yeah, NiP has behind the scenes predicted NiP to win each of the last like 6 events.
Do you mean Henry has behind the scenes?
Yeah.
Okay, you said NiP has predicted themselves to win.
Oh, did I?
Yeah. You probably have as well.
I would say that at least they're confident, you know?
Yeah, there is confidence. But yeah, the European standings are all over the place. We just saw Virtus Pro jump from like, or not Virtus Pro, who was he yesterday, jump from like 7th to 2nd? Yeah.
Astralis.
That was it, with just 2 wins.
And we have, like you said, we have Nico tonight playing for FaZe. He basically helped Mouse Sports get to the top of the ladder, and he's like, see ya, I'm out.
Peace out.
Enjoy. I'm coming for you.
Yeah, let's hope. I mean, it's good that he's on FaZe. That hernia that the device has, he might have pulled one of those with all the carrying he was doing. All right, NA standing. Let's bring it up. We'll see exactly what's been going over on the other side of the pond. Can we do that? No, that's not gonna.
Hernia is a serious business, Jason.
Yeah.
I have one in my groin from too much heavy lifting.
Not joking matter?
No, definitely not.
All right. I'm sorry. I apologize, guys.
Take it back.
Yeah.
Do you want to see the NA standings, Jason? I have them here for you.
No, they're going to come up pretty quickly here.
Okay, well, Cloud9 are at the top.
Okay, are they?
Yeah, tied with Liquid.
Nice.
Followed by SK.
Okay. SK's undefeated, though.
Yes. Doesn't matter who's undefeated.
Well, I mean, it does matter who's winless, and we still have, I think, both your Australian teams are 0-12 combined.
And Rush. So, you know, we have 3 teams who are really underperforming so far this season.
I would certainly say so.
The Scrappers at the bottom.
Yeah, and then Selfless is going to be 11th and everything like that. I mean, that's kind of what you'd expect in that top-heavy group. Optic is sitting 6th. They've had some of those roster struggles, the in-game leader departing for Team Liquid, so that's a little bit unfortunate. Do we expect anyone to rise up from where they are down below, or is it pretty much kind of logical of where everyone is at?
Well, you've got to think about complexity as well. Got some British guys in there. They're probably going to rise up from the ashes as usual. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
On a serious note, Immortals are likely to rise up there into that top 6. You know, they're at 4-4 at the moment. I'm going to see them get a few more wins, I think, by the end of the season.
Immortals, yeah, that's good.
They have who was it on that team? I believe it was like Henny that said that FNX is like what they were missing, experience and skill. Steel was Steel said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, who said FNX is that piece that was missing in that squad? Because remember, they brought in like Zeus to try and get a little bit of experience behind that team. Didn't work out. Now apparently.
Yeah, they looked too caged when they had him. He tried to bring too much structure, I think, and they've got a lot of flair, a lot of aggressive players. I think once you let them go loose and have that kind of more default play style, I think that's when they look their best. When Zeus came in, they looked a little bit too caged up, and I didn't like it that much.
Yeah, well, that's where we're at before today's games. And to hear a little bit about yesterday's games, we have Mitch waiting for us.
We'll check back in with the desk as we start to get into our games for tonight. But briefly, I'm going to take you aside and just talk about some things that have been happening in the scene lately. With Zonic replacing Device on Astralis last night, we got to see some play from the team's coach, who's also a 1.6 veteran. The real question here, however, is what will happen in the future as Astralis might be forced to bench Device for further matches due to health issues. And while Zonic's play might have been a little bit rusty, he is known for some incredible plays throughout the course of his professional career in 1.6. But we'll keep you updated as this story develops. One place you can go to get such updates is on our social media platforms at facebook.com/ESLCS and at ESLCS on Twitter. We've had some excellent submissions from our community plays so far, but don't stop sending them in. The details are on the Pro League website for submission, but let's have a look at what you've sent us this week.
Really enjoyed that last clip from Schofield. Some very strong frags there. Did you guys have a particular favorite of that compilation?
The lower B Glock montage is pretty nice.
That was pretty
Burst fire all the way, actually working in CSGO.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Well, look, lads, we're coming in on Sunday into the office. We're going to load up the ESCA, and I'm going to get myself on that Play of the Week.
Okay, that's a challenge, I think.
Is that what we want to do?
Whichever one of us gets to.
Yeah, let's say whoever gets the best highlight on Sunday is going to be in there.
No pie bets.
No pies?
Yeah,
Jason
let's leave pies out of it.
Let's leave the
guys.
pies. We don't need
With
pies
you, it's
anymore.
all about pies. With Matt, it's all about hair. Like, you guys need to move along here. We need to progress as a group.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah. So we'll get something new going. But yeah, we are planning on getting the band back together. Start a
Well, for
team.
the first time, really.
Yeah.
Just bringing together all the old names
All
and
the
making a
best
super team.
nationalities in Counter-Strike, obviously. You know, UK, America, Australia.
That's a powerhouse.
Can't get better than that, can you?
We do have some matches actually tonight, which is going to be interesting. Navi versus Envy is going to be the first match of the evening, and Navi's been a little bit in a rough spot recently, boys.
Certainly have. Since New York has been pretty underwhelming. On paper, when Simple came in, we thought this was going to be it. They're going to rise from the ashes and the departure of Zeus. The problem was the timing was pretty off because obviously when the Valve coaching rules came in, that's when they were limited because Staros couldn't call for them anymore. It's forced on towards Seized, and they haven't really shone since that New York victory. We saw them in Katowice. They got to quarterfinals, got pretty battered by Astralis there. But yeah, it's been disappointing, I would say, overall so far. Has
there been any improvement, Chad, in these guys? Because I know they've talked about how much they've been working, how much they need to grow. Have you seen any of it?
I don't think so, and they keep coming up against the same hurdles. When they make it to those playoffs, they come up against like a team like Astralis, and you're not really going to expect them to progress with the Counter-Strike they're playing at the moment. For me, their biggest hurdle, I think, is a mental one, or the way that they get along as a team, and maybe the way that they're approaching the game because of that at the moment. You can see just how animated players like Seized and Simple can be. I was standing watching them play in the group stage in Poland, and you know, just like losing around, and when everyone just like slumps back into their chair or face palms or does something like that, it's not the best for the team morale.
Yeah, and that's actually pretty interesting because we've seen players like Guardian and Simple who have taken terms as perhaps some of the most skilled players in the world, and they both seem to be a little underperformed. Guardian has picked it up recently, but overall, you'd expect more from these two guys.
He's picked it up, but he hasn't reached like godlike status. And you can see on this tweet right now, he's happy to take the criticism. He knows he's not at his best right now, and come at me, I'll take the hits. He has a little bit.
He's really alphaing the community.
Yeah, that's fair enough though. Like at least he's aware of it. He's not just denying it and saying, "Oh, it's just a bad slump." He knows he's got some work to do. Some tweets from C's coming in as well. Got what we deserved. 0 practice for his tournament. That's a bit of a weird tweet for me. You don't really want to be going out there saying that. What is that about?
A lot happened. You know, Simple had those issues that he was talking about with his
health
heart.
issues.
So
right, that makes sense.
They couldn't practice a couple of days because of him. The delayed flight coming back from Vegas. They had a few issues along those lines as well. So not much time to practice.
This is a little bit more of a positive spin. Watching a final motivated me so hard. I want to be back home to practice as much as possible. Tired of losing.
Yeah.
Everyone gets tired of losing.
This is the thing, though, and we have this discussion about a lot of teams who are still in the top 10, and we're like, oh, wow, you know, are they underperforming? What's wrong with them? How can they fix it? They're still a top 10 team in the world right now, and we're probably seeing some of the closest Counter-Strike ever across all different games, all different years, and it's insane. Obviously, we look there and we go, there's issues, and we want them all to be classy Counter-Strike like the Astralis versus VP, but not everyone can be at that level, and that's what they want to strive to get to. So hopefully, you know, Navi can fix the issues they have. The group stage of the major was fantastic for them, and that's the type of Counter-Strike I think they want to play.
Well, now they're going to be facing up tonight against Envy, and I don't know if you'd say they have issues of their own, but certainly after this French roster shuffle, it seems like they came on the short end of things a little bit.
You would think so. On paper. You would think so on paper, right? But they actually played against G2 in this very league and actually looked like the stronger unit overall. Since the addition of Scream, that was like he was trialing for them at that point when he came in and he actually blasted them. Like he completely blew them out of the water. It's kind of nuts. It's very difficult to take anything away from that. It's one kind of matchup, very early days of both lineups. Both of them looking quite weak right now. Still G2 after a lot of practice. They haven't been to events recently at all. And they're still looking like they're quite ropey overall as a unit. Looking at Envious though, yeah, it should be good on paper. Some very big names in there, historic names, and Happy, legendary in-game leader as well. I'm sure it's going to come together quite nicely. Actually, really liking the addition of Sixer. I think he's one of the brighter names of the French scene right now. The problem we have tonight is we're playing Inferno, and neither of these teams have ever played it. So it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, and another thing, you know, on Envy is we're going to see Sixer get a chance to blossom. He was an AWPer back in 1.6. I've touched on this a few times now. And when you're in a team with Kenny, you don't really get a chance to do that. So we're seeing him AWP a little bit more. Scream as the solid star. Happy going into more I guess, aggressive roles, I've actually been impressed with the way that he's adapted his play. He hasn't just done the same old, hey, I'm going to lurk and you guys do whatever you want kind of strategy. So positive signs, and they haven't been blown out of the water. They haven't lost, 2-0 to anyone, or lost both maps in a Pro League series so far. So they're still chugging along.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and this is now, I mean, you just brought it up, so we'll just get right into it, Henry. Neither of these teams really have played Inferno at all since it's come back into the pool. Both of these teams as well. I mean, it was an older lineup it was a different lineup of Envy, but Na'Vi certainly was considered very, very strong on this map. Yeah,
they had a pretty unique playing style to it as well. Like the old Na'Vi, when Zeus was at the helm of them, it was considered to be one of their best maps simply because their T side was so slow and methodical. They'd execute those A bomb sites like with literally 10, 15 seconds remaining, all the smokes fly over, and they were giving so much space for Guardian to actually work that initial pick. That's what I liked so much about it. You give him time to work the pick, and he'd always seem to get it. Very, very good on this map originally, but like we said, we haven't seen the roster at all play this map. They've been vetoing it quite a lot at the big tournament so far, but I'm sure they've been practicing it, and it's a map they're familiar with, so hopefully they can bring something exciting to the table. And
I mean, for Envy as well, they used to, or the Fresh lineup in general just used to be good on Inferno. This was teams that really used those force buys and really abused the fact that CTs sometimes had low and damaged economies. Are we going to see something similar out of this squad?
I would assume so. It's not so easy to have the lurk on this because you have to say Banana territory and the Boiler and Halls territory. So Happy, can late round lurk, but they need to play more as a unit and have more executes to get territory.
Yeah, classically envious on Inferno. This is where they really kind of established that 4 players on one side of the map, Happy on this side. He'd normally send 4 players up towards Banana, getting control, and he'd be waiting in the boiler room just as they execute. He's stopping the rotations and actually causing a lot of chaos here. This is one of the maps he's actually very good on that role, and so I'm sure we'll see some of that tonight. Like Chad said, not as much, it's not as prolific anymore in terms of that setup, but that's why he was very good at actually using players like Kenny S and stuff like that to make all the aggro towards the other side of the map, and then he cleans up on the rotations, gets his backstabs in.
As you mentioned, Navi's going to be very experienced, allowing Guardian a lot of room to work on this map. But with him being maybe in a slump, do you keep going to him? Do you let him play himself out of this, or do you make someone like Simple, someone like Flamey, these very, very talented individuals, do you make them the focal point at when Guardian's in a slump?
Depends what you mean. Do you mean like taking him off the AWP and saying give someone else?
Leave him on the up, but maybe you don't give him like a minute and a half to find a pick.
No, definitely not. They've moved away from that whole setup entirely. Like the play style I've got right now is more kind of classic Counter-Strike. Instead of very slow and going down to the final few seconds, it's more default style and kind of working as a unit, working map picks and getting slow, progressive control of it. But they don't rely on him to open up the map anymore. I don't think he's that godlike player that can be relied on to do that. So obviously more firepower coming in with Simple. He's actually the first port of call going into the bomb sites usually, and very good at doing that job. So I think, they certainly can't rely on that sort of playstyle going into Inferno especially.
I think a lot's changed with Na'Vi as well in the approach to the game since having Seized as the in-game leader. You watch the demos and they do a lot more faster plays. They do a lot of explosion strats where they just walk to an area, one flash and go. So those are positive signs that they're a bit more versatile in their approach. Inferno's still playing out, so it's going to be interesting to see their take on it early. I'd love to see some teams trying some fast A kind of stuff, getting that top mid smoke and actually pushing through it and having a fast set execute, because that was something that was really effective on Inferno, because teams would cheat the 3 players over towards B to throw the smokes and maybe go for full banana presence, and they're still doing it now. And you can take advantage of that if you have a good call.
While we have you here, Chad, as a former game leader, what's it like when you start out and you accept the fact that you are going to be calling for your team in a match? Like, what is it like for Seized, who's never really done the in-game leading, and all of a sudden they're just like, someone has to do it, and it's going to be you? What is it? What is that initial 4 or 5 months like when you start to take over as a leader? I
don't know. I did it basically throughout my entire career, so it's difficult for me to look at the point of where I was just thrown into it. I think, the adjustment is you have to think about everybody else, and you start to micromanage everybody else as opposed to just worrying about your crosshair and being told what to do. And when the in-game leader calls the strategy, knowing your part. When you're the in-game leader, you want to call the whole strategy so everybody knows what they're doing. And then if you want to make an adjustment on top of that, you have to remember what everybody in the team's doing and tell them how to adjust to that specific play that you need to pull off. So there's a lot more thinking, and it's a lot less of a selfish position because there's so many moving parts.
Okay, well, while we have a little bit more time before the players run the server, we're going to throw up the EU standings one more time because it was a short glimpse earlier on. Sure. We can talk a little bit about some of this craziness that's going on. We do have Na'Vi currently in 11th place. They're 2-2. Some of their upcoming series that they have, it's going to be Fnatic, it's going to be FaZe, and it's going to be NiP. So let's talk about, those aren't exactly easy matchups at all.
No, definitely not.
Do we expect them to rise? Are they going to be able to start coming up and trying to get into that top 6?
Yes, I would definitely say so. It's just, it's always the slog, right? And we say this about all the teams. This is a very generic way of putting it. But we have these matches in the early and the middle parts of the season where teams, maybe dropping maps that they don't necessarily, or they shouldn't necessarily do. And then it gets to the end of the season, and that's where your matchups are really more important. So you're going to see that if they have an easy end of the season, they might find themselves just quickly jumping to the top. If they, have some tougher matchups towards the end, that's when we get the struggle. That's when we see teams missing the playoffs, like we saw last season with Na'Vi, not making it and that kind of stuff.
And they had that great run at the start as well. So we're only week 3, remember, as well. It's a long way to go yet. So teams right at the bottom there, like the Astralis, you feel like they're going to bounce back. I don't think that was actually fully up to date.
I think that was before yesterday's matches.
Right, okay. Well, Astralis now number 2, right? So obviously that shows you each week they're jumping up like 10 places, right? So they're still very early days.
Well, I mean, we saw that as well with I think it was North, who was like 10th place with 2-0, and then they won 2 maps over G2, and then they jumped all the way up as well. So I mean, craziness over in the European division with just what one win can mean for you.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is about EU Counter-Strike as well, like anyone, even within the top 30 right now, can beat each other. Like it's not really that consistent. The teams are like a lot of roster changes going on, and everyone kind of establishing themselves. A new map chucked into the pool as well. It makes things very difficult overall to kind of make these predictions, right? So going into this one is a classic example. Like it's a map neither of these two teams have played before. Still very new in the Envious roster. We haven't seen them at an event or anything. Difficult to predict what they bring to the table. So that's why Counter-Strike, I would say, is probably at its most exciting point. It's been at for a very long time.
Shall we stop filling about the teams and start talking about my new favorite map, Inferno?
I would love to. Yeah. It's my favorite map.
Yeah. So I think something which is really interesting for me, and people are saying it's overpowered, is that boost towards the B side that you and I like to use. I don't think it is either. They need to learn how to deal with it. Something which I think is really unique about it is how it enables them to retake B or potentially peak on the Ts as they're clearing that site. And if it can be used really well, it's a great way to grab a cheeky frag. I think the adjustment is going to be pretty simple. It'll just be throwing a Molotov behind that smoke. Yeah,
that makes sense, right? Because that's always the go-to thing. You're going for 1 kill in that position, and you're dropping back. It's a one-and-done position, right? But there hasn't been a hard counter to it yet. I've heard speculations of a decent Molotov that can be thrown.
Yeah, Alex threw that one out there.
Yeah, right. He did. He gave it away. But the thing is, like, I haven't really seen anyone properly hard counter that position. It seems every single time you're up there, you're guaranteed a kill at the moment in top-level play. But that's just signs of the infancy of the map, and hopefully that will be adjusted. I don't think it'll be a viable position like the next few months. I feel like it will be overused, and people will start to counter with either HE grenades or the Molotov that can be checked up.
I don't remember who it was exactly. I think I brought it up in a clip somewhere. There's been too many events recently.
Go on.
Welcome to hell.
Yeah, no, this is lots of fun. This is the best job in the world, Jason. And we get to talk about a computer game all the time. So don't be salty.
Yeah, go on.
They did the wall smokes across the site, right? They did the wall smokes across the site. And then, yes. Yep. And then the idea is to flash the guy on the boost and then just face him, not smoke CT.
Yep.
They just had bad timing, and they didn't get killed.
That's very viable these days. That was very prevalent in Source as well. Instead of actually going towards the bomb site itself, you focus on CT spawn, and then you're actually going through ruins and then backstabbing the guys at oranges and stuff like that. So that's already.
Let's talk about you guys. I know from just watching this map a little bit at all these events that we've been at. I know there's a couple small tweaks. Like, are there any changes you guys would like to see? I know we specifically talked about one. If you're wrapping through construction, there's that little cubby, that corner to the right of the door. We saw JW play in there. Yeah. That makes that a very, very hard room to clear. Like things like that. Is there any small tweaks that
Yeah, I think that one right there is one of the hardest places to clear as it is. The sandbags they can hide behind. They can set up crossfires on either side once you actually get in. You can't even get in construction really with that point. And we were talking about it. Even if you Molotov the guy, that's just denying yourself entry. So that's something that you could probably fix pretty quickly. I know people are talking about Banana needs changes, but I think we need to see how that plays out first. Like something massive as that.
It's way too early to tell. Like when Nuke first came out and the current version it is slow tweaks every 2 or 3 months, right? I think we need the same thing. We need to see more games on it. We need to see more competition online as well, and just kind of see where the problem areas are. If you see a team focusing on particular strategies over and over again and everyone starts doing it, that's when you think, okay, this position might be overpowered or this certain Molotov might be too easy. So it's really difficult to tell right now. I'm quite happy with the way it's playing because every single time I'm seeing it, someone brings something new to the table, which is quite cool.
Now, this map, new to the map pool, obviously, as we're talking about, last year, Virtus.pro, the reason why they got back on track, part of the reason why they got back on track is they were one of the first teams to really bring Nuke into their map pool and be effective on it. Is this a map that Na'Vi, as people who are formerly good on it, is this a map that if they can get this back into the pool, you can start to see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel for these guys?
Difficult to say, Jason, until I see them play it.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm wondering, is this something
yeah,
that...
definitely. If they can kind of go back to the kind of style they used to play, and maybe that they can go to those set pieces once again, allow Guardian to come back to life, maybe it is going to be promising for them. But right now, the whole map pool looks a little bit up and down. Yeah. Like it's sometimes they have really good days, and sometimes it don't turn up at all. Inferno coming into it, I think that's a positive sign for them. I think it's a bit of a shame they're losing Dust 2. But still, Inferno, like we said, was a promising map for them, and hopefully it will kind of revitalize their gameplay, and we see kind of some signs of life, like you said.
Their map pool against other top tier or tier 1 opponents is the issue, I think, or part of the issue. They're okay on, like, they're pretty good on Train. They're pretty good on Mirage. But then you go over to a map like Cobble, and they have a lot of struggles. You go over to a map like Nuke, and they also have a lot of struggles. So they have to, and they don't play Cage. So they have to play Inferno.
Nuke, especially for them. We saw them get battered 16-2 by Astralis on that map.
Yeah,
Astralis are very
rough.
good, but they just looked so flat on that map. They didn't really have any sort of approach or kind of understanding of how they should be winning rounds. And yeah, it was really difficult to watch. So Inferno, to answer your question, Jason, yes, hopefully this is the kind of lifeline they need to go forward. And we'll find out tonight whether they've been putting in the homework. And the problem is they've been at all the events recently, right? I think this month will be good for them because now we have got, like, what, a month?
Be good for everyone.
Yeah, we've got a month of our events to actually just do a couple of online matches a week and actually do some hard practice. They know they've got work to do. We saw it in the tweets earlier, and hopefully we can get to that level at the major again when everyone had that kind of break and looked amazing when they came to it. And now we've had like 3 big events in a row. Now it's time to calm down and kind of go back to the drawing board.
I think for these guys as well, they need to start playing Cage because, you know, if Nuke's going to be weak for them and Cobble's going to be weak for them, bring a map that you've never, like, sit here for this month and just practice the hell out of it.
Well, we saw,
and have it as a sleeper pick.
We saw. Go on, Jason.
I've actually asked StarX that exact question at Pro League Finals Season 2. Actually, I talked to him. I was like, why don't you guys sit down for like 3 weeks, just grind the hell out of cash, and just surprise someone with that pick in a series? No one will know what's coming, and they'll be so incredibly surprised that you're picking it.
It's a good thing to do. We saw Cloud9 do that act out of it. So with Nuke, like, no one thinks they're going to play that map whatsoever. They turn up and beat VP on it, right? They just, like, they didn't even veto it. They thought, okay, Cloud9 have definitely vetoed that. It comes in, and you kind of just chuck it in as a little wild card.
He brought up the one good counter to that argument is the fact that if you're actually, I mean, you can theory craft it all you want, but these guys are not playing cash. They have to play it against someone to see if it's going to work. And at that point, everyone kind of knows you're working on it. At least with Cloud9, there was that whole story about them not playing against SK, the whole thing where they were turning each other down for scrims or whatever it might have been.
But like just having it on the radar, just in case you want to play, if you know a team, like just to know that if you go up against a team, you know they're automatically vetoing this map every single time. That almost gives you a free veto, right? Because you know we don't even if we don't play that map, they're definitely going to veto it for us. If you see a team like North now, they used to be famously, they didn't ever touch cash. But now that they're not happy to play it, but they will if they have to, right? And it's not always amazing to watch, but the fact is they don't have to automatically veto it every single time. So it gives them something a little bit to work with. They know the other team doesn't like necessarily playing it. They can allow them to veto it. Just having it on your radar, just to fall back onto if needed. Just so it's not an automatic veto for me would be something.
If they want to be super secretive about it, back in the Sydney Underground days, right? No one in Australia, would play us because we'd just destroy them, right? It wasn't fair. So what we did was we made 5 other Steam accounts, and we.
How would you get games against top teams?
It wasn't against top teams. It was just against anyone. We literally couldn't practice anyone. Okay. So we didn't care who we played.
Very specific problem here.
We just played against anyone. So they can just they can practice against any noob team on it. You know, get a good feel for it, and then pull it out.
Well, there you go. That's the solution.
That's
We've worked it out. This is why this desk has come together to work us out.
Actually reminds me of a little story from back in my day. If we're gonna go back to
some stories.
I only went back 8 years. We're probably going about what, like
13, I think. I want to say.
Okay, go on. Let's hear it.
Yeah. So we had a team back in the day in all the Midwest small lands that would just go and win. It was all like the invite players, and no other invite players were in the Midwest. It'd be like me and my brother, De Bears, back when he was a legend. Just a bunch of like Dominator, who was in Team 3D, Sunman as well, and like eventually it gets to the point where no one wants to go to those tournaments and like pay like the $100 entrance fee and then just get knocked out immediately. So we ended up having to start using aliases when we signed up for those events.
What was your alias?
We
I bet it was Jesus.
Good question. Let's go.
We were actually, we called ourselves the team was the Macho Men, and I think someone was like Chuck Norris, someone was like James Bond.
Yeah.
So you didn't even try and make it believable.
No, we didn't at all.
Well, that's a terrible story.
It worked.
Henry, do you have any stories?
I'm trying to think of a story that's relatable to those two. I've got lots of stories. Something that's maybe not appropriate for this broadcast in terms of fake nicking and turning up to tournaments. No, I don't think I have one of those. I can.
Come on, Henry, tell us about the last time you catfished.
What about that time you beat Fifth Laurent? What about that time you beat Fiffy?
That actually hasn't happened.
Oh, well, I did.
We've got stories. Yeah, you've got a story where you beat for Baron once, didn't you? Yeah, that's not a really interesting story. Maybe we should try and do something else, right?
Yeah. Well, here's what we're gonna do. There's a little bit of a technical issue, obviously. We're having a little bit of a good time. We'll think of some more stories. There's a little bit of technical issues for some of the players. So as soon as that gets fixed up, we'll be back. We'll get this match underway. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, we are pretty much ready to get this game started. I don't want to jump the gun, but it is going to be 11th place versus 5th place, Na'Vi versus Envious. The boys in blue with actually a decent showing so far this season.
Yeah, to the surprise of many, it's more about, do they stabilize now? Can they keep stringing it together? It's a bit of a one-off performance. I think a bit of a grudge to be fought out in their previous game.
match, you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
But they have picked up other wins outside of that as well, so they're doing perfectly fine for themselves. And this is a great display. This is very exciting to watch for me. I love Inferno anyway. two teams who've been playing it a couple of times in practice. Na'Vi's picked it up. They've been working through it. No officials yet. That's the thing. So they have been working on it, but we'll have to see how much they've really brought through. So exciting for both sides.
And the coach of Envious, Malik, has said that it's been an incredibly good atmosphere in the team. Everyone's in very high spirits. He actually believes that Scream was just the player they needed to bring them together and actually really raise the mood, which is interesting because the deal doesn't really say too much publicly, but these guys seem happy. But let's go straight down mid.
Love it. All right, Na'Vi. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Problem is that Envy are actually in second mid, so they can kind of get pinched on. We'll see if that actually happens. Simple's in a great spot, though, playing through apps. You can at least kind of isolate a couple back and gets overwhelmed.
Jeez.
Scream is off to a start. And I guess we all thought maybe it was a bit of a one-off performance where we saw him really going at it against G2, but he seems to be really just keeping this performance up.
But how many times have we seen top pedigree CS from Scream?
Very true,
That's just
very
it.
true.
Guardian's going to have to receive. The flash doesn't fully affect him, but RPK's in his face before he can even respond. And Edward in quad, it's Scream yet again, striking once more. And now Edward probably would have rathered another of the Envy players to go head-to-head with, but he does prevail. 1v3, challenged immediately by XMS as he comes out, and that numbers advantage that Envy's managed to get early on. The 2 kills from Scream, it almost like he didn't even intend to kill Simple in that window. The player further down in second med distracted him enough, and Scream just swooped in for the kill.
Yeah, just nice individual play. Na'Vi kind of, I guess, offsetting how the round plays out by going that aggressive, kind of pulls it into that sort of atmosphere, and
Shotguns
dangerous.
on CT,
and,
on Inferno.
And Scream right on the rifle as well. That's a nice addition for him. The others on the SMGs, UMPs are damn good though. No worries about that. We've got the boomstick with Guardian. We saw that coming out yesterday as well. So again, we saw the player actually taking it over towards Banana, playing by that broken wall area or the new addition wall. This time Guardian's playing it over in apps, just as viable. It's where Flamey currently is. So you know, we've seen Pistols doing a lot of work on this. Do you actually get a little bit of play on it? Happy going for the counter boost or the boost back over, and it does give you the angle. It might play in Flamey here, but I can imagine they might molly it, check it. Hopefully they do. Happy, they'll call off guard, and RPK will fall. But at the end of the day, it's a 1 for 2-ish, so they're fine. Envy is still in a good position. Happy's doing a lot of work over by B. They haven't committed the bomb either, but if they go towards apps, that's where the problems begin. But it doesn't seem as though that's the case when they've got so much step here. But is Simple boosted up, or is he just below? I think he's below, so not on the boost. A lot of play still to be seen. Does have armor, so if he recovers, ideally, this weapon, nice stuff. Not to be happening just yet. Happy checking over onto the boost. Might just walk through CT if he feels like it. A bit brazen, a bit brave, a little bit deadly. Look at the damage coming in. That plays in Simple so well. He did recover the rifle that he'd won, but it gets ripped away from his hands momentarily.
This could be a bit messy, or Edward trying to get more work done with the Deagle, not quite able to get the job done. It will be Guardian, who's back around CT. Now, in a Nova, in this situation, probably not the ideal piece of weaponry. And Guardian might even be thinking, perhaps I can make some use of this next round, even if like I have some early play in towards apartments and try and catch someone out. But at this stage, the only way he's getting a kill is if someone from Envious walks into him.
It's so unlikely they're going to walk that way.
No armor as well. It's just, you want to be just nintering them here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if one of them goes hunting for him anyway, just for the sake of getting the kill more than anything. Happy's having a good look around as well. They've got UMPs and SMGs. They probably want to keep that rifle. I don't know where it's gone. It's probably still down by the boost, so they want to get that AK back in their hands at some point. But also ensuring that the site says they weren't even sure that Ruins was completely cleared. They didn't have that much information. So Guardian's actually going to have maybe an opportunity here if they keep pushing out this way. He could just sit on the other end of Speedway, like here. He's going to hear the steps. And he might try and play this one out. Oh, Lord, he's been spotted. That's unfortunate for him. Does die, but still, you'd have taken a Nova in with you to the next round. Sure, it would have been something additional, but you're just hoping that they run at you.
Look, either way, this round 3 coming through, you're not expecting too much there on Na'Vi. I mean, 20 paces with a Nova, probably wishful thinking for Guardian, but again, he wasn't going to be surrounded out. And I did see Happy take some random damage inside construction there, so I don't know if it was a nade thrown or something like that. Who knows? Point is, it's 2-0 now for Envious, and it's a Deagle in the hands of XMS.
All right, fair enough. There's also a Deagle in Simple's hands, and 2 nades and a flash. It's a big stack. Now, a lot of teams we saw Astralis doing it, especially on their pistol rounds, and a couple of others are picking it up, doing that kind of B-ish stack early. One peeks out on a mid, just kind of peeking down. 2 players go aggressive on Banana, and they basically play out the other 2 as stacking on the site. They'll kind of try and feed people in. So it's not that surprising seeing people being very active at this, like Flamey, Edward, Guardian. They can all go for this. It's perfectly fine to do it. They have nothing else to work with, and RPK a little tilted as the old GoTV bug comes back in and he goes down. As any dinks do cause that to happen on occasion. But you can't actually spam through that with the rifle. But Scream just showing us what he can do. Now Flamey's the last one standing, but this is a good bit of damage done. A nice touch for Na'Vi. Means that maybe a little bit more money in their pockets. It won't be much, but Flamey, now that's a good touch. Scream's low, and so is Sixers. They're making a bit of a meal of this, but Scream that accuracy does certainly come in useful sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah, you know, every now and then a good aim does seem to step people in decent stead in this game. So it's 3-0 now, of course, up to those first few rounds going through. XMS, obviously, it was a very slight investment for him in the previous round. So 3 AKs at the very least here. It does appear that XMS and Happy will keep those Mac 10s going forward. It's going to be full rifles up for Na'Vi. And plenty of smokes as well, just if they want to start stalling out Banana, especially is that where Envious wants to put, you know, at least 2 players quite far down early in the round.
Trying to watch where XMS and Happy are going. I guess you could just burst through mid, like that Fnatic style, smoke up mid, flash through it. This is something that I think Chad was talking about, that fast play towards mid, good flashes. The second flash catches out Guardian, peeking into the first. He's forced back, super low now, 12 HP. And now the wrap begins. Simple's still on the side, and you've got Edward in pit. It's not over yet. Envy still needs to get past this man, and they do. It's the Mac 10 coming out for XMS. That molly goes out, but it doesn't matter. They've got the site under wraps. Beautiful play from Envy. This is them putting in work, and a really nice quick hit towards A.
And look at this, it's a 3-gun save because it has to be. It's just so damn far to get over towards his A side. We're kind of harping on this a little bit, but as play on Inferno develops, you're actually going to see teams forced to be more conservative in situations where the T side has good, fast rushes and executes on towards either of the 2 sites that they can lock down quickly. The trade of damage between Envious and Guardian, who was holding that corner as they pushed him, was very good. A flash, Guardian barely got any damage done. He was down to 12, had to back away towards CT. And all of a sudden, the map's open for Envious. They have all the control. They can block rotations with smokes and the Molotov we saw thrown earlier on. And Bob's your uncle.
This could be Envy really putting this in their roster, because Na'Vi have been to a lot of the events, and you saw the tweets coming out that, you know, we haven't had time to really put, you know, much work
so
in coming
no
up to
practice before Katowice.
like Vegas, obviously, with a huge problem with the flights coming back. They've been really strung out, so they might be practicing this. Sure, that's definitely been coming through in the kind of like non-official games, but it's Envy who haven't been to many of these events at all. You know, it's what are they up to? No one really knows at this point if this is going to be something that they've really worked on. So far, it looks like they've got a nice little bit of play here. They've got a good kind of approach to it so far. Very early though, so we're going to see the buy-up coming out from Na'Vi. We'll see if this string of, I guess, a well-rounded piece of play from Envy's coming through. Happy going to be going for the wallbang through towards Apps. 6 are there. Is that good play towards Banana? That's a bit keen. The French sides are picking up. We saw Apex with that really nice molly that Chad actually put on his YouTube channel very quickly. The molly's out that nice little boost towards quad. Good to see a bit of aggro going down. Banana, deep smokes, good stuff. Why not? At least get some map control, because you don't have anything elsewhere, but it's going to force Envy to make the move towards apartments.
And it also means that Na'Vi can have that 3rd player at A and not really worry about it now. So that means a heck of a lot to Na'Vi, and they can probably even send a 4th. But Edward dicing with death a little bit there. Envy's playing quite far back. There's a minute gone in this round before they've actually really made contact at all. Now they're going to try and set something up. This will be that contact push over towards A, I dare say. But there's 4 Na'Vi players here lying in wait.
Yeah, and that smoke's not good. Guardian able to get a glimpse on it. Kind of messed that one up, I can imagine. So he's really, really happy with that. And as said, 4 here. But the problem is that if Flamey goes down quickly and can't back away or buy a bit of time, the site's completely theirs. Now, Flamey plays this well. He's going to back away, but there's no utility to slow them down. Simple's en route, and he has 1 flash. He can just chuck that out down towards Paul, try and hinder them, and he has. Beautiful. 6 are completely blind, buying more time. 34 seconds now left on the board.
Flash.
And this is such nice work from Na'Vi, hindering their approach. Now they're in the right place again. Envy going to have to just go and dry to this, and Na'Vi are waiting, and they are so aware.
And Flamey now as well, a little bit of a smoke and obscure screen, but it's not long before he's taken down. Now we have all the angles covered. Slow play from Envious doesn't give them an in towards either of these sites. And again, banana control for CTs gives Na'Vi so much peace of mind they can send an extra player to A, hold the push, and then Flamey, I believe it was seized, backing away on B, giving himself and his team enough time to get there. 2 flashes consecutively, blinded all 3 pushing players on Envious. That's a huge amount of time bought for Na'Vi.
Yeah, 1 player lost to a bit of a dodgy smoke towards CT Arch, and the whole plan was read and aborted in a change. You know, it's the small things, small margins that define this game. Let's have a look, see what we've got here. Deep smoke down towards Banana. That could indicate, again, Na'Vi just want to at least make it hard work for Envy to get any early information, kind of corral them towards the other side. And it gives them info. They can leave C's down here or Flamey if they want to. Back the other one over towards, you know, double stacking out CT Arch, you know, supporting Guardian. And it also gives them a great plan as to what's going on. Envy aren't being subtle on this. Certainly not. But will they commit? That's the next big thing. They've got complete apps control to a degree. Simple's watching the boiler push. And that's the spam. This is something that Rain was doing a fair bit. You can molly it out. We've seen that happening not too long ago. And it's not much damage. It's about 20 damage that goes through it. But it's enough to, you know, be a nuisance. You don't want to be sitting up there just getting absolutely peppered with it. But we have seen Na'Vi now pull 4 players across towards A. Now, Envy might go for this hit. Again, this kind of quick hit. So eyes towards Simple, eyes towards Guardian. This is a little bit of an adjustment. But the problem is he can't actually see these players. They're just still in that smoke. They're going to back away. He's going to catch a glimpse of that Scrim's one with the bomb, and Simple stands tall.
Yeah, I'm in a bit of a spray, a bit messy. XMS actually jumped into it. Did he drop? Okay, Simple. Not really sure. Now going to go with the USP. Perhaps attempting to switch weapons. I'm not even quite sure, but Seas gets double. It's fine. Na'Vi can hold solid.
It's at the bike. It fell down the other side of the bike, I think, so he couldn't pick it up. Has he got it back in this? I think you might be able to see it at the end of this one if it comes back on the replay. But basically, he went to switch out for the AK, I think, because he ran out of bullets. So he went to switch up for another gun because he ran out of bullets on the rifle in case anyone else came through, so he could back away to sight with it. And it just fell behind it, so he wasn't able to pick it up. That's a bit of a nuisance there, because he was just stuck there with the USPS. Now, thankfully for him, I think it was Seas on the side who was just said, all right, don't worry, I've got this.
Yeah, I mean, there were dropped AKs from Envious around anyway, but...
Yeah, I don't think he actually got out with a rifle that round. He's either been dropped one or he's got one on the floor, so he's fine. They've got money anyway, but yeah, a bit of a shame because it fell right down the back of the yellow bike. That's kind of a. I think people are starting to call it like I don't know. It's just basically by Diggity, you know.
Yeah,
around that area.
It's between Quad and Diggity
Right.
along the wall. So, okay, interesting. I wouldn't mind seeing Na'Vi actually go for a little bit of presence in Banana early on in the round and maybe prevent those deep smokes from happening, and also prevent Na'Vi from getting free information that gives them a chance to make an informed decision about where to allocate their resources.
Nice, you say this, and now look at it. They've got the three-man stack. They've got the AWP coming over. That's the molly that actually denies them that early control, so they can now get towards the wood stack if they want to. It keeps, I guess, Na'Vi a little more humble, but they don't care. They're going to go walking into this anyway. Just going to expend flashes to do so, so it's going to make them a little lighter, but they've done it. So Na'Vi, again, get the information.
I mean, and this would have been a good time for Envy to pounce on A if they knew it, with 3 players from Na'Vi committed to Banana.
Look at the switch here. They're leaving Guardian to solo out on B, I think. Flame is going to just cheat himself over towards A. And I like this. It's a nice adjustment. I don't know if it's going to work out. That's completely different. But I like this being the frame of mind, leaving the AWPer just to lock it down. Guardian, incredibly capable as well. Simple. Not scared of a fight. There's a nice angle that Scream can grab there in towards that new, well, not new, but, you know, the room upstairs in towards Apps. But I'm wondering if we can see that quick hit again. They're going to have to check for the spot that Simple was on before. Scream flashed in, checks it. Nothing really around there yet. A couple of mollies go down. They've got about 50 seconds. A lot of mollies left on towards the Envy side, so they can frame this however they want.
Looks like it's going to be another hard contact play on A for Envious, but Simple beats him to the punch, gets the first kill. It's traded out. And now the 4v4. Still 3 players for here for Na'Vi.
Guardian. Oh god, it's all about timing. He's actually pushing down here. This is a he's got to be
RPK's
careful. I
anchoring
think
this.
because Edward
They'll
decided to
swing
push up
back.
in Apps. Yeah, he started to get the info. No one's here, or maybe he'll spot Happy. Maybe something. This is the kind of traditional Envious. You've got Happy over by Boiler. The rest are now pressuring over towards B. He's on one side, they're on the other, and Guardian is on Banana. This is big. He's already tagged up one. He can't get the follow-up, though. That could have been so much more. He actually did. He got Scream as well. And there's the rotate coming through from Flamey. So well played in the end. Very poised by Guardian. Even under so much pressure, that could have been so much worse. He could have really been overrun, but he held it together.
And again, I'm not sure about this. We saw the first couple of rounds from Envious that had a bit of pace to them, a bit of aggression. They managed to catch Na'Vi mid-step. And the last couple of rounds, they've given them a lot of time to swing back and forth across the map and allocate the resources as they would like. And Envious are spending a lot of time in second mid, in apartments, not actually making the contact play. Even though I think it was Simple who challenged out early last round, it didn't amount to much, and we didn't see Envious try and capitalize on it. So we'll have to see. Deagles for a couple of these Envious players now as they work into Apps. Again, grouping up.
I'm wondering what Happy's going to do to set this up. This could be he smokes CT Arch. They kind of split out Boiler, and I'm wondering. He's going to set up the play. Yes, he's going to smoke towards CT Arch, I can imagine. That allows them out from Boiler. He's got a flash to follow as well, if they want to. It's going to be all pouring out through Apps anyway. But there are a lot of players here for Na'Vi. 2 players specifically watching this, Edward and Seized, and Edward won't be moved.
No, 3 for Edward there, comfortably. It was Envious forced to go down to pistols and a bit more of a rush play, but the pace aspect of that might be well applied to their gun rounds here. Giving a little bit too much breathing room to Na'Vi, and Na'Vi like to play slow. They like to play that kind of game. You really are letting them into their comfort zone. AKs and a Khalil board up for Envious here. Do we see more pace? Do we see challenges in Banana? Na'Vi will commit 3 players initially to B, so we'll probably see them try and stand and face, get an overmatch and trade out positively here. And it's not terrible that Envious aren't committing players to try and challenge this out, right? Na'Vi probably have any sort of overmatch. But what we want to see from them is over the rest of the map, over towards A, is that they hit it hard and fast. Right now, A is vulnerable with 2 players for Na'Vi.
Here we go. This might be that quick hit. These could be, or they could be the deepest smokes towards CT. One towards CT Arch, one towards Library. I think it is. That's the deep CT smoke. And let's see how this goes down. So there it is. It kind of forces the player to either commit or just completely back away, but you can see the utility that Na'Vi have being put down in this place, but great flashes has allowed them through. Now, Edward, oh, that's a gift from the gods. RPK, nothing to be done there, but Envious have one out on CT Arch for now.
Yeah, much better. They've got progress towards the site, they've got the numbers, and now they're able to face down single players as 2s and 3s. Edward's flash via mid, not much he can do out of commission for the moment, but Flame is wrapped around. Now needs to deal with Graveyard at 6, standing and delivering. Edward had backed away in towards apartments after getting flashed, essentially making himself useless in that situation and being forced to wait. Now Happy can bring up the rear. The trap starts to close on Edward.
Fear been spotted. Oh, and there it is. A little bit awkward, but, you know, it's fine. He gets the upgrade, he gets everything he wants. Nice adjustment from Envy, just real solid hit
Yeah,
there.
in my opinion, it's that pace and setup element from the force or the deagle round they played applied to their gun round. So they had 3 players at CT Arch on the T side, so you get them all the way through up and mid. That's a very good start for you taking that site.
Now, 3 down towards B this time. Is Guardian with them, or are they doing Guardian going the long route around towards A? Okay, so this is again a little bit different from Na'Vi last time. Oh, it's simple on the AWP, so they're going for the double AWP here. Something that Fnatic have started to run throughout their practices as well, though. If they're in trouble, if they're starting to feel pressure, they'll go to the double AWP on the CT side. Simple takes a lot of damage there. Now,
An inordinate amount of damage.
yeah, a lot,
from
let's
a
put it that way.
Molotov.
Now, he's not actually stuck on this side, so you've got both AWPs coming over towards A. Again, it's almost like that weird overpass hold they had where they're both playing toilets together, but Guardian's going to show him how it's done so far. Sixer goes down, bomb spotted. That encourages Na'Vi to flex down towards B, but the problem is that RPK was waiting there. So now you're going to, again, see Simple having to come back around. Now they're a little bit worried. So they're actually splitting up Na'Vi pretty well here. Envious still have the utility to make that quick hit if they want to. Just lacking players, and also there's a Guardian in their way. Brave as you like. Pushes forward down towards Spoiler, backs away from it, but still, this is keeping Envy on their toes. Great round from both sides.
And I love RPK's role in this map as a pivot here. You see, he's been here the whole round. He gets that one player who pushed 2D that was flaming from Na'Vi. He does go down a Simple, and now Scream's going to try and step up and fill those shoes in, but there's still 2 AWPs on the side of Na'Vi, and we just need to respect this.
Oh, Simple. A centimetre away, and you just wouldn't expect Cease to be out in this position at this time. Just wants to buy a little bit more in the form of seconds. He makes XMS turn, and look at this man. He'll burn alive, sure, but it's worth it for what he did. And now you're down to the last 2 AWPs. Now this could be a problem if there's a retake coming in, but we'll see what Happy can do. The other 2 Na'Vi players are coming up Banana. This is weird. He gets the 1v1 against Simple, and Simple's already low. But would you expect the last 2 players to be on Banana?
No.
Time is running out. 10 seconds. It's done. It's over. Na'Vi regain control, even though that looked very on a knife's edge.
Maybe even a different story if that smoke for Happy
There it
went
is.
toward... Yeah, okay. That's quite annoying.
But why, Bike? But why?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Happy obviously had to choose between CT or Banana. So I'm really interested in the play around RPK, though. I mean, this isn't obviously going to be a gun round, but he's often the spearhead if enemies decide that A is not working for them. I honestly think their T-side's been really weird, Lauren, and their pace has been quite hard to read into, especially the way they work A. It's very slow often. The rounds where they are fast, if they hit A with 1 minute left in the round, they're usually winning it.
I think teams are just getting used to what works as well in officials, because this is the first official for both teams on this map. They're short practices or something, but it changes when you go into these environments.
Sure.
So you're just kind of seeing what works, if those kind of keen mollies you've been doing actually pay off, if the positions you've been working out, the hits you've been planning actually create the atmosphere that you want it to. So I think Envious, once they realize, okay, maybe we can depend on this, that's quite good. But I love this aggression. This is what I like to see. It's something Alu was so good at it as well. JW in the previous iteration, any sort of aggression down mid or into apps through like any sort of variety, I think it's great. But it does become a little bit predictable though, in I guess specific cases. It was like when we saw Fnatic on this map just yesterday, I think it was. You knew that as soon as they were on like a bit of a forced up buy on the CT side, they're gonna try and take apps control with limited weaponry. They'll always put JW in there, or always put someone in there with someone else to just try and get some control back, because they know they can't really challenge out on Banana. But this is it. This is what I love to see. Now the problem is they're all in second mid, so Guardians, he can't really stay out here too long. He's risking it now, because time starts, becoming a problem when they can get to second mid and just wander around.
Happy
but I
just
like
checked mid, by the way,
Yep.
just as Guardian backed away. I mean, and look, Na'Vi and Guardian should know specifically that there is going to be a pivot player left back mid, because RPK is always on the other side of the banana smoke. So should know that.
This could be that fast hit, Mitch. But look at Guardian's position. This could be a problem because he's so close by, and it's kind of hard to fall back, but they're not. They're delaying it a little bit here as well. Okay, there's the flashes. Guardian, why are you staying here? That molly is phenomenal, though. Seized. Getting 2 for free almost there. They just run through.
Surely not so.
Guardian. Oh, it's falling apart. Oh, Envy. Sixer on 4 HP in a 1v4. And it's done. It's done. Good
Sixer
stuff,
ain't no fixer, Lauren. Not when it's 1v4, that's for sure. Oh, that was, I didn't even intend that last part. Okay, so interesting push down mid there from Guardian. Like I said, he knows there's going to be a player there. When you put one player just a little bit further down, you have extreme control of the map. And he knew what was happening in second mid. All of Na'Vi did. Envy is taking their sweet time, and that has been their problem. I mean, to be fair, a lot of teams want a threshold of information, a critical mass of knowledge before they make a decisive push like that. But if you have confidence in your contact play, then you should be able to make a very fast push to a side and catch the enemy off guard if you use your flashes correctly.
Yeah, and I think Na'Vi, again, a really nice read on how MV likes to play these out. You're going to hear these steps. I think Guardian's already heard them, and you can see Edward already playing in Graveyard rather than playing on Balcony. He doesn't want to be overwhelmed by any of the, whether it was Tech9s with armor or whatever they're going to bring, and C's has done this. Now, Scream's actually considered it, and he connects, dirty shots like that, but Flamey's found him through smoke, so he kind of nullifies the threat, but there's still a gun loose, so that can fall into their hands, but they have no armor to play with it. But already Na'Vi have a good idea as to what's coming their way.
Guardian waiting in apartments to receive. Happy now. Sixer's down mid, so he should have access to that. He does. He's picked that rifle up now. For all the good that it'll do, because Guardian is whittling away at Envious one by one. It's Sixer and it's XMS in the bomb, with the bomb in second mid, should I say. But Flamey's set to receive this. 2 flashes from Sixer. They can turn this around, but he's caught before he lets it go. Forced to try and take down Flamey and at least secure the trade. Now, oh dear, it's a sad story. Oh, he gets it through even the corpse, if I'm not mistaken, shooting down mid. Yeah. Okay, Sixer, not bad. 1v2.
It actually becomes pretty possible here if he finds angles on them, right? And he's got room to work with, but time isn't on his side. Now, they're each on individual sites, and they're going to make this uncomfortable. Edward's going towards App, so he can play kind of retake through Balcony if he wants to, or he can sit towards Boiler, kind of lurk out between it. But Sixer needs to find a safe plant here, just kind of hedge his bets in the best way possible. So here we go, yeah. Flash goes out. Edward, known for playing on the Balcony, so he's going to be considering that straight away, but there's very few safe plants. He's chosen one, but Edward's going to come in close, and there should be Edward winning this out, but Sixer's buying time here. This is good. He gets the shot as well. He's down to the P250, gets it out, chases him down, and now it's a 1v1.
It's going to be simple with the AWP, not the ideal weapon for this scenario. Sixer won't know where he's coming from, though. That's the issue. Time ticks down. Sixer has heard nothing. He hears the drop, though, now for the shot. It's Simple to take him. A multitude of locations where Sixer could have been, but Simple finds the right one. He finds the frag, and that's going to be Na'Vi with 8 on the board.
Of course, Simple walks through apps with the North on the retake.
Of course, it drops down, and no cares given, shot straight into the corner.
Yeah, so well played, though, from Sixer to be able to create that situation. He brought it really, really far back. Credit to him for being able to do that, with no armor as well. So he always had to be the kind of dominant element in all of the 1v1s he was playing, but well played to him for that. But it didn't get the round on the board anyway, and it does mean that Na'Vi's money's still fine. They were already on a nice, kind of robust amount.
I actually wonder if it was almost better for Edward to play full retake there once he hears the bomb planted.
But hindsight's 20/20 definitely, but yeah, probably should have done that. Guardian, oh, they're feeling confident. This is a problem. Guardian, run away now. There's wall bangs these days. Get the hell back. And he was going to reply to one. If Happy was still in that spot, I wouldn't even be surprised if he got something going. And Envy have taken over apps, but you're still terrified that Guardian's just going to wander down again at some point.
And the Slovakian now seems to have found his legs. He's back and forth, even thinking about the peak towards mid. That's the little rushes of impetus that give us those great plays, from plays like Alu especially. A bit of aggression goes a long way for an AWPer. And now it's going to be Scream, just molly over. This is just a cut off at CT Arch, at least for the time being. Guardian is intent on staying to the front lines, but that shot came through from Seized off towards the side. Flamey was there as well. Doesn't get anything in the trade, not quite yet for Guardian. He secures it with the P250. One left, it's RPK.
And again, still tilted.
Oh, he is tilted, isn't he?
Yeah, if you get dinked at some point, I can't remember how long it stays for. It's super annoying. So I look at it going, am I okay? Like I'm just like tilting my head.
It
Like,
doesn't wonder if I do watch the game with the tilted head. I'd hate to see what I look like while I'm watching CS like this at casting.
Don't say that because production will just cut back at one way.
I'd be really upset if they did that.
Yeah. Now you've encouraged them. That's the issue. But Envy have hit a bit of a brick wall, and it's a little bit of a yellow and black brick wall at this point. Na'Vi, once they've got a double out to play, we've seen how dominant it's been, how potent it's been. And Guardian just doesn't care. I love it. Guardian, that's what it's all about. Happy just gets slapped. And the rest of Envy, well, he knows where they are. He saw no one crossing towards Banana early. Simple's already got the angle. They can bring over Seized. They have complete control on this.
The cojones on the guy to see the smoke and then step forward of it. Now there might be a little bit of trouble. He's going to be faced by multiple players. Can't even get the one kill. It's going to be RPK to receive. Seized had 2 players. It's more than he can handle at that time. And it's going to be Edward on his own at the site. Flash over, doesn't affect him much. He ducks it. A little bit of damage, but he deals with Sixer. And now Scream has to deliver. He gets it done, but with 1 point of health. And Simple, again, full health with the AWP. We've been here before.
He loves the old apps play.
Simple.
It's the least ideal weapon to play the situation with, I guess, but he makes it work. Why not? Of course he does. All right. If you're Envy, you're frustrated, you're annoyed, but you've given us a good show so far. 5 rounds on the T side isn't that bad either. They look decent on it, and we've seen that the disparity from T to CT has been quite drastic. So I wouldn't say this is over yet at all. So far, though, I want to see what Na'Vi bring on that T side. That's what I'm excited for, because they seem ready for this.
If that's what their CT side looks like, I look forward to see what pace they bring on the T side. We're going to see it for ourselves right after the break. It's 10-5 at the half as Na'Vi show just how skewed this map can be at times, at least in the early stages. A 10-round CT side was pretty indomitable. I can't wait, like we said, Lauren, to see what their T side would look like. They seem to understand the map pretty well at this stage.
I'm so happy to see Inferno back. It's been too long. It's been too long since I've seen this beautiful map played at these sort of levels between these teams. First time we're getting a glimpse back at these two as well. Two teams in their various iterations, let's put it that way, who had this in their belt, in their kind of repertoire of maps, and they were certainly good at it. Happy, known for this. It became part of his intrinsic to his style almost, and Guardian certainly had his heyday on it. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot to be seen on these sort of maps with these sort of players between these sort of teams. 10-5 though. Na'Vi's CT side was robust. Envy brought a nice bit of pace to it though on their T side. I quite liked some of their hits.
The first few rounds I feel like they did. And they really just sat back a little bit, I feel, and tried to go for a pick-oriented comp, try and, get one pick and then sort of rush the site. But they never got that first pick sometimes. And they spent a lot of time chasing their tails around the map, so we'll see.
Let's see what Na'Vi do though for this. Again, I love pistol rounds on this map. You can create some really nice kind of unique plays, and Na'Vi going through a 3-man contact piece on B, but the bomb's not there, and neither
Neither is anyone else from Envious extra. No one's rotated yet.
Okay, this is fun. All right, Guardian taking banana control.
Oh, happy.
And the problem is they've lost out on Simple and Apps. He was meant to be the other player, but RPK finding him means that they're, to be fair, if you're Envy, you're just confused. It's like, why is there one here? Guardian going to find Happy, can't follow up, and now they're all going to meet up on B, and off we go. Seized has a smoke, and they've just used it now. This seems a very strange hit from Na'Vi. I don't think this one went to plan at all.
No, CT smoked an XMS to receive Edward. Seized actually pushed in, trying to secure the trade. I think it was for Guardian, but by the time he got to the side, XMS was already in a different position and allowed a crossfire to occur. So, Envious will get the pistol, and that's precisely what they needed here. We won't really get to see any theatrics from Na'Vi until possibly the next round, or even the one after that, actually. Given how much they're buying in this one, they still want to go for it, Lauren. Tech9s are coming in.
Get yourself in apps, flash yourself out now. You can do it these days. That's the early smoke that goes down. It's still pretty much to the top of Banana, but it gives you at least some safety early on, right? You can just kind of hold it down. But yeah, this should be an apps play. You've got the 2 flashes on Guardian that can be placed, you know, with the new kind of windows, I guess, on the right side through apps that kind of go out and completely blind at balcony, and anyone who's facing, you know, from sight towards that. So this wouldn't be bad. You could probably catch Scream with a flash or two if they want to do that. But RPK's in a good spot, and no one's playing to get caught out by this. Just care for Scream at this point. This is what I'm talking about, these flashes.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, off we go. Scream is
Full
blind.
flash.
He does come out of it by the time they actually hit there, and RPK's ready, but that's good. Na'Vi have a plan in mind. This is nothing completely ingenious. We've seen it before already, but it's got them a chance to get to the site. And Guardian's got himself an M4 as well. That's important.
RPK lying in wait there. The MP9 hoping to tear strips off. Simple will be challenging with that rifle. Key player now. This is what he's been able to salvage here. Biggest weapon in Na'Vi's arsenal. Needs to use it well, and he doesn't. He's double faced down by Envious. RPK takes him down, but Flamey's there for the trade and gets a second. The Tech9, will there be more? Happy waiting now, and another Na'Vi player comes up. XMS kills his teammate, and now the 1v1.
What is going on here? Flamey has such a good shot, and this is why he gets it done. Beautifully played out by Flamey. He's going to get that M4 as well, just to add insult to injury. But a well-constructed round from Na'Vi, and Scream got caught out then. He had the rifle, he had everything. If he's stuck in Graveyard, he would have been fine there. He probably wouldn't have caught the flash as badly as he did, and nor would he have been overrun so quickly by the Na'Vi boys. But you get Tech9s, you get P250s that close into your face. You're kind of coming out of a flash. You're going to be in trouble. So a bit of a problem there from Envious to just get caught by this. Again, though, Na'Vi back in control here. 2 rifles. No, excuse me, 3 rifles now coming out. 2 UMPs. And for Envy, they better be ready with those CZs.
XMS just on the corner. Small piece to try and gain information. He won't see Edward, and Flamey has the option to boost up on top of him now as well. Backs away as soon as the flash comes through. XMS, at best, has seen 1 player in Banana. But it's not been enough to promote Sixer just to rotate. Six is still very uncertain, but this is seized now in apps. Molotov does dissipate. Simple trying to distract a little bit of attention. It's going to be a double face on towards Scream. Luckily for Scream, he wasn't straight in the doorway. Very passive angle held by him. Any more than that, and he would have been facing down 2 Na'Vi guns at once.
Mess.
He didn't see it. He saw him. He actually saw him.
That's a shame.
Hashtag motion blur.
And Edward going to get CT control. Sixer about to be... Ooh, this gets a bit awkward now, especially when you get dinked from the back. Yeah, thank you, Flamey. Nice one. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Why are you able to do this, boys? Come on, Na'Vi, put it together. And actually, this is something I like, where Sixer was just then in that spot. You can kind of play a little bit deeper towards CT now. You actually get positions you can play. Now, it doesn't matter in this round, but actually the theory crafting that was going down on the desk when they're talking about you can smoke off the B site almost, and then kind of like wrap or pressure towards your CT.
Oh, God.
God, if you're... Rip. But there's a couple new positions that are a little bit deeper now in CT spawn that you can actually play off if they keep trying to abuse that. You've got the one by Ruins a little further back. Then you've actually got the house that is just off to the right there. You can see the plant point in the corner.
There's a couple of ridged walls there.
Exactly. You can sit in them, do a couple of nice pop flashes off the side. There's a lot more viability to it. But the problem is now, all of that stuff aside, Envy's money is done this round, and RPK still tilted about it.
Losing to a second round force buy when you're already behind on Inferno, not ideal.
No.
This is actually one reason on the offside why FaZe got a lot of rounds, but it doesn't matter. We're going to push in, but Simple's there to receive. 3 kills to the UMP, Edward onto RPK, and that should do the job. Happy won't last long here. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to say that losing those second round force buys is something that FaZe used to do very well against teams. They used to win those second round force buys. They did really well in Katowice and got them so many free rounds off of it, but 13 is 6 for Na'Vi.
And you can see Happy and XMS having to go on to the lesser rifle, let's put it that way. It's not what you want to be seeing. But the problem is, well, not the problem. The fact is they want the utility because they're playing on B. They need the mollies, they need the nades, and they've kind of forgone having the M4s for this. And you can't blame them. They haven't been able to dominate any early control. And look at it, Edward doesn't care. He's still got the UMP, and they just about check it in time. Sixer, well played from him to be able to check that, not let it get away from him, but it's going to force Na'Vi to respond in kind. They're looking for that trade back or a pick back. But the rest of Envy are very far away. You've got RPK and Scream sitting just on towards the quad side of the map. So long rotates. If they did lose out on B, it's a bit of a risk, but instantly Sixer and Happy are coming back over.
Yeah, there was an opening. There was a window for Na'Vi, but Scream had smoked the top of apartments where the balcony was, so Na'Vi couldn't see anything. No certainty for them going forward. So now they have to wait, and now Envious actually have 4 players up on this A site.
But look at the rotate. Na'Vi again reading into this well. They're starting to feel out Envious, and you know, when they get nervous. Guardian, even if he shows, and even if he dies here, it's not the end of the world. That's going to keep the players present more than anything. Sixer might start wondering, well, where is he? RPK's pushing for info. This is smart. They're going to find out soon. Na'Vi need to go towards B pretty quick here, because already Envy have worked out they are not on A. If anything, they may be in apps, and that's about it. Ooh, XMS has to lock this down. Good smoke from him. That you can actually line that one up with the window. It's the perfect smoke now that you can set off, and he is in trouble. Going to sit back towards New Box because he knows that Na'Vi are on the doorstep. Sixer is here, but he needs to hold on a couple of seconds, buy a bit of time. Seized already through towards CT though. This is an issue, and ooh, that got a little bit close, but Happy found out the hard way. Now 30 seconds. This could still be problematic if Envy get a couple of kills, but Seized in such a good spot.
Decimated. I'm really enjoying this T-side from Na'Vi here. The rotation back was perfect. They hesitated with the smoke and molly thrown down by XMS, but now they're on the site. Now there's 2 left. Make that 1 for Envious. RPK is felled by Guardian. It's the zoom stick to get the job done, and Scream knows he needs to back away. One taps are much harder when you don't have a rifle.
He's off ski, yeah. Time to keep hold of that. Look into the next round, see what he can do with it. But yeah, Na'Vi showing some real power on those hits, and that's something with that firepower they have, I guess, in their pocket, right? Even if, I guess if you look back at Na'Vi when they classically played this map, they'd still play it very late. So they're not particularly under pressure, even if they're run down to the last like 20, 30 seconds, 10 seconds. You know, God knows how late they play this one. And especially when they have robust hits, and now you add in the addition of Simple, because last time, obviously, he wasn't in the roster when this team was playing on this map. So you add him in there, you've got a lot of kind of punch to that final hit that you make towards the site. So it must be a lovely addition for them going, all right, we can just bang into the sides nice and late, trust in it. Na'Vi so far looking like they've actually done a little bit of homework on this. It looks like this could be another map to add to the repertoire that will work for them. And they need that. They need that little bit of, maybe a bit of buoyancy at the moment. So tactical pause coming in, probably from Envious. And the problem is, the hard factor is, should I say, that Na'Vi's
money.
Yeah, exactly. Na'Vi have great money, and they have so little to work with. They've got Scream on an M4. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, that prior round, excuse me, a really good indicator of Na'Vi's feeling for the cadence and tempo of this map, especially. Yep. XMS was that one player at B, and he's the vulnerable one, right? But he had a Molotov, he had a smoke. Throws a molly down first, the smoke comes after. Na'Vi has to make a decision. We're running out of time. If we wait 5, 10 more seconds, the rotators will be here from the CTs. So they push a smoke. They push the one smoke from XMS, they flash themselves in, and they smoke the one player into CT who can check and be the contingency for the rotators if they have done it too late, which was technically slightly too late. There was already 2 rotators that had come through from CT, one caught midway through. It still worked out, though, because they were, you know, wise to be mindful of reinforcements from CT. It was really nice. All right.
Buy time coming in. Sixter dropping out the early smoke towards top of Banana. He can now back off. He can go join them over by A. And so far, I've got to say it, we haven't seen much really from Envy in the form of an impressive start on their CT side. It's been a little lackluster. Money's been very, very scarce for them. Sixter, have we seen him on an AWP yet? I'm not even sure. I don't think we have, if I'm honest.
On this half?
Yeah.
No. On the first half, I don't even think so either.
No, I don't mind it not being on the T side. It doesn't really bother me. Scream. Now, this is the molly that, well, not this one, but these were the positions that Apex was able to molly out. I'm not sure about the second balcony, but the first and the main piece there.
It spills
really
across
nice
from the awning onto the balcony.
And it's a nice piece to have in your arsenal, because that position gets abused a lot. We saw Kyo being pretty much a huge advocate for that spot during the major Katowice even. So yeah, it's quite a nice one to have there, just in case you need it. But so far, this looks like Na'Vi going to play towards B for now, but the bomb's all the way back in spawn, so Guardian's off to get that. But they have control on this map so far. They've got a bit of apartments control. C's playing up in mid. Oh, how does he get away with this? Simple and Seized doing what they need to, and this is a huge problem for Sixer. He needs to back away, but that's not even where the hit's coming in. Happy! You better save the day here. You've got 3 players, and now the bomb. He's timed it, though. Has he been waiting for this final player to come through? He can get the individual 1v1 here. He doesn't know that, of course. But Edward and Flamey, they're already in ruins. He gets the tag, he gets the bomb down. Good work. And he backs away. It's a bit of a hit and run here.
Does he know who else is at this B site, though?
Absolutely not. He'll have no idea. He heard people cross. Perfect flash as well. He tried to do everything he could, but outnumbered, outgunned. You're going to go down eventually. And that's Na'Vi getting onto map point here.
Yeah, and that's pretty much donezo at this stage. I do like that from Na'Vi. You know, whether they knew of how many players were at B at that stage or not, they seem to have an understanding. If we can just tease this enough, it's about knowing where your balance point is, right? Have we thrown enough flashes? Have we, you know, got enough kills over at A to know that we can guarantee, like, you know, more than 3 players here?
Yeah.
Then they go and hit B. I really love it. This map is specifically about those rotations. They're very important. Cobblestone has a similarity in that regard in terms of the information actually has a higher value on that kind of map, or it's harder to get. But it's match point. And Envious, it's a torrid showing of weapons at the very least.
And look at the way Na'Vi are approaching second mid as well. Simple, really far back in T-Apps, C's as well, working quite late in. It's been a while yet. But it does mean they have to clean out apps now. They have to clear the corners. They have to put some of that utility into it. This is the wallbang we were seeing yesterday as well. Just kind of goes down to that slow build-up if they're doing it. It's not a bad idea to do. Why not? Expend a couple of bullets.
They know you're going to be there anyway.
Yeah, exactly. It's totally fine. If it does any damage, that's even better. You know, Simple's actually in that spot now. So if Scream goes back and does it, you could actually see a bit of damage coming through. But I doubt he will. And Na'Vi have taken over App's control. So this becomes a problem now. Less and less real estate goes towards Envy. Scream flashes himself out. I don't know if he saw anything,
he tried to pop flash there, and there was no one at the other end of the corridor at the time. It might be time for B. These two teams, if you look at the minimap, it looks like a little bit of a do-si-do across. But Happy has a sense of it. He has a feeling that maybe Na'Vi, it's time to pull the trigger on B. I mean, this slow style of Na'Vi suits in this map so well because you've got to draw out this stall. But it's still smoking Flamey's way and doesn't want to go for an XMS. Those can be nasty. Flamey still doesn't know he's there. Finally spots him out, but at least Edward was able to handle him on his own.
And Happy doing the pop flashes off the back of the wall now, going to swing out. Lovely flashes, but he can't do it. Edward was still waiting and somehow wasn't flashed like the others. Don't know if he was anti-flash or not, but whatever happened, Na'Vi now have the site. They have it under control. The full smokes are up. The UMP sprays him wildly, but it's RPK with the FAMAS to actually do the work. But still, it's down to 10 seconds. Na'Vi have 3 alive, bomb yet to be planted, and that's in the hands of Guardian.
It's got to go, and this is why Flamey needs to watch his corner, catches 6 of the moment he pushes through. Guardian gets a comfortable plant. RPK's forced to challenge now in towards construction, but then the site, 2 players on there. Scream trades it through, but Guardian was there for that final trade, and it's more like the boys in black and blue on Inferno. Not the strongest showing from Envious here. Na'Vi have a far more elegant T side, and it flowed for them really beautifully.
Black and blue, I like it, Mitch. I'm kind of impressed with that. I'm not going to lie. How long do you have that one in the
It's slightly
notepad?
better than Heroes Don't Exist, I guess.
Yeah, that's very true.
But
no, I loved watching these two on this map. I'm hoping Na'Vi keep bringing this one out. I want to see more of it, and Envy, that hopefully they have more in their arsenal to bring out in this game.
Well, that's the first map done. One more to come, but before we do, let's head over to the desk and get their take on what just transpired.
Yes, thank you, Pansy. Thank you, Uber. Boys is in black and blue. That's pretty.
Good.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
Great stuff.
And they did get a little bit beat up there. They got out to a hot start 4-0, but it was all Na'Vi off the back of that double op setup. Neither of the teams having played it before, played Inferno before. What do we think of the first showing here?
Quietly happy with Na'Vi there. I think they looked solid. Envy, definitely some holes to plug overall. You could see their T side especially looked a bit ropey. You could see some of the set smokes weren't really landing. Lots of gaps there. We saw some frags coming in from there. Great start though. They got the 3-0, the 4-0 in fact, that bonus round towards middle. As soon as the double orbs came out though, that's when they got completely shut down. Couldn't really do anything on their T side. Na'Vi ran away with it. Got that 10-5, and you have to remember as well, Envy won both pistols there and only got 6 rounds in total. So that goes to show you that's a pretty poor showing overall as well.
Yeah, those set smokes that you're talking about on the T side from Envy is very reminiscent of old Inferno, the way that they were doing those executes as well. The French scene had a lot of executes where it was jungle wraps or arch wraps coming into play like we saw. Something that I was very interested in was the fact that they didn't even bother with Banana early. There was no presence. There was no nade usage there. RPK was just like babysitting it, just keeping an eye on it, but he wasn't actually shooting it. He wasn't even spamming bullets towards it. He was just waiting for pushes, and they had a lot of emphasis towards that A site. That might be something they need to address. Those A executes I really liked, but you need a bit more breed presence maybe earlier in the round.
One thing I will say as well, Jason, if you don't mind, Guardian. We talked about him in the pregame.
Yes, we did.
What an amazing game he had there. Actually back to some old aggression there. It seemed like he had some confidence, pushing through smokes towards the middle especially as well, finding the frags that are required. And he seemed dynamic as well. He's moving towards B, towards middle, apartments. He was just everywhere. And that's what we want to see from Guardian, hitting all the shots, the crazy close range stuff as well. So it's good to see that finally coming back for once.
Oppers in general,
Yeah.
that's a big thing. You move in that kind of aggression, because we've seen a couple Oppers have success. That Alu at Katowice, I believe that was in the finals when he was aggressive down mid. So yeah, great to see Guardian get back there. Is that the main thing that kind of throws Envy off? Because we saw kind of the slow tactics that they had on the T side were a little bit dicey. The times when they went a little bit quicker, the single pop flash up mid on that fourth round, that was very, very effective. Do they need to be do they need to stay with that faster pace, or is it just a matter of picking and choosing when you can do it?
You need to get both parts of the map right. You need to get Banana and Boiler/Halls. They were only grabbing one part, so they need to bring that into their game. I also like the pop flash through the mid smoke, but it's something which I would prefer if teams would do when they're lower on utility, because it's such an all-in. If they don't get flashed, they do a mid-wall retake, and you get slammed, and you have a whole heap of utility left when you could have done a smarter, more well-paced execute to take the territory safer. I start to question, the motives, or if that's the best decision. If the fast player is going to catch a CT defense off guard, then for sure go for it every day of the week. It's just you need to pick your battles when you're going to do that. Something which I thought was good was Flamey and winning that second round of the TK.
What round that was.
It's
not too shabby.
That summed it up, didn't it? The fact that they won the second piss before, okay, there's a chance here, boys, you can do this. Flamey, 4 kills with Tech 9, a team kill as well. They had a 3-on-1 at that point. It all fell apart, and I think that was the end of the game for me. I thought, okay, this is definitely over now. Envy's aren't going to come back from this one. You can see they haven't played it a ton. You can just tell that from their T side overall. But that round, when that happens to you, you're going to be quite crushed at that point, and then you feel like it's all going to fall apart. They got lots of force spies coming in after that, never really stabilized, didn't really get the AWP out on the CT side, so it didn't really work too well for
Yeah, crushed, especially if you're XMS who gets that team kill. But either way, Na'Vi with a good showing on Inferno, maybe against an underperforming Envy on that map. We'll have to see if they can bounce back on the second map of the series, which is going to be Train. So stay tuned, and we'll return with that in just a few minutes.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Things are about to get a little bit worse for Envy. First map was 16-6
gonna get worse
for
now?
Navi. Yeah, it could be. It's going to be on Train.
Okay.
And we talked about Train being one of the better maps for Navi.
It's true. They didn't really get to play it at all, though, Katowice. I think they played it once against Virtus Pro. They actually won that, to be fair. It's a map people normally veto against them. They are very good on it historically. It's normally that double AWP presence from Guardian and Simple. That's something to behold, on paper especially.
That's
right?
the thing. We see them with Guardian and Simple sometimes forcing the double up. On Train, it's entirely viable.
Oh, for sure. This is one of the maps where it's a go-to strategy. You can have that swing player and connector rotating between the inner and outer bomb sites. Another AWPer is always effective over towards Ivy. He can help with Pop Dog. He can spot T mid, and he can spot down vines. So
yeah, just to elaborate on your point there. Like Navi are known to force by double AWPs on a lot of maps, especially Cobble, which is like something that's the reason I would say why they got so weak on that map, because every single time someone could buy it, it actually was losing them rounds, and they didn't ever seem to adjust. But on train, definitely, I would go double ult every single time you have the opportunity to it.
Yeah, and so we're certain we're going to be able to see that at Na'Vi. And I know, Chad, you have a clip that
I do have a clip. This is, we were talking about the explosions that Na'Vi have brought into their game. This is an example of that. So they are sending 3 members towards the inner bomb site straight away in this clip, and they want to basically explode. This is a low utility round, and what they're doing is they're taking advantage of the fact that CTs normally play 1 player inside on their own. Now, Guardian will throw this flash, and we're going to see 3 players, Simple, Edward, and Flamey, all bust out high ramp and take ground. The flash that Guardian is throwing is not for Taco in this. It's not to stop him from having vision. It's to stop the CT rotator, which is usually an AWPer. In this case, it's Fur. He's not there at the time, but the idea is that flash gets him. The high ramp players push out, take a lot of ground, take the duel as that AWPer comes unflashed, gets the frag, and is able to collapse onto the inside player, in this case Taco, which they do. Edward's going to grab this kill on Fur, and the bomb site's all theirs with 1 flash used. Normally you see, teams using a lot of utility, smokes, flashes, Molotovs on that inside bomb site, and that's a telegraph play. The CTs already know to rotate. In that case, they've already taken the bomb site before the CTs know what's going on.
Yeah, that's a really cool play, actually. I love that. Flashbang list is very simple execution. Towards the upper ramp as well means it's not so congested. Towards the lower ramp, you can't get stopped really by the Molotov. That's going to be focused towards that area. You've got the bird's eye view of the site. You can see connector as well. You're not just a straight line shot for the CT. So that's actually quite an interesting little execution there.
Yeah, and also, I mean, the smoke's outside to even keep for outside rotating, cheating that way before even it comes back towards inner. So, yeah, I mean, that just highlights. That's against SK as well. That's one of the better teams in the world, especially a team who is one of the better teams in the world specifically on this map. So that's no slouches that Na'Vi is able to execute that perfectly on. So, yeah, this is why I say this could get much, much worse for Na'Vi.
Yeah, well,
I mean, for
yeah. But something that at Envy, well, at least Scream anyway, they basically innovated, or at least I saw them innovating, was the passive rifle play on the boost in CD connector. He's so good at that spot. They let them execute. They let him get out in the E-box or the back of the 5 train, and he just starts to hammer headshots from that point in. He's so effective at that, and it means the rest of the team can play quite a passive setup, playing the old bomb/heaven area in the cutout. They can be very reserved in the way that they address their CT hold.
Now, do we think that, starting on the T side for Na'Vi, this is one thing that might get Envy back into this game at the very least, is that they get the easier side first?
More rounds for sure. They actually did well against Hellraisers. They beat them 16-10, who Hellraisers just beat Kingwin on train on the B stream.
Yeah, that's a good point. This is still one of the few maps we have in CSGO that's still, I'd say, very CT-sided. Nuke was to an extent, but now it's obviously balancing out. It's about 50-50 right now. So starting CT-side on this map is always very beneficial if that's going to be happening going forward. But Na'Vi's T-side is not exactly bad. They're very good. This is they're very good at this one. It's one of the maps where Guardian's very influential indeed. He'll go towards the main entrance at the start. No one's really going to out-duel him in that position, especially in the form we just saw right now as well. And that's an interesting question for Envious. Do they really have an AWPer right now that can go toe-to-toe with him?
Well, that's going to be the question that we're going to find out as this game is about to go live. So we're going to give it over to Pansy and Uber, your casters for train.
And here we go. Excuse me. Map number 2 of this, well, it's best of 2, I guess, or 2 best of 1s. Doesn't matter which way you want to put it. The fact is, it's train. Na'Vi look good. A map that used to be in Envy's wheelhouse to a degree, but this is not the same team. And they're definitely not on the same level that they were back when it was that superstar lineup we knew and loved.
Yeah, for me, all eyes on Na'Vi. What do they bring? What do they have? How robust are they going to be? It looked decent for Na'Vi on their Inferno. It seems like everyone individually is certainly there. So this could add insult to injury for Envious. These guys, they've had moments on this map. They've said that they liked it previously in different lineups. So big showing for these boys. They need to stabilize here for themselves. But ooh, this is a little spicy. Hello. Oh, is this the connector? A deep connector smoke. That is lovely. You see it done the other way around almost, but this just perfectly allows them in, but only to be seen by Scream, which is still a problem they have to overcome.
Yeah, I know we're on a multi-phase Scream at the moment, but RPK is already there to help out, and this is just carnage, and it's Envious that are all over it. The bomb's on the ramp. C's is going to have to go down. No, it's on the bomb side, in fact. Okay, it's like pause, record, scratch. You're probably wondering how I got here. Well, Scream happened. The rest of my team got completely decimated, but C's at least able to make amends in a small way. A USP is what he trades into. Pristine, unfired, all the bullets where they need to be, and problem is they need to be delivered. Flash himself through. Oh no, it was a decoy. Either way, Happy's going to catch him as he comes down, and that's going to be that Envious, a very strong hold on the B side to start things off.
Yeah, very, very nice. I like the approach from Na'Vi, though. I thought it was quite a nice idea what they had. I like the smoke, but, you know, you still have to overcome the players, isn't it? It's all good and well to have the perfectly theory-crafted piece, but you still got to land the shots at the end of the day and try and get past players like Scream and such and so on. So, let's see what Na'Vi have now for us next. It's certainly not over yet, so, you know, let's not get too worried. These guys have such depth on this map. They can certainly go to it. And look at this, another set little piece coming out here. And, yeah...
Hey, Future Pros.
Yeah, Future Pros. Get into it. Get into this one. Maybe they've been watching Rush's tips. I doubt it. But the smoke's throughout the map. One up on top of the bomb tray means you can't peer up and over it, but that's a nice adjustment. Scream actually above it. Gets a perfect bit of a one-way there. And, oh, that's insult to injury for these guys. Lovely bit of theory, but the practice, the putting it into practice doesn't quite work out. But still, now the other two try and make the assault towards B, and you can see how well that's going.
Deja vu to a degree here, as Scream now looks to challenge Guardian. He'd be the last man standing. Seized was felled in connector as he tried to make his way towards B. And again, not much for Na'Vi, getting picked off very early into the round. A great adjustment, like you said, on A.
And the thing is, they've had very few kills as well. So by the time they get to that gun round, I'm wondering how much they're going to actually have.
One kill.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they've just seized. So, yeah, this could be problematic. And for Envy, they're going to get that really nice, robust full buy. And this one, they can just stick on the SMGs. They know they're coming up against a very weak Na'Vi with only a flash to their name, which is going to be on C's. So, limited amount to be gained. I can imagine this. They're going to try and get a bit cheeky here. But simple to be thwarted very quickly. Nice little flash up. And they're going to be pushing off the back of it. But there's 3 players waiting. But RPK... the tank just continues to roll with the MP9, spots one jumping away and scared that there might be more holding the angle, and he's right to be feeling as so. Deep mollies, and they're not unrelenting. Look at that, happy, straight up, gets the job done. Scream's done the same in the meantime, and Na'Vi just eyes on the gun round now.
Oh, I mean, going to the gun round, it's not going to be fantastic money for Na'Vi, if I'm honest with you. Like I said, only 1 kill gained in the previous round, 1 here. 2 kills out of 3 rounds, should I say. So getting themselves some AKs by a little bit light, perhaps, on utility. We'll see.
Very light.
Yeah, Edward could go for something here as well.
Yeah, no warp, obviously. Something the Na'Vi side certainly can utilize incredibly well. Just not this time. Oh, look at all those sprays. You made a mess on the floor, boys. God's sake. Who doesn't have the Na'Vi one as well?
It's like the stage after they cream pied Moses, the cleaners looking on in dismay.
I was worried about what you were saying then. Sixer on the AWP.
There's no other way to put that verb.
All right. It looks like a bit of a hit coming in towards B. RPK is going to be the first port of call. He can molly out the lower ramp, force Na'Vi to then adjust eyes towards the upper side of things. Guardian could be sending out a pop flash or something of the such to try and alleviate some of the pressure, but they're playing ahead of it, and it actually doesn't even catch RPK, who, again, will stop it before it starts.
Not looking good for Na'Vi early in the round. Again, losing players before they can even hit a site. They've managed to establish themselves to a degree in Simple. Tapping away, fine Scream. He took a lot of damage for it, and that's an easy trade out for Happy. Now looking for another one here. This is getting messy, switching over to the pistol, but no, Guardian catches him out. A headshot with one of the few bullets he had left. That AWP for 6 that needs to come into effect here. But the bomb is down on XMS going in to do the dirty work.
All right, Seized, what have you got for us? Bomb's down for you. You've just heard one on the site. He's committed to the angle. XMS pushes off it, and now he's down to the 1v1. Sixer up against Seized. And Seized is going to back away from this for a sec. Just going to bank that Sixer wasn't going to fully do it. And here we go. He's going to leap into this one. He's peered out.
Are you for real? Are you for real? Sixer.
You're an animal. Love it. He's got it. He's got it. Last second available. All right, you know, if you're going to hold the AWP that Kenny S once held, it is the exact same AWP as well. It was traded over to him when Kenny left that side. You better be able to use it. And I think he's just proven he can.
The pain train has left the station, Lauren. 4 rounds to none for Envious, and that was a decisive one there. That was when Na'Vi was going to buy in. Again, they can go for some AKs here. Still, obviously conspicuously lacking the AWP for Guardian. They're going to have to make do without it here. They've got a small amount of utility here just to tease the A side. Looks like they're going to hit the inner.
Yeah, and again, it's RPK. Waiting with that molly, goes down, nice and close, forces Flamey to run through it, and he's got, just perfect work from RPK. This is so nice, being able to isolate any player coming their way, and Na'Vi are just getting rinsed at the moment, if I'm completely honest. Quick rotate as well. You've got now Happy here, XMS here, leaving Scream and Sixer over towards A, so there's still someone to deal with C's. That's a beautiful addition. They just haven't been pulled off these sites.
Na'Vi might as well be wiping their butts with the money they're spending on these weapons, because it's actually going to do them more good at this stage. Again, struggling to access these sites. Envy are holding him at arm's length. You've got players like Scream on A who are very hard to challenge at range. And then pushing on towards B. Can't even get a look in towards a site. Now Na'Vi have to make do with these two players. No flashes, no smokes, no nothing. Just, well, just the steely nerve. I was going to say something there. Point is, they managed to at least reduce Envy's numbers by 1. But they've made no further inroads towards this site. Might try for Ivy here. This would be probably their last attempt of the round.
Yeah, I don't know what you're going to make happen with this one. All right. Simple's got the bomb there. You got two, I guess you got your two heavyweights still up. XMS sat in the corner. Simple onto the ladder, gets the angle, gets the shot.
That was nice.
And now things become a little possible. You've got to play by old bomb train, which is Sixer, but he can't stop this plant. And now you've got to think about Guardian. Where's his positioning? It's well adjusted for that. Sixer goes down, but Happy keeps it together. Happy with a nice play back into this one. He can recover the AWP if required, if they want to get that back from Sixer's fallen corpse, or leave RPK to do so. Yeah, Diffuse going to come in really nicely done on the retake, but those two brought it back to a bit of a closer affair than it could have, it maybe possibly should have been.
Yeah, pulling right out of the inner bomb side of B, all around the map towards Ivy, and then trying to go for something there. The issue here, honestly, is that Flamey and Edward haven't gotten any kills yet. Now, it might seem very basic, FPS 101 kind of stuff here, but those two are often involved in those brute force pushes, whether it's out of T-Con or if it's that first peek on upper on that B side. They're losing those challenges, there are no entry frags coming from them, and the score reflects this inability to access these sites.
Yeah, and a bit of variation here. Well, I say that. I guess the individual is XMS being very aggressive over by Pop, just pushing up here. Sixer holding the slightest of angles. Going to see that go past. Flash comes in, times it well. He actually gets the leg onto Seized as well, so that's good for him. He's done a little bit of work there, can readjust off the angle, back away from it, and then kind of keep his mind as to what's going to be happening next. But beyond that, Na'Vi are hitting a bit of a brick wall at the moment, so they need to break back into this game.
They need to get an opening kill. I don't think Na'Vi have had any of the opening kills in these rounds so far. And that makes a big difference. If you look at the statistics for rounds 1 after opening kills, they're quite damning sometimes. So that's a trade, at least. Simple drops. Edward, though, does manage to find RPK in the process.
Oh, that's big. Guardian swinging out here means a massive difference, but the aggression still was there. It was XMS before he was pushed up. He's already gone, but Scream was over by Pop as well. So still keeping tabs on this, and the bomb is in C's hands. So you've still got Happy over by B. You've got Sixer by the old bomb train, but Scream being removed. Now this gets interesting. Where do you put that bomb now? Where do you put these guys? Do you dare go towards B? There's still threats there. Would you prefer your chance against Sixer possibly? Nice adjustment towards Flamey, and now he's got a good eye set towards that bomb coming out of... No, actually the bomb's already crossed. It's on Electric. It's on the bomb site now, so Happy needs to come in. Yeah, timing is a bit of a bit of a bitch at that point, but what can you do? 2v2 retake time, and Seized has the angle. Okay, that's nice. Edward and Seized both have really good moments this round. You know, Edward on towards Screams, he went towards B, just a quick headshot with the AK. And Happy doesn't like being in this position, but he still deals with C's pretty comfortably. He does have a kit, but he hasn't heard where Edward is. Still going to check the corner. The head goes rolling, and Happy completes the clutch. Beautifully done. 2 for him in the round, and they were the only 2 that mattered. Envious continue to take strides out in front. It's 6-0. Look at the money on Happy as well. If he, I didn't even need the AWP, I guess. He can drop out anyone he wants to. A couple of players in around 4K. That's fine. He can just kind of roll the entirety of his team if he needs in this sort of situation as Na'Vi start to hit that. Bit of an annoying round. We haven't seen much from the AWPs from them. We haven't seen Guardian or Simple really starting to shine on this, and Flamey yet to get a kill. Normally the Rock as well for Na'Vi, you know, the player who's always Mr. Consistent. Had a very good last map. Yeah, exactly. If anything, he just seems to excel, but he never seems to have a bad game. But this is a strange one for him, not really making much impact, not having the chance to yet, maybe. Yeah. And Guardian managed to make his way out last time from here, but look at this Scream walking down Ivy. This is huge information gathered. He's in a great position. Now they can adjust for this so well. They can pull the player off of B, but actually Edwards just walked out. Suddenly Na'Vi are out on the side, and they're wondering how this has happened so fast. 6 or second round in a row, he gets trashed by an AK player there. Peak a little bit too slow. Maybe the shot didn't come when it needed to. Now it's XMS again, extreme range. Still manages to get a little bit of damage across towards the site. Scream had the player lined up. This could be nasty. The spray down coming through. Only one, though. Flamey out to respond in time, and he gets another one. Now the blood's pumping, and it's XMS. He's in the smoke, and no one's going to see what's left of him. One round here for Na'Vi being brought back. Still haven't had an AWP in this match. Won't have it this round, but at least they get on the board. No, for Na'Vi, though, we could see Guardian dropped out over to the Opera. I think their teammate might have picked it up towards the end, so that could be nice. That could be fun to see. But it was a little bit surprising that Scream didn't get more then. Maybe as soon as the sprays get called into effect, he falls out of favor, you know, just the one tap.
Honestly, we actually see that sometimes with the A1S in some situations, especially when you're spraying down low leg in some situations. Not easy. I mean, it was a really good response from Flamey, because as soon as he turns to deal with Scream, he then turns back towards the side and frags another player on the side of Envy. So it's quite a good response from him in general.
Yeah,
but again, it had to be Na'Vi make this very loosely supported by utility contact play on towards A, and just had to kind of go for it there and try and get the first frag and shake Envy off their perch. It's going to take a lot more rounds than just the one here, but Guardian has had an AWP drop for him by Edward, by the looks of things. All right, finally.
A little bit scary to use it in this sort of round, because Envy, they like to get aggressive on these sort of things, and this is the smoke again that we saw before. Indicates that B hit's coming in, and there's a CZ waiting. This is a problem. Happy's got an AK now, and he's going to get the job done. Guardian gets absolutely decimated. Backs away Happy now. Gets flashed out. He can happily readjust, reset the complete picture of this round, and Na'Vi left in a shambles, 3 alive, but you've lost out on Guardian and Edward here.
Na'Vi just got torn limb from limb there from Happy. Look at the weapons that Envious had to work with. They needed to play to someone in those close quarters with a pistol. And it was flawless from Happy. The second kill he completes with that AK and then knows to back away instead of potentially giving back that gun to Na'Vi, or at least preventing Envious from using it later on in the round. The composure from Happy to get out of there and take a back position is just really impressive.
Yeah, it really is, especially against players like Guardian as well, who always seems to deny that sort of play, always seems so aware. And at this point, though, Envy are just waiting. Happy's still in the right place. That's the important factor for him, that if this hit actually comes into this site, at least he's here to play off the back of it. He does have RPK playing very close towards the site. They jump down towards the lower side of it, and now Happy gets the chance again. Happy is not letting this round go any other way than his so far. 2 remain. Simple on the AWP, though. That could swing it back.
It's going to have to. 2v4. Gets another one. Simple might be starting to make some work happen. Now he's up close and personal. Gets his third for the round, but XMS is going to be able to corral him into the corner and clean him up. He'll get himself an AWP if he wants it. And he does, but it may not be enough. It is. He flicks over towards Flamey. The opportunity was there, but he doesn't take it, and it slips through Na'Vi's hands yet again. They had the weapon advantage in this round, but Happy started things off beautifully. And then another AK kill further on in the fight. And Simple wasn't able to bring it back. And now Na'Vi, economy back in the dumpster.
That's really disastrous. I'm smiling about it, but I can assure you, Na'Vi are not. That's a round you don't lose in that fashion. You don't let them get away with it. Even if you look at Edward, I think he was sitting anti-flash, returned to try and avoid the flash, but it didn't matter. No one was playing off the back of it now. They just have to deal with being on these deagles. And to be fair, I've written Na'Vi out of these rounds before. I've said they're down on deagles, but we've all seen what they can do on occasion. And I love this sort of spell.
Look, if you're anti-flash without a player watching you, you've just turned your back on the enemy for no reason. So that's no real big deal. But Flamey recovers himself an M4. Even a smoke now, so allow him.
Don't doubt it, Mitch.
They can group up with this, I believe.
It's one of those where you just don't doubt it. Flamey fights.
Who's in my fantasy team? Come on.
And now if you're in, you're like, all right, guys, all right, let's play this seriously, please, please. They've got deagles. We know what they can do. You've got Simple. You've got Guardian. It becomes treacherous, dangerous. Every corner contains someone with a hand cannon that seems to turn into an AWP at some point. Sixer, though, playing. Oh, my God, what is that? Misses the shot. That's a problem. That plays in Guardian. So now position noted. What can they do to do more? The bomb's still coming out of pop just about now. So that's going to get to site. Flamey's found Happy. Sixer is about as useful as a chocolate teapot at this point, but RPK at least going to find one. But of course, this is the round that Na'Vi win.
Of course they win it. Sixer had been kept busy for so long by Edward, I think it was early on with that AWP, while the rest of his team were cut down. Just shoulder peeks, not even actually peeking properly, but just making enough sound. Now the bomb is down. Sixer knows he has to get out. He's almost punished for that when he comes back for the peek. Gets Simple actually through the woodwork.
But look at C.
Oh, but you know, almost only counts in hand grenades and horseshoes, Lauren.
I love it. Absolutely love it. Do you know what, Na'Vi? Just play deagles. Just play on deagles. Don't buy up. It's fine. But the big thing there is it's actually screwed the money for Envy as well. Even though they were having so many rounds in their favor, they were quite close back and forward for a little while. So this is quite fun.
Yeah, you're mad if you're happy, by the way, because you got them out of the situation by going ham early.
And it's just like, guys, can you not
and then you
deal
lose
with
to
this?
anti-eco.
Yep.
Brilliant.
What are you going to do? All right, Na'Vi. Game on, Happy. You're not going to go away with it twice. Don't you dare.
Navi sitting well back. That was a welcome mat for him.
Yeah, it's like, don't do this.
Dry your shoes before you come in, Happy.
Simple's on the other side waiting for this. Edward's there further back in case he somehow walked past. But God, look at this. Navi so aware this is a possibility and Happy doing just the same thing.
Having none of it.
I love it. Absolutely love a bit of this. They can pinch towards A quite nice. You've got the 2 players down Ivy as well. Guardian and C's being there, going to be played into this. But there's still 3 players kind of around this spot. Scream, Sixter, and XMS. Now Happy's like, all right, they've learned.
It's just not happening, mate.
They are learning. There's the flash, and there's this time Simple not falling for it. But oh dear, sweet Jesus, of course.
Oh God.
How is this the way the game goes? Thank you, Flamey. Thank you very much for reminding me that rifles are meant to be more powerful than pistols. As Sixer's got his own rifle, but no armor to supplement it.
And so it should be. Guardian will catch him just as he tries to walk amongst the train tracks. Definitely a dangerous exercise. I don't recommend anyone tries that. 10 rounds in here. Envious, that big lead they had earlier on now starting to be stunted a little bit. It's Navi breaking back in. We've actually seen highly unstable economies between both of these 2 teams over the last couple of rounds, and that's what happens when you're winning these pistol forces, when you shouldn't be. And now, justifiably and reasonably, Envy, this is actually going to be a second pistol force for them now. Rolling back. Well, it's only really been 1 year to roll back, but again, going for something aggressive here.
It's somewhat similar to what we saw last round if you look at where the players are and who's there. So Simple and Edward given the job of dealing with Happy and RPKO by B, and the split coming in towards Ivy as well. Guardian there joined by Seized, and then Flamey playing out of main. This is kind of just how they seem to like to play these rounds out. Don't really blame him. It's only really, the only vulnerability is Flamey, and I don't think you can call him that at this point if he's fully aware. Scream going to be forced to back away from this, and of course, lands a blinder. So there was the threat, there was the danger, and it has been capitalized on, but there's the response. Very clean, very crisp, and exactly what you'd be seeing if you're Navi at this point. You want to be able to try and get back in this game, get back in as cleanly as possible, and they do get around with 4 alive as well. That's important.
All right, so Envy, they've sat in the corner. They've worn the dunce cap for a couple of rounds. Now they're back. They're allowed to join the rest of the class. Going to buy a few of those weapons straight up and straight into double AWP here. Happy with one for himself. So a change of tact here for Envious.
Yeah, Envious, no one puts Envy in the corner. So Sixer, Happy on the AWPs, double AWP. To be precise, something that most teams can go to on this, but we do have Sixer being probably the more dominant AWP if you want to look at it traditionally throughout the Envy side. Happy, very, very diligent as well. I like to take that over Kenny S on occasion. Let's remind ourselves of that one.
Yes, probably was a personal decision on Happy's part. But
Certainly an interesting way of playing it out. But it's the same approach from Navi here, same sort of positions, and I wonder how long they can run this one without being kind of unraveled or worked out by Envy.
So far, it's been Navi do the unraveling, like your favorite Christmas sweater that you didn't actually want, that you pretend to your grandma that you like. And
never had a Christmas sweater, Mitch. Do you know how much that upsets me?
Well, we don't do them in Australia because there's no reason. Yeah. Just doesn't work. Maybe Matt's going to knit me one, producer. That'd be great.
Oh, if you can do one for both of us, that'd be really, really nice.
Yeah, we survived this shocking German weather, which I despise. Anyway, Happy now in upper, so he's ready for this angle here. Simple. I don't know if he'll expect the AWP actually here, or at least the double AWP to be in play. Opens with the smoke.
Yeah, but eyes on Edward and Guardian as well.
Oh, come on! Come on!
Perfectly timed. Really nice job. The double AWPs are paying off and then some. This is Envy holding them at arm's length. As soon as they got the money back into this, even though they had almost no utility left by this point in the round, they've recovered whatever's on the ground as well, so even better for them. Nice upgrades to the rifles too. They won the AKs, why not grab them? And there we have it. So Envy readjust.
Clean round.
And yeah, clean as you like. So they get the perfect purchase now. Kits galore, whatever you fancy, it's all yours. Navi, though, they're fine for money. They can be dropped out if needed.
It's just a bit weird, the discrepancy, I guess, on Simple's total and Guardians. They both had almost a 10K as opposed to the rest of their team. But regardless, they're able to spread that wealth a little bit around. You know, capitalism, Kappa. Double AWP, though, he is still in play for Envious. Worked really well last round. Sometimes plays like that from Happy just can't guarantee it'll occur all the time. But when you get them, you're happy to. 8-4 now. Moments away from first contact here on B, I dare say. Is Navi will want to set up a little bit.
But I like this. Happy's adjusted as well. He's not sitting for the same fight as he was last round. If he was, he'd be taking on Guardian. But he's got to be careful. He can't sit out too far over by connecting because Guardian can see it. But RPK's playing the site as well. So these two kind of adjusting off each other. I like small switch-ups, but this is going to be a very, very comprehensive hit from Na'Vi about to come in towards B. The smokes and flashes are going up right now. Happy still focused towards upper, but players already pouring out towards side. RPK has to greet them at the door, and he's done just that with Happy in tow. Really well played out so far, but there's still Flamey and Simple alive that could maybe do something.
Tickle, it's just a fake for Flamey on the bomb site there. XMS those taking down his last teammates now, and he's the face down from the left side. It is going to be Happy there. And Flamey will fall. And NVS actually, to be fair, taking a leaf out of Darby's book. And the double AWP on that CT side, almost signature in some ways, gives them an extreme amount of control over both of those sites at long range. Sixer, honestly, he's probably lost... He's got 6 deaths. I'd say 2 or 3 of those are failed challenges against AK players that we've actually seen on this half, or on this map in general. So he's been a little bit, great shots and then some average ons. Let's see how it works out now. Ivy is the name of the game here for Na'Vi.
Good luck, Sixer. Flash in, has to back the angle.
There it is.
3 players appear. He actually tagged Guardian, but the problem is there's so many there. What are you going to do? But an instant response from Envious. They're not going to let that slip away numbers-wise. You're in a 4v3 still, and Scream is still taking the fights.
They could have pulled out of Ivy here because Simple has the site. He's moved in towards A. If you get out of Ivy, come back around through T-Con, let Simple get advanced positioning here on the site. Even just hide in the corner right up there on the left side of the screen, you can do something. But now, the bomb's, well, just outside of Ivy, and Simple needs to do something here because Guardian's pinned and there's a smoke in his way.
Yeah, but Guardian wants to play out this as well. He's going to go, as soon as Simple made contact, he's going to take the fight as well. There it is. So he's going to find Scream while attentions were turned. And it's left in a 2v2, but RPK's position wasn't noted, and that's the big swing factor. Sure, Guardian's got the bomb, but he's got 53 seconds now, 1v2 to work out. And 16 HP is not going to allow you much.
He's got $350 dollar dues.
It's Guardian.
It's logic.
It's Guardian. He's...
Well, I'm no economy major, but Guardian will probably think better of trying to YOLO Swaggins this one. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, let's see if he gets any play in the next 5 seconds odd. Otherwise, what are you going to do? The thing is that RPK's put himself in pop, which is a really hard angle to deal with. And there it is. Done, dusted, over. RPK shuts the book. And Envy, I've got to give them credit. After a little bit of a harsh time they had on the first map, they've recovered very, very nicely.
I just think their CT site's been really crisp. I definitely have one. Scream hasn't had a great match in general. His first map actually was really quite poor on Inferno. But RPK and Happy been playing really, really well.
Yep.
And that's, RPK and Happy, that lends itself to that B-side presence that Envious have had on at least on this map on the CT side. Obviously, we saw some shenanigans from Happy earlier on. There's a bit of aggression, then the ridiculous smoke shots. So he's feeling pretty good. Na'Vi don't get to take Guardian's AWP into the last round of the half here, and they're going to have to settle for probably just Deagles, go UMP here or there. That's really all they can afford, and try and get some utility for a bit of MacGyver execute on towards one of these sites.
Yeah, normally on these sort of buys, you can just hit the B side, normally get the bomb down, but to be fair, the deadly duo of RPK and Happy has not even allowed that to happen.
Play
and
fast
Happy
contact.
still has the AWP as well, so it'd be quite hard for them to actually work their way back into this. But we'll see what Na'Vi can scrape together for the final round of the first half here in the second map. And a bit of a vital one for Na'Vi to get on the board. A 10-5 half isn't awful, but we know Na'Vi to have good T-sides. And that's what we're looking at. It's not the fact that it's perfectly recoverable from, it's the fact that you expect almost more from Na'Vi.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the CT side, I think, is what I really love about Na'Vi in general, but we need to see, some strength in that first half of the match here. Sixer, 2 shots missed, a little bit excitable, a little bit flicky, but he gets one, won't get the second. Let's trade it out there as an AWP once the flames clear. But Na'Vi might not have that much time. They want to play fast and loose. Contact Counter-Strike up on this A side, and it's working like a charm. But XMS, throwing a spanner in the works.
Yeah, a bit of an unsung hero at times. This guy has came into this roster and he wasn't going to be a headliner at all, nor a big conversation piece. But at the moment, he's certainly pulling his own weight. And there it is, an 11-4 half. Envy, very robust. The double AWP's working out very nicely for them, at least on the happy end of things. And yeah, complete lockdown. Na'Vi, you've got to bring a better game on the second half.
I agree with you. I think Envy have been looking robust, Lauren. Na'Vi been looking rotund. Not ideal, but let's see what the second half has for us here as Train will come to a conclusion. Well, Lauren, suffice to say that Team Envious are looking a little bit more comfortable on this particular map. Train's been good to them so far, and they've managed to amass themselves 11 CT side rounds coming into the half.
If you're Na'Vi, the pistol round now becomes paramount. They have to get that to get back in the game, to build up. Otherwise, you've got to feel that Envy can just run away with it at this sort of scoreline. It tilts so heavily in their favor. However, Na'Vi's CT side's nothing to be sneered at. You've got to feel as though we saw what they can do on Inferno just not too long ago. So, and this shot, let's just remember that little count to 3 and hit mouse 1. It works out.
Just the timing was beautiful. No flick needed to be had. He held that angle. The things that I get excited about, Lauren. Doesn't take much, to be fair.
Apparently not, but the best part is, people like Guardian kind of made that a thing. I remember, he'd always tell you count to 3 and then you take the shot, and generally you'd hit it. Or was at least very vocal about it. But yeah, this starts at the first round for Na'Vi. They need to open that window of opportunity very, very quickly, and it comes down to a good pistol round. They had so many nice theory-crafted ideas for their T side. You saw those kind of smokes in towards Deep Connector, playing off the back of it towards B, but it just didn't come through for them, which was the real problem. And then, of course, the double orbs then came out to play for Envy after having such a clean run in the first couple of rounds. They really strung them together and made it hurt. So, this time, you've got to look at Na'Vi and hope that they can do the same thing.
Pistol round, obviously. For those maybe not too familiar with CS, very important here. Na'Vi lose a pistol round here. They're going to be staring down the barrel of match point before they can even get decent weapons into their hands. In fact, they're going to be forced to try and buy up before that. So all eyes, we're going to start there, and then we can start to expand a little bit upon what we'd expect to see in the later parts of this half if we even get there. But a couple smokes here, and Happy had one, Sixer had one. Flashes also to be used. It looks like it's going to be a push out of Pop Dog here on the walls of sight. Fast and loose play again from Envy. I like it. I like it a lot. But RPK having some problems. Can't connect, nor could Edward eventually until the first one comes through. Now it's a 2v2 in terms of those kills. 3 up for Na'Vi still, and now Envious being shot from all angles.
Yeah, it's just super scrappy at the moment. Envy depending on the mayhem, and, well, it's just come back around. Happy. What is that shot on Edward? And now it's a 1v1 against Seas. Seas at least has an angle to work with here. He knows the Happy's over here somewhere. He knows the bomb's down, and Seas is going to take matters into his own hands, and he deals with it. Thank Christ for that.
I thought we were heading down another one of those ridiculous rounds here. I mean, beautiful second shot for Happy there. I mean, the P250, the headshots of that are devastating as well. It's a very, very powerful pistol. So if you do have good aim, it can really send you a good step. Very close there, but Na'Vi get themselves that round, and they're straight into UMPs. No prisoners out there. Don't want to give Envy a look in. They've seen what Envy what Envy can do on his anti-eco rounds. They can cause big problems, and Na'Vi need to be steadfast now.
Eyes on how Envy approach this for me as well. You've already got C's looking for B information. You've got to be careful, because XMS is on the other side of that too. He can back away from it at any point. A little bit of a couple of exchanges, and XMS comes out the victor of that. So now Flamey's very isolated at B. That might force Simple to play through Connector, but it also might encourage Envy then to try and, turn the screws towards A, keep them guessing, keep them on their toes.
They get a UMP out of it, and that's why Flamey was actually posturing a little bit closer to Brown Halls just in case. The XMS, I think, got ahead of themselves and tried to grab that weapon. See, RPK has now picked it up. So it's, a piecemeal approach for Envious now. One kill, get the gun, start to establish presence, then refresh your information. Re-establish your understanding of the positioning of Na'Vi, and then make an informed decision. So far, straight through the showers and in towards upper halls here. Edward is in a good position to throw the spanner in the works, but he might need to be a little bit quicker than this. I think Envious are poised and ready to make the hit. 40 seconds at around, normally the hot spot in terms of time. We'll see what they can bring.
Yeah, they already rotated Simple very early, and there's further additions. Oh, Edward's around the back as well. Going to give away, it's just going to force them down into the grinder here, and Na'Vi perfectly positioned, not going to move out of the way of this one. RPK does at least find one, but it doesn't really matter. Hopefully they can recover the M4. No, doesn't fall back, but they'll be okay anyway. And this is what they needed, Na'Vi. It's a step-by-step to pull themselves back in this game. They need clean rounds. They need to be very, very aware and critical about how they're playing this one through, because otherwise, any small window of opportunity, and Envy can just run with what they get.
And I'm not certain what Envy were waiting for there in Brown Halls. They'd actually, I don't think had a lot of utilities sort of been using. They wanted to set up there. If they maybe pulled the trigger at 40 seconds left in the round, I don't think Edward would have been able to flank in that particular way, and then they would just sort of put in a trash compactor. But now Simple flashes himself out.
He spotted them as well.
Yep, Guardian going to come forward. Oh, okay, back and forth trade. The Deagle doing work, and Happy finds his second. Okay, We've already had Inferno tonight, but maybe something special for us here on Train from Happy. Needs to get through Edward first, and the UMP, it's a capricious animal.
I don't know what to say, Mitch. I don't know what to say.
Okay, Sixer gets an MP9 off that. Still doesn't really want to... Yeah, there it is again. So that flank coming through. The headshot! No, come on. Silence USP. Sixer goes for the Glock. Seized was reloading. Sixer had an opening, but you can't know those things in CS. So you just have to go for it.
What is up with these rounds, Mitch?
Well, the problem is that...
What is this?
Yeah.
Oh, dearie me. And Happy.
That's really nice. Really nice. Happy's just playing at a level.
Sweat.
Happy's playing at a level that we just sort of haven't seen for a little while. At least not in the old iteration of Envious. It was a very different situation, and Happy's role in the team was arguably different. The way he worked with Devil, but this is nice. I'm enjoying it. But now the guns come in for Envious. 5 AKs. And they hold themselves up mostly in Ivy for the moment here.
I'm hoping, if anything, now they know they're against a full buy now, Na'Vi, they're just going to be like, all right, let's not feed. That'd be really cool.
Well, Envious are set up to receive CT aggression here.
Yeah.
See how they're positioned on the minimap. Quite passive in holding these angles.
Yeah, and look at Edward, Flamey, and Simple. Look how far pushed up these guys are. This is very aggressive, should I say. And having Simple here as well.
Yeah, individuals peeking from T-Con are going to get trashed by Na'Vi, so it's not a terrible idea.
No, it's perfectly fine. It's just, you know, you're depending on that skill to hit the shots. And you're depending that it's not going to be a B hit with alert coming out.
Right, because going up Pop Dog's going to get killed.
Yeah, so Guardian has 3 to handle and he's pushing into it. And Guardian wins it out. And now he backs away. Nicely done from Guardian, well played from him. Gets a little bit of damage, and then Flamey finds a little bit of work himself. But the flex, the push, down Ivy's actually worked out for Envy in the end. They don't know there's a pretty clear run. Simple is playing from CT, kind of by the very deep stairs of it all. But they've got a nice avenue of attack. But Na'Vi are so aggressive, it's still hard to play out of this now for Envy.
Envy opt to give Guardian a ceremonial cremation, which prevents them from actually pushing on towards the site for a little bit. The Molotov hampering any further progress. Flamey catches XMS, walks out into the open. It's hard to know if they don't have information about the positions of players up on that A site. Sixer has to bail them out here. He does find Simple. Wallbangs through the cart. He's low on health, but Happy can chip in here. Or not. He can check out.
All right, Sixer's done. Edward going to pick it up. It's weird seeing wallbangs or like shooting underneath the train. So it probably showed up on the radar more than anything if you're wondering why I saw it, because the player model would show.
It's a little bit obscured to us trying to see it. On
it is, because we have the delight of X-ray, of course, which is a huge help, but very, very occasionally a small hindrance.
It can be a hindrance when you're trying to fathom why a player takes a particular shot, based on the information he has. But
this is good for Na'Vi. The point being that Envy have had very little play in this yet, and this looks just like a straight up, just get B, try and get a plant. Screams with the bomb, so 4th in. Gonna have to try and get past Seized, Flamey, and now Edward's rotating. Good shot from Scream, but it doesn't matter. Na'Vi holding this down, and it's Flamey next in line, and they're just not getting to the bomb site. There's the bomb plant, completely out the window. Happy not gonna get a bit of play at all. So they took down Seized, sure, but no bomb plant. That's probably what they're eyeing up here. More than likely to get it on the B site as well. And Na'Vi are almost level pegging now. We're at 9 to 11, so they brought this one back. But it's buy time for Envy. So again, their second shot at it.
this is like OG NiP with Fiflaren when he didn't even want to AWP, you know, like 5 rifle style. Envious don't opt to buy an op. They could have. Scream and Sixer could both have had one. They could have dropped it. They could do whatever they wanted for it, but it doesn't really lend itself to their style at the moment.
Double AWP for Na'Vi though. Seized and Guardian going for it. Not Simple. Huh. And Seized is soloing out on B. He's going to peek. I'm not sure if he's going to peek into it, but he's going to have to adjust soon because Envy are making a massive hit towards that A bomb site. They're just throwing bodies
really
in.
Nice.
And it's worked out so well. Now Edward's not all that alone. He's still got Guardian there, but Guardian can't be that useful. He's just smoked off completely. He could go around to a bomb train, but there could be a player there already. Seized, working back in through connector, but Envy have the site under wraps for now.
Envious got out onto the A side without taking any casualties. They got out, they spread, and they were faced as a multiple and not as single players. Huge difference to how the last few rounds have gone as they filtered in and been picked off one by one. Now, Guardian needs to get around his corner to find Scream. He's got to stop. He was committed to that one, had no other choice, but XMS is going to be able to shut him down. Seized there's a Molotov here. XMS has no idea. He's just in head. Surely tries to make the flick down. No. XMS managed to outfox him almost literally in terms of positioning, and that's not an easy shot to make. Envious, bring it back. And now they have themselves that AWP as well.
Yeah, this could be a nice bit of a change now. Six is having a very quiet game, though, in comparison to everyone else. He was just I hate to say it, but a bit average on the CT side, really. If you looked at Happy, he was excelling. You know, Sixer would sit in the average category, but this is a good chance for him.
6 I think, ironically enough.
Yeah, so we'll see what he can maybe pull together into this one. Na'Vi putting a lot of bodies on the top of those trains. Some deep nades coming in towards Con. And Seized is going to hear this. Like, you got to be wondering what's going on. RPK's actually backed away from it as well. They're kind of worried about that smoke, and they're right to be so. There's a man waiting just on the other side of it.
Seized isn't going to see anything. Envious pull out down Pop Dog, one down Brown Hole stairs, or down the stairs. So they pull completely out of that area. So this Ivy play is integral. It is central to this round. Now, should be a double face here, at least a triple. Guardian backs away, flash in. This will give him a peek or an escape. Looked like he hit the wall there, but was able to get into the smoke and back away. So now, Envious need to go for something else unless they want to push through this smoke, which may well be the case. It might even be, you know, screen stands anti-flash, gets flashed through and they push it, or they just wait. Because RPK and 6 aren't exactly cooking up anything diabolical on that part of the map either.
The thing is, the Seized in this spot, they're so aware of the fact that Envy aren't even looking towards B yet. There's so many bodies still heading over this way. He can just kind of chill out at this spot until he gets any sort of information or sound or any cue. He's fine, and it doesn't mean that Na'Vi get 4 players ready and waiting, but Simple missing a bit of a blinder. That's a problem. And now the rest of Envy can just really apply the pressure. Flamey's still in a good spot though, in between the 2 trains. He's gonna make the most of that, and Edward shows him how it's done. And it's just down to Happy in a 1v2. You've got Seized finally making over from B towards Pop. Flamey on top of the green train. I don't think he's seen him. No, indeed. The call might come out eventually, but by this point, Na'Vi have the idea of what's going on, and Happy can't find the individual 1v1. And we are getting very close to a 12-12 scoreline. That's
fantastic recovery by Flamey. Faces out, 2 players down up on that side after, you know, Simple was flashed, or partially flashed, and his shots went to the chest of his opponent. He's got M4A1S, fair enough, right? But they were down that 1 player, and that's go time. You trade 1 for 0 as that T side going forward, and Flamey had to go for something big there, and he did. I love it. I love it.
Envy as well, you've got to be hitting a bit. Oh, this could be different though. It's only Seized here early on. So they actually might be able to get onto the bomb site and get the bomb down. Not the case so far, and now the support's arrived. All right. There was a window of opportunity where they could have actually got a bomb farm, but Seized is having none of it. Look at that. Just so precise. Really well played. Only a bit of a Nico bash, but they deny the bomb plant more than anything. It's keeping Envy's economy incredibly humble, you know, rather than like coming back around with a nice little bit of an addition. 6 is still good, so you can get a nice AWP coming up here. They're going to get the good buy in this round, but they've never had that kind of additional money. They're not get away with any of those cheeky rounds they normally do. Only 1 round on this half so far. It's a bit of a disaster, to be fair. And Na'Vi was seeing why they're so good at this map on occasion. That CT side is very robust.
I've just surpassed Henry Greer in fantasy team standings, Lauren, and I want Na'Vi to go big. Henry Greer, who made a spreadsheet for his fantasy team.
Real keen. Rub it in.
Real keen.
Don't need to rub it in.
Went all in on G2 and it failed. Anyway, Guardian takes a bit of damage trying to challenge this out on Ivy. That angle from Happy, somehow the flick finds him though. Happy looked like he had the better of Guardian there. But the flick of the wrist gets the job done.
Yeah, XMS. Seeing if anyone's close by they can maybe pick up, but not to be. Molly goes out. They're still trying to sell that this is going to be somewhat of a B hit. You've still got 6 or an XMS here. That's forced Guardian to respect this. And look at Flamey and Simple as well, peeling off the angle. They're going to fall back from Aegis a touch. Now, RPK and Scream can do something. They have the bomb. They've left that in spawn. What are you up to? There you go. Okay, RPK's picked it back up. I'm kind of wondering what they're doing. They're falling back to somewhat of, I guess, a default-ish hit. RPK.
There's only 1 smoke left on Na'Vi here, so, you know, things like Ivy, things like Pop Dog, I've only got 1 smoke to really use at this stage to stall. 50 seconds left in the round.
And yeah, Na'Vi haven't fallen for this. If you've got Flamey playing by Electric, you've got Edward watching the back of Ivy. No one's there, but he can swing around and really help out quite quickly. And Simple still as well, in such a nice spot here for this. This becomes a problem. Flamey, if you get caught out, all right, it's game on, but 30 seconds, Flamey can just do all the damage in the world here.
Yeah, and there needs to be a T-Con double face here between Pop Dog and T-Con just to deal with Flamey.
Bomb, seen it.
Envious are still setting up there. They get caught out. Flamey eventually does go down, as he well should. But it's a 3v4, and Envious, the cat's well and truly out of the bag. And Edward and Simple chime in to get 1 apiece. Now it will be XMS to fall. It's even Stevens. It's 12-12, and Na'Vi have brought it back on their CT side.
Yeah, this is such nice play from a CT side of Na'Vi. Envy seem to just run out of steam, run out of ideas, and then it's just a book being read by the Na'Vi boys. You know, every single player is doing what they need to. You've seen Edward being a big linchpin towards that A site. Seems so consistent at stopping anything really falling apart, and the rest of them, it's very even. Like, no one's excelling beyond the others. Guardian's having a good game, sure, but it's every single player. As you look at Envy, you've got 2 players standing out that you don't normally see. whereas Scream is like 14 kills at the moment. It's a bit of a weird one where you're having your big heavy hitters not being that. It's a bit different in that aspect. So for Na'Vi, you're happy though, because you're just being a well-rounded team. You've got a bit of money now building back up into this. You know, you've got 5K here on a couple of players, so they're fine. They're good. But overall, everything's fine in the Na'Vi camp. It's Envy. What do you do? What is your answer to this? Because they're having limited success on everything. They're failing to make Na'Vi over-rotate. They're not pulling them off the sites. It's hard for them to find any sort of route into this one, where they're all, even at I guess an even. It's not an advantage. They can't get an advantage throughout the map at all.
Yes, but this happened in Inferno as well.
Yeah,
on Envious's T side.
Yeah, you're right.
They would lose a player early in the round, had to face a man disadvantage, and then be stood for another minute before they decide to hit the sign, and they crumble and they do it. So, yeah, the thing is, right, with a newer team, when you push forward and get aggressive as well, sometimes you don't always have like a protocol instilled into your players, like a natural reaction. A good example actually is the 1v3 FaZe versus Dupree, right? Where it was on Nuke, lower levels, 2 FaZe players come out of ramps, Nico was up behind Dupree, and they go one at a time, right? They're just trying to win the round and force the game to continue and to keep themselves in it. But if there's a protocol already installed amongst those players, they sort of have this prior understanding of what they need to be doing in that situation, then you're going to have more options, and then it's going to be a little bit more easy to play fluid. So, yeah, I think it's Envy are being stunted by losing 1 or 2 players early in the round. They go, oh, this changes everything now. And it might take them a long time to access that plan B in the mental lexicon of CSGO strats to, decide how to make their next move.
No, exactly. And Train's a punishing map for that, right? Train in all aspects, especially on the T side, hitting on these sides and just, controlling the lines of sight, getting those full pieces of executes. It's very hard, and we don't really know Envious's map pool yet.
No.
The fact they're on this map says something, right? You can ban out whatever you want to in theory, and then you kind of end up on whatever's left over. But the point is, they left it in, so you've got to be making an assumption that this is something they're looking at in the future, maybe. But we don't know what their core points are yet. There's still a relatively new roster to this. We haven't seen masses from them, but they've had time to practice. They've had time to work on this. They haven't been at Katowice. They haven't been around the events recently. So, if anything, this is their chance to really show us something that they've been working on. But right now, they're down to pistols. So, again, it's the money game that's been pretty much hitting them incredibly hard at this point. Flash comes in, Guardian off the angle, but still, you're working uphill at this point. You've still got Simple to get past here down by the bottom of Ivy. And yeah, Guardian's just going to be making light work of that.
It's a nice tag team there as well. Sometimes some teams, Ivy setups don't actually allow for that to occur, for there to be that tag team really comfortably installed. But still, RPK found Flamey. That grenade definitely lands home. Happy very low, and then Simple able to get the job done.
I love that little adjustment. That was super nice. But yeah, there you go. Sees shuts it out, losing 1 player. Fine. Again, Navi's money just grows and grows and grows. Gets more and more stable, up to almost 8K on players now. Edward sitting very comfortably. He's had a good game as well. He's been off the last man alive, just controlling anything that before it spiraled out. And finally, a decent buy, but again, no AWP coming out. Nothing for Happy to sit on, or Sixer, or anyone else for that matter. Whoever else feels like picking it up. But for me, I want to see more from these individuals. I want to see Scream let off that leash and just go wild. But it's very hard. This map doesn't really allow for it as much anyway. But back we go. This is a very important round, and they need to get this one back. Otherwise, Na'Vi are in such a controlling position. And looking at this one, Simple boosting up towards the box. Over by Ivy, and C's doing this again. Incredible map control and information early on. He just gets to see everything. No one's here. All right, I can just solo this out.
Smoke is really nice for that.
Yeah, exactly. And he can solo this now. He can sit up by that box if he wants to, back away. It depends how he wants to play it. And look how aggressive the rest of Na'Vi are. You've got Flamey and Edward again, being such close contact points. We're probably going to do the run boost over the top here, just to deny, I guess, anyone a pick.
They forced Envious now to play the Ivy game, the same game that they always play.
But look at this angle as well. The thing is that even with all these flashes, mollies, smokes, whatever they put down here, Simple will always come out on top and he can back away safely. This is the problem. No one checks this. It's not an angle you check all the time. Bit of a team flash actually hindered XMS there. Completely didn't blind Simple. And there's the dominance. They've got the bomb and Flamey's already supporting. Sixer gets met by Guardian, and this is Na'Vi just displaying real brilliance. Flamey feeds himself, Simple feeds himself to the flames in the end, but again, it's put Envy down to nothing. They're down to 4K here in max. So what do you go for? Do you just go back in on UMPs maybe? Go for as many rifles as you can? You've got to try and do something. I don't know. This is a very one-sided affair, and it's frustrating to watch because you can see Na'Vi now just enjoying it, right?
Sorry, it's a crap T side from Envious.
Yeah, it is.
One round they've gotten. And Henry G pointed this out specifically as well. He's like, Na'Vi don't have a bad T side, but it's their CT side which teams find so hard to break. They like to play slow, they like to set up, establish, they like to receive. And that's exactly what they're doing now. And then they're going to send it back to Envious as well. Very quickly, they close the round out, and that's going to bring up that match point. And Envious just bought. They spent the money. They're on full loss bonus, but still sub 4K. Very little to work with here to keep themselves afloat in this match.
Yeah. This is interesting for Envy. T-side's not quite there yet.
I like that. That's the word Henry uses when he wants to say something else. Interesting.
I guess, yeah. I've already sworn enough this week, you know what I mean?
Oh, man.
That was because Flush was being good. I don't want to do it because someone's being bad. That's
You got to save it, you know, like there's a couple you can do before you get fired, so you really wait for
you got to make
moments.
the moment count, right? So in this one, seized again, so good. So I wonder if he ever going to get punished for it. It'd be nice if Envy worked that out, but so far, nope. Spots it. Can he back away in time? They don't even pressure him that quickly. Seized gets away with murder. He's just mollied down, denies everything. Now, Na'Vi have kind of responded. You've got 3 players over at B very early on. We haven't seen that a lot. We've seen kind of this like 4-1, C's getting complete rain. It's the first time we've really seen Envy even get control of this B side, or even just the Brown Halls. It's been such an uphill struggle.
And they've been given control of Brown Halls.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. It's not like they've really asserted themselves to a great degree. It was the player from Na'Vi that backed away at the time. Flamey, they were under threat. Yeah, a lot of damage going in towards him. Seized was there, but he still had to fall to XMS eventually. Flash in.
But I like the way Envy are pushing forward. They're not just sitting on the site or playing passive. They're pushing forward to try and take the challenges and bring this map into some sort of angles they can control, but they're still simple. And there's nothing simple about what he's doing right now. He's pulling this one back to a situation that maybe Guardian can win here. Now, Guardian's herd happy. He's got 2 of them. Now, oh my God, he's not screaming. He knows what happy is.
Do it big!
That is sick. What a beast of a player. Of course it's Guardian to close it out like that. As soon as Envy almost get around, it gets shut the hell down. GG.
I'm just getting my voice back. I felt it. I almost felt the certainty of that shot coming through from Guardian.
Yeah, you kind of do with him though, don't you? That's the crazy part. It's like any other operator, like, I don't know if he's going to get it. Of course he does.
That soundbite is going to haunt me for the rest of my life, but my lord, it was worth it. Guardian, incredible stuff from him to seal things up here for Na'Vi. It's 2-0 over these 2 maps. Envious getting a look in on Train, but it just wasn't enough. Now, over to Broses and the lads to take us through it.
Yes, thank you, Uber, and another heartbreak for Envy. A good start again for them. I mean, on Inferno, they started off 4-0 and just collapsed. This time, they had a massive lead after the first half, 11-4, boys. Everything was going their way. They were winning clutches, winning ecos, and it just gets decimated.
Yeah, they were winning all the clutches, to be fair. That was the kind of problem, really, for Na'Vi as a whole. They're actually managing to get it down to the 1v1 almost every single time, but they found themselves 7-0 down, but it wasn't actually a problem. We asked the question, can 6 actually step as an AWP? The answer was yes in the first half. He actually looked pretty decent. They had a double AWP set up at one point as well with Happy. That was actually quite promising, I have to say. Second half comes in, though, and they look so flat. I think they pick up 1 round in total and couldn't actually do anything in terms of executions. The defaults were bad. They looked lost on the map.
Lack of map control on their T side. I think Lauren and Mitch were talking about it. They weren't getting the Brown Walls control. C's had all the information in the world. It makes it very easy when you know you can confidently play 4 players on their outside bomb site and no one has to rotate in to help your anchor. So, you know, they maybe need to look at that. They have the same issue on Inferno.
Yep.
The thing with the Na'Vi T side, right, when they did play VP in Poland, the rounds that they were winning was the rounds they shouldn't, like the pistol force buys. They had a couple of cool executes, or they got away with a couple of things that they maybe shouldn't have against VP. They didn't get any of those rounds here. You know, the ones that they won were hard-fought gun rounds, so that's why their T side looked a little bit underwhelming in comparison to more recent results. But their CT side, if you look at it, when they play the outside bomb site, if they're playing passive, they're all playing passive. You could basically draw a straight line from Ivy all the way across to CT Con to where these guys are playing. The back of the bomb train, stop. You've got a guy CT connector or up heaven, and then the Ivy player, of course, is back of 6 area. And then when they play aggressive, they all go together. They had a round where they had 3 players up near Pop Dog. They had another round where they had 2 near Pop Dog, Guardian on top of a train peeking into T mid. When they do the yard aggression, they have all the information. They're not just picking one. They're going, well, we'll take it all. And it's very nice to see that they play that as such a unit, because other teams can be very disjointed.
And I think that's what we're going to take away from this Envious team from both both these maps we've seen is, you know, we talked about it, Henry, when we were watching the game, the round Edward pushes through Ivy. That's based off information gain, and that's based off the map control you don't have.
Yeah, that was actually perfect. That was a round where they had pistols. It was envious, but they went towards inside. They didn't have any map control anywhere, no spatial awareness at all. Edward comes around the T-spawn. You saw the rotation coming to CTs at that point. Everyone goes stacked towards inside. A round they should be winning. They picked up a rifle. They had utility left over as well, but it's got completely shut down because they're not aware of their surroundings at that point. That was actually quite a key taking, I think, overall from Envious. And they managed to actually win 3 pistols tonight and had that huge start. Yeah. And this, the second half just wasn't doing it for me at all. I couldn't see anything promising from that whatsoever.
Do we see anything from Na'Vi of them building upon, you know, getting better, improving something that they've been lacking in the past?
What I liked was the fact that it wasn't just matchup specific to the VP game, them having that Ivy aggression. It was here again that they did it, right? And it seems like it's a very good pressure point on the map for the CTs to be able to push and get a heap of information. And you could see Guardian over both maps being relatively aggressive with the AWP in certain situations where he shouldn't be, which is good because if he can get that spark, he seems to get rolling from it. So that's a positive in terms of the way that they play the CT side. It was the same of what I've seen, so not really any improvement, but good that they're continuing to be disciplined online.
Agree.
What's next for these guys? I mean, we now have Na'Vi who's you know, up the standing boards of you know, on this, trying to start climbing up. They were at 11th to start the day. Now they're going to start moving up. Are we feeling a little bit better about them? They play for the rest of the season. They have a series against Fnatic, FaZe, and NiP coming up. So that's a tough stretch.
The next 4 games are going to be relatively difficult.
Especially against FaZe as well. I'm really liking the new complexion of them. The addition of Nico as well. They had a rough start in Pro League overall, but you have to say, like you mentioned earlier, when Nico was in mouse sports, he's managed to get them to the top of the table, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure he's going to be able to do similar sort of things for FaZe as well. Fnatic, I'm still pretty confident Navi should be picking that one up. Fnatic getting better, I think, but like they are starting to bring more strategies to their game. But overall, I still think Navi are the deeper team right now, but we'll see.
Navi have a really good run at the end of the season. LDLC, Mouse Sports, and Heroic. So we have a bit of a Mouse Sports that's
6-game stretch.
Nice little finale.
Yeah.
They had this amazing start in the last season of Pro League. They were up like 6-0, but didn't make it to the finals.
They had a tough
so this
finish.
is a nice kind of flip reverse. They have this nice easy finish, almost easy, should be. Yeah, apart from Heroic maybe. But they should be making it to the finals, I'm going to say.
Yeah, easy finish on the season and easy finish at the end of that game as Envy can only pick up 1 round in the second half. It does end 16-12. When we return, it's going to be that FaZe clan that Henry just mentioned facing off against NiP. So stay tuned and we'll be right back with those games.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kingwin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kingwin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back to the ESL Pro League, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all recovered from that last match. I'm still working on that one, but while you were watching it, there was a match going on off air on our other stream. It was Kingwin versus Hellraisers, and Hellraisers won Inferno 16-9, and then Kingwin turned it around, should I say, 16-6. The next series coming up, of course, is North versus Mouse Sports. That's on the other stream. You can find it on the same channel as this one, but you definitely want to hang around for our next match here. We'll just wait, I guess, and see who's going to go furthest, of course, tonight. And speaking of which, the Mountain Dew League is giving amateur players a direct path into the CSGO Pro League. You can find out all the details about that at esea.net/MDL. And in the meantime, future pros, Rush has prepared a new flash for Overpass for you to enjoy.
Hey Future Pros, this flash will aid in pushing out of T-Connector. It will also flash off any AWP posted on T-Con from Connector. First of all, whack yourself into this corner. Aim anywhere inside of the highlight section, then throw the flash.
Thank you, Mitch, and thanks for that beautiful pro tip, Rush. We're coming up with the second series of the day. It is going to be NiP, it is going to be FaZe, and we have another great player. We saw Simple earlier, now we have Nico.
I thought you were going to talk about me.
Yeah, did you? Did you really?
No, I didn't. I didn't know. Nico, probably one of the top, 5 players in the world?
Yeah, I would say.
We get to see a bit more of his potential on this team now. He was kind of shackled to Mouse Sports for a while there, but now he's been set free. Yanko's been partying ever since.
Yeah, he has. It's just been a nonstop party over there. And also, I mean, the big thing was we just saw him at IEM on his new team, and he seemed very happy. He was having a very good tournament.
There's lots of comparison photos of him on Mouse and him on FaZe with the smiles. So he's happier, that's for sure.
Much more effective also. He was just a monster. I mean, this is a guy that at a certain point last year was considered the best player in the world.
Yeah, well, he's always been like effective to some extent. I think what happened was, especially while he was under Gob B, he was utilized better, and then when he had to become the in-game leader and stuff, it's very difficult because you feel as the in-game leader you need to give up more roles or positions and try and integrate your teammates more, and you saw his performance drop off because of that. And now that he is getting told what to do again, or maybe not getting told what to do, or having to tell anyone what to do, he's performing some fantastic Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and I mean a little bit upset, obviously, but not too much. I don't think you'd be too mad. I mean, that was an insane ace from Dupree. He's talking about the Deagle. No, that's the nuke ace, actually.
Yeah, that was nuts. The 1v3.
Yeah, with 2 bullets left.
That was beautiful.
You can't be too upset about that when you see it back. But Glaive giving some props to his fellow in-game leader, giving props over to Kerrigan and how he's built this team. It's true. Kerrigan has put a lot of pieces together. Bringing Kiyoshima off the bench seems to be a very, very smart decision.
Yeah, everything seems to have changed since Kerrigan's joined, and they've actually looked like a unit that is going to be deadly going forward.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the big thing. The pieces are all coming together, and this team, it just seems is going to stay at the top. It doesn't seem like this will be the last time we see them in a final. You can see them exiting the stage after their loss there. Obviously going to be crushing, but I think they can be very happy with what they've accomplished in such a short time with Nico in this lineup.
Yeah, to build on what you were saying, it's like a puzzle, right? And all the pieces were clicking, especially on that Inferno map. You know, you saw what Aloe could do with the orb relatively aggressively. Yeah. In other maps like Overpass, he showed he can be passive with it as well. Keo getting clutches and multi-frags like he needs to. Rain being very effective. Everyone on that team was doing their job, and it's, you know, something for them to build on and work on, and they're only going to get better, in my opinion.
Yeah, the crazy thing is there's a world where Dupree doesn't get that Deagle Ace on Overpass, and then all of a sudden maybe FaZe even just wins that, and then all of a sudden it's 2-0 for them. So
yeah.
That was, there are a couple rounds in both of these maps where Dupree was Exhibnix all tournament, and then Dupree really bailed out Astralis in that grand final.
That's the thing, like in the past, Device and Dupree have both been criticized for not having particularly good performances in quarters or semifinals. Now they're playing in finals. We still yet to see Device like shine through and be a superstar, but he's consistent as usual. But then Dupree to get those massive influential rounds to turn the game is you know, something that he should be very happy about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this FaZe team on Nuke even. I mean, that's going to be the first map in the series between FaZe and NiP. You know, this is going to be a big challenge for them because NiP, they aren't slouches on this map by any means. This is a map where, despite some of the struggles they've had, I mean, still they've maintained form from previous iterations of CSGO where NiP was very good on Nuke. Their CT rotations are very, very crisp, much like we see from teams like Virtus Pro on it.
Yeah, these guys were early adapters of the map, and just after they were actually knocked out of the group stage, I was walking down the hallway and I saw Freiburg, and I said, "Oh, unlucky man," and he said to me, you know, they were much happier with their performance, even though they didn't make it into the playoffs. They felt they played a better brand of Counter-Strike, and that's something, you know, that they can definitely hold their head high over. They did play a better brand of Counter-Strike. A lot of their games were close. I think they were only blown out once, and that was two FaZe on Cage 16-6. So if we can see the team, you know, coming in with a bit more confidence than they may have had before, this game would be closer than what we're expecting on paper.
Well, what their losses were, what, like a 14-16 to Fnatic. They had to come back in, and then I think it was a double or triple overtime.
28-24 to Astralis on Overpass.
So more than triple overtime.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a big thing though, because also if you look at it in this league as well, they're at the bottom of the standings. They're last place.
Not where you want to be.
So I mean, even if you're playing a better brand of Counter-Strike, at some point that's got to translate into wins. It's got to translate when you're at tournaments of getting out of group stage.
Yeah, and I think they've had some losses to teams that they probably should beat.
Yeah.
I can't remember right now.
I think I actually have that written down. Came prepared today, Chad.
Lovely, you took some notes.
They lost to Heroic and Mousesports. So Heroic you could kind of understand at the moment, yeah.
The Mousesports one I think was with Nico. So Nico gets 2 chances to beat NiP.
To beat NiP, why not?
He'd be happy with that.
They've got to be a little upset that they have to play him twice.
Yeah.
That's a guy no one likes playing against.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, with Nuke specifically, this is what, well, here's this clip that I prepared with Rush earlier. So basically, this is the FaZe outside wall smokes. I think G2 also do these ones. These are a little bit deeper. They're a little bit more unique. You're going to see them land here. It actually requires 3 smokes deep, and they walk close to the smokes. And they're going to basically try and get map territory from this. They actually hit a really nice shot there on device, which is the opening. The cool thing about this is the way that they get secret. Nico stays outside patrolling that. You've got Kiyoshima and Karrigan in lobby holding down those positions, and then they just wait. They know that Astralis have to push, and here's Kirby on cue. Kiyoshima is going to take him down, and then they're going to find themselves in a 3-on-5 situation with yet another man advantage. What happens next is the guys from Secret come back out, they link up with Nico, and they're going to make their way to the top site and collapse on that bomb site. Nico grabs a nice little kill, and they just swarm on the site and grab it with ease. So that's just a really good way that they use a unique, unorthodox set of smokes to grab map territory. Once they have it, they just hold, wait, and then they collapse together because they know the CTs have to take risks.
It's cool as well, because those 3 smokes also would keep the defense pretty honest in the sense that, you know, I mean, you can be a little bit riskier with those smokes. You can pop flash through it and go into warehouse.
Yep.
You can pop flash through it and go into mini and split into the upper bomb site. So a lot of variety in what you can do with those smokes, especially if you get some success. But yeah, all the players are ready to go. They're all in the server. So we're going to send it over to your casters for FaZe in NiP. It is going to be Sadakist and Henry G.
Thank you very much. Yes, I've been patiently waiting to get into this. It's NiP, Henry, your favorite team.
My favorite team in the entire world. Not doing too well right now. Looking pretty poor. The events have been bad. Pro League's been bad. But I still have hope. When there's life, there's got to be hope. So
when there's life, there has to be hope.
What are you thinking?
I don't know if that's always true, but I think, yeah, there's got to be something on the up soon. I predicted they won't. I think Chad and I both did last night. Will not make the playoffs in Dallas, Texas in June. But FaZe certainly may do so with Nico coming back into them, or back into them, to them, I should say.
Sure.
But back to play NiP, as they mentioned. Yeah, they're lifted. They looked great. They looked fantastic in Katowice.
Absolutely, the best we've ever seen from FaZe. Probably the first ever grand final. I was speaking to Rain after. I think he said that's his first ever grand final, and he's obviously very happy to be there with 3 days practice as well. Imagine what they can do over a couple of months. Hopefully it's not just a honeymoon period, and we can see these guys get better and better. I'm sure they will. Karrigan, he is no dummy. He'll be managing to kind of get these guys stronger and stronger, get the map pool deeper, and go into Nuke as well. Historically, a fantastic map for NiP, but to be fair, not really anything's been working for them so far. They've had a lot of time to practice in terms of they didn't go to the major and all that sort of stuff. We thought they'd be revitalized from that, but it seemed to be the opposite. Had a couple of good results in Katowice, but didn't make it out of the group. That was disappointing for them. And Nuke to kick things off. FaZe, they had that great grand final against Astralis map. They actually looked really good on this map overall. So this is going to be a rough day in the office for NiP. I do think FaZe are going to pick it up, but hopefully it's a nice close game. I hope it's like a 16-14.
Yeah, I mean, Nuke lends itself to that still. I'm not... The way that FaZe plays with the individuals with Rain and Nico going off, I'm not convinced anyone on NiP right now, aside from Forrest, if he's up to scruff, can really combat it. I don't think Chris Get-Right has been up to the challenge as of late. I think he's got to get focused again, but I'm sure that'll happen over time. I don't think it's going to happen with the flip of a switch.
Yeah, it's the AWP situation for me for NiP. It's the main problem, to be honest. C-side's not too bad. Forrest can hold his own, but Pits on the CT side, I'm not really feeling it. But here we go then. It's going to be round number 1, 3 sets of armor. They have got some lobby control right now. It looks like to be the upper execute.
It's going to be the upper execute. It's going to be fast in. Nico sitting back in behind the second vent. Hardly had to move when he does. Makes good work of it, but then goes down immediately after. Get-Right Pit. Forrest now as well on a pistol, making things work. But Karrigan just decides, no, I'm going to go. I'm going to jump down. Charges in from the air. Gets one. Finds Forrest up close, but can't hit the shot. It now goes 1-0 for NiP.
The late upper execute works out for an NiP there. A couple of smokes used towards main entrance and the bomb site itself. Flashings go in. Karrigan does make something of it, but unfortunately shut down as the bomb makes its way towards lower. NiP now 1-0 on the T side. It's a great start. Of course, there's a force buy in response, though, from FaZe. And Karrigan, he's got the scout. He's actually very good with that weapon. And to be fair, Nico with a deagle, that's quite a scary prospect in itself. No fast play from an NiP. We're seeing a lot of terrorist sides on there. Anti-force by anti-ecos rushing towards upper. We've discussed they can't actually get above the squeaky door of the CT, so that's certainly an idea. But for now, standard smokes towards outside. 3 of them, to be fair. Got a lot of commitment, and Nico's going to have a chance at this one dig, and he doesn't nail it. Thank God for that. Exist takes him down with a help with Pit as well, and Karrigan now trying to do what he can with this scout. Allo rotates towards Secret, but the round is falling apart for FaZe here. Allo should pick up this kill. Can't land the headshot, though, so that's going to be it. 5 versus 2. Rain and Kiyoshima trying to make something of it, but this force buy amounting to almost nothing. Just Kiyo remaining now, and he'll be positioned towards the outside garage. So this is good news for an NiP. Next round will be a full eco for the CDs, not a single kill picked up. And it does mean as well, AWP might be a bit of a problem for Allo. And we always discuss this, Mal. This team, they refuse to allow him to full eco. And sometimes it actually falls apart for them.
Yep, I would agree with that. I think that teams need to constantly be focusing on trying to get AWPs out, especially on maps. Nuke. T-side Inferno, maybe not.
Someone like Allo as well.
Nuke, definitely. I think
he's
still
so
should.
good with the weapon. You just want to make sure, going into the gun rounds, let's look down outside. Not many people can actually challenge Allo and take him down. It just seems that he's always part of the force plays. Like, it's fine if they win the round, obviously it pays off, but if they don't, they set themselves up for a bit of a disaster. But regardless, let's get into this one, shall we? It's going to be USPs across the board, not a single dollar invested by FaZe Clan. And towards outside we go once again. Same smokes used, and there's an upper little stack going on from the CTs here. 3 of them on the bomb side floor. Kiyoshima up above. And Forrest now, he goes hunting in the catwalk area. The Karrigan, he's about to meet his maker, I think, as he wants to peek towards outside. Pit's waiting for him, decides to better over for Freiburg. He's not messing around, and it's going to be 3 kills just like that for NiP.
Somewhere to start. Allo looking back to make sure there's no push in from the radio room. Get Right has gotten in behind them, though. They're going to have to be very careful because Get Right, he's trying to do damage. He's going to spot in toward the library. Forrest does it all on his own. Get Right doesn't even need to do much, but it's all but one staying alive for NiP. And a 3-0 start for them.
Yeah.
FaZe to bring up weapons, but as you mentioned, Allo not in a position to go on the AWP.
So this is an interesting round for NiP. They know the orb's not going to be a possibility. They should know. If they killed him with a headshot, they could feel he has armor. This is always an interesting round for the CTs. You're lacking utility, you're lacking defuse kits and AWP. Nico's even on the SMG there as well. Normally, most terrorist teams will go very quickly here and try and exploit that. Maybe baked out the utility to the start and just go somewhere as a 5-man unit. You know they're not going to have a huge amount of trade potential there without the smokes to lock you out or the Molotovs to segregate terrorists. So, big round for NiP. Possibility to go with 5-0s. Very prominent as there it is. A simple play, flashbang towards upper and Pit. He does find Kiyoshima, and that's the problem here. No head armor on 3 of the CTs. They're going to get absolutely wrecked here by these Galils and SMGs.
And a Molotov. Karrigan gets greeted by authority when he walks up to the site.
That's why we called it the bonus round, right? Because if you know you can get towards the upper site and you've 4 players in front of you without head armor, this means so much for the economy of NiP. Rain's doing what he can right now, but at this stage, it's pretty much unwinnable. Smoked out, no kit on him as well. 2 players to find the bomb to defuse. I don't see it happening, but he did some fantastic things over in Katowice, so maybe he can find some room to wiggle, but apparently not. He'll be falling back, and this should be the 5-0 round. He saves the M4. Something to work with next round, but NiP pretty successful overall. That's the problem. No head armor against this bonus round. You've opted for utility over firepower, or defensive, I guess. But Pit goes down with the bomb. So they've dented NiP slightly, I guess, but it's not really going to matter. 11k on 3 players. Do they buy into this phase? Surely not. Oh, they're doing it.
Well, all right then. I was going to say I would not. No, it's not. They're going to stay around 2K.
Yeah, okay, maybe that's even a bit too much, considering Karrigan's gone down to $500. They will get 3,400 into the next round, so let's hope Karrigan can step up with that scout, because he'll be down to Famous next if he doesn't. But smokes, once again, keep it consistent. Take that vision away from the CTs. They want to treat this like a gun round. They know the 5-0 will be very beneficial for them indeed.
Well, following on to Karrigan. Spot in. Can't find it. Smokes go down. Let me get to Secret. Forrest will lead the way. There is a rotation already in place from Kiyoshima. From Nico. But Alu's already down inside of the control room as well, so they have the crossfire potential. No one's going to peek it. Imagine they'll wait for information from the other side, but that side's already taken down as Forrest opens up onto Nico. Alu immediately vacates the control room and gets greeted inside of the site by Forrest, who managed to make it around to decontamination, but Rain's done very well. Bomb goes down. He picks up a second kill. Molotov'd off. They can't peek the same side. Kerrigan instead tries to do so with the scout, and they've got a man advantage. Kiyoshima, meanwhile, he's still above, waiting to rotate back down, because even if they want to go lower, they've got to confront Rain, who now has a fourth kill, excuse me. And the bomb drop, they have to come in. They were hoping they could even pick that up and head back. Get Right's gonna find Keo, that's above, drops down, that gives the information that he's inside of the vents. And immediately Rain hits the ace, one of the sickest you'll see.
He's been in amazing form recently. Katowice is one of the best tournaments I've ever seen him play. And what a round that is to post #1 for FaZe Clan there. 5 kills. He's the only player of the M4 there. Kerrigan joined him with a scout. They pretty much were eco, and they go towards lower. They actually had the 5-on-3 advantage as well, and Rain finds an ace. Fantastic work from him, and gutting for NiP. They still have money to buy into this round, but that's sent out a clear message that FaZe have arrived on the server, and Alu now has the AWP as well. This should be a chance for them to start stringing some rounds together. No AWP on the NiP side. We discussed that being a bit of a problem for NiP right now. No superstar AWP to work with. Forrest can pick it up occasionally, but it's hardly his main weapon at this point. Number 6 comes in. No smokes deployed as of yet. This looks like it'll finish towards upper. No one really outside for now. And Molotov sent towards the site.
Forrest the one to throw that. Flashes as well. The rafters they land on. Positions at play. Nico waiting to watch onto the hut. Kerrigan's already rotated off of the ramp position because he's peculiar. Or whether he's thinking it's peculiar that they don't have any information toward outside, as Exist will make his way into secret, but better still, Freiburg. He's gonna work his way up onto the catwalk, get in behind the Nico, not ready for it at all. He spots up Kiyoshima inside of the side as well. Good hit, Freiburg's low. Needs to fight inside the flames, does what he can and gets the information. That's good enough for Get Right. They may have won the last round on the back of Rain's ace, but they're still facing an economic situation that's detrimental to them because it's Kerrigan that has to clutch this back. 1 versus 2 again. He jumps down aggressively, trying to change the angle before Exist can set for it, but they both go the same way. What is Get Right doing? He just walks in.
There's no need for that. They had like 40 seconds remaining. Why are they panicking? They know exactly where he is, go together, and he runs knife out down the vent with the bomb on his back as well, and almost ruins around for his teammate as well. He has to face at that point that it's all gone in the bin, but Get Right, that's such a misplay by him. They know exactly where he is. They know he's watching that angle as well. Why would he take the risk? He's pre-firing the angle. Your teammates just faced it. Of course he's looking there. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's someone
just
out
slow
to
it down.
lunch.
You had time on the board. Slow it down. Go back towards lobby. Start making him second guessing. Have you gone towards lower? Are you coming back towards upper? Then just refrag him. Just go out together somewhere. Not knife out down the vent.
I'm sure Kerrigan's equally as confused as to why Get Right goes by.
Yeah,
so tons of smokes thrown. FaZe get an ace and a gift to make it 4-2. Spraying come in. Forrest, he'll get Rain down, but he does take a bit of damage. In fact, he was dinked, but thankfully it was through the edge of the box, and as such, he's left on 55. Off angle at Secret. Nico finds one, goes aggressive, gets the other bomb down, AK grabbed, and that is a decent situation. That'll secure the round. Alu getting Forrest. I was going to say, it's not quite there yet, but that certainly is.
This is the turning point, man. This is where it starts to fall apart for NiP. That great start, 4-0 up, lose to an ace clutch from Rain, and then that blunder as well. I feel like this is where NiP start falling apart. It's Get Right, though, in a 3 versus 1. Looking for some redemption here. 19 HP to work with, giving his position away. Alu, simple kill. There it is, headshot as well, just to make sure. Oh, I'm still a bit mad about that previous one.
I can understand, Henry.
Oh, calm down. Anyway, 3 in a row for FaZe Clan. A couple of big clutches there from Rain and Kerrigan. Like he said, Kerrigan probably can't believe his luck that happened. But 3 in a row, and it will be a partial buy from NiP. Not so much, but it's going to be upgraded pistols at least. 2 sets of body armor and a few smokes to work with. And Alu still towards that floor. And he goes towards round at the start there. I thought he was going to commit at the start of the round, but he actually goes back towards that side. He drops his smoke to enable his teammate to have a bit more longevity towards that area. As he takes a passive position towards that side. He knows the money's not going to be great for NiP. Don't give anything away. Don't even give them a chance to get that up, even if they do take him down.
Door open, Nico waits. That sticks through the smoke. That just is immediate assassination up close onto Freiburg.
That was sick.
2 bullets as well because it's an M4, and even if it's inside someone's eye socket, it's not enough to kill them. Needs going to exist, and NiP finds a hat trick.
He's so good. That's unbelievable. Like, yes, it's against just pistols there, but you see how crisp that shot was as he comes out, and he snaps towards main entrance, take a second one down as well. Beautiful CS at that point. 4 rounds in a row now for FaZe. Money comes back into favor for NiP. Still not all for them. 5 AKs. I'm sure they'll get back to base at this point. They've shown a lot of presence towards outside of those smokes. They do have options there. They don't necessarily have to send 4 players down towards Secret for example. They do the same smokes, send 1 player like Exist down towards that area, go towards Ram, do a lower split. There are options when you're consistently throwing the same smokes, but that's clumsy again from Get Right, Matt. He runs towards Squeaky Door. This is a very common position for Alu to play. Main entrance, watches Squeaky Door. Get Right just opens it without a flashbang, without a smoke in front of him, gets taken down. That's a really poor decision from him, I have to say.
Rain's going to take Exist. Henry, you're getting tilted.
I'm not. Yeah, a bit. A little bit. I don't know, you pointed out that Get Right has been in a bit of a slump recently, and this decision-making in these games, like, it's not even missing shots, it's just a bad play. And Rain, that is a nice shot, to be fair. He takes down Forest towards Silo, and I feel like they could run away with this one now. NiP does seem like they're falling apart at the seams. But hits with a kill. Something to work with here. If he gets the double, not meant to be. Could have been a chance there. And Alu now, he'll fall back from the situation. They know exactly where Freiburg is. He can't win this round unless they gift it to him. Bomb down. 50 seconds of work. He's hoping one of these CTs rotates into his crosshair. Not going to happen, I'm afraid, Freiburg. There's no reason to. So they'll allow him to pick up the bomb. Have a player down lower. Freiburg knows he's out of this one. He's just trying to make something out of a bad situation.
Well, if you can get a plant, that's something. Instantly assumes that there'll be someone in behind the silo at lower. He's right to do so.
Could get a plant in. Nah.
Well, with that positioning from Rain, he gets inside of the vents and immediately fires in.
Yeah.
It's 5 in a row from FaZe Clan.
This is the replay. Look how fast that was. That's so nice. Oh, I love watching NiP play. It's amazing.
You sound slightly aroused.
I thought as that when I said it as well. I had to rephrase it at last minute, but
yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
It's going to be another partial buy for NiP. They have.
He really likes Counter-Strike, guys.
I'm addicted to Counter-Strike. Have been for 15 years. There are worse vices to have.
Yeah,
Got those as well.
Yeah, I was going to say. Your words, not mine.
Yeah.
Well, that said, it's slow pace this time. Pistols for NiP. They'll use Tech 9s and 1 P250. That's really all they have to work with. Kiyoshima above on top of Hut will wait for them to walk in. Does spot 1, immediately tries to follow up with a second, but goes down. Doesn't even matter because Nico's there. He picks up 2. Rain gets another. Those 2 have been going off all night. Nico's dead. But so too is Forest. And so too is the round, because now it's in 6-4. NiP have had nothing since the opening. Talk about a turning point, too. You said Rain, and then that push in from Get Right. Look at the amount of rounds it's led to. No off going to be brought out from NiP on the T side. And as you mentioned, that's a problem for them anyway, so maybe it's better if they don't.
6 rounds in a row, though. After that great start, they had 11 grand in the bank. Losing to the rounds that I wanted for. To be fair, that's amazing play from Rain, but that shouldn't be happening, really. Carrigan, aggressive. Pick core of an 8 in his hand. 5 and 4, just like that. They've got the betting now to actually work those sort of plays. He wants to push through smokes and deploy the unexpected strategy there. No one's going to be thinking a CT's going to wildly push through from Ramfram. And Rain now taking quite a lot of damage there at the start of the round. Goes under 50, but also back up from Nico. And that's always a good teammate to come back you up. It's going to be Kiyoshima. They're finding the second frag. NiP just can't get rolling here since their FaZe have arrived on the board. But Exist finds Alu. That's a promising kill.
Forest trying to get an opening inside from the lobby. 3 versus 3, best chance for NiP, but unfortunately they've lost Freiburg, even though Exist has ground to work with. He's found Nico. But Kerrigan is slowly hunting him down, and he's now the last alive. Kerrigan must know he's gone above. Makes it onto the catwalk.
Silently as well.
He did it silently. You are correct in saying so, but as mentioned, Kerrigan's got to assume this. Good shot from Exist. That's 4 kills from him. Individualism going to pull them back, perhaps. Kiyoshima's inside of the site. Exist can't find it. This is Kiyo's round to win. He's got the angle. He's got the lineup. He's got the information. He's got the kill.
Such a good round from Exist as well. Heartbreaking to see him lose it there at the very final hurdle. 4 kills in total. Here's another little replay from the main man, Nico. If you're not aware, he is the newest signing from what we've heard, is one of the most record-breaking deals in CSGO from Mouse Sports. And what a team has turned out to be. Their first event after 3 days practice, they get to the grand final of IEM Katowice and give Astralis a good run for their money as well, the #1 team in the world. So a tactical pause, probably a good time to do it as well. Still don't have maximum loss bonus from Matt. Since that loss bonus began, they haven't actually got the bomb down at all. So that's quite indicative of how these rounds are going. They're losing the initial duels, they're getting pushed all over the place. 5-on-3s coming in quite commonly, and NiP had a decent attempt over Exist, finding 4 kills, but you're not winning the round. It's all for naught, really. It just controls the FaZe economy a little bit there. So Carrigan's down to 5K, same story with Rain. 2 players on $1,000, so they can still break FaZe if they were to win a couple in a row. Another buy comes in for NiP. Still haven't seen a single AWP from them as of yet. They've got 3 AK so far. Exist and Get Right still to buy. It's round number 12. And I was on the hype train at the start. They were looking very good after winning the pistol. But they really have fallen apart here. So the buy comes in. 2 players without any utility whatsoever. Make it 3 now. Forest just had 1 smoke grenade. Get Right has $4,000. It costs $3,700 to get armor and an AK-47. That means you can buy 1 smoke as well. So what do you do with that?
You buy the 1 smoke.
So 3 smokes to work with, some flashbangs, and 5 AKs. That means you can do the outside execution like they normally do, but once they get to lower, that gets shut down, it seems. They haven't tried. They have got some really cool tactics on this map, actually. They've got one where they dive a player down towards vent. One player opens the door, Friber bounces a smoke off the squeaky door room, flashbang comes in at the same time, he throws that, and they dive down the vent with the bomb. It's quite successful at getting that bomb down, but haven't seen any of that play as of yet. I'd like to see them deploy that potentially. We saw them appear at Katowice without their coach threat, and he was actually at Vegas as well. They're trying to work out, is he the linchpin right now? I know he's on the server at this point. I saw him in warm-up actually taking part, so he's there. He can call for them as well in an online capacity. So a bit of a crutch for NiP, but so far, nothing really working out for them. So they get 2 smokes, 3, I should say, 1 Molotov and a few flashbangs. It's not ideal. Certainly possible.
Alu smoked off by the first of the 3 smokes, which NiP used just to get outside. 1 also at ramp, so they're down to 1 smoke, and not really much map control gained. In fact, they haven't even pushed on to Carrigan. They're just trying to keep him in place to give them more to work with outside. Good shot from Forrest. Down goes Alu. And rather than the wall, they use it on the big garage, hence why Alu was forced to relocate, and Forrest knew exactly where he'd likely go. But things slow. Exist sneaks in beside the smoke. Oh, second player on the catwalk, didn't see him. Exist goes down, Freiberg. He sits to find Rain, but it's Nico that's going to start pushing up into Secret. NiP maybe have something in this, you know, they've still got 3 flashes. It's not a lot, but they could explode onto a bomb site. Better still if they can get the shot from Freiberg, but he went slow to react, down to 22 HP. And Nico starts to push through ramp instead. Does he commit to leaving lower? Because Kio's got upper, but they could quickly get down vent. He's going to have to make sure that he's relatively close by, so I don't think he'll leave the ramp room at the most.
Surely he's got to be in now. After losing 7 rounds in a row, 4-on-2, 30 seconds of the bomb not planted. It's in the hands of Pit. He's in the lobby. They're going towards upper, and Kiyoshima, he'll be waiting for them as well, could still cause an absolute nightmare for them. They have to win this round. Nico, though, he's towards lower. And it's Forrest causing a bit of distraction here, and he gets the final kill as well. So Forrest showing a bit of presence towards that lower bomb side, is trying to pull a single rotation, which actually works out for them there, leaving Kiyoshima in a horrible situation. 3 players coming towards him. He gets 1, that gives his position away, and NiP finally post around after giving so much away to FaZe Clan here. Still early days, 7-5. They can still win the half. So after some really troubling rounds, they can still actually end up winning it. And you can see the money, as we said, exists that big 4K about winning the round. They did damage FaZe Clan. So 2 UMPs going into this one. Ali still has the AWP. Makes this once again towards outside. They won't be sending the majority of their manpower out there just yet. They deploy the smokes just to keep consistency. Rain will be limited in terms of what he can actually get from that garage position. Ali towards city spawn for now.
We'll wait for the cross. Nico, meanwhile, opening Squeaky, is going to push him toward the lobby. Terrorists need to be ready for it. Get Right seemingly is. He takes him down. No, oh, throw further nades in, though. Exist gets taken down by Keo on the back of the peak after the nade. 3 versus 3. Keo goes back in the site. Pith's going to start to push on to Alu. That goes no further. Rain's got Forrest.
Why would you have a nade out?
Get Right, 1 versus 3.
It's a common position for a CT to play in ramp from. Runs with the nade out.
Tell him, Henry. I'm sorry.
It's just a bit nuts. Like, that's crazy. Okay, anyway. 3-on-1, get right. What to play for here. After winning one round, this is a harsh reset for the Terrorists. They have about $1,000 per player if they drop this round. He's got 30 seconds remaining and 3 CTs to find.
Starts to look upper. No one peeking in through the silo gap mid-sight, so get right. It's got a little bit to work with to get in closer. Kio's still inside from secret door shot. Rain's looking the wrong way. Get right throwing the Molotov, though, gives it up. And Rain turns very easily to take him down. If he had walked around to check the site, as potentially he should have done, he would have found Rain quite easily, I think.
Yeah, that's a big round for NiP to give away. 5 runs on the board now. So the decision comes in. Do they actually force buy into round number 14 here with one player maybe on an AWP and the rest of them on Tech 9s? Go for the rush. Or take an eco and aim for round number 15. It should be 9-5 at this point. So Deagles and a Glock for Pit. That suggests he might want to go for the AWP in the next round. Okay. Or he just dropped some Deagles over. Freiburg, that's better. Here we go. Takes down Rain outside. Lovely shot from him.
The shot indeed. Nico gets down below. It's going to rotate around to make sure Secret's covered off. He'll greet Forrest and Freiburg. Freiburg goes down immediately. Nico's able to fall back, get in toward the stairwell at control room, but get right.
Sniff do.
Question is, does anyone peek him and where from?
Carrigan might have to.
Sorry?
Carrigan might have to because they're losing players across the board now. A chance to pick this round up. It's a 4-on-2, Alu and Nico. Nico towards lower as well. Alu getting aggressive towards ramp. He's trying to get something going in their favor. He might get it. The timing's going to work against him just about. I think he spots Exist, takes him down.
Oh, works well. Nico, a little bit desperate, but why not? Makes it work. To fall down the vent, come back up. Flash goes out. That is just sick from Nico. And now he's got to shake this back into a one-on-one with Get Right. Days gone by, you'd expect Get Right to win this, but it's Nico. And it's 2017. He's got 3 kills in the round. He has the M4, but he's electing to stay on the pistol. Get right. Oh, he might walk right into this. He might walk right into this, indeed. Nico gets the headshot, and it's FaZe with 9.
A 4-on-2, and Nico goes wild. What a round that was from him as well. Did you see how confident he is in his play? Opens the squeaky door, jumps through the window. Get right has to get the bomb. He's assuming he's in that lobby position, allowing him to have a bit of control there. Sticks to the USP, doesn't want to reload and make a sound. Takes his head off. Beautiful from Nico. We're going to round number 15 here. Tech 9 for Pit. So I think he dropped Deagles in the previous round. 4 AKs to work with as well, but what a monster Nico is. My God. No AWP available for FaZe though, so still a very possible round for NiP here. We're 4-0 up. Haven't really got anything rolling since then.
Flash. Ooh, Rain, nice shot. Better shot, Alu. Freiburg, though, inside of the smoke. Wants to push on to Kerrigan. Pitt's the one to hit it on the Tech 9 instead. And that'll do. For now, at least. They've only got a 1-man deficit to pull back, which they've done against Nico, but Kiyoshima's there to trade back and forth. It's down to Pitt. He's picked up an M4 bomb planted, trying to hold it off, but can't do much because he's caught inside of the site before setting up for a post plant.
Well, there it is, Matthew. It will be 10-5 in favor of FaZe. They continue their good form we saw in Katowice. NiP seems to be more the same. They got the 4-0 start, but then fell apart after Rain got that big ace in the 5th round. We'll see whether they can pull it back, though. Still early days as we take a quick break. Come back for Nuke.
It's back to 4 and on to 2, excuse me, for NiP over FaZe. That's how it started, at least. Everything looked good. And then all of a sudden, it all fell apart. Ace from Rain. NiKo goes nuts. Get Right walks into a Kerrigan with the bomb in his hands and a knife out, I believe it was at the time, heading down the vents.
Round.
Nothing really goes the way of NiP at all.
Yeah, the next round, he just runs that squeaky door and just into the warm embrace of Alu. It was quite hard to watch at times as well. That was an amazing clutch by NiKo. So sick. As we get into the second half, it's 10-5 overall. FaZe looking strong. That's after losing the pistol on a 3-0 as well. 4-0. They get the double digits. So that's very impressive from them. We go into the second half, a much-needed pistol from NiP. It's normally a common tale with them. As soon as they have one massive mistake, like that round against Rain, where he gets an ace, I'm not necessarily sure you call that mistake, but one sort of blunder, I guess, that's when they seem to fall apart as a unit. And it's something they really need to work on, because then at that point, it just didn't really seem to come back at all. They picked up one round after that, and that was it. We're going to the second half. 5 sets of armor for NiP here. A little decoy there as well. 4 sets of armor for FaZe and Kerrigan, the single smoke 2 flashbang. Most teams favoring that upper bomb site, smoking the main entrance, and then unloading with those flashbangs.
And this has the potential to be quick. Smokes will be, or excuse me, Skylight will be blown out, so maybe not smokes, but Kerrigan will be tossing in at least a flash. He does go for the smoke. It goes up toward heaven. That'll cover off where no one's playing right now. It is similar, but is it going to... Oh, it looks like it. They've got pressure on ramp. 3 players there. No one waiting within the confines of it. Pith's gone back toward Turnpike instead. He would greet them, but instead they go right back to upwards. Freiberg, Get Right. Exist. All with kills until NiKo gets one of his own, and Exist follows it up to get Kerrigan. It's down to just NiKo. And they know he's going down the vents, but they just go into a choke silver. As they walk to silver walls, that's what I meant. Of the vents, obviously not calling them silvers. As they walk into a choke point, gives NiKo a bomb plant.
No way wins
And
this.
he'll be sitting back to watch for Exist to entry from the same point. Crosshair placement looks good. Finds the damage, looking for the additional shot, but Exist, he gets his 3rd of the round. That's enough for NiP to get their 6th in the game.
Oh. They certainly test the old heart there. Jumping down the vent, that didn't really make any sense. They know NiKo is going to be there, right? And they jump into his crosshair. One's fine, right? You establish, okay, he's there. The second one to go down straight away against a player like NiKo as well, very interesting decision. Like, you've got 4 on 1 at that point. Let's just force an plant, then we'll face him 1 by 1 if we have to. But still, they do manage to pick up the round, so no harm, no foul overall. 10-6. Forced buy from FaZe. They're looking to play this round. It's going to be Rain with the AK-47, a UMP for Kerrigan as well, Deagles and armor. It's unorthodox. Normally, you're going to be buying up the AKs in the 3rd round here, but this certainly can work as well, especially with a player like Rain on this AK-47. Towards that side he goes, using that range advantage against the Famas's UMPs and a couple of M4s here as well. This could still be a very dangerous round indeed.
Rain peeks towards Secret instead and then goes back on top of Red Crate, jumps above to see over top of the smoke. It gives him a better angle as well to see into the stairs where Forrest is playing. Whether or not he can take advantage of that, that's another story. Nice shot from Rain. That is sick.
My God, it's one of the M4s gone as well.
That is so sick.
Goodbye.
But they still have to watch to make sure Forrest doesn't strike and take down the weapons that are outside with them. Pre-fire from Rain on top of Hut. Likely position. It's his teammate. I got excited for a moment too, just the way he's been firing. And he was going to open things up and spot them. Knows that Freiberg's in behind the vent. That allows them to walk in. Kerrigan's able to get the kill. Rain's guys exist. Rain has got more than that. Take it back at NiKo. Doesn't even matter though. Pith goes down and it's 11-6. Henry's having an aneurysm.
He's not. Henry's happy, as usual. Rain, well, to be fair, what can you do when he's hitting shots like that? Perfect stuff from him. And what was clever about that, just as his teammate, right? It's quite a subtle nuance, but as his teammate was making his way towards heaven, he fires a couple of bullets. Like you said, he pre-fires towards Hut. He fires a few more shots out of that, just randomly. And that takes attention away towards that main entrance. They know there's only 1 AK available, so they're going to be focusing towards main. His teammate goes down towards the heaven position. As soon as they do that, they're forcing themselves out of squeaky door, overwhelming the CTs. Nothing really they could do about that. And it will be 11-6. Bit of a risk that second round force buy, but it works out. And in return, NiP have forced themselves Deagles, 5-7 and a CZ and body armor. It's not looking great, but they do a little bit of damage. And Pip, that certainly helps. 2 kills for NiP. Rain fighting back.
Fighting back indeed. Pith, he'll get off of ramp position, get a little bit closer with the Deagle. Knows he's got them on the run slightly based on the early damage. Doesn't stick around for another headshot. Rain will get it instead. on the AK, opening up ramp as well. No rotation toward Turnpike. They should be able to take advantage of this. Get Right tries to do what he can to get in position, but all he can do is hold heaven at this point and allow them to rotate into the lower bomb site.
It was looking promising with those initial 2 Deagle kills, but Freiberg, he needs to hit another Wanderer's shot here, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. That was the chance, and it's shut down by Carrigan. 3-on-2 now, NiP with no nades and no defuse kit. The range on that CZ can do damage, but it's very difficult to control, as the bomb should be planted there. Get Right just trying to hold them at bay, but it's going to be Exist finding that first frag at the 5-7, and upgrades to an AK as well. This has potential now. 1v1, Get Right with 5 HP against Carrigan, who's going to safely plant the bomb behind the silo here. How does he win this?
How does he? Get Right has 5 HP. And a UMP from range. Has armor. Carrigan, 52 HP. Makes his way through the doorway at control, which Get Right realizes has been opened.
Yeah, but he has no idea that Carrigan can make this position. You've got to do a 10-second defuse here. He has to touch the bomb. Hope he phases. That's the only way he's going to win this round. Tap it. Look to decon.
Noise made. Yep. Gun thrown and dead. In 3. Ooh, all right. 2. Door open.
See ya.
Carrigan. Doesn't matter. Round over. Pops in just to get the kill. Make sure it's secure. But the bomb going to explode, and Carrigan going to save the AK.
Just about.
Saved by the bell.
Yep.
Good TV show that. AC Slater, what up?
Zach Morris.
Don't know who that is.
That's the main character of Bond, huh?
Yeah, don't care.
No? You look a bit like AC Slater.
I've been told that.
Yeah, you actually do.
Mario Lopez.
Yeah.
My future is going from an actor to the guy who talks about actors on a little tabloid show.
Yeah, there's in hotels all the time.
Which means that instead of being a caster, I'll be the guy that talks about... I'll be Monte Cristo.
Yes, okay. Nice. He go for an IP here. P250, that was the force buy in the previous round. And they get towards a ramp from that FaZe gun, of course. And towards those should be a very simple procedure for them. It's Alu with Mac 10, going to throw himself in first to all these tight little choke points. If he goes down, not a big deal. If he gets in the vent, that's perfect. Nothing really the CDs can do at this point. And that's round over without a frag even being made. That's quite pretty when you manage to pull that off.
Bomb plant from Rain inside of the smoke. 12 rounds, all the potential and ingredients to make it a 13th for FaZe. And then guns will be redrawn by NiP.
In terms of the guns they can bring out, third stage loss bonus after this one will mean $2,400 on top of the around 2K they've got. So the AWP's not a possibility. Maybe that's a good thing, though, for the reasons we discussed in the pre-game. They seem to do better with 5 rifles as a whole. Nico did spot a player there. I'm not sure it was the X-ray being a little bit misleading, but it's on my screen at least it looked like he did. Get Right should be dropping here. Ooh, gets the headshot, takes him down, but able to find the frag. Exist though, trying to find at least 1 kill, get $300. Not meant to be. All 5 players for FaZe staying alive there, but a lot of damage inflicted. That's about the only good news I can give you for that round. 13-6 now. Lose this one, it's pretty much over. 4th stage loss bonus on a CT side. Not going to be winning enough to win the round. And they'll be down to 14-6. They'll have to force buy. It's looking grim. They won both pistols as well, Emma.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
On Nuke. I think Virtus Pro did it against Heroic.
Both pistols with a 4-0. It's Kiyashima going aggressively towards outside. Exist has to hold them off now. He can only find 1 kill. Forrest is trading though. It's something, but not quite enough. Just Pit in the 2 versus 1.
The Pit gets positioned faster than they were expecting, so 2 players in heaven works to get the bomb down, but he's going to give up the position. Molotov perhaps smart that he does. He'll try and take advantage of the flames being put down to mask his noise and get a little bit quicker toward the lobby instead.
Oh, he thought it was going to be lower.
And he thought wrong. You're right.
No
I thought
care.
he was going to go all the way through to radio.
He knows he can't win his round. That little shake is just a bit of frustration there. He's just like, well, no nades, no kip. Don't know where they are. Bombs down. How do I even possibly consider winning this round? We have no money
Spray
next
through
round.
that garage.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's what I would have done.
Get both kills. You definitely would have done that.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh, well, not the kill part, obviously. No. But Alu will get the kill, and FaZe get 14-6. 20 rounds done. FaZe have the bulk of them. They only need 2 more.
So they have to force buy here. We said 4th stage loss bonus isn't enough for a CT buy, and you can see that reflected right now. Let's take a pause. Threat, what have you got to tell the boys? How can you kind of rile them up, get them ready for this round? 4 UMPs, Get Right with less than $3,000. You might just have to go down to a pistol here. Tactical pause. What's the tactic you bring to the table here, Matt? Do you stack towards upper? Because the reason FaZe go towards upper round is because they know that NiP, no money at all. They won't have incendiaries, probably won't have a plethora of smokes there. The stack's not necessarily going to be on that side of the map. Go towards upper, simple flash out, will overwhelm them. If we trade, we're going to win the round. It's not going to be enough left for the CTs to retake the site, which was very true indeed. Pit had nothing left in that 2 versus 1. If he had nades, maybe that was possible. If he had a kit, even more so, but it was just not meant to be. So the match has been paused. 4 UMPs and a few smokes, a couple of incendiaries. I'm not really believing at this point. NiP with 5 UMPs now, and FaZe looking to get match points here on Nuke.
Match point comes quite early considering how this started as well. I mean, I think this epitomizes NiP's current form right now.
You kind of predicted in an interview recently that you think there has to be changes, right?
What are your feelings behind that? I just think that there needs to be.
I didn't watch it.
You know, a lot of people call me up for stating the obvious. Well, yeah, that's kind of why it's the obvious, because it needs to happen. The point I'd like to see is, as you mentioned, the AWP role needs to be occupied by someone greater. A couple of people mentioned Freddie B. I think Draken could come in.
Do you think that's going to be enough to sort
That's the thing. I don't know that it needs to be 1 or 2, or if we sort the roles out. You know, it's a shame. I do very much like these guys.
Yeah, this is the complete dynasty, right? This is the original OGs of CSGO.
Yeah,
and it's a shame to see it kind of...
And they're nice guys in general. I enjoy talking to them. They carry on conversations about more than just Counter-Strike, which is a rarity sometimes in our field. But it's, yeah, I mean, it might be time. It might be time to really just move on and get on to a new project.
Interesting thoughts. Well, we're getting to round number 6, 5 UMPs. They have got a bit of utility that's been expended quite early on in the round as to stop that upper rush coming in. That's where they thought it might be going. Incendiaries have been dropped. There's 1 smoke remaining now. They've got kits to work with here, but can they defend a full upper execution if that comes in? Shooting out the skylights just to keep the rotations in towards that inner side. 3 players for NiP there for now. Make it 4 in the inner side. That's the gamble. That's the call Fresh come up with here. Play 4 on the upper side. Hope they commit. We'll see if we can hold them off with the close range weaponry.
So Forrest and Freiburg to play together inside of the site to watch both Annex and Squeaky. Which isn't that Squeaky anymore.
A little bit.
They got the WD-40 out.
They did.
They fixed it.
Well, Ramprim's open, and honestly, this is so perfect for FaZe. They've established a part of the map, and they have no presence whatsoever. Carrigan nails a lovely shot there. Get right had the drop on him, but doesn't then have the weaponry to actually find the kill. So they go to 5-on-4. They have control of the map, and if they go towards lower, it's over. Freiburg, how is he going to hold off everyone with just that weapon in his hand?
Magic.
Bit of magic is required at this point. They're just going to plant the bomb straight up. They're clearing every single little angle here. Smoke towards Decon. That's where Freiburg is. He can't actually deny the plant now. 1 player watching the vents. It's done. It's going to be 15-6.
I'm sorry, NiP, to inform you that you're going to have to save your weapons. And even that may be slightly challenging.
How to get out of that? It's smoked up as well, just to rub salt into the wound.
Everyone's going to have to go up ladders.
Oh,
the ladder in the vent, they're already being found. Keo, 2 kills. You head out towards Secret. You're covered off by Keo. And there it is. Everyone goes down. 15-6 for FaZe Clan over NiP, who would go, I believe, what would 0-7 tonight?
0-5.
0-5. That's right. I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. Perhaps I'm foreshadowing.
Nico's left the server. He thinks it's over, but there's still 1 more round to go, my friend. 15-6.
He's actually just...
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, you guys can finish this one off. You'll be all right. Well, he said 4th stage loss bonus wasn't enough to buy. Quite a similar case for the 5th round loss bonus. That's $3,400. Famous, UMP, Scouts. Freiburg's got an M4, but that's all he got. No nades to work with here. Get right yet to buy him 3,400, and they need 9 rounds in a row now. And from what I've seen, that ain't gonna happen. So this is a technical pause, of course. We're just waiting for Nico to come back in. This should be a job done at this point. NiP not really gonna do much about the situation. Nico's joining the server once again. Should be good to go momentarily. But yeah, just a reminder, if you are just joining us and wondering what the hell happened here, NiP were 4-0 up. And he got 1 round after that, won the 2nd round pistol as well. And here we are. It was a great force buy in the 2nd round from Rain and Co. Like we said, it wasn't traditional CS. If you get the bomb on the pistol, you normally bring out the AKs in the 3rd. Take a bit of a gamble after getting some kills. And Rain what amazing form he's in right now.
Mm-hmm.
I spoke to him at the after party. He's just like, yeah, I'm just feeling it. Like, I feel like this is having the best CS I'm playing right now. And he just feels more confident with the addition of NiKo. Like, he can actually rely on to take some more aggressive picks at the start of rounds because, you know, he's got NiKo there to fall back onto if it goes wrong. But he's hitting all the shots, to be fair.
That's confidence they both have, to be fair. It just goes to show what NiKo's capable of when he's got confidence as well. And flash off toward Forest. Does find one of the scouts, something to work with to get the ball rolling, but are they rolling back the years? Because they need to win rounds. They need to find the skill they used to have, and Forest, he shows that it works well. A second headshot, a third kill in the round, and suddenly, NiP's got a chance. They're in it with a shout. Look at the two that are alive, though, kiyoshima and NiKo.
If they can keep 5 players alive here and then upgrade to the M4s, maybe we have a game on our hands, who knows, but great work from Forest. Just when they needed someone to step up, he gets 3 kills with the scout. Freiburg, little backstab there as well. He finds the 4th kill. Round done. Something to work with. Keep 5 players alive. They can upgrade those to AKs now. You can see him desperately trying to scavenge for them. They get 4 of those. Scout goes down as well. So Forest, yeah, she's on 18 kills, and that's quite surprising, all things considered. It's actually 19 for Exist as well. You'd think this would be a closer game with those kind of numbers posted.
Well, they get the M4s out. The AK, I get the M4 out, I should say, and the AK's carried over. AWP for Alu, he goes aggressive, already toward outer. Nades are gonna land on him, he may go, oh, 6 HP. 6 HP, enough to get right. So close, yet so far. And that is a problem, because they go down 2, they bring it back, though. As Exist will get NiKo. Pith, he finds Rain, and Pith goes back immediately over toward Ramp, where he'll spot Kerrigan, but Kerrigan gets the kill.
Yeah, they're having a bit of fun in this round phase, aren't they? It's going to be Get Right going down first, but Pit and Exist trying to keep the dream alive here. It's a 3-on-2, a match point. Exist gets towards lobby. That's a good position, considering kiyoshima will be rotating there momentarily. Does he have the patience, though, to find this frag? I'm not sure he does. Oh, God, it's going to be real close. They actually miss out on each other there. As we get into the 3-on-2 with 1 minute remaining as well. Exist, though, decent positioning to find a frag here. There it is.
Gone. Slips in, undetected. Alu now rotating down in a 2 versus 2. He's going to get the bomb, excuse me, from his teammate, and they'll start to work in. He's got the AWP, needs to find the opening shot as well. Not yet a full rotation down to the lower site. In fact, they're both still upstairs. They'll come down together.
Yeah.
Exist playing at the ramp.
So they're going to do that smoke out of the window door there, plant inside it. Game on now for NiP. The retake, one of the hardest sites to get back into in the game. Can they find it?
2 to work with. Both have kits. HP advantage, they find Alu. Molotov off kiyoshima, he's able to put that on the right side. That should tell Forrest that he's inside of the control room. Smoke on the door, better shot. NiP stay in it.
They do indeed. Comes down to the 2-on-2, and it's a good retake as well. Forrest just delaying the defuse there slightly to see if there's anything they can scavenge. Maybe an AWP, but not going to be picking it up just yet. And now, NiP, 2 rounds in a row. Still a rough round for them. They will be able to fully buy into this one. And I think it's a similar case for FaZe, considering they got the bomb down as well. Yep, 5 AKs, no Alu AWP. They found those initial frags, but NiP 4 back there. Got 2 of their own, brought it back to a winnable situation since Alu went down. kiyoshima couldn't do much about it. Round number 9. 7 in a row now for NiP. Slowly but surely, getting back into it slightly.
Yeah, right. Throwing a nade out toward Brett. Gets aggressive on the flash, makes it work, takes down Alu, former teammate. I'm sure Alu's loving the conditions right now of this match. NiKo tries to open back up that same position, but Get Right slipped back into secret instead of sticking around. And things slow a lot. Molotov goes down the stairs. That's actually pretty good sign for Get Right. Oh, does he peek this? I would have thought he waits to let them walk in, but goes and misses it. And that's a problem. A big one at that.
It was actually pretty intelligent, right? Because that Molotov is indicative that the terrorists got to just say, okay, that area is safe now. We have some room to move with. It's actually always the correct decision to face at that point. They had no idea it was coming, but 2 targets on his screen. He shoots in between both of them, and he gets wrecked. So 4 and 4. That was a big kill for FaZe to pick up. Now they have plenty of time to work with it. Pitt's wary that lower could be a possibility. You can see him watching towards window room. They don't really have much intel to work with here. Carrigan shoots out the skylights. Kiyashima up towards ramp, like we said. No one really waiting for them in that position. So we need to start operating a little quicker now. Smoke towards heaven. This is what we call, that's why we call it a G2. If they wanted to go beneath ladder and go up it, that takes the vision away for the bomb set. It looks like they will be opting to a lower. Carrigan's watching the rotations, their event. This is a big kill from Pitt, though. He needs to get more than one, which he manages to pull off. Looking for 3. Not going to happen just yet, but 2-on-1 for Carrigan, but I don't think this round is possible as the bomb was already down with 10 seconds remaining. So good work from NiP. That should break the money now for FaZe. They shouldn't really force into this. They're going for it anyway.
Why not? It's FaZe clan, yo.
I would say this is a
Force
necessary
up,
force.
FaZe up.
Yeah.
Pitt did well as well in the third one, just slowing Nico down enough to let Forrest get on the flank.
Yeah, I don't agree with this forced buy simply because you've got this huge bed of rounds. You're a match point. Just wait to get the full buyout, just finish it off properly. Money's not really an issue now of NiP. If they lose around, that's it. But Nico on the UMP, 4 AKs. Whenever I make this point anyway, it seems like that's the round that ends it. So they'll probably be fine.
Yep, they like to make you eat your words just like that. Flash through. Alu and Rain find kills. Get right only manages one in return, and Rain gets Forrest. I'm sorry, Henry.
Yep, that's the shake again.
You're wrong. Pith with the shake. Shaky, shake, shake, make one. Wake and bake, shake, bake. I don't know where I'm going with that, Henry. Please help me. But it's Carrigan that gets found. Smoke toward the hut. I think Moses likes that one. That's going to drop in. Carrigan did this a lot on his T-sided retakes and rotations in Pit. He's going to try and open this up. Gets to the bomb. Immediate peek. Flash comes through. Rain hits the kill. And FaZe pick up the map.
Yeah, if we were talking about a big tournament right now, we're saying, okay, at least NiP came back towards the latter stages there, got some rounds together, but it doesn't really matter here. This is a separate best of one. They do play again, but FaZe dominant there. First half especially, after going down 4-0, they just look stellar throughout, and NiP, that's what we always talk about. And as soon as they have those big blunders, that's when they really fall apart as a team. And I have to say, it's more of the same so far in Pro League. They go 0 and 5.
0 and 5. It's a scoreline that I'm familiar with. Moses, I don't know if you are or not, but you're with Chad, and I like him.
Brilliant. Likes one of
Always
us.
Brilliant is that Sadicist. Yeah, tough match for NiP there. Good win from FaZe. We see some of the danger of these guys coming out.
Yeah, Henry there saying, you know, what are they doing? Why aren't they going for a full gun round? This is FaZe. They're the exception to the rule, I think. It's even more so than the G2 or Envious days, you know, when those guys were doing the force buys. The players on FaZe seem so unreal in these situations with whatever weapon. They're not relying on the run and gun of Tech 9s and that kind of stuff. They're just so good at aiming with the Deagles, the AKs, that on the T side, you're going to back them in with whatever weaponry they have.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is there was a point in time when Nico was still in Mouse Sports, and this is an extreme example, obviously, where on these kinds of rounds when he has the Deagle instead of the AK, we're saying, like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
Put the AK in your best player. Well, now they have so much talent and so much, you know, players that can have an impact with the AK-47, entirely reasonable to keep Nico on the Deagle, because we've seen what he can do with it. So the thing I like to see out of this phase is there were a couple rounds, and actually they ended the match on this kind of that split upper execute, where you see FaZe. Before Carrigan came in, we always talked about how they just look confused and indecisive. Yeah. And there's a point in these tactics when they're setting them up, and then you just see the call come out. You see the flip switch, and they all just converge and hit the bomb set at the same time, and it's so scary.
It's great to see, you know, and that's what they needed. It was before it was just players going one at a time and doing their best entering a site. This way there's a little bit of cohesion. They can actually trade. They can use the aim effectively. And we saw it a couple of times in that match. Something that I was, you know, there's the get right blunder that was early on. Now, him going down the vent in that situation makes absolutely no sense. Now, normally I don't want to harp on this kind of stuff, but it's just like, the question is why? I can't really I can't think of an answer. Maybe I have to watch the demo to see what happened there. But that wasn't the round which kind of started it. It was the Rain Ace where he with the save down 4, which was a huge round by him, right? And things like that happen in Counter-Strike. You can't let that tilt you. So that's like, if that's what happened, then that's probably not a great response.
But at the same time, it was 4-0 at that point.
Yeah.
And then he wins that, and then it goes on to be a 10-5 half. So you got to feel like that round is just like that. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that kind of a mistake is just we've gotten to the point where these players are so frustrated with all the different changes, things they're trying to do to improve, that when that happens, it just puts them down low again. And that's when the further mistakes occur after that.
Yeah, and that's what you have to try and avoid, right? They did early on when they started that 4-0, they did that top execute. But what they do is I saw this with VP initially. They do the top execute, throw all the Molotovs and stuff, force the top players to call control for rotations, that draws the outside player to come either help wherever he's playing from, fall back to ladder, go help annex, something along those lines. They sent 2 players around catwalk. Those players get a heap of territory, and then they're able to split the bomb site through ladder and then lobby again in kind of like a double pump fashion. And it's really effective. The problem is, you know, it's difficult to use that again, but you can use that to fake, and we didn't see that happen from NiP.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. One of the strengths of NiP on this map is that CT side. I don't think they give themselves a great chance to really get into that CT side. FaZe was just so very good on both sides of the map, really. I mean, that was just a very dominant performance. I think we're going to see, this is why we see this team continuing their success. This isn't just like a honeymoon period of NiKo coming in and being so happy with the additional firepower. This is now a team that's clicking in many, many different ways. Kerrigan, Alu playing much, much better within this team now. Kiyoshima being a monster at times. I mean, and then that's even before you get to Rain and NiKo, who are just unbelievable. So this team is very, very deep.
Yeah, I have to agree, and I think, you know, the longer they have, the deeper their map pool can get. They can actually get some proper set executes in there other than just the team play and the trading. And I'm really happy with what they're showing so far. They're continuing this dominance.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can dominate again on the second map of the series. That's going to be Overpass. We're going to have to hope that NiP can get onto this map and split this, because they're still winless in this series. So we'll find out when we return. So stay tuned, and after the break, it'll be that second map.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back for the last match of ESL Pro League here over in Europe. We have NiP facing off against FaZe. Still, the first map was 16-9 in the favor of FaZe. It was not that competitive, but on Overpass, we've seen some pretty good games from both of these teams, but still, you got to feel like NiP is going to be in a very uncomfortable spot.
Yeah, definitely so. The firepower on FaZe is a lot to handle right now, but we did see NiP go up against Astralis in Katowice, and they was on this map, and it was 28-24 in favor of Astralis. And I actually have a clip.
I was going to say, fancy that.
What made this interesting? The T side of NiP was quite unorthodox. So if we get it rolling, I can show you what I'm talking about. Alrighty, so the usual default that you see coming out from teams is they send 3 people towards the playground area to take over party and toilets. The thing that NiP are doing in this instance is sending 3 players without utility through connector. Now, the reason that this is unorthodox is because it's a very risky position to go to. They take it without using any flashes, any Molotovs, any smokes, but the positive that they get out of this is full rotations. They can go between sewer to B or up to parties/toilets to A without any hassle. Forrest is in this area on his own, which is very risky. He does the toilet smoke, which blocks off vision, and then he throws a Molotov and a flash, which allow the players... He whiffed that flash. That's embarrassing. He throws this Molotov, and that allows his players to come out of the connector area and take over the party area. Now from here, like I was talking about, they can execute back through connector, take over Sewer whenever they want. They can walk through toilet to long. They have a lot of options right now. It's just a riskier way of doing it, and it's going to be interesting to see if FaZe have cottoned onto that and they want to contest connect to control at the start of the rounds.
Yeah, I mean that always be interesting because that bathroom control that we always see is so important just to push back that defense. So that's going to be huge. And I mean, here's the thing. Here's one of the criticisms that we've seen of NiP specifically on this map, is how important an AWPer can be, and they don't really have one of those. They have Forrest, who's competent with it, and they have Pitt, who's also competent with it, but they don't have someone who can be this ultra-effective, dominating AWPer in a game.
Yeah, if they want to just use the AWP in a passive sense, I think leave it with Forrest. Don't worry about giving it to Pitt. I don't think that he makes the right decisions after missing a shot or maybe taking a shot and he doesn't fall back correctly or he gets himself called out from time to time. The AWP aggressively can be very effective on this map, and it kind of sucks that they can't rely on that. But there are ways that you can do just as effective things with rifles. You can do the smoke in the sewer and taking over that area of the map from sandbag, or doing late monster pushes with some good time flashes. You don't always need to rely on that AWP to be the spearhead of your CT side attack.
Yeah, the scary thing as well for FaZe now, if we switch over and talk about them on Overpass, is equally they have everything. They have everything, but they also just played a phenomenal game in the grand finals of Katowice again on this map against Astralis, a game which, if Dupree doesn't get a 5-man Deagle Ace, they likely win that game. So, I mean, no, this is a team that is going to be very, very dangerous. It seems like just Danish in-game leaders in general have a very, very good feel for Overpass.
In this matchup specifically, I was talking to Carrigan while they were prepping for that grand final, and he was saying that him and Keo had prepared quite a few little things on the little moves on the B side of the map to attack whatever Astralis were doing. So if they haven't done their homework to the same extent against NiP, they're not going to be able to exploit that NiP default to the same level.
Right.
But it is good to see that they have a lot of versatility and they're willing to play to their opponent's, I guess, weaknesses or strengths, trying to counter them. But in this kind of matchup, they're probably just going to stick with a default playstyle with throwing in some aggression. All the players on this team are really good at decision-making. And NiKo seems to be a guy who gets to play the rotator roles. You get to see on Nuke, he is the guy who drops down the vent and he has to worry about Secret in the lower bomb site. Well, that's what you want. You want a strong player doing that, especially one who can hit crazy shots and make smart decisions, because if you're doing that, it takes the load off. You normally have weak players doing that, like I was doing that. You have C's doing that from Na'Vi. And if that happens, you're getting caught out of position, your aim isn't as good to recover for you getting caught out.
Oh, yeah, and not to mention having your superstar being able to be mobile all across the map, no matter where the point of contact, if he can get involved, that's always huge. So, yeah, I mean, that's just one of the big benefits that FaZe have, and obviously what we just saw in Nuke was the fact that no matter what round it is, no matter what buy they're bringing out, FaZe always has a chance of winning that. So it is going to be a tall task for NiP, still winless on the season, 0-5, looking for their first. I'm sorry to say that, Henry, but we will send over to Henry and Sadicus for this map.
Thank you very much. Yes, NiP desperate at this point, I think, is the only way of putting it. And hopefully they can get something rolling soon. I'm sure they've got lots of people around the world hoping that they could. Perhaps none more so than you, Henry G.
Yeah, it's true. I would like them to return to form at this point, but after seeing Nuke, I don't think this will be the map to do it. To be fair, they are very good on Overpass. We saw, like we said, going to a quarter overtime against Astralis and unable to pick up the victory, but still it was promising. As we get into the second map for them this evening, after pretty poor showing overall from Nuke, I'm not really sure what they can do to counter FaZe. Like the guy said on the desk, whatever weapons they've got in their hands, they seem to be actually running away with every single round and winning all the clutches here and going up against Aloe as well. It's put up to the job of that CT side. I'm not so sure.
Well, I mean, Overpass for NiP has had decent results in the past, but to say that they could do this right now against FaZe, who have been absolutely phenomenal, they've got so much individual skill, that's a whole other story, and I'm not sure that I'm going to give them the reliance of doing so. Definitely Freiburg last year in Pro League, when they were struggling then, or at least seemed to be, was the one to step it up inside of the B side.
Yeah, it's right. Him and Exist, very good in that B side together. They're great at using utility and detecting when the final commitment's coming in from the terrorists there. And that was a huge string to their bow, actually managing to hold off a lot of the executes here. And we'll see whether they can step up as we go into the T side for them. 5 sets of armor suggests something quite simple coming in, maybe towards middle, as we'll see FaZe Clan bring up 4 sets of armor. And Carrigan, of course, it's normally the in-game leader that has the bit of utility. He's got a defuse kit, 2 flashbangs, and Aloe aggressive towards mid and range checking connector.
So Pith wants to try and be the one to open things up for NiP.
Hold on. Okay.
What are you holding on about?
I got a bit confused, don't worry.
Forrest is flying around the map. He's just absolutely on a tear, looking to try and open things up. Alu's the one that's outside in the bathrooms he has to consider. Rain's behind him at the park sign. But who strikes first and who gets the opening? Seems to be NiP. Forrest with the shot on Alu. Looks for more, swaps to the USPS. I would say probably the best gun in all of Counter-Strike. And that stands from a satisfactory point of view. Every time I get a kill on it, it's just so satisfying.
It's true. Well, for now, it's a 4-on-4. NiP not overcommitting just yet. The bomb's towards B, that's in the back of pit. So contact play towards this side of the map, and it's very defensive hold from the CTs here. Nico and Kiyoshima watching those tight angles, and the Kiyo to strike first. He doesn't spot pit crossing across, and it's going to be the same sort of a get right as well. Bomb will make it to the site, undetected for now.
Undetected indeed. But bomb planted. It's going to have to be swift from FaZe to try and get back in. Shots come through. They find the first. Nico doing the damage.
Filthy. 2 kills with Nico there. But promising for NiP as they walk into the site. Like we said, undetected, but nice sort of crossfire there in the CT entrance from the CTs. One watching towards short on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side is Kiyoshima is watching the bomb side itself. NiP get the bomb down, but they might not buy into this round considering what we've seen so far. I think the safe bet would be getting the AKs and the third, but it's FaZe Clan to get 3 UMPs, now 4, and an M4 with 1S in the hands of Nico as well. Nothing really purchased here for NiP. A couple of PT50s at Deagle, that's about it.
About it indeed. See if they can make do. Get right. Gonna head out with the gut knife. Been a while since I've seen a gut knife. About the only knife I ever owned in this game, Henry.
I've got a few you can have.
Really? That would be remarkable if you did, but it's Rain that's gonna walk around the corner, finds 2, make it a third. Down goes Exist, and the UMP has built Rain a ton of cash.
Yep, nice little $1,800 as quickly as that. It's going to be 5-on-2. Get right in for us. Not really much I can do into this round. They're looking to the AKs in the next one, so we weren't expecting much, to be fair. If they found 1 or 2 kills, that'd have been amazing. Bomb going down would have been a miracle, but there it is, Forrest. He gets a headshot towards Rain. Now, maybe could get a couple more. Like, he just wants to cause damage to the economy of the CTs, force some reinvestment there, and when they bring the AKs out, maybe go up against a slightly weakened CT side. But I would say that's unlikely now. He is completely locked in. Gives his position away now.
Yep. Tries for it. And Forrest falls to Alu, but Rain is going to be laughing with the situation. 5950, 5600 for Alu, by the way. AWP player. Remember last time you said they weren't going to let him eco to try and bring out the op early?
Oh, here it is.
He's got the op on round 3.
And a good spawn towards long as well. So that area can be locked down. There's no chance NiP can have an AWP against him, so he can be a little bit more aggressive than usual, take some wider peeks if he wants to. You can see the buy comes in for NiP, but they only have 1 smoke and a few flashbangs to work with here. So not ideal. Straight towards B we go. Maybe just a contact play here. Smoked out for now. Carrigan getting himself a nice little position. This will be the explosion play. They're going to be hugging. Oh my God, Carrigan! That was so good.
You were genuinely excited by that, I have to say, as Kiyoshima. Inside of the site's going to try and swing back the other direction. Manages to find the first opening kill, but Forrest is there to respond. That leaves it at 2 versus 2, and rotation go down in behind the plywood now. The wide peek from Forrest gives Get Right, gives NiP. Get Right included in that NiP team, obviously.
Yeah.
Their first round, 2-1. The reinvestment from the AWP from Alu now starts to be costly because they built up so much money, but it's going to be thrown over to him this time. And it's Carrigan that buys it, so leader of the pack going to be the one that sacrifices.
Yeah, AWP is so influential on this map. He's happy to go down to a pistol, allow Alu to maybe go a bit more dynamic here, pick up a kill towards middle. That's what he's going to try and do there. That smoke allows him to jump up. It's normally Rain, to be fair, but that's silenced M4 that tries to take this position. NiP seem to be aware, though. Double nades in towards it, and he goes down to 25 HP. That's going to hurt a lot. So he'll fall back. NiP suddenly done their homework when they see that smoke go down. Rain was causing havoc with that. Katowice, he was finding two kills consistently in that position with the silence M4. Normally that's an AWP play, but it's going to be Exist going down first at the party position as well. This is why they dropped the AWP over towards Alu. And it's a 5-on-4 at the 1:20 mark. So NiP, in terms of their map control, Get Right is making his way towards the end of bathrooms here. It's a nice little shot to take down Rain. He was the low HP player. Alu looking to return the favor almost instantaneously as he gets flashed off. And he's still hunting to get intel for his team at this point.
Carrigan. Go ahead and work in back toward the water position. Carrigan's got one. Oh, careful on the quick switch. Goes back. How do they let him live in that situation? Because he nearly does further damage. But Get Right will put him down in the end.
He does indeed. But Kiyoshima with the M4. Same story for Nico as well. NiP still have a lot of work to do here. 30 seconds remaining. Looks like the B commitment will come in. Smokes towards the side. Molotovs at the barrels as well, but that's not going to force Kiyoshima out of position. He's playing behind the pillar, and a good shot towards Get Right. He takes a lot of damage, but he can fall back to safety here.
Back to safety indeed. Kiyoshima gap to try and look up toward the site. When Forest crosses back over, the man advantage is what they're hoping will buy them time and space.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, Alu has now limited again to a 1 versus 2. Dragonlore looking to try and find its way in.
It is. I think he has to save though.
That's the better call.
Yeah,
definitely the better call.
With no kit and 2 players final to get into the bomb to defuse, very, very unlikely. He does anything there. Still walking and no scope one of them. Hope the other one's not facing at the same time. There's just no chance really. So they will be eco next round with Alu on the AWP. We saw on Nuke with a saved M4 what FaZe can do. There's so much talent in this team, bucket loads of it. If Alu can get going, maybe goes towards B, Monster Tunnel goes to that first pick, goes back towards A at that point, maybe he can win the round single-handedly. That's what will be required. I don't think they'll force into this round. That'd be bizarre at this point. So early on, it's 2-2. Don't want to throw the money completely away. So Alu, it's up to him. Maybe get some P250s. See if he goes towards B. Looks like he will. That makes the most sense to me, at least. Monster Tunnel pick at the start. Go back towards A. See whether he can make something out of nothing here.
Something out of nothing indeed. Freiburg down toward the underpass position, the AK. Alu with the op is actually getting very close to Monster Tunnel, and he nails Pit. The up-close pick, no chance he saw that coming.
Now he goes back towards A. Oh, this connector position as well. This could actually work out for FaZe. He could get 1 or 2 kills there. Unfortunately, Nico taken down, but it doesn't matter because Rain's going to strike back with a P250. Gets an AK as well. Oh, that got very scary indeed. It's still going to be a 3-on-3 advantage towards the Ninjas, though, because they have the weaponry. Alu, the only player on the CD side with a weapon, and that's the AWP.
Quick check into water from Exist. He'll fire in through the tin wall. No one on the other side to receive it. Kerrigan's going to push up as well at long. He could strike opportunistically toward long. Forest is actually going to rotate all the way back around instead. Just going to hold off the flank. So they're slowing things down at 55 seconds. It seems peculiar that Forest would run back further away from the objective on the map, but he's making sure there's no flight coming out from B. Also making sure Kerrigan can't push out from long, which the flash will help to secure as they head back over this direction. Alu, though, is waiting still inside of this B site. Oh, he's going to look the wrong direction, though. If he had waited a second longer, he may have had that door open for him.
30 seconds remaining now. They're going to the position where Alu is waiting for them. He's a Monster Tunnel, though. They come short. He's actually in quite a lot of trouble. Kiyoshima desperately trying to back him up. And Alu now in a world of pain. 25 HP, has to hit at least the first shot, which he nails. Back towards Monster Tunnel, and he gets a second as well, but can't find the frag, but it's a 2 versus 1 for Forest.
And the low HP. Forest has 10 to work with. Bomb down and 10 seconds to work with as well. Alu wins the round on the op alone.
He said it was a possibility, and that's why he saves that weapon. It was almost as we predicted, Matt. Towards that Monster Tunnel at the start of the round, he finds the player in T-spawn. I'm not really sure what they're facing an angle, to be fair. That's such a common strategy for an AWP that's saved. That's, like I said at the start of the round, that's where I'd be going with it at the start, and Alu does the same thing. He gets that first pick, goes back towards A. They start getting funneled. They lose a bit of a duel towards Connector as well. It's a 3-on-3, and they have no choice but to walk in that B side. Alu hits 2 shots in a row and finishes off the job as well with the AK-47. It is a force buy from the Ninjas here, but aggressive play from Nico. Going towards the playground, looking for 3, but he can't find it. It's Rain. He steps up, and he gets 3 himself. Round over. Just Pip remaining, and the aggressive play from the Ninjas, I should say FaZe, manages to pick them up. An amazing round here. That's a great response, but Pip, he's not done quite yet. He gets 2 kills with the Desert Eagle. As we calm down slightly, he does have a chance in this one. He picks up the AWP. Bomb's still down.
You calm down.
I'm trying.
Kerrigan is going to work around, though. This is so low for Pit. He's trying to do what he can with an AWP and head back towards spawn, open up potentially a laneway. Pit, though, meanwhile, it's faked it. He's gone back the other direction. It's back toward A bomb. It's going to be picked up again. 54 seconds. He could slip by Kiyoshima. They need to be careful not to over-rotate. They've got so much information from Kerrigan pushed out by construction, but Kiyoshima, he's going to go out toward top stairs. Pith's just gone by him.
If he can actually get it towards the A site, he has a smoke and an incendiary to work with. That eradicates risks, right? If he plants a bank, he could Molotov towards CT spawn and then smoke towards long, for example. Something like that. Depends where he wants to go with it. Or he could do the standard plant and then do it in opposite, smoke towards bank and CT Molotov CT spawn itself. That might actually happen here. He's going to get the bomb down, and it's still a possibility with the grenades he has in his pocket.
Pit.
There's
Looking.
Smoke.
Bomb's going to go default, surprisingly, because he's got no information out toward the bathroom position, but he takes long instead, perhaps. Considers the dumpster.
So, the bomb now as well.
I wonder if he's going to go Yugi style.
What's that?
He's planted it straight in the middle and then looks to spam through the box. That's harder to do on the defuse, though. That seems like a risk in a post plant.
Well,
and the risk is gone anyway.
I think you're probably right. That's probably what he was going to go for. He's 7 HP. Might have to go for something a little bit crazy. But not meant to be. The HE grenades take him down, and that's a little bit anticlimactic. But still, it's going to be 4 plays 2. Here's the aggressive play from the CTs. This was beautiful stuff from Rain. It comes down to a tight round in the end due to some fantastic pistol work from Pip, but he can't win the round. He gets the bomb down for his team. That helps boost our economy. That was a force buy from Ninjas. 3 pistols and 2 AKs. The 4-2 now. FaZe starting to get quite a firm lead as we get to round number 7. This should be one pretty favoured for them, unless someone goes wild with Deagle. Ali knows it. Won't be committing just yet. 3 players towards connector for the Ninjas here. No nades to work with.
Excuse me. It's going to try and break that rotates around though in the Tech 9. Try and make a play where he can, where it's available to him. Alu backs off towards sight and then gets a little bit closer with his M4. Rain, meanwhile, is going to back him up, and as they get closer, Alu can't find an opening. Molotov at the front, though, should funnel him into toward Rain. His position now becomes crucial.
Does indeed, but it's a 5-on-4 for now. CTs don't have to work too hard at this point. Rain spots another one, and I would say this might be a little bit of an overcommitment as this takes down Nico, but the round should be secured. Alu with a lovely little shot there. And a 1 kill, 5 NiP, no bomb plant down, but the money should be in a position where they can buy into this one. Or probably not going to be a possibility. I think the highest rolling player had $4,800. So they get a nice array of AKs and Molotovs and smokes to work with here, but Alu's got the best spawn available, so does he go to connector this time? That's what the top of us do. We always talk about him being very good at this sort of stuff. Chain position up every single round. It looks like he'll be focusing towards middle this time. Does he drop the smoke? Yet to be seen. He doesn't. He's going for the dry face here. Let's see whether he manages to pick it up. Almost did. Fully blind, pulls the trigger. Doesn't connect the shot just yet.
Rain's going to wait at the tree as well and see if anyone's going to walk out toward him.
This feels like Nuke, where they're losing that first pick consistently.
It's not quite as battering as Nuke. In Nuke, it's explosive, right? So they lose the first pick, but they were losing them all quickly. At least they're trying to slow things down and work it back in their favor, but you're right. They're not getting much to work with early.
Well, that's a really nice pick from Carrigan. I think that was one player walking in towards B, because he plays towards Monster, or maybe pushed off towards Shaw. I didn't quite catch it, but needless to say, it is a 5-on-4. Terrorist now a bit of bathroom control to work with there. It's going to be Get Right and Freiberg towards middle. Bomb is still making his way towards B, though. As Carrigan flashes that tunnel entrance. Exist just hoping someone makes a mistake here, can actually make something happen of it. But look towards long. Rain's coming in for the flank as well, getting so much intel for his team. They can start stacking towards B at this point. As soon as he goes about maybe 10 meters further, he'll start saying, okay, boys, get towards the B site, it's coming. And it suddenly is. As Rain gets all the intake on. All the rotations come in now. Carrigan finding another kill. Goes out to Kiyoshima to pick up the first one, but Kiyoshima is still alive as his teammate drops.
Bad situation for Kyo to be in, to work in the site this late, this much time to work with, and find Freiberg as well. Means 22 seconds left to work with for Get Right, and that won't even matter. It goes 6-2 for FaZe on the CT side.
So there it is. FaZe go aggressive at the start of the round, find the first pick. Job done, fall back, go passive, wait for an NiP to commit to a position. Rain's pushed off towards long as well. He's got all the information that can actually start rotating towards B just as the final commitment comes in from NiP. And this is looking disastrous once again. After pulling the third round back after losing the pistol after winning the pistol and getting the 2-0, it was that force buy from FaZe that shut it all down. And, going into round number 9 here. Glocks and 3K in the bank. It's not looking too good. I think this is a chance to compose himself and work out what's going wrong here.
A lot. I mean, this goes 0-6.
That's not great, is it?
That's out of the playoffs at that point,
And just to note as well, Mouse Sports just be north in the first map there. They're currently...
What? That means they could actually push through.
Yeah, how crazy is that? After losing Nico, they're actually
Nico's
looking better than ever.
teams to the playoffs.
That's nuts. And no one thought that team would be able to survive after that. But They're proving us all wrong, and I'm happy to say it. Like, that's really cool. Maybe they feel like there's not so much pressure anymore, and they can just play as a little team and not rely on...
A little team.
Well, do you know what I mean, though? Like,
No, I know. I just, the choice of adjective.
It's just like... The fact that they're not having anyone barking them, they can take a few more risks. Like, I've casted one game of theirs since Nico left, and Dennis actually looks pretty good. He's actually taking peeks and not scared of dying for once. Like, he knows if he dies early in a round, he's going to get shouted at by Nico, right?
Yep.
So he actually looks like a little bit more confident. Chris J coming back as well. I think they have a bit better spirit overall, so that's quite cool to see them beating North. That's a really big result for them, and they're currently top of the table, if I'm not mistaken, after winning that. So
yep, they would be. Especially because North was top as well. They were co-top table, I think it was almost tied. I'd have to look. It changes so quickly, so frequently. It's hard to believe we're week 3 already.
Yeah, still early days. How many weeks are in total? Like 12 or something?
Yeah, there's quite a few.
Oh.
Quite a few. There's no definitive amount. I can't say there's 12 or there's 11 because if there's a carryover amount of games, right? There's an extra week on the calendar in case it's required. As we already know, G2 and Fnatic played each other, and they had one that had to be rescheduled. So it's designed for that type of purpose. But we're back underway. And NiP, we'll see if the timeouts yielded anything beneficial for the fact that they're on Tech 9s. They will smoke off the Molotov. It does minor damage to get right. They're going to push through. And by pushing through, they're hoping to catch off Kiyoshima, but he gets one flash. He'll fall down inside of the water position instead, and that brings Kerrigan into the equation. Takes down one, nearly lines up the second. He'll go back and forth again, and then back and forth again, and then dancing around a pole like someone who's being paid, and try and do the damage, and finally Exist will go down to Rain.
Well, they tried to go very fast towards B. The Molotov shut them down towards short. They had to delay it slightly there. Kiyoshima had a ton of footsteps coming in. Good flashbangs from NiP, but ultimately only find one kill and no bomb plant. That was a partial buy. They were looking to run up a 10 here. They've already taken the pause. So 5 AKs once again. I can't think of a round so far in this series where we've seen NiP with an AWP on either side. Nuke, I can't tell you a single round they had it. I haven't seen it so far in Overpass. So
question, yeah.
So that was a big question going into this one, to be fair. What's NiP going to do with their AWP situation? Those double nades, once again, are quite punishing, but they're still going to commit to this boost. Oh, I saw 2 players! And it's going to be Get Right to pick up that frag. That boost can be very good, but not when the T's are operating that quickly.
Rain. Fall away inside of the bathrooms, go into the site instead, and NiP are going to try and beat him down long. Careful, Forest! Careful, Rain. Because Get Right's able to take him down, and Forrest nearly gets a nade pulled out in the wrong moment. It's Kiyoshima, though, that's pulled it back to Get Right. And Freiburg starts to look for the flank. He's got to be very careful of this consideration, this position that he has. And he may have timed this just well enough, because Kerrigan is thinking of it, but doesn't have the information yet that they're committed into the site. When does he elect that he has to go? It's a minute to work with. There's no need for him to overextend. He's got map control by pinching them off, but Freiburg's got a better shot.
It's good work by Freiburg there, but still work to do. It's Kiyoshima with 2 kills so far. That one could be disastrous. No!
They knew they opened up. There's a minute. They knew they opened up behind them. They knew Kerrigan was down. As soon as they spotted at Bank, you would have expected Pitt to back off. Instead, he commits to the bomb plant. And it's 4 HP, 13 for Kyo. He has tagged it back. Flash goes out.
Oh, God!
Kiyoshima runs out of ammo, goes back and finds it. This is sloppy Counter-Strike, but it's another round for FaZe.
What a horrible way to finish it. Oh, God. And there's the round. Similar scenes to what we saw on Nuke. The blunder comes in. And they're rushing the situation again, Matt. Time on the board. They have the advantage. They rushed that plant, and you can see Kiyoshima, he's loving it, okay? Well, that's one player out of the situation. You've got to plant the bomb and take you 4 seconds, right? So he knows, okay, if I find his teammate now, I can win this round. Takes the one down at bathrooms. He's supposed to be covering him. He gets his head blasted. At that point, the planting player there, Pitt, he gets tagged by the 5-7 as he's falling back as well, and it was really scrappy 1v1, but Kiyoshima just about wins. He has to reload. How did he survive after reloading his 5-7? I have no idea. That's a good shot from
Yeah,
Forrest.
I have no idea. That's one of the sloppiest rounds I've seen in a while. Jumping around, bullets flying everywhere. 2 blind men shooting in a sight. Exist. He'll get Kiyoshima down, but it's Rain to pull back on Forrest. It brings it back to a 5 versus 4. Nico's still inside of the B side. He's going to try and work to find ground and construction bomb. It's with Pitt. It's outside of Monster. Rain will slip inside.
Gotta win this one,
of
boys.
the lower position. Kerrigan getting Exist. That drops inside of the site. Rain's got to pull it back. 1 versus 3 spotted already. Do they run through? Do they commit to the plant this time to give him a chance to try and count it off? Just barely. Pitt gets over the wall, and Freiburg will get back. So have no fear.
I have a bit of fear, to be fair. but NiP managed to do it, finding an initial kill there towards middle. Very nice shot from Forest. At that point, that's their cue to make their way in towards B. It was a little bit scary as Exist went through the smoke by himself at the start of the round. He got taken down, but they managed to rectify that mistake. And we go into round number 12, Matt. It's 8-3, a double AWP setup this time. Carrigan very proficient with that weapon as well. They have a nice secondary AWP to fall back to with him. And it's Rain this time, who's looking to maybe use that smoke once again towards middle. Waits for the nades this time. That's smart. He's been taking a lot of damage from those nades. Now lose towards connector.
Towards connector with the AWP. Not a bad shout, not a bad position. Get right, getting closer. See the sparks landing on the doorway from shots fired in. Shoulder bait out. Get right presumes correctly that he's likely there. And it nearly works out.
They've done it again though, right? Because they got that first pick, Carrigan. Okay, now it's a 4-on-4, so slightly more interesting. They wanted to fall back at that point because they had the advantage once again. They wanted to apply the pressure towards NiP as I lose my voice. Sorry.
That's fine, you're allowed. I'll permiss you to. But only this one time, Henry. Keo gonna swing it. I wasn't sure if Freiburg was gonna be shown from that position or not. But Rain up top, and Freiburg certainly shown it through Keo. Molotovs him out. Good shot from Kiyoshima. He's looking good again as well.
He's looking great.
Yeah, he's looking very... I used to think that when he and Apex were together on the LDLC lineup, that he was actually every bit as good as Apex on opening a site.
Yeah. And he's also said he'll never be part of a French shuffle once again. He's found his team and he's stuck with it. And although he was like benched at one point, right?
Yes, which was I'm sure very worrying for him based on the previous comment you just mentioned.
Yeah, but then he comes back and this is the best FaZe I've ever looked. Like they're very happy right now and they seem to be getting better and better. This double AWP setup coming out once again. Similar scenes to what we saw on Nuke and NiP now. 9-3 down, another Rika coming in. It's looking quite grim overall. Rain aggressive once again in middle, behind the fountain. What a perfect position, all things considered. Doesn't nail the shot straight away. Probably has to fall back at this point. He's ascertained it's eco here. Just 2 deagles available. That's Carrigan. Full control of the monster tunnel here. How can they possibly shut him down? The flashbang could work. It's good. And they dink him as well.
Carrigan trying to pull this back, this situation for his team. Work down below with Rain to get the first opening kill. Exist will try and pull back with a pistol. Deagle inside of the water position. But he and Forrest left alive. This is going to go to 10-3. Another abysmal half for NiP. And again...
Already at first stage loss bonus as well, Matt.
Yep, that's going to be a reset because they just won the previous.
So the money is available. Get right could drop an AWP. Obviously, we haven't seen that all even for NiP. There's a buy there. It must be a rough one. A couple of AKs, Galils, maybe a UMP. I think that player with 6k can drop something over. I think he drops the Galil. So something there, but they have to win these last 2 rounds. Like they're not looking strong enough right now to go toe-to-toe with FaZe in terms of firepower or even tactical depth. Forrest, he gets the UMP. There it is to finish things off.
Forrest will rotate around over toward outside position at Park with the rest of his team. Alu's waiting as well with the aggressive push out from CT spawn, but no one's going to be there this time for him to pick up. He'll have to be a little bit more patient, hold off the position. Pick, meanwhile, is waiting to see if there'll be pushes on the other side of the map. NiP needs to find the opening pick this time, Henry. I'm going to say it. They haven't done it multiple times. They're going to have to this time.
Well, in terms of their control right now, Party has been taken over. They go towards long. That's one of the AWPs are waiting for them, though. It's going to be Alu playing quite passively here, watching the flower bed. Bomb's still down towards B, though, so this could be a bit of a ruse coming in. Show some presence towards long. Smoke out Alu's vision at the end there, force him back. At that point, get ready to send the bomb towards B.
Alu's looking, trying. A lot of smoke gonna go down. Does land in front of him. It looks like it might go deep for a moment.
Rain, though.
This is such a good position for him
to be in.
hasn't he? Yep. Just wait. Don't shoot. You already saw 2. Just be careful how much you want to run, though, because he gives himself up quite easily in doing so. He's got to be careful as well because his rotation's going in behind him. But it doesn't even matter. Rain strikes. Down goes Exist. Knows now they're on B, but Kerrigan somehow peculiar enough. A bit of an overcommitment toward Monster. Gets caught. Leaves it to a 3 versus 3, which means the bomb plant can go down. And the rotations aren't in, so we're back to square footing despite Rain's position. Nico gonna get aggressive above the smoke, try and hold off to make sure that if they do peek out, he's ready to strike. But eventually has to commit inside of the site. Forrest will get Kiyoshima. It's an advantage for NiP. They may find another one here, Henry.
Should do.
Nico's going to commit to it. Another smoke goes in. Forrest finds him first, but Rain strikes back out. Sneaks in. 1 versus 2. Spots another. Over top of the barrels. It's Forrest down at Freiburg. He's got a kit. He's going to try and bait him out. He knows he's toward the bags, or does he? Second guesses it. Freiburg commits. Down he goes. And Rain, I think he's just barely got it. I think he's got it. He does indeed. 4 kills.
Can you
and he's going to make it 11-3.
A 3-on-1 map. He does it again. It looked like it was all done for. He had no time to win that round. He gets 4 kills in total, and it's 11-3. They did so well to get back in that round. Such beautiful CS from FaZe overall. The fact that Ray's back slapped him like that, didn't go for the kills, allowed Ali to get information, and then funneled him towards B. NiP get himself in a perfect situation. Forrest doing great work with the AWP. 3 versus 1. The round they have to win, and Rain clutches it. Amazing from him, to be fair, but that was so winnable. They just don't give him anything to work with. Just don't challenge at all. Just wait till he touches the bomb.
Ooh, Freiburg does open it up at least this time for NiP. Get right before the smoke blooms. Will get Keo. They're starting to make some of these rounds closer, though, Henry. I will say that.
Okay, something, I guess.
Stop it. You stop it, man.
They can't have 0-6, dude. It has to be 11-4. Still possible with that scoreline.
That's possible. But how likely is it all to be? As Exist gets downed by Nico. It's not the situation they needed, not the next result they were looking for. Nico. With Kerrigan inside of the site as well, jumping. That'll be heard by Get Right. But does Get Right call their rotating off, because Kerrigan immediately runs toward the stairwell. Bomb is going toward A, and Alu has Forrest down. A 3 versus 3 with Bomb in front of Bathrooms, 41 seconds remaining. And it's just going to go back to B now. Finally, they make the call, and they've made a lot of poor calls, I think, with information after having Bomb in a situation where it walks into essentially a trap. Cue the Kiyoshima round.
Okay, then, Kerrigan, what have you got? Flashbang is poor, but will be punished for it. I thought he was going to miss the shot there, Kerrigan. He's dropped the bomb now. That's bought them some time as the rotation will come in as well. There's a low HP player in front of them as well. Oh, God, this is looking scary, but Get Right pulls the frag back. It's up to Alu now to win the 2 versus 1. The Molotov could deny the plant here. I think it will.
Don't think, yeah, just barely. Freiburg gets it in. Now, that means that Alu's best chance is missed. He's got to go full clutch mode with an M4 to work with, and Get Right's going to hold it off 11-4. Henry, they get what you said they need. But can they do better? Can they try and pull this back in the second half?
Yeah, it's looking pretty bad so far for NiP, 11-4, but they do win their last round. Not over just yet. We'll take a quick break and see whether, once again, can NiP pull it back.
They say that good things come to those who wait, but I'm sick of waiting and NiP is sick of losing, I'm sure. It's 11-4. They've got a massive comeback they need to achieve in this half.
Well then, Matthew, 11-4. Comeback is on. It goes without saying once again, they need the pistol here. If they don't get it, it's going to be an early shout out for the NiP boys. As we get into the second half here, they are ready to go. Match has been restarted. I'll have a look at the buys. It's FaZe now on the terrorist side. And Carrigan, normally the utility player, should be forced to survive on him with a smoke and 2 flashbangs. We'll see what that rings true. I'm struggling with land death right now. Katowice killed me a little bit.
Land death.
Yeah. I used to get this all the time when I was younger. I actually used to go to events, used to sleep on the table and stuff. But I haven't really got it in recent years.
On a table?
Yeah, I used to sleep like on the keyboard.
Oh, BYOCs.
Yeah.
Yeah, dream hack. When they hack your dreams.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there, done that. Woke a few kids up. They didn't like it too much. But to start off, Freiburg goes over toward the B site. No kit on the NiP side. Get right thinks about going in. Kiyoshima's there, ball's back, but that gives them sandbags. They have to find the kills. They manage it so far. So good. Bomb goes down. And a better kill from Get Right as he finds Kiyoshima as well. It's NiKo 1 versus 4.
Good job from NiP. A very basic execution towards the B site. One spoke deployed, try and get in there, but close range positioning from Get Right enables him to get 3 kills there. So NiKo now up against it, 4 versus 1. This has got to be a guaranteed round at this point. Don't give him anything. You've got the bomb. Make him pick it up. No one has to challenge. Should be a round where NiP finish with 4 players here.
Get Right.
If he gets 1.
Gonna try and hold, yeah, 3 peeking. I was gonna say, gonna try and hold off the angle with his teammates, but NiKo's there and walks into it. It does go down, and now they've got a chance. Henry, you said 11-4 was needed.
Yeah.
Get Right came so close to pushing through, and I think he was trying to bait them in at that point.
Yeah, well, it works out very nicely. Pick gets that first shot, and Get Right ends up getting 3. This last one was actually pretty cool. You can see through the box slightly. There it is. Manages to get Kiyoshima. Good work. Force buy from FaZe, though. Not out of the woods just yet, boys. It's going to be UMP's Famous and an M4 up against these deadly pistols of the FaZe team. As we get into round number 2. CT's only a bit of intel there, smoking off towards middle. Just need to avoid going down untraded here. That's the aim of the game.
Smoke out for Forest. Falls back. 3 rather SMGs. But those 3 SMGs could arguably be said to be better than the lovely FAMAS brought up from Pith. Dink does come in, you're right, good call, but it's not much of one because it's 60 HP still for Get Right to work with. Shots fired back as well. Either way, it's Get Right to find the first kill. Bomb is dropped. And now Lou starts to slip in, hopefully undetected. He wants to catch off Exist. He may do. In transition, tries to relocate, can't do it. Tech 9, low HP.
Yeah.
Really gets another, but NiP should be able to secure this situation now. In fact, they will. Done.
They will indeed. That was a bit scary at points, but Get Right there, getting 4 kills once again. He's got 17 in total, actually playing pretty well at Overpass, considering the scoreline. Not the same story for Freiburg, though, 6 from 14. But excuse me, round number 3 coming in. This should be the full eco for FaZe Clan. Nothing invested whatsoever. Won't be an AWP available within the next round either. So let's try to get the bomb down this round. If they get that down, that's amazing. But let's play here. How do you even find a kill with just Glocks and no nades?
Well, this goes aggressive toward the park. Let's see what he can find in that position with an M4. Forrest as well is hoping to get baited in by the fact that he's backed off. That'll work to find damage and a kill. Drive by, trying to tap because he's running low on ammunition. And Rain gives himself up as tribute, but it is Kiyoshima to get Forrest back. And that means problems for Exist because he's overstepped the mark. That's guns picked up. It's 3 versus 3. Low HP for Kiyo. Call it what you will because they can still make a play of this with numbers toward the A site. Thankfully, Get Right's in position and ready for it.
Yeah, that's a good kill from Get Right. Now it's Kiyoshima on 2 HP. Should be the round secured. They have got an M4 to work with here, so a little bit scary, but I don't see much threat coming in here.
Freiburg going to stay behind the yellows. Make do where he can. 2 HP for Kiyoshima. Cops rolling their sirens off in the distance, Henry. They better need an ambulance rather than a cop because they're going to need to heal Alu. He goes down last. It's 11-7. So they are pulling back the 3 standard rounds. Now the first gun, that's the next test. Cross that hurdle. You get 5 in a row. You're at 9-11, and you got a game.
Yeah, certainly. Well, FaZe don't have the ult to work with, but Forest does. We've always criticized Pit on this map, saying he's not really necessarily built for this one. It seems like his decision-making isn't fantastic, especially towards long. Like, he doesn't know whether to be aggressive or passive. It's a mixture of both, and doesn't really work out too well. So it seems Forest is back on opening responsibilities on the CT side, at least. This gets towards Connector, but he's going to be challenged as well. Get Roby backing him up, trying to get the aggro from him. It's a nice setup. It's difficult to handle. They Molotov that position, and that's when it becomes a bit of an issue.
Perfect position, pops out, takes the bomb down as well. And this now means a bit of problems for FaZe. Bigger problems as well, because Alu's found this is the gun round, exactly the gun round that NiP needed. Kiyoshima tries to Molotov back toward bathrooms, push them back a little bit further, and hopefully get toward that bomb. But look how hard, it's being babysat right now from NiP.
Yeah, 5-on-2. And Kiyoshima and Nico should be out as well. A nice crossfire from NiP there as we round over. Just a note as well, Matt, Mouseball's just beat North on Inferno as well. They got the 2-0.
Wow.
What is going on?
That's ridiculous. On Inferno, North's pretty good on that little map.
Yep. Do.
That's pretty impressive. I have to say that'll certainly shake things up as well because Mousesport's getting a great start that they had with Nico. If they continue on with that and they make the playoffs, it's one other team that's going to be chomping at the bit trying to find their way to a better position in the season, undoubtedly.
Well, Nico now finds 1 kill, but that should be all he gets as Pit takes him down there. And there it is, 4-0 for NiP. They're slowly getting back into this one map. And we have a game on our hands potentially here. It's 11-8, and they can't really buy into this round. They do get maximum loss minutes next round, so probably a partial buy. Tech-9s, Deagles, body armor, some nades. They're always scary on this round, but the odds tell us that NiP should be taking it. Or still for Forest. So there is an adjustment here. It seems like he will be full-time AWP on both sides. So normally it was just him T side and then Pit on the CT side. They've gone against that idea. And probably for the best, I would say, overall.
Yeah, I don't think I disagree with that. Exist.
Was it Vegas that was really prominent?
It was Matt. Yeah, it was just, yeah, Pit was really poor on this map on the CT side of Vegas. Yeah. We mentioned it quite a bit. It was inconsistent. He just didn't know when to peek and when not to. I think he felt pressured.
He found himself in awkward positions where he couldn't hit the shots. That was the problem, right? He couldn't hit the shots. He'd commit to a really aggressive peek, but just couldn't nail the shot to actually justify it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Forest. Oof.
He's solid on the AWP. He just hits the shots to count. Nothing too flashy, but he can be decent.
Let's throw in the A site, including GetRight, who plays at the truck. Trying to deny the default on the way through. Forrest still waiting for the opportunity. Plays over to the right rather than the left. Q's shoulder peek once again to get the information, but Forrest holds true. Like you say, nothing fancy, but makes it work. Has to as well against the Pistols. Rain takes them down. That could be an issue because the op's gone inside of the site. They're going to push on. Exist can't find openings. The longer he takes to find them, the sooner they get on top of the site. It's down to Rain.
How many clutches does he want today? He's got an M4 as well. 35 seconds remaining. Get the bomb just here. Checks towards long. Oh, God, if that shot hits. My God, he's doing it.
He might just do it. Pit to find Rain. That's insanity. Another 4K clutch for Rain today. I think that's maybe 4 or 5 clutches in 2 maps. That's ridiculous.
I feel a bit sick.
Well, you've been complaining all week.
No, not because of that. Because that was ungodly how he pulls that one off. What the hell? How are NiP allowing this to happen? They keep getting themselves in the open before the bomb's planted. And he just, yes, it's amazing from him. Don't get me wrong. Like, he shouldn't be winning that. He shouldn't be hitting those shots. But still, the fact he's not forced to plant or anything, like, he can't believe his luck there. They're trying to stick together, and that's a big round for FaZe to pick up. Just as we said, the 5-0's coming in. NiP give one away once again. It's to Rain. How many clutches is this guy going to get tonight? Good Lord.
Forrest will wait in from the park. Try to look back to find another. Gets a good position. Finds Kiyoshima back. So, oh, checks it right. Thinks about it. But doesn't look the right way at the right time. And Alu is able to get the kill back. What a clutch. What a time for that clutch, too. Just as NiP's getting momentum.
Indeed. You could make a frag montage with Rain's 2 maps here alone. Like, he's been...
Do it then.
I might do tonight. That'll be on my little project. Windows Movie Maker.
I was going to say, yep.
Yeah.
Get the old classic in there.
Yeah. But round number 6, and no utility left for NiP. You can see they've got the rifle, sure, but only 2 flashbangs to work with. FaZe, on the other hand, they've got 3 smokes, a Molotov, and flashbangs to work with. And in terms of the situation, a 4-on-4 favors the terrorists, and they were going towards B here. A smoke from Carrigan. Smokes off the CT entrance. As you can see it flying in right now, one towards Heaven as well. But there's a boost coming in. Freiburg, he has to deliver here. This is their only chance to really defend this. This boost is good. It's a nice idea. Okay, dead.
Dead indeed. But look at Pitt to walk in, smoke down, smoke off in front.
Oh, save, Chad is saying.
Right. Chad has been saved by Jesus, apparently. Smoke in front of him. Pitt's going to try and walk back out. Plywood, they boost up as well. This is good position for Nico. Man advantage flash in. Does he find him in time? Certainly will. And it's down to Get Right and Pitt. This could be 13th round for FaZe. What a remarkable storyline that would be, considering... I mean, not so much for them. We expect them to play well, but considering the situation for NiP and Mousesports picking up those wins, the whole table's on its head. Nico's gonna find Pitt. That's done. Get Right's gone to save.
Well, that is the money gone for NiP. They saved 1 weapon here, but it's 13-8. With 1 weapon in hand, they probably have to force into this round. And God, it all comes from a Rain clutch once again, doesn't it? It's looking like they're getting back into it, but what the hell was this? This last Eagle shot as well, I think it's against Pitt as well. He's having a rough game. He seems to be the last player alive in all of these clutches and gets punished once more. Rain's stats is coming up there. He's currently on 24 kills and 13 deaths. If you've got him in your fantasy team, congratulations. You've just made about 1,000 points.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking about him too. Damn it.
I got all of G2, and that did not.
Yeah, you're in last place.
Yep.
How's that feel?
Really bad. Thanks for asking.
Well, Jason's beating me, so that feels awful.
Last place, though.
We can't have North American talent beating us, Henry.
Well, they didn't force. Okay, they're going to use that. I thought with the M4 there, they just go all in. But they're going to take a save here. So let's Get Right goes wild. He has been playing well so far. Should be 14 in favor of FaZe, and they're going very slow and methodically right now. 1 player towards long. That's going to be Kiyoshima getting some intel here. Exists, challenging Rain. They could actually find this frag. Quickly door opens, but they shut it behind them. That's good work ethic to have.
Kiyoshima to try and find Pitt, but can't do it. That's going to give them another gun to work with. AK-47 to complement this single M4. B, meanwhile, has company, and that's where the attack is going to be. Freiburg inside of the pit will have to play this perfectly. Tries to spot gap on the way through from Bags. Nico looks down that direction, takes him out.
Might have saved his 2 weapons, I would say. Don't risk losing them. You can't win this round.
No, they may have to consider it, but they're getting closer, are they not? In on top of the catwalk, Nico looks up, easy shot. Rain beats him to it, but now you'd think that they have to get out, and Get Right is backpedaling. Not fast enough. Nearly does take 1 down. Nico stays on 6.
Don't know why they're not just automatically saving these weapons there. Help balance the books, drop a UMP over if required, get all nades up. But he wants to challenge. It didn't really make sense to me there, but just exists trying to survive here towards the bathroom position. And he is being hunted down as well. Plenty of players coming towards long. He's not surviving this. Nico, if he doesn't get him, his teammates certainly will.
Yep, gone. Gone, baby, gone.
They can still buy into this round. I just prefer anything. You can see a player comes up into Famous. That's Freiburg. Actually didn't have to happen if they save at least 1 weapon there. But I guess you have to take a chance at this point. And for the best, see what happens.
So 2 to go for Nico and co.
Indeed.
A gaming clan since 2000. FaZe clan. Get it? It's a meme.
Is it?
Well, I'm gonna make it one.
Boost comes in towards middle. We saw a lot of players, especially Major Boy with this boost, get a lot of kills in this particular area. It's very difficult to see the CT boosted up, but nades coming in, they seem to be aware, and they will be falling back at this point. That's Forest and Exist. They take themselves down to 65 HP with that boost, so they have to try and find that first frag, though. They don't have the AWP to work with this time. It's going to be Alu hunting out the map. He's towards Playground right now. Flash comes over Forest. Let's see whether we can get anything towards long.
See if we can indeed. Kerrigan by the fountain. Nico's going to hold off toward B as well. Inside of the site itself, you've got Freiburg, you've got Pitt. Pushed up bathroom connector this time with Forrest waiting on the M4, but is it at a tradable position? Or is that just for further information? Because you've got to swing wide from Get Right's position. Who's getting closer in front of him? This does do well to find that because Forrest is nowhere near. And Alu getting Get Right, again, not tradable, so they have to give up the site. They'll have to play for the retake. Forrest is going to try and smoke off toward Parkside and give himself access toward the bank stairs. Instead, swings out, makes it work. So the fourth site to make that happen, and Forrest is looking for further kills, further opportunity. Can't quite nail a shot inside of the site directly, but Exist is there to get Alu. That's going to force the bomb back over to B. It's a 4 versus 2, and NiP should anticipate these rotations. Even if they don't, they can sit complacently with 4 and rotate together.
Lost a lot of clutches here today, but this is looking promising now. Forrest stepping up there. Knew he had to make something happen, and Pitt should be able to finish it off as well. 5 seconds remaining. Bomb will not be planted, and there it is. Pitt doing a good job there. It comes down to Forrest, in my opinion. That was actually looking pretty poor for NiP going into that A site, and Forrest drops a nice little smoke, a nice vision for the terrace, finds the first kill, and his teammate gets the second as well, so good work from him. Still money available, though, for the FaZe clan, and 2 rounds separate them from getting the 2-0, excuse me, this evening.
Well, that's the thing, 2 rounds. That's all it takes at this point in time. They've got an op-out on Alu this time around. You'd expect they'll capitalize with that at some point to make good work of a situation, to make light work of the situation. Want to use a whole magazine of bullets from an AK when you can use one from an op? Well, never mind, that's why, because they walk in, blinded off. Freiburg and Pitt go down the entry they need. Smoke to cover off. Forrest is the only kill back. He's going to try for more. He's downed as well, and what's Exist's call?
Well, they've got no money and $1,400 next round. Save the M4. You're not going to do anything. Even if you find 3 kills, it doesn't really mean that much.
No, it means nothing.
So let's just save the gun, shall we? Okay, well, gives his position away. To be fair, no one's going to trade that, so he's okay for now. So at least gives himself $300 to work with, but they know exactly where he is now. They will be hunting as well. You see Kirishima coming from middle. They want to take him down. They know what this means. They get him down, which they will. It means $1,400 for each player. So Get Right, 2K. Pitt, $1,500. Forrest, less than 3. Exist to Freiburg, 3K each. And there's the replay just flashing in. Freiburg is completely wrecked by that. Pitt can't even back him up. And it seems they've adjusted that B-side slightly. We talked about Exist and Freiburg being that tag team combo usually.
Yep.
And maybe they've had to readdress things because Pitt's AWP situation wasn't really working out for them.
Yeah, that's the problem. And that becomes an inherent problem, right? Like, an inherent problem in the fact that
the one good thing you had going.
Yeah, well, you're compromising, constantly compromising. That doesn't work.
Yeah.
Well, that said, Nico makes it work. He finds 2 inside of the water. Get Right's going to wrap around. It's Kerrigan to find him, and that's going to be the game. Forrest and Exist, both on scouts. But the scouts honor may not be enough for them to do anything. It's down to 1 remaining. They know where Forrest is. Forrest will keep this going for us a little bit, try and get the shooting gallery going for the sake of statistics, but no reason to do so because statistics are this. NiP 0-6.
0-6. That's unbelievable. Overpass, we thought they could kind of pick themselves up off the nuke, but it's just more of the same. Couldn't really ever get rolling. FaZe running away with it. 11-4 in that first half. NiP had a little flourish there in the second, but unfortunately just can't pick up a victory here in Pro League. This is looking very unlikely they'll get to the finals here. And FaZe can continue their dominance, Matt. Can't really take much away from them. Rain especially, how many clutches did he win today? He was influential in these beatdowns of NiP.
He was absolutely unreal. He actually was so sick. Very impressive. The fact that he's fragging and Nico is looking the way he is on FaZe, I think they're the team to watch right now. We'll see if that's what the desks thinks. Jason, I hope your outro's better tonight.
Well, now he's made me nervous. Now he's made me entirely alert. Now he's ruined everything. Oh, I didn't have anything prepared either. Yeah, this is now a winless NiP. You could hear the pain in Henry's voice.
Yeah.
Really what we just saw over those 2 maps against FaZe is that they just couldn't put a complete game together. They had a couple halves in there where you could see they had some ideas they could get back into it, but like they just never give themselves a chance, really.
I think, like they said, you know, when Rain's putting on a show and NiP have front row tickets, they're not going to have a good time.
That was so rough. That 1-on-3 is just unreal, and that's the thing with NiP at the moment is that you can't drop those rounds because some of the other rounds do look good. It looks like you are doing some very good things in these other rounds, but you have too many of those heartbreaks where you lose these post-plant clutches. You can't expect to win matches at this level doing that.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing I addressed tactically with NiP's unorthodox default, They didn't do it once. I sat there, I was like, well, okay, so that's obviously something they prepared specifically for Astralis. But I think they could have used it in this instance. We didn't really see FaZe challenging Connector a lot. And, you know, NiP were getting picked off from time to time. They could have taken that safer route on their T side.
It's kind of, I guess funny is not the right word. Maybe funny sad is the proper way to describe it. This is what NiP used to do to people when they were having their reign. This is like the kind of things they used to do, is win 1-on-3s consistently. The other team at times would look like the better team, but you just had so much individual talent on the NiP squad that you would overcome those easily just with a quick clutch here or there.
Yeah, I 100% agree. If you just look at the way that FaZe address every situation, it's like they want to take the fight. It's like, well, instead of letting you guys decide what's going to happen, we're always going to have a duel. We're always going to be coming at you. And that's going to work for them while they're on. As soon as they're missing shots, it's not going to happen. You saw a couple of rounds there where NiP were able to get the entries, get right, got a quick one, exist, got a quick one, and the round was turned on its head, and they're going to lose those. So if they need to make sure they have more depth. This is like a point that they need to focus on potentially, is making sure they can play this aggressive style, which is fantastic. You also need to be able to hold the bomb side, be passive, and do the fundamentals, because when you're playing teams like Astralis, Virtus Pro, you can't just get away with being pushy all the time.
Yeah, and now as well, I mean, this is just the nightmare situation on NiP. I know I've had this list all day long. I'm going to pick it up again.
Cool.
NiP's next games are next is Virtus Pro is up next. So, I mean, yeah, VP online, but at the other side of the coin, doesn't get very much easier. Still one of the teams you'd put in the top 3.
Yeah, for sure. So VP are doing much better this season than last season online. Seems like they're taking things a little bit more seriously, or they're just having more luck with the online as it's going. But struggle town for NiP going forwards.
Yeah, and as well for Envy earlier today, you can see if you missed the opening 2 games, 16-6 for Navi on Inferno, 16-12 on Train. NiP, we just watched them lose 2 on the B stream. Some definite surprises over there. Well, Hellraisers beating Kingwin on Train isn't too big. Kingwin beating Hellraisers on Cash. But then the big one is Mouse Sports going 2-0 over North tonight. Even without Nico, Oscar's in. Dennis had a pair of big games. And you can see they're still firmly in control of this season.
Isn't that insane? You know, Nico's given these guys a springboard into first place, and they're running with it right now. Dennis, like you said, having amazing performances over 2 maps. Oscar was fantastic before this change happened. We always know Lau, you know, he's a pretty solid player as well. Seems like this Mouse Sports is coming into its own, and it's great to see them develop this way, and they're not completely dilapidated from Nico leaving the squad.
Well, NiP and G2, 1 win between those 2 teams. The legendary NiP and the super team of G2 that just formed out of the second French Revolution. Also interesting to note is North and Astralis sitting just outside the playoff picture at 7 and 8. You don't imagine that's going to continue, but Fnatic at 10th, they've got to pick up the pace as well. So some very, very big names still not in that top 6. We'll have to see what happens as the season winds down. Stay tuned as well, because there is more matches from the North American region that's going to be taking place pretty soon here. SK is going to take on Luminosity, and then following that up is going to be Optic versus NRG.
A lot of Brazilians tonight in NA. There's a Brazilian derby, and Peacemaker is stepping in for Hiko, who is not available to play the matches for whatever reason.
Yeah, we'll see how much Zeus wanted to play again for a while. We'll see if Peacemaker gets that itch back after the games today. Yeah, that is. That's going to be it, I think. And yeah, stay tuned for those NA games. Definitely stick around. Some exciting stuff over there. We'll see what Optic is going to head up and go do. But for us, that's it. Not just for tonight, but for the week. It's been a great time. We'll see if next week NiP can come refreshed, get their first win on the board. But until then, have a good weekend.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
right, we're back here at ESL Pro League Season 5, the second week in the final match day. We just saw a blowout. In all reality, I'm not even going to church that one up. I'm Stunna. In case you're just joining us, this is Bach. We're going to kind of ease this one in, coast it in to the next matchup, which could also be a blowout, but only time will tell.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the two teams stacked up on paper, I think a lot of people have Liquid picked to take this one easily. Maybe not as easy as the Cloud9 game, just because Cloud9 and Liquid, Liquid's going through some changes with the whole Stanislaw thing. But I think in general, Liquid should be able to take this series 2-0.
Obviously, when we look at this Liquid roster, it's very much a roster with a ton of firepower. Nitro, Elige, JDM, and Pimp. Now, obviously, Stanislaw, that new addition we were just speaking of, bringing more of the strategic side of things to this team. Hopefully, he's able to use these tools here tonight, as well as in the future, for this team to better itself.
I mean, what we saw from them in the first week, they looked really good. Like on Cash as well, Stanislaw was really stepping up his own game. I think he had like close to 30 frags in that game. He was just moving around the map with his rifle. He looked really strong for Liquid. In their game the other night, it was a little bit different, and part of that was that they were playing with a stand-in. Pimp apparently had surgery back home. I still don't even know why. I don't think he really disclosed that, and it's none of our business. It's just curiosity. But they had to play with Zeus, and obviously it had a bit of an impact.
Right, as that impact does show itself, 37 and 55, I do believe it is for KD. But that the ADR is not looking too pretty. So obviously a step down from what they would normally play with. Zeus, you might recognize him from the Brazilian teams. But here, or at least in those matchups, he was not able to bring much to the table.
Even just stepping outside his performance, you can't just grab a player and plug him into your roster, even if he's your coach, and think it's just going to work. Like, obviously, there were changes that had to be made. Things weren't going to be as fluid and dynamic as they would be normally for Liquid. So it's not just a numbers game. Yes, you can point to the numbers and say, here's the limited impact he had, but it's also how he changes setups for Liquid that really had an effect.
Right. I mean, just like any other sport, when you substitute anyone in, odds are you're going to get different results. Let's take a look now at that complexity roster we spoke about earlier. Obviously not, at the very tip top of the crop here at in the North American CSGO scene. However, we got Surreal, Depp, Android, Uber, and Desi. Now, when we look at this lineup, obviously Desi, the one to stand out more so in the long run. But what can you tell me about this complexity lineup?
It's a team. It's kind of like a ragtag bunch. It's been a hard run for Complexity. They haven't really had great success over the last few seasons, sometimes barely surviving the season and not getting relegated. They brought in some European players in Def and Surreal, thinking that might boost performance, but it didn't really seem to help much. And then they lost Roka, they lost Whitmer, they tried to revive Fraud's career, did not go well. In general, it just has been an experiment with Complexity with this roster that hasn't felt like it's been working, and we talked about it in the pre-show. Who in this team is actually the leader? Like, who could you point to in this roster that is a definitive in-game leader?
Right, absolutely. Obviously they're struggling a little bit, if not, some might say a lot. I think Warden, with the experience that he does have, he should be able to bring more to the table and be able to mold these tools more in his favor. But obviously, we'll have to see what happens there. I mean, this is a newer season, but this could have been an ongoing problem where these guys can't seem to bring it together like they want to. However, at this point in time, we're going to take a look at Cash with our Mr. DeBear Stromberg himself standing by at the telestrator to go over Liquid's Elige on Cash.
Thank you, Stunna. We're going to take a look at Team Liquid and why Elige is so good. One thing to take note is that he is a man of many positions. He is everywhere. As you see him, he starts off in the middle. He's going towards the highway. He's going to end up at A. And this is what makes him so strong. He's able to get frags from any spot on the map. And so it's really hard to guess where he's playing that round. Throughout the whole match, he is playing everywhere. He's on top of the red box. He plays by forklift. He plays on top of catwalk. He plays tops of by the quad area. He's also sometimes pushing towards B. He plays like 10 different spots, and he knows the angles. He knows how to frag from them, and that's what makes him so good. You can't anti-strat this guy because you don't know what spot he's playing the round, so you got to hope to miss. Like the rounds that Team Energy won is when he wasn't there. He was on the other side of the bomb site. So literally every round they won, they avoided this guy. This guy is a powerhouse. He's going to be hitting his shots. Look, he's hopping around. He was on the reverse boost. Now he's back down the middle. This guy is everywhere, and it's so nice to see a person who's not a one-trick pony. He's going to frag, and he's a very strong player overall, and I think like Team Liquid, they have to keep playing around him because he is definitely one of the best players on the team. Back to you, Stunner.
Thank you, DeBears. He's not wrong. I mean, Elige is one of their top performers when he's on point. He's really laying down the hammer over there in the servers. Can he do that, and can Team Liquid follow it up tonight here on Cash against Complexity?
I think tonight we're going to see a performance similar to their first week performance on Cash. I don't think that we're going to see that 22-19 loss that they had against Energy. I think Liquid takes this one.
Well, I also agree. I think it's a little bit of a no-brainer, but we'll let you be the judge at home. But to bring us that action, we do have the commentator standing by. It's going to be Blue. It's going to be Daze. Take it away, boys.
All right, yeah, thank you very much. We're getting prepped to jump into another match this evening, and it's going to be Team Liquid taking on Complexity. I mean, right from the get-go, let's talk about Complexity. What kind of a chance do they actually have here versus a team like Liquid?
Well, I definitely think they are a bit of underdogs, but we haven't seen them yet this season. Last season, though, some of their problems were similar to kind of what we see with this Renegades team, where I remember specifically last season we were watching them on Dust 2. They were crossing long. They tried to throw like 3 different smokes on the cross, and all of them failed, and there were just giant gaps, and they're still dying from city spawn. Things like that, you know, that they're if you have those problems versus a team like Liquid, just like those very, very basics, it's not going to work out for you. Like, these players are too good at punishing that. They're too good at recognizing the weaknesses and things like that. And if you give them a chance, they're gonna be able to capitalize on it. So Complexity, I do think they do have a chance. I think as far as their players are concerned, they're very, very talented. Especially if Depp can really get things going, you're generally going to see him taking the brunt of the like upfront battles. He's going to be the one saying, "Hey, I can do this and kill this guy. I can do this and do this guy. You know, kill this guy," and you guys can play around that.
Well, we're getting into it here now, ladies and gentlemen. Complexity on towards the T side, pushing up pretty directly in towards an A and boost maneuver here, as they're going to go for that control early on. JDM to resist it, but he hasn't spotted any of the boost players just yet. Smokes are going to be deployed directly in front of him, so he's actually going to be blocked off. Just pre-firing into the usual pushing angles from the Complexity side, but not going to be catching any extra damage. That's mid-control for Complexity. Nice and easy early on. Now the deployment comes out towards A. Good flashback against Elige early on. He's been blinded, so is JDM, but now their killers start to roll in. It's pretty one-sided. Uber's traded out 1 kill, but that's about it. Android chiming in for a second. JDM still putting a stop to all of this from range. He's actually the last one left alive here on the site, so he does have to hold back a little bit as those B players are still rotating over here. But Uber now stuck in a corner, 7 HP, and Pimp will finish the job with a headshot.
Yeah, Liquid taking that pistol round. They tried doing, you know, an A split for Complexity, but JDM, and I believe that was Nitro. Nitro's very good at that A site. One of the best players at holding that A site and being an anchor over there. Complexity buying here. We see a nice Bison by Stan. He throws on the air. He just accidental buy. Doesn't want anything to do with it. I'm a bit surprised there. But 5 SMGs for Liquid, so they have a ton of utility to utilize right now.
So, as Complexity do get prepared to go for this, basically an A main push here.
And Nitro jump spotted and saw him. So, I mean, that's a big little tell right there.
Nitro is even going to be going inside of A main to deploy against this, too. He's on the other side of that smoke right now. The Molotov, he did spot Desi on the way back outside of A main, but other than that, is not going to accomplish much. Just pushing them out temporarily here, and Complexity will still sit in essentially that same basic default setup as they run the timer down a bit. Beyond this, again, it's still pretty basic from the Team Liquid side of things, too. JDM, again, over there towards mid, actually biting off a little bit more than he could possibly chew. Down to 35 HP after a peak versus the player up on the boost spot. And now they're going to push an A main. Nitro knows for sure this is coming, but he's also going to deal with pressure from the Squeaky. He's going to be overwhelmed very quickly. Elige trying to turn the tables now. Chiming in for 1 kill, but then leaping back behind Toxic. He's got a position, but he can't hold on. That's 3 kills for Complexity and only 1 in the other direction. It's down to Pimp and Stan on a clutch this one back out. Hasn't seen Def in the corner. Pimp may have already been spotted. No, he sneaks 1 kill in, but that's it. Chimes in for 1 more, but Stan grabs 2. This goes down to a 1v1. It's a full 10-second defuse. I don't know if he has a kill on the ground somewhere else, but at the moment, Def is going to sneak by it, but no, Stan spotted. He's going to grab that, and he should have plenty of time left to defuse the bomb.
Yeah, and that's still a great round from Complexity. I think if Complexity is going to beat this Liquid team, they need a little bit extra, right? They need to win 1 round that maybe they shouldn't win. You know, they can't let Liquid win both pistols and probably come out successful. So, but that is a good start. That's going to allow them them to probably force Liquid on the eco if they win this following round, or they even have the option of buying here. They do have 3K apiece. Maybe if they want to split AKs or get a couple Galils, it looks like they are going to buy. So they have an AK, 3 Galils, an SMG, and they actually have better weaponry, in my opinion, if they can utilize it properly. But what they don't have better of is utility, and that's very, very important.
Well, we've got Complexity again getting ready to go for a boost maneuver into mid, or preparing for it at the very least. The Liege did not have fear to peek into a main, and well, he was flashed, and thankfully nobody from Cole ended up peeking it this time around. So he's still safe for now, but he remained inside of there, and Surreal, he's going to commit to that duel. It does work out to take down Nitro, but JDM was also there to support, so it just gets traded 1-for-1, and JDM still holds an angle, and there's now a deep smoke in A main too to prevent them from getting any additional access. They've got mid, they're going to move for highway control, but Elige is expecting this. He's sitting back over here, pushed out from the truck position, but he's going to be actually falling back to this little angle right here where he can spot him crossing. He's got the perfect angle against Desi, so he's going to get knocked out very, very quickly. The remaining 3, well, they also have positions on highway here, but it's not looking too great. Android chiming in for a 1, but JDM and Pimp putting a shutdown on all that highway pressure. Now it's remaining is Uber. He's got JDM down to 10 HP, but then everybody else is rotating back in here. Has the bomb to work with too, but on the peak, there you go. Stan chiming in for his kill on the round, and Team Liquid do get to close it out.
Yeah, and you're going to notice Liquid is consistently going to push A main many, many more rounds than you normally see from a team. They love to put A main aggression. They love to push it. They feel that's an advantage that they have across the map in order to get those kills in there and give them some information. Complexity there, and that's why I don't like that buy. I don't like when everybody full buys up. I think it's a lot better to have 1 or 2 guys with Tech 9s who could have full utility. You're still very, very useful in the round. In fact, it's a lot of the time way better to have a guy with a Tech 9 than everybody just having Galils, because he can run in and garner a bunch of attention.
Well, Android finding that first kill here. Pimp, JDM, and they all shut it down directly after that. 1 singular kill in the stand. JDM even going to finish things off with the default pistol. Another quick one and a 4K.
Shot on Surreal coming out of the vents, yeah. So a nice 4K from him, builds up a significant amount of bank there, getting 2,100 with those 4 kills combined. And Liquid, they're going to keep some of those low-tier guns, like the Galil, like the Ump, and try to build even more on that economy.
Well, now we see Complexity splitting up into the default yet again to their gun round here. A little bit of early utility going out towards mid, but no deployment just yet. It's Uber, actually, that sort of overextends his bounds. Pimp down at the same thing here as he moved up pretty aggressively. We're going to see that again from JDM, but this time it goes into the favor of Complexity to a certain degree, of course. Android still down at 1 HP after finding the frag, but it's been enough. And now Def's going to chain into another one against Nitro here. He's got a little bit of mid-control to work with. He will have to be cautious of the vents. As you can see, Stanislaw getting prepared to push back out. The flash is perfect. It allows Stanislaw to get a free kill here out from the vents against Def. It takes him out of the picture. And now the remainders are going to try to go for a last-minute A main play. Desi kind of held back for a second, but his teammates are able to push them back out here, so they will get access to the site. But there's already players like Elige and the Highway prepared for a retake. They didn't necessarily clear everything out, so they've only got really half control here due to the smoke wall that they put up themselves. And no utility to hold, really, except for that 1 molly on Desi and work for in this post plant, whereas the guys on Team Liquid, they still have 2. There's another flashbang sitting on Pimp. And it's these guys that are going to be staying in pretty stable positions here. So these mollies are going to serve the CTs to a much better purpose. In fact, there's one forcing Desi out of his hiding hole. The one against the forklift here, 2, puts a T player up against the wall, which Elige is going to be able to punish for. 2 more left, but they are getting low on time, so this needs to be perfect from this point forward. They jump onto the bomb. Surreal finding an additional kill. It's just on Elige, but they're not wrapping quickly enough, and he's just going to defuse the bomb. They don't even realize it, so he sneaks it in, and Team Liquid get to keep rolling in the lead.
Wow, just something that should never happen there after the 2v1 happens. I think maybe they either didn't hear that the bomb was even tapped or something like that, but definitely a big miscommunication from Complexity there in a round that they should definitely have won. Now Liquid still has a lot of money. Elige buys an AUG. They have a double op setup, so we'll see how this works out for him.
Yeah, and it's going to be spread out again here from that T side. It's a lot more focused in mid, however, as we can see, putting a lot of their players here to defend it once again. And possibly going to be getting aggressive here, too, as we can see both Stan and Pimp sneaking up. Android getting a little peck of damage over there on a Stan. Nothing too serious, though. Now as they fall back, well, actually more of it going on a Stan. He's not feeling too lucky at the beginning of this round, as he can't find solid Smith and not actually spotting him. There's that AUG, though, on Elige, and it destroys Zef, just barely peeking out from the boost-up position. And they'll be peeking out again here in a second, too. If it's not him, then Pimp or Stan may try to fight through on the counter boost here, as Android just hunting for something with the rest of the team still spread out across the map. And we do have Stan pushing up, but in the meantime, over towards the A bomb site. They've been able to find a kill, but all the timing on this counter boost from Stan just doesn't work out. Android's going to catch him just as he's peeking out from the garage, so it remains even. It goes down to a 3v3, but Liquid are spread out. They really don't have a lot of players here on A to defend it right now. Legion's going to push his way back up. He's lucky that the op pushes away, but Surreal again adjusting. Now Pimp up on top, finding one, going for the second, but he can't get it. Surreal puts a shutdown on it, and now it's JDM in a 1v2. It's going to prove very, very difficult to clutch out. Again, a lot of utility to play with, but the T's have quite a bit as well. So Smoke, Molotov, and HE grenade to try and impact on damage. The bomb's gone down on the site. He's open for a peek, and he actually might get it. There it is. It finds Surreal. It is out in the open there. And now there's one more to go against Uber, and he's just done a chunk load of damage to him. He'll be sitting at 18 HP. JDM even has a kit too, so he has the extra time to play with. Holding it back for a few seconds here just to try and wait out a little bit. The molly into A main. Although it's going to hit a smoke that I think he missed that was there. Close up though. Oh, he hasn't checked behind the box yet. And Uber, is he moving out from him or is he just going to stick there? Because he's going to be flanked at a moment if he doesn't change his own position. He has. So JDM's going to walk right up. He taps onto the bomb. He's inside of the smoke now, but outside of it. Oh, through the smoke. JDM destroys Uber. And there's another clutch from him. It's going to be close, but he'll get the defuse.
Wow, right down to the millisecond. Complexity so close in back-to-back rounds when it comes to just winning it. But again, at that A site, they're not able to hold off that post-plant. One that really he had no business winning. I mean, if Surreal doesn't peek there, they tried double peeking for some reason. I'm not sure why. If you literally just play the bomb, you're probably going to win that round almost always against a player like JDM. I mean, JDM is one of those players that really takes his time, takes a very long time to try to clutch around. His mid is completely open right now. Complexity takes control, and they realize that it is. JDM gets an early pick, though, off of A main aggression again, which you're going to see from them all the time. And now Complexity very spread out, depth near the highway box. Yeah, they have mid control, but that's it. They have no knowledge of where anybody else is on the map. Look, Legion's making sure anybody peeks on the roof or the white box. He's spotting that. They have a main control. And now this is where Complexity, they don't know if somebody's pushed door. They don't know if somebody's, you know, anywhere, really. Like, they don't have that knowledge. And that makes this round very difficult to win.
We have the guys from Complexity pushed up into mid and even smoking off highway and wanted to allow Def, Desi, potentially that third guy that was sitting in the back there too, Android, to try and push their way forward. But keep in mind, the bomb's still positioned outside of A main. It's almost certainly going to be going in there. JDM, he spotted Def for sure, but he can't get him actually going all the way up on the ladder. So he just falls back behind the shed on highway. He's actually going to molly that just as the smoke is fading. It's perfect. Def goes down, and he just takes the damage as Nitro comes around the backside there. He'll be able to knock him out. Stan picking up an additional kill here too. Pimp on the site, knows he's got Ceci sitting over here trying to push him back out. He's really just playing with him. Did some good damage to him, but Android killed him, and then Stanislaw just drops in to finish the job.
Yeah, 7-0 Complexity, although they came close those 2 rounds. If they would have won that, they could have, you know, potentially reset their economy. That wasn't even like Free Fire. You like actually had to aim at them and shoot them. This could be a quick night, Blue.
It might
Could be a quick night.
With stuff like that happening.
No, Complexity is getting close in a lot of these rounds. They are forced to save here, but they were coming very close into resetting Liquid's economy, and they still might be able to.
It was a close splash. It was actually beautiful, but one player kept it alive. It has now kind of kept the possibility for them to do some damage in this round alive still. JDM legging off Android. He'll just survive that, but then Elige and JDM chime right back in to finish things off. That's a very quick round there as Team Liquid continue to push forward.
Yeah, Liquid is one of the best teams in North America. I would actually put them number 2. I think Cloud9's the best at it, but when it comes to like retaking sites, if you ever watch them play, especially on a map like Mirage, sometimes when they play that, they're so good at just going together, waiting for their teammates, utilizing whatever nades they have on retakes, and I think they do a really good job of that, and that's one of the reasons that they've won a couple of these rounds here where Complexity was favored. And in post-plant situations.
So we do have Team Liquid pushing, again, spreading their players out. It's going to be Complexity, excuse me. They do push up pretty quickly towards the B-bomb site. Smoking off over here. Def actually finding Pimp in the close-up spot. That's the site. Again, they were only playing Pimp in the site. No one else is actually here, so it's going to be rotates now, working their way over. But in all honesty, they're not going to be getting a lot of access here. Complexity did not have to use a whole load of utility to get back in. The only thing they're going to be limited on for this retake is smokes to try and hold them back. They still have another Molotov to work with.
This is a round they should never lose. Having said that, Liquid, if I'm Liquid right now, I don't even know if I really necessarily try to win this round. I just try to get as many kills as possible and then try to reset them in the next round. But they have so many Molotovs that they might be able to do it.
Yeah, we can see Smokes and Molly's going into the site now for this retake, but they've only picked up 1 kill, so it's been even back down to a 4v4. They swing in. Android, Desi gets a double, I think, with 1 bullet against JDM and Nitro, and then Uber finishes things off against Elige there as well. Nicely done from Complexity. Finally, a take goes well for them, and they're lucky enough to have it be only 1 player on the site, and by that virtue, they're given 10 to 15 seconds to get into post plants, and from that point forward, it's basically impossible for Liquid.
Yeah, and I think Liquid, I think that was a mistake. I think if they should have played the long game, not worried so much about that battle, but looked at it as like, the long, war, right? If they would have saved their guns, but also gotten exits, which they were in great position to do, they could have definitely won this round, forced Complexity on a save, and maybe ended up winning this half 13-2 just because of winning this one round. JDM gets a nice op pick onto Surreal, winning that op v op battle over at the boost right away from Z as well. And that's actually a very T-sided position, a very T-sided shot. When you're on that boost as a T and that player's in connector, you usually win that more often than not. Surreal losing that battle, and it's funny with Complexity because I actually think Depp is probably the best opera on that team, as we're going to see him pick it up and try to work something around here. We'll see if JDM gives him a peek, falls down, so not anything there, but Liquid, they have mid control, they see nobody's B, they see nobody's A. They have pretty good nades on both teams, so this is going to be just a 4v5 take towards. Nice shot by Deb. I actually do think he is their best opera. I think he's a better opera than Surreal.
So moving in, he spots JDM, knocks him out of the picture. This goes back into an even battle, and they're very, very quietly sneaking up to the B-bomb site. There is going to be quick support that works his way in from Pimp, but with the immediate loss of Stan, I don't think Pimp is going to immediately drop back in to try and help this out. He'll be challenged. Oh, he looks away too quickly. He's not even paying attention to that second player, so it's a quick trade from Desi, and now it's 3v2. Both the Team Liquid players are stuck outside of just Heaven and Tree Room. They don't have another Vents player to work their way back in. They have the time to rotate, what's his name, over there if they want to. That would be Elige in this case, but they've decided against it, and I actually think they're just going to call this one off. Already can see them backing away from it. They almost got Android through the garage there, but obviously that's just a matter of luck and positioning, so he's not going to stick with it.
Yeah, and those very close rounds that Complexity lost, it paid dividends now because Liquid is only going to get 1,900 each after this round. Yeah, sure, they're going to have those 2 M4s, but they're going to be saving in this upcoming round and then trying to buy the next round. And if Complexity can win this upcoming round, win it pretty clean, then all of a sudden they're going to be in position to buy for, a couple rounds in a row, even if Liquid does win that round. And maybe could close out this half, winning 5 or 6 rounds here, maybe even 7. Who knows if they could run the table. But finally, just getting back into it, capitalizing off these early picks.
See, nicely done.
So you see how Surreal shot first, though? You saw his muzzle flash go off first. That's because of the inherent peeker's advantage that this game has, and that's why it's usually easier to win that battle when you're the one boosted up as a T. He just missed.
So we have Uber. It's going to be boosted up watching for the B-Hall's pressure. Normally, We'll see potentially like an op sitting in that position. He's just going to work with it on an AK for now. And now the rest of Complexity splitting up again. Beyond this, it's still essentially your default here. Just taking a much further back position this time. And it's actually Team Liquid have been doing a pretty good job of pushing the B halls and capitalizing on that. So this is not necessarily a bad call at all. For the rest of Complexity, though, they've already got 2 guys at the edge of the squeaky door right here. And I mean, it's swung open already, too. Still a minute 20 on the clock, so very early to do that. In fact, JDM, well, he's going to try to take advantage upon that one. He can certainly spot the cross from someone like Desi. And oh, no! He doesn't spot him, so Desi destroys JDM. And that's the 5v4 advantage going by the way of Complexity. Keep in mind, they don't have a whole lot of guns to work with. Stan getting knocked out there, too. Now Nitro finally responding. Elish having a good angle, but he's also got to be cautious of mid-presence. They've destroyed a lot of this A play, but that's not even where the bomb's heading towards. It's working its way halfway through the B halls right now, and they have yet to detect that this is a fake, so it's going to be, very late on the rotate for them if they even go for it. They have a second op now, so in all honesty, they might just try to save on this one. We'll have to see. That's kind of a hard judgment call, but I think at the end of the day, they may try to pick 1 or 2 players off, but then fall back.
Yeah, and this is one of those decisions that, it's just preference, right? If I was Liquid right now, I would be saying, hey, look for opportunistic kills. If you get it, we'll go for it. If not, we're set up great for this next round, and we could just save.
Desi hiding in this corner there. He might not check it all. The secondary swing from Pimp. He does a double take, and it works out great for him to eliminate Desi. So they've gotten that first kill. They've got a man advantage to push back in, but no utility. Pimp's still technically on a glass cannon op here right now since he's retrieved the other one. And as they push back in, there's Nitro with one. Elish with the trade. He's got the last guy isolated, but Android gets the kill. And now he's waiting for it. He's seen the bullet spray, but no! Pimp goes in, gets the immediate headshot, and he's got a kit to play with here too. But he does not have enough time. He's going to have to run out of the site and allow it to explode, so it's going to be a third for Complexity.
Yeah, and I think both teams are kind of happy with how that round played out. Liquid, of course, they would have liked to win it, but killing all 5 members, saving an off, that's pretty much good enough for them. And Complexity is saying, hey, at least we got out of there alive. We were in a sticky situation, being in that 3v3. One of us had like 10 HP, ends up in a 3v2 when Pimp got that kill. So I think both teams are okay with how that round played out. Complexity, though, another buy. I'm not sure if they have enough funds to buy if they lose this round, though. Looks like they probably will. They'll be able to scrape something together, and I'd be surprised if they don't.
JDM again playing with fire here, but it works out as he takes down Desi. Surreal looking for the response, but it's not going to be there at this point in time. They just had to fall back outside of the halls and regroup in mid again, as now it's Team Liquid getting themselves the early man advantage here. Yeah, and last time this happened when it was a 4v5, they actually were able to win it when Depth got on the boost, I believe it was, and made it 4v5, or maybe they just walked into B and killed Stan. I think that was when they walked into B and had that one player go down really early on.
Yeah, but they did win that 4v5 though. So it's not guaranteed that Liquid's going to win this round just because they're a man up. But JDM really performing very, very well. 14-5 right now. Is Pimp playing in the US or is he in Denmark? What's his ping?
Okay, so he's back.
Yeah, so I guess he is back in the States, and that's going to be a big boost to Liquid. I mean, we just saw SK versus Rush, right? Really struggling with them, having 150 ping, playing from Germany, maybe even more ping than that. So ping matters a lot in this game.
Yeah, even with the correction, it's certainly not going to favor you in a lot of the situations. JDM chiming in for a second before going down to Surreal now. Nitro still winning in the NBK spot. They're not even going to check that at all. So his last 3 kills are quick and easy for Team Liquid. And they'll go up now 9-3 here as we start to head into the closing rounds of the half.
Yeah, and Complexity is going to force out a buy here. But again, like, this is, we saw it from Renegades. What good utility usage have we seen from Complexity? Have we seen anything where they do like smokes to push them into certain areas, and that's when they know where they are and make the round easier on them? Like, we don't see those things. I don't even think we've seen like a Z smoke.
Nope.
We see no utility usage, and Liquid's a really good team, and it's just really tough to get rounds on teams like this when you don't make it easier on yourself.
They had like a decent setup on the pistol round, but that was about it as far as like actual utility setups to get in the sights here. So again, it's actually going to be Def and Android that take damage early on here, and Stan in the checkers box waiting back behind. He'll get mollied out of that position. It's enough to chain together a second kill. He'll be burned out and actually sprayed down by Surreal at range. So they do finish that job, but it's a 2-for-1 trade. And now JDM's here. He's up in heaven. He's already impacting. They haven't even challenged Pimp yet, so this is their easy kills, although they missed Uber waltzing through into the tree room here, and he's going to be able to chain 2 together before going down. Decent damage being done. But again, it's still Liquid holding the reins in this match.
Yeah, Uber sneaking into Swan, he gets 2, but I mean, the round is pretty much already over by then. And you know, let's look at the way that Complexity was winning the rounds that they won, right? One round they just threw a B main smoke and they went through it. One round they walked through B and then got a kill in that 4v5 and were able to hold on that retake. Can't quite recall how they won that third round. Now they are on a save, of course, but my point being is that it's what a nade, by the way.
Android goes on a 29. JDM spots it. Nobody looks towards White Box in the initial peek as well. It looks like they just wanted to go for a fast event, but no, maybe not, as they got players in A main too. So they take that mid control, but nobody watches White Box on the way out. So it's amazing that JDM doesn't get punished. And well, now Pimp's going to push right through the useless room. Just kind of overstay his welcome, though, with that mid peek. But he's definitely confirmed that they're all out here. Leaves a little bit of trouble with the scoped weapon. And JDM hopping up on top of the shed. Destroys Android. All that's left is Desi. And if he goes any further, he's about to back up into his own death. There you go. Stan finishing the job off. And it's another clean and easy one from Liquid.
Yeah, but it goes back to me is like, how do you win the rounds, right? Or, you know, how are you winning them? Are you winning them because you're, you know, well strategized? You're doing things that aren't, you know, they're not necessarily methodical, but they're things that you could do against other teams as well, right? Like things that you could, you know, kind of count on to get kills. But the way Complexity wins those rounds, a lot of it's not like that. It's not like, oh, if we do this, I can kill this guy and have a good chance, or if I die, this guy can get the trade kill. Then we can end in, worst case scenario, a post-plant in a 2v3 or a 3v4 type scenario. But it's nothing like that.
Well, Def is going to be waiting for this counter boost as Elige does go for it. We can see him scoped in already. Desi also catching Stan as he tries to push his way through, but it's double pushed by Nitro here. Elige was also countered out on that boost up there, so they also get the benefit of that one. Good kill being picked up, I believe, by Def in that situation, but he was brought down to 8 HP in the process. So now JDM pushes into the halls. There he goes again, eliminating Uber and promptly just falling back to the site. Nobody was even close to a position to be able to trade him back out. Pimp, they had to have known that that second guy was going to be in mid, but I don't think they expected him to be this close up, and Pimp destroys all three of the remaining members from Cole. So that's how the half is going to close out, ladies and gentlemen. 12-3 is going to be the scoreline. Second half coming up in just a little bit here. Once again, it's Team Liquid versus Complexity at the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Alright, welcome back again, guys. Team Liquid versus Complexity. Both of our matchups, unfortunately, seeming a little bit one-sided this evening as Complexity just not really bringing their strats up to snuff so far. It seems a little bit unorganized, and that's a line for Team Liquid to have quite a few quick closeouts there. 12-3 coming off the first half here on Cash now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Complexity, first off, they did have their chances to kind of reset Liquid's economy even more than, you know, they kind of did a little bit. But Liquid was able to always make those rounds close or even win them at times. So they had their opportunities to get, you know, 6-7 rounds in that half. Just at the end of the day, though, you know, a lot of the time they're getting themselves into position where they actually have like a numbers advantage and they could possibly take a site. But then when the execution happens where they actually have to take a gun battle against somebody, the trades aren't there, the utility isn't there to help their team actually make those trades a possibility. So even if they're getting in a position where it's like 4v2 at a site or something like that, they just, you know, as we just saw this pistol either earlier today or yesterday by Liquid. And, you know, it works again. Who did that we just saw that from?
What that would have been Cloud9 as what we saw earlier.
It might have been yesterday, though, where that exact same setup happened. Did we cast Liquid yesterday, Cash?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It was the exact same pistol then. So they just waited. They waited until somebody saw, then they pop flash across the wall, and then they fly out and win the round.
Cyril with a nice little one tap there in mid, though, being able to fly JDM, but fails to get the second one. There's another T still hanging out over there. But it's all a ruse as the bomb has been planted over in the A-bomb site, and Complexity are going to have to go for a fast rotate. Nitro actually going into the back here to make sure they don't get flanked out. They won't be there to support, and while Elish, thankfully, that's the first time I've actually seen a successful boost-up kill so far today. They've been pretty bad fails up to this point, but now they're swinging back in. The second guy's still hanging out because he's low HP at this point, and that Stain is going to wait till he actually gets pushed in the backside. Now, they have to know he's there because of the boost, but at the end of the day, Def's just going to be surrounded, and it's going to be an easy knockout there to allow Team Liquid to claim the pistol here.
Yeah, and they did that yesterday. I actually remember what happened. They kind of took some battles at B, but then they all just went back to A because Nitro sniffed out that it was an A retake, and then they ended up planting the bomb A and winning the round or something like that. But yeah, so they did the same pistol yesterday, and I actually really like that setup. It just completely counters any type of a B push. You spot from the back, jiggle peeking, pop flash comes as soon as it's spotted. You bum rush those guys, get those kills, opens up everything.
Well, early on here, Liege winning that opening boost-up battle against Def. There is more pressure in mid, but it's going to be running up to the A side pretty quickly in the hands of Surreal there. He's already lost half of his HP. Stuck behind the shed. He did repeat, but I don't think Pimp realized it, and now they just smoke him back out. If he gets baited into peeking that far right side, and Pimp is waiting for him, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be too successful when push comes to shove, and he actually does peek into that. So Liquid actually backing out of mid for right now. Again, obviously not constrained due to time or anything like that. They'll keep Pimp in here, but the others are a bit more, not as secure and actually going for this push as they were a few seconds ago. As obviously Complexity's had plenty of time to wrap around and put additional pressure inside. And actually they might go for the Z split here. Pimp trying to push himself inside of this one. More pressure working its way through the vents and just out through mid in general here and through those B halls. So he's successfully pushed his way into it and even chains into the second kill. So they're definitely going to go for it now. He's got at least 2 players moving back over there, which means for the most part, again, all the assets from the B bomb site are going to be completely gone here as he does move in. One more player sits up on the site. Another one is trying to work for a flank, but at this point, there's very little that Uber is going to be able to accomplish. He's got a 1v5 and a 5-7 to pull it off with. So more than likely, Team Liquid can expect to walk away. Maybe 1 or 2 deaths to account for on Uber's account, but this is going to be about it.
Yeah, maybe you can get an exit, but I mean, just a very, very clean round by Liquid. Goes out on the boost quick. Able to take mid control, and JDM at 21-8, Pimp 19-9. And this has been... I actually do think this game is a little bit closer than it seems, but I mean, you could just see like playstyle wise who the better team is, you know, just like how they get the kills, how they're set up, how they react to things is definitely Liquid. But again, I mean, Complexity did have the chances to have a few more rounds here. They just couldn't put it together during those post-plant situations, which Liquid is exceptionally good at retaking on CT side. I think that's one of their best strengths as a team actually, is their communication on CT side and utilizing their nades and retake scenarios. I think that's one of their best strengths.
So we do go into what could very easily propel Liquid up to map point. That's early on here. Complexity are not going to have the cash flow or just decide not to really take the risk on the very iffy force buy that they could have done here. Previously saving from the last round if they chose to do so. So they'll just try to win it out and do 12 rounds straight up. We assume that Liquid walks away with this round. Now, there is a big stack of Complexity players over here on the A-bomb side, but even so, Pimp walking in. He's got 1. He's got the location of a 2nd. Wrapping in. There's the 3rd from Alicia's hand. Stand with the 4th. Desi does surprise from the truck a little bit there to get 1 additional kill, but he's already running away at this point into a corner to try and hide out and hopefully surprise 1 more, which he may do as he's out in the open. Does chain that kill into Elige, but then JDM finally trades him back out and puts Liquid up to map point.
That was a stray that caught Elige. But yeah, so Desi is able to get 2, but you know, Liquid just kind of in stat pad mode there, kind of just feeds it to him.
Yeah, and this last investment, potentially last investment, I should say, coming in from Cole. It's not going to be too great. Again, they got the rifles. There's no op presence to work in from them. They've got your basic utility, no HE grenades, no Molotovs across the team. Just 5 smokes and sporadic flashbangs for them to try and hold back, stem the tides against Team Liquid here. And they're aggressive about it, though, specifically in mid, where we have Surreal right up against the garage doorway here. A few more players sitting on the backside, 1 close to highway. Surreal's going to be tested right from the beginning. They can't find him, but no! He goes off of that first player too early, so Elige is going to survive with 9 HP, ducks into the cubby here. Def will have an easy trade, though. There's nobody watching out for the sandbag position right now, and Android picking back up, so they've been able to get the advantage back. Def chaining into a 3rd. It goes 4v2 now at this point. Nitro did get site control, but failed to account account for a quad player. Desi pops out, surprises against Nitro, and now JDM's got a 1v4, which is essentially impossible here. Trying to take this as slow as possible, but while he does get the kill on Desi, Uber's there to immediately trade it back out.
Yeah, so Complexity showing some signs of life here, Blue, able to pick up that round. Liquid kind of going for a very quick pace round there. Usually what we see from Liquid, it might change with Stanislaw, but traditionally they've been such a slow team. They're one of the most default-heavy teams across maps, besides like maybe Dust 2, where they used to, like to do a lot of long rushes and things like that. But now JDM back on the op, holding A main, and this is where they're just basically doing a default. 1 A main, 1 door, 2 outside of middle, and 1 towards B.
So we've got Desi sneaking back in over here to the vents position to try and watch out to see if Complexity, or excuse me, to see if Team Liquid are going to try anything towards middle. They obviously slow their roll by quite a bit as their money is going to be brought down, and this allows for Complexity to extend the game for a lot longer should they actually be able to close out on this one and break the T-side economy here. At the same time, Nitro popping open the door. He does get the intel that there is still some players back over there on the site trying to spray into him, and he's trying to go up against it, and it works. He eliminates Def while only taking about 40 damage himself. He'll be happy with that, and he's going to back away and regroup with his team, which at the moment are stationed just outside of A main.
You never want to sit there and spray into that door. If you watch someone like MBK, he just takes like 3 bullet hides, 3 bullet hides, 3 bullet hides. You never want to spray like that. You'll almost always get punished. So Elige able to get a kill on a trade onto Desi, 2 towards the B bomb site right now with only 1 player, which is Uber at A, and all he has is a flashbang. And not only does he only have a flashbang, but he's in a very commonly Molotov spot if Pimp decides to Molotov that. Now we see a little bit of a rotation come. Surreal's rotating over, watching Z, but even then he's very far away from the action. If Uber doesn't go down without getting two, this is probably going to be a Liquid round.
Well, Uber is going to be tested here in a moment. Flashbang's one not rolling out. I don't think it connects it to where they wanted to. And actually, Uber gets the double kill lineup there. Gets the third, traded out by Elige, but now he's alone in a 1v2. And he's only got 7 seconds left to get the bomb onto the ground here. Going for the plant, but it's not going to work out. And Surreal puts an end to the round, keeps Complexity in the action.
Yeah, that's exactly what Uber needed to do. If he didn't hold and get at least 2, round just on the retake, because the bomb would have got down. 2v2 post plant was very, very strong at that. But he holds strong at fence, able to win that round. So now Liquid, they standbys P250 armor, so flash. Nitro gets a little bit, Tech 9 smoke molly flash, but everybody else doesn't even have armor. They just got a couple pistols. So they're probably not going to be able to win this round, but if they hit A without who's the number 9 player, Surreal, kind of rotating to help out Door, they might be able to just overwhelm Uber and take the A site.
We have Team Liquid again inside of that squeaky position here, and at the moment Stan is rushing through B. walks directly into it here. Good nade control, but look at Stan walking right up here, gets the easy kill on his Surreal, trying to get a second one. Def will put an end to it there, but all these CTs have been isolated over here to the B-bomb site. In the meantime, they've got the bomb down sitting over on A. There's only 2 of them, though. Nitro and Liege, neither of them have armor to work with. They've got the guaranteed extra money, but there is a dangerous factor. They can do massive damage to these CTs right here, right now. Molly goes into the corner. That's going to send Nitro swinging out, but the smoke, by virtue of that, does actually allow him to escape into A main. Now Elige is alone, though he just has a little bit of cover to work with, but it's not enough. Desi will execute both of the remaining players from Liquid and allow for Complexity to grab their 6th.
Yeah, that was a little bit scary for Complexity, but Uber again at the A site. Not only does he kill 2, but he stays alive. That's a strat we've been seeing, you know, quite a few times this season on Cash, where you just fake B with 2 people and 3 people run out door. So it seems like it's becoming more and more common to run something like that. Now Complexity, they're still fully bought. Liquid, because they're able to get that bomb down, gets a little bit of a buy, better buy than they normally would have in that situation. So they're fine with how that round played out. But at the end of the day, this is almost an impossible task, it seems like, for Complexity, because by the, you know, it's getting to the point where Liquid's going to be able to half buy and then full buy every other round. So you're going to be under consistent pressure just round after round after round.
So Def is going to be the player waiting over here, and Z now, as Desi also holds a position just outside of the white box. The rest of Liquid keeping it quiet for right now, but as they do push in, they did have Android to deal with over here, so it's a good setup in mid. Again, it goes 2 for 1, now 2 for 2, though, as they have eliminated Def by the hands of Elige. So back into a 3v3. This fight will go, but overall, Team Liquid are going to give up their plans to take that mid control. Elige backing up away from the boost, and it looks like they're going to regroup over here towards the B halls to try to make a play in that direction. To defend that, all they have is Surreal right now, and this could be the battle that potentially determines it. Surreal finds that kill, gets the early intel here, but he remains in the open, jumps back at just the right time, keeping himself alive. He is going to buy plenty of time for the rotate to roll back in for the remaining members of Complexity here now. As Desi tries to push towards this, he's got a position in bed. Surreal, that smoke's imperfect, so there you go. There's the bomb down on the ground now. Elige, he's all that's left in a 1v3. 40 seconds, he's got the time to play with here, but in terms of overall like pressure and just ability to actually clutch this is essentially impossible with that bomb being on the ground here. He's got the generator position, but pushing out against Surreal's going to be waiting right around that corner. It's even double peak too. The missed op shot gave him a chance to push in, but Uber was waiting, and he will shut it down without any additional kills against the Complexity roster.
Yeah, and Complexity trying to push towards double digits here, but you know, Liquid has 3,000 every time they lose the round right now, and next round, you know, they're gonna, or 2,900. They're going to have 3,400 even if they lose the round. So they understand that they could purchase a little bit on all these rounds. But Complexity did a really good job of holding the boost that round. If you saw Depp throwing that Molotov from Z after it was smoked and then a nade came out right onto the boost, that really hurt Liquid's chances of winning the round. The Molotov actually missed by Depp, but I thought that was a really smart move by him. He forced it a little bit by jumping out of the smoke when contact was being made. But still, you know, he did a good job of helping when they were coming out of the boost and recognizing what was happening.
So we've got Team Liquid going for just a fast crunch here onto the A bomb site. They net the first kill. Def is here though for the NBK position. He's going to grab 3 more before finally going down to Elige. So all that's alive is Stan and Elige. Stan holding this very close angle against the truck position, but he's going to get greedy. He's going to push back out, and that goes right into the rifle of Surreal, taking him out of the picture. Now all that's left is Leave. Again, picked up an AK in the process of this one, so has that to work with. But when it comes to trying to actually win out this 1v3, he's punished pretty quickly by Android, and it's another one for Complexity.
Yeah, and Complexity kind of just bulldozes. They know he's planting. They know exactly where he is. And, you know, Elige, he really needs to, you know, peek and get like one tap like really quickly there in order to win the round. That's why he is peeking. He can't win that round if he just kind of stays and holds near the bomb. He has to kind of get aggressive at one of the sides, hope only one's peeking, that they can't trade, and then work off of that. Complexity does a good job of killing him when he does make that move. So they do end up winning that round. Now JDM back on and off again, and Liquid hasn't shown much when it comes to, you know, any type of like clever strategy like a lot of the time they do. Nitro really does like to work B here through the smoke. Big nade comes onto Desi, and Nitro, as he walks through the smoke, just gets annihilated by Desi. I mean, easiest kill Desi has had in a while, I think. And Liquid is, you know, they're not looking too hot here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit weird that all of a sudden they lose all this momentum on their T side. There's nothing seems to be working for them. I mean, is there something specifically that they're doing wrong here at this point, or?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I think all of them probably aren't taking this as you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Seriously, as they really think they need to. I mean, they're obviously still trying to win the rounds, but they're just kind of just going through the motions a little bit, I think. I don't think Stan's wanting to show too much, as you see, like, they're going to a default almost every single round, right? But now it looks like they might be able to be in a position to end it, as it is 3v3 post-plant. And we'll see if, you know, Liquid on their CT side was able to retake this consistently. But then again, they have a little bit of a different player base.
So good smoke goes in, blocks off JDM initially here, and Elige pushed up against the two. He has to change spots, but I think they see him at the very last moment. Android's gotten that kill. Elige tries to swing back out, and woof, Desi sees some nice kills. The second JDM pushes out from A-Main, he destroys him. So it's another retake going successfully for Complexity, this time on a full gun round as well. And they're going to go up to 9 now.
Yeah, absolutely. The Molotov, the smoke in A-Main, I mean, they did that very, very well. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting such a crisp retake by them. But, you know, that A-Main smoke kind of screws JDM a little bit in there. Stanislav being on the toxic barrels, and then Elige just gets Molotov'd out and goes down to about 4 HP before he even sees anybody.
And so this takes us into another investment from Team Liquid, though, as I believe they're up on the full losing bonus now, and with the additional plat money, it is allowing them to push forward. So yeah, they're up on round number 6 in a row lost here off of that last one. Technically, this would be 7 if they do lose it again. But for Complexity, still remaining spread out. No mid-presence at all this time, though. They've completely abandoned that, whereas previously they've actually had quite a large amount of mid-presence. But at the same time, Team Liquid have also grown weary of pushing for mid and actually being countered out a lot by Complexity in the early portions of the round here. So they haven't gone for it either. That may change in a few moments here, as we can see a formation just outside of A-Main, and I think they're going to be boosting up towards it. So that's open for free if they want it, but the status quo has changed for Complexity. They've got Surreal here trying to do a little bit of damage if needed, but he'll be smoked back out, which means he's going to be falling right back over there towards the B site. And in a second, we'll see where exactly Team Liquid are going to try to push this towards. They're down to under a minute now. They still have Nitro in a position leading up to the Squeaky Halls, but he's being a little bit more passive right now, just waiting for his teammates to get into a better spot too. They've got one more guy pushing into like A-Main and one. So they're basically just getting prepped for a very, very standard push into the A-bomb site here. They haven't even tried to throw a fake or anything over there towards B, so in a second, Plexi's going to be able to realize this, but it's still going to test the guys on the A-bomb site, and Def realizes this. He falls back. They go right at the ladder, and these are free kills for Def right now. They're flushing right into him. Surreal gets the third. Finally a trade from JDM. Nitro with a swing kill on Uber. That's great from him. They've got Def low, and Nitro again jumping across over there. Picks up the kill on Def. Now we're down to a 2v2 here, and it's up to those B players to pull off the retake now that they've finally gotten over to the bomb site. JDM is already watching out for Desi, though, inside of A-Main. Android sitting over there on the highway position, too. Desi's got to be able to connect a flashbang or something on the JDM, or he's going to be dead meat as soon as he peeks this. There's Android, though, finding Nitro, so that's going to change JDM's point of gaze here. He has to move around. He should have been able to hear that jump up there, but he misses the shot, and that's going to allow Android to wrap back around it and put Complexity into double digits.
Wow, another retake on this A site, and it seems like nobody could hold on the post plant. Look at, I think it was Nitro when it was 2v4, able to get 2, able to get the bomb down, set up in good positions, but then as soon as he dies to Android, JDM gets a little bit antsy. He had a really good idea that Desi was there, but Desi didn't make any noise. So he couldn't just sit there and just hold and hold and hold. He had to reposition and make sure he wasn't getting flanked by Android or anything like that. And that's as soon as when Desi peaked. So Complexity with another nice retake. Nitro going, setting up B. Throws the B main smoke. Throws a little flashbang. And so they're going to try to hold those leads.
Yeah, Android already hearing a lot of the noise in the backhalls there, so he does go for the chance spray. Works out to a certain degree against guys like JDM and whatnot, bringing him down to 65 HP. Destiny also trying to take it to whip it in there too. It's working out. Good transfer from Android. He almost gets his 2 kills as the Molly burns him out a little bit too quickly. Now Desi chopping back in. Pimp does see that one though, so it gets evened out. Back again. The mini pit though causing a little bit of problems for Surreal. Not too much. Only 7 HP through the grate down below. But Def spraying through the garage here into Checker's room. He finds Pimp with that one. The Molly goes up on top. No longer are they going to get the flawless plant position. Stanislav has to push it forward as they're being pressured too much by these CTs right now. He doesn't want to chance losing all that HP if he can even accomplish it in time. That's a good flashbang, but Stan gets hit with it too. So now it's down to JDM again, trying to clutch his out 1v3. They know where he's got that lineup, but he can't get the second player. Yeah. And Uber's going to be able to move back in here and defuse the bomb.
So close. So many rounds. Every time I think surely it's going to be over. Complexity, consistent retakes. And wow. Talk about back being against the wall and really fighting back, man. And now all of a sudden, Liquid 15-11, they're going to be able to full buy here. And this is very impressive by Complexity. You know, win or lose this game, maybe they're able to force it into overtime. Who knows? I was not expecting them to win 8 straight against Liquid, who's literally almost able to buy all 8 of those rounds. I mean, it's only been a save, maybe one of these rounds being like a full save. Every single round has been a threat with their buy to win it, you know, even in some of those pistol rounds. But Complexity just playing pretty much flawlessly in all these 2v2s and 3v3s.
And so now they line up again, Team Liquid this is, for potentially just another direct to A play here. They've already got one guy out over here sitting near the vents position, and potentially one more in the little cubby. So they have their pressure inside, and there's no resistance from Complexity currently in Z or anything like that. Just 3 positioned on A, waiting for it, and having Surreal kind of watch out for that highway pressure, and then 2 more watching out obviously for Squeaky and main pressure. 2 on B are fully committed, so it is going to take them a couple seconds to rotate back over, but they're not super deep, they're not over pushed to try and investigate or anything like that. So they haven't sold it in that direction just yet. And actually, it looks like it is going to be heading towards B now as a bit of a change-up shows up there from Liquid. They send their players over into the halls. They still have these 2 guys here freely in mid that are going to be able to get free access to the vents 3 now, as I think also Stan's going to be joining them here in a moment. So let's take a look and see how this goes again. They've just been going directly into these sites from round to round. It has worked, and they've been getting very, very close. This time, though, it's clean as they actually get the first kill here, knocking out Android. They haven't taken care of Desi just yet. And a good flashbang from over top. He chains 2 together. He's been hit with 1 as well, but he's still not dead. Finally found out from the backside here. They also took down Def in the process. Stan wrapping around the middle here, takes down Surreal, so it falls to Uber in a 1v2, looking for the clutch. The bomb did go down in checkers. They're a little bit slow to get it onto the ground. They should be able to do it, obviously, though. And Uber's just taking his time, lurking back in. He does have a Molotov to try and flush them back out, and if he tossed this in right here, it would have been great, but now he's going to push back in. Molotov goes up on top, but they're going to miss their chance to actually stop him and push it back into the site with it. So he's got Heaven pressure. They're waiting for the peaks. He knows Nitro sitting over there in the back box somewhere. Sprays a little bit too early, though. That gives him away. Look in the wrong direction. He's got his knife out. There we go. Finally, we see the closeout from Team Liquid as Stanislaw does the job for them. But what an attempt at a comeback from Complexity. 16-11 is the final scoreline. If they put up a bit more of a fight in the first half, we might have had a bit more of a competitive game on our hands there.
Yeah, I mean, I think they won, what was it, 8 in a row?
8, I think 8 or 9 in a row.
15-3 or something like that. And they end up coming back and stringing together so many rounds. I think that if, again, they had their chances on T-side to you know, reset the economy of Liquid and maybe winning 3 more there, like they actually could have won that game. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's just too much to ask for you to win 12 rounds in a row where they're almost going to be fully bought almost every single round.
All right, so guys, let's send it back over to Stunna and Baka, the analysis. Let's talk a little bit more about what just went down there in map number 1.
What was sure to be a rather less exciting analyst segment turned into a just not the case.
Yeah, I mean, what looked like it was going to be a blowout based on the halftime score of 12-3 ends up being a close game. It's kind of unreal.
Liquid, it's kind of surreal.
So I was going to say,
I was
giving you the
opportunity. But I said it first.
I was setting you up.
That's the way it goes. I appreciate
telepathy.
Look, Liquid loses the first round at 8-1, right? So obviously they come out winning several clutches to put them in that situation. You know, a really good starting point for Liquid going into this, and obviously finishing 12-3 in that first half. You think surely this thing's in the bag. I mean, taking a look right here is just some monster killing going on.
It's just unreal. Like the performance from Liquid in the first half. Lige had an AUG at one point, and I think he lived like 6 rounds with the AUG. And he didn't die. He just kept using it. I don't know if it was an accidental buy or if it was a bit of a cheese play. I've actually seen players buying it on purpose, but I don't think that was the case here because he didn't rebuy it after that. But, I mean, just in general, Liquid was on form for a majority of that game up until things started to tip out of control. Like, how many rounds in a row did we see towards the end there where Complexity was retaking successfully? It was like, oh, this is the round the game ends. Nope.
Not the case at all. I mean, actually, you know, there were several rounds there where you could have said, okay, well, yeah, that it's totally done. There's no way. But, you know, just situations like getting the bomb planted or going to get the bomb planted, you get mollied out, you got the perfect positioning for that, but you can't quite plan it for checkers. Everything falls apart. Next thing you know, we're going to another round.
Yeah, I mean, it was like 3 straight rounds there where we saw Complexity retaking successfully. So, I mean, round 24, the bomb goes down. It's 3v3. I'm thinking, okay, they're mollied off truck. The setup is pretty decent. Liquid should basically end the game right here. The fact that it was getting this far was even surprising in and of itself. Liquid's got great post-plant setup. but JDM gets smoked off. Elish starts burning. He tries to get flashed out by his teammate, but he gets spotted. Can't get the kill on the man truck wall. Gets dropped as well. JDM has to push through the smoke because everyone else on site is dead, and all of a sudden that retake happens. That's was time and time again, and then you flash forward one more round. It's another 2 versus 2. Setup is solid. JDM's on default with the AWP. Nitro's towards Forklift. They have at least an idea of where these players are coming from. The unfortunate thing is here, JDM's watching A main, waiting for that peak to come through, but then his teammate dies Forklift, so he has to reposition, and in that he ends up putting himself in a 2 versus 1 where it would have been a 1 versus 1. Misses the shot, a rare miss from him. Another retake, and then you flash forward one more round, and it's the same exact scenario. Complexity, it's a 3 versus 2 retake. They actually mollied off the back of site by the big box. Yeah, and Stan has to reposition, so now the bomb isn't planted for JDM. Stan realizes he has to make a play, doesn't come up with what he was hoping for. JDM does get 1 kill, almost lined up a second, but even if he gets that second kill, the round's probably over.
No, absolutely. The bomb's way out of arm's reach at that point. There's no way he's going to be able to get over there and stop that defuse in time. And honestly, JDM had a really great game, but on top of that, Elige also coming out 23 and 19 with the scoreline there. Doing, Liquid came into this, and it was pretty much the tale of the story there that we thought was going to be, they're just going to dominate them. What's Complexity doing? This and that. But, we've seen them come back. When you got players like JDM and Elige firing away, it's kind of impressive.
Yeah, but that first half performance from Complexity was very confusing. Like, Days had touched on it a few times. Like, some of the smokes weren't exactly there. Utility utilization by Complexity was basically non-existent for a lot of their plays. It felt like they kind of just ran around the map and didn't really have a set plan at times. They just seemed very disorganized, whereas in the retakes it was very organized. Like their timing was well, their spacing was good, positionally speaking they were working the map well. They used utility really good, so I just feel like Complexity looked like a completely different team in the second half. If we saw that in the first half, this score would have been so much different. It's like they took an entire half just to get used to playing Counter-Strike again.
No, it would have definitely been a totally different ball game, and honestly I had written down here in my notes that they were simply outplayed in the first half, and they were. But obviously, going into that second half, they had a different itinerary on their minds.
Yeah, I don't know what it was that clicked. I don't know if somebody had a little powwow with the team, because you're looking at that scoreline building and building and building. We didn't see a timeout. Mm-hmm. So maybe if they take that timeout, whatever was set at halftime that appeared to spark a fire would have created a better first half scoreline.
Sparking a fire, is it enough? Did they spark a blaze? Who knows? We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be Liquid and Complexity on their second matchup of the night on Overpass. We'll be right back after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL Code!
2 headshots in a row, and Phoenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico, trying to see if they can get the defuse, and Nico, oh no, Phoenix!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
He's looking for a look. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god!
And we're back here at ESL Pro League Season 5, the last matchup of the last night of the second week. Actually,
you were about to say the last week.
I was on a roll there, but I wasn't going anywhere very fast. Hey, so we just watched Liquid and Complexity over there on Cash, and what was set up to be just a burner, but we're about to go into Overpass now. Give me a little bit something there.
I mean, this is not exactly one of Complexity's greatest maps. So coming into this one, based on what we saw from them in the first map, I don't have high hopes. I think that Liquid should come out on top, assuming they don't let things fall apart in the post plan.
You know who has high hopes? That's Eric DeBear Stromberg standing by at the Telestrator to tell us about Complexity's Overpass play. Take it away, Eric.
Thank you, Stunna. And we're going to look at Complexity on Overpass. And one thing I would like to say to Warden, woo! Sometimes you got to give them the slap chop, get these boys motivated, my friend. And so you see right here, you see on Complexity's CT side, one thing that I've noticed the entire match is their spacing is pretty off. And what I mean by spacing is off, you look at a team like Immortals, they set up gauntlets. You have to run through 3 people. You got to check 10 different angles. But with Complexity, you see over here, you have Surreal, just one person watching short A and then one person watching long. And against teams like SK, who are just slow playing, they like to creep. It's a very hard to play a single angle against a team like SK because it's a numbers game at this point. They're going to exchange kills really well. And this round in specific, it worked out for Complexity's favor because they actually fell back and they waited the timeout. They made sure that, they're playing in the site together with 3 people. They don't do that too often. And the more that they are able to exchange kills and they're able to help each other out in a short amount of time, the more success that they will see. So if they let less picks go by, I think Complexity can be, a hard team to play if, there's fix these like small mistakes. And hopefully, in the future, you can see these improvements over time. And yeah, good job on Complexity for winning that round. Back to you. Woo!
All right, fair enough. He's a little hyped up about this one. I guess he saw that last half of that last matchup going into this one. Give me a quick prediction before we throw it over to the commentators.
It's not a great map for Liquid, but it's an even worse one for Complexity. I think even if Liquid looks a little bit rough around the edges in the post plants, I think Liquid takes it.
You know what? I absolutely 100% agree. And standing by, guess who it is? The usual suspects, Blue and Daze. Take it, guys.
All right, yeah, so it's time to get into our final map of the evening here now on Overpass. And while, again, we've got another chance for Complexity, showing us some good stuff there in the second half, but overall their first half performance was still incredibly weak, and that was their big issue that we hopefully have to see a correction on now going into Overpass.
Yeah, and I think, Liquid, looking back historically, I think they're a decent Overpass team, but I don't think it's one of, their best maps. And Stanislaw, I think, is a very, very good Overpass, in-game leader. So I think he can add a lot there and maybe make Liquid much improved because they already have a solid base to work on. So we'll see if Stan can come in and really improve them on it. And, I think he can. Liquid, with Dust 2 being removed, I mean, usually when they beat a lot of European teams, a lot of the time it was because Dust 2 was in the map pool. Their map pool before Stan joined, in my opinion, was very, very limited, right, when it came to top tier level CS. But now that Stan's here, maybe they can get to beat tier 1 teams on a map like Overpass, on a map like Train, similar to how Optics, Train and Overpass was, right, where they were very competitive against the best of the best on those maps. And I think Stan could do that. Complexity, I think this is going to be a very, very difficult map for them to win. I think if they were going to take a map in this series, it would have had to been Cash. I think Liquid's going to be a lot better on Overpass than Complexity. Just because Overpass takes a lot of utility. It takes a lot of teamwork when you want to hit sites on T side, a lot of well-timed flashbangs and smokes and molotovs, and I have zero faith in Complexity achieving that, quite frankly.
Well, it's time to get into the match. You guys hyped for this match? I am.
Well, you're not hyped enough because you're not giving us a woo! There we go.
You happy now? You like that?
It's a little ear piercing.
Yeah, it's a bit louder for you, too. Anyway, we're in the match. Team Liquid starting off on the T side with Complexity over on the CT side. It's going to be Desi actually getting rather aggressive here. And, well, all right, that seems very easy.
Desi has, like, incredible pistols, by the way. He's one of the best pistol players in North America.
So off of that one, of course, the guys from Liquid are going to be hindered a player, but they're boosting up here on top. And Uber's trying to spray through it a little bit here, but not into the correct boosting position. Oh, staying a little bit late on that chop off there. Damage, a little bit of damage, excuse me, is done to Uber, though, as he's brought down about 80. Really nothing to write home about, unfortunately. And at the end of the day, Liquid's just going to kind of give up their stack here and fall back up towards short A entry point. Now, keep in mind, the bomb is still down outside of Monster currently, so they've yet to change that position back up. Right now, it's just these three kind of investigating, and, well, the Liege walking around over there quite loudly.
Yeah, but Desi heard him.
Yeah.
So he has all the info about where they just were, and he's by himself essentially winning this round. He's going to call for a B stack here, and he has a quick flank.
And in a moment, Surreal's probably going to check that, and then with him not seeing anything towards bathrooms or anything like that, he's going to go back down. So now they have the stack up again. Stan's still not able to see anything from the bottom of that stack, and Stan is going to push his way over here towards Sandbags and leaning up to the bomb site pretty quickly here. Cole is going to be ready for it. They've already got players down, and it's such a casual tap again from Uber here, dispatching of one player. Uber with a second now, looking for even more. Elish finally trading some stuff out here for Liquid, but that seems so far to be it. Surreal with one of the final kills. It's down to Elish, and Desi chimes in for one more. It's Complexity that start off with the advantage here on Overpass.
Yeah, and I think they are pretty big underdogs when it comes to Overpass against this Liquid team. So if I had to say, like, what do they need to win? What are their win conditions? I think if they could not lose any rounds that they're supposed to win, right? Any post plants or anything like that. If they could take both pistols and then on a couple important rounds take 2 calculated risks here or there on these important rounds, I think they could win. If they just try to play straight up, though, I have trouble seeing them beat Liquid. Even if they did, win the CT pistol, I think obviously they could push straight up on these rounds. But say it comes down to, 4th round gun round, if they win this round, take a risk, right? Win that round. Put yourself in a commanding position, in a commanding lead, and try to, win that way.
Well, we have Liquid now pushing themselves through the bathrooms pretty quickly to try to get into a spot to push over towards the A-bomb site. Android is waiting over here on the outside spot, trying to spot this play, but again, none of it is actually going to work its way up to the site just yet. They've all fallen back. They all actually going to head down through the connector into that water position again. So all stacking up and all just getting ready to probably deploy out here pretty quickly, I would imagine. Meanwhile, on the Complexity side, you just have a deep hold from both Def and Uber sitting down over here by the tracks. Def watching out for a construction play that they are going to see this coming. And unless the flashbangs initially are good here, then this is probably going to get stopped pretty quickly due to the setup they do have. It's relying on mistakes made by Complexity, not necessarily good stuff from Liquid. He's shaking his head as they do get ready for it. Timing on this one, just waiting, I think, for Nitro or Liege to get into position here. But there he goes, swinging in. Def catches 2. Nicely transferred from him, grabbing the 3rd, and then finally actually losing his life. Nitro and Pimp grab both of those kills onto the player over here by Pit. Desi having actually a lot of trouble taking down Nitro, hiding behind that little mini wall inside of the smoke. And then Pimp is going to be able to capitalize on that, ring around, find Desi. So this goes down to a 2v2 now. Nitro, he's got that SMG on the ground, but as we can see, it's a bit of a risk to actually go in and grab it. He succeeds, though. Pimp waiting, but he fails to realize that Android had gotten Pit control in the meantime, and now Nitro at 6 HP. He's not going to be able to hold. It's going to be Complexity picking up their own second here.
Yeah, and that looked really good for Complexity. Then it looked very questionable when it went to that 2v2, and finally able to pick up that round. Dep with a nice 3K, and this is pretty much the most common setup that you see on CT side of Overpass, and it's so tough to stop and so strong where you just have that player watching short, but he's also very quickly ready to peek long, and then that player holding Monster on the left-hand side, which is generally speaking a guaranteed kill on that first guy.
Well, we have the rest of Team Liquid actually sending their players up towards the playground here in the early round. Looks like just 1 or 2 going to dive down into the connector here to try and see if they can get themselves a battle with someone from Complexity. It's very fast leading up to the bathrooms entryway, though, for everybody on Team Liquid here. So Complexity deployed the Molotov just to buy them a little bit of extra time. And after a moment, we can see Surreal recommitting here. Even tagging quite a bit of damage onto Elish, just bringing him down to 4 HP to play with. Android hiding on the inside. He's actually going to be a little bit careful of players like Nitro, but I think he sees that coming. But no, he doesn't have enough time to get his rifle back out, so Nitro was surprised with that kill. Surreal seeing a lot more of the action pushing up to the site, however, so he is going to be prepared for it. And you can see, wrapping back around, he's not going to deal with any long pressure, and he even has Desi to help him out here, but Surreal seems to be managing it quite well. No bomb plan at all for Team Liquid there, and only 1 kill against Android.
Yeah, and Stan could have stayed alive for just one more second, 1 or 2 more jiggle peaks, JDM could have got the bomb down, and they could have at least got that bomb money. But instead, Liquid buying on this 4th round gun round. And if I'm Complexity here, this is where I take some type of a risk in order to win this round. You don't have to do anything like early round aggression to rush, because most likely Liquid's going to come out and play pretty slow. I would think like a mid-round aggression, though, where 3 or 4 people kind of push something later in the round would be a really good idea if I was Complexity, and just try to, because you need something to really give you an advantage if you're Complexity, because you are the underdogs here.
Well, Pimp will find that kill against Android here, and the rest of Team Liquid, again, they'll try to capitalize upon this by still sneaking up through the short lane here. A few working their way down to the bathrooms, and JDM also catching a player close to the A-bomb. So they still have Surreal inside of this bathroom's entryway, though, that they've yet to account for. And he's certainly going to be able to hear them all shuffling down in a moment and be able to call that back out so that the additional A player can rotate back in. Surreal not giving himself away just yet. He does catch JDM, and they don't even realize where it's coming from here. So this push is going to get absolutely destroyed. A double molly kill against Pimp and Elige, and then Uber finishes it off. Nice recovery there after initially starting off from behind.
Wow. And that's the second time that has happened, where they try to push back A. They think they push back A, but they actually don't. And a Complexity member is there to see them fall back to B, not only get a quick flank, but relay that information to their team and end up winning another round. That was 3v5 that they won, and they won it with an ump and a Molotov, essentially, right, and a well-timed flank. So, Liquid, just a couple different rounds where they just don't really, cross their T's and dot their I's when they're running back. If they just had one person kind of watch that flank, make sure you clear a couple of those spots a little bit better, account for the smoke grenade that's there, and that doesn't happen. They win that round very, very easily. So mistakes, but huge mistakes. It is only one mistake by Liquid, but each time it was a huge mistake.
Well, we do have Desi opening up this time again against Pimp, as he is taken down back over here by Water. Stan trying to push out for some A pressure. That's also been negated pretty quickly here. Liquid immediately losing steam once again right at the beginning of the round as soon as they try to play aggressively every single time. It seems like Complexity are finding the edge currently. Def, Uber, Def again. Handle that monster pressure. No problems at all. 5-man alive round for Complexity as they continue to shoot forward 5-0. We will see another investment from Team Liquid this time as finally they're going to get their full buy. But still, it hasn't held too great of a precedent here based on what we've seen so far in this match.
Yeah, Complexity is looking like a beast on this CT side. Both maps really on cash. That comeback was really impressive. And so far on Overpass, already up 5-0.
So on the opener here, again, it's your default split for the most part here from Team Liquid. Players across the board. They'll keep the bomb just outside of Monster temporarily. And then meanwhile, back over in the tunnels, you've got Elige waiting to bait out some of the pressure from there. And obviously JDM pushing up to watch out for long pressure inside of Playground. The bomb shifts. It's going to group up with JDM in a second. But again, nothing super aggressive coming out here early on from Team Liquid. And that's probably because, again, like we said before, a lot of their early aggressive plays have been rather unsuccessful here. They have not been given access to these sites very easily, especially without, not losing 1 or 2 players along the way. And even when they have found success, Complexity's been looking strong on the retake and just trying to account for that later on in the round, like we saw back in the first gun round with that retake that we had there. So running the timer still like no map control actually being taken here despite just going under the minute mark. They will move in for it now, and Complexity's playing very passively, so they're going to get all the control they would like for free. But still no decision in terms of a bomb take, as it's going to shift once again now through the upper tunnel connector and probably back down with the players outside of Monster.
Yeah, very passive hold right now from the CT side of Complexity. Looks like it's almost like a B retake. Depth's at the barrels, but Uber just kind of around the graffiti area. I think he might have spotted a Elige there, but here comes Desi for the support, and Complexity has a great read on what Liquid wants to do every single round.
And they do start to move back in. Def waiting behind Toxic. He's still able to hold for 1 kill before he's traded out by Pimp. Stan catching another one, though. This is looking good for Liquid finally. Pimp's going to move in. He just takes command from the sidewalk, but he only gets that 1 kill. Desi and Android traded back out. It does go down to 1 on the side of Complexity, and there's only 5 seconds left here. Stan's racing to the site as somehow JDM went down due to the bomb, so Cole's going to win it again because of the timer as Android just sits back and waits it down.
Wow. I'm very surprised by what I'm seeing from Liquid. You know, usually when I see Stan Call, he has a lot of different like clever things that are happening, but it just looks really stale with what we're seeing right now. Like super just default type of CS. They're just like pushing things back and then executing together. And the executes are getting like Complexity has a read on them every single time that Liquid is really hitting something. Complexity knows what they're doing and is countering out really well.
Another buy still comes in from Team Liquid, though, with AKs and a single UMP sitting on JDM. Very fast to move in here this time, though, and take control of all the way up to the bathroom connector here. Not going to be wasting any time with that one, because they've already gotten this full control. And while the rest of Complexity, it seems like they're actually going to get aggressive for the first time in a while. They're pushing back out, specifically over here towards the A-bomb site. Surreal waiting for the peek, and he gets it from Elige. Nice kill for them to sink, and again, have the early man advantage here. The Tees will smoke off the entryway to long, allowing them some more free progress, assuming nobody from the CT side decides to push against that. And then down over here towards the bathrooms again, they've gotten a bit more passive. You're still seeing Desi obviously hold on the exit itself, but the remaining players are pretty much focused on the site and dealing with that long presence that is almost certainly going to come in after they saw that smoke. Well, Desi swings in, but he's hit by a flashbang, so it's actually Pimp that gets the kill. Android, it's the same story for him, but he holds for his kill. Unfortunately, he's overexposed from the long position, and Surreal takes a lot of damage from the Molly over here on Semi, but now he's alone, and Nitro impacting to a huge degree, finding these two kills up on the site. Uber's the last man standing, but Nitro shows up again, and finally, Liquid's going to go up on the board. But it's 6-1, and they've got a lot of work to recover this.
Yeah, they do. This round is going to be very important. Whoever wins this round is going to force the other team into an eco. So if Liquid wants to get back into it, this is what when you're a really good team, when you watch like Virtus Pro play, when you watch SK play, these are the rounds that they win, right? They make the right call and winning a very pivotal round like this one. And we'll see if Liquid has that. Complexity right now, they go pretty aggro towards Fountain, but then kind of just fall back, 2 towards B, 1 guy playing around Heaven, I believe it is. So pretty default setup from them. 4B right away though from Liquid, and great job by Uber.
Uber spots that play. Only going to get 1 kill though. It's traded out by Nitro, but at the very least it's done the job of holding Liquid back yet again. Additional damage also done like onto Nitro here too, despite the fact that he trades the kill. He's now done at 6 HP.
Yeah, and that's worth it because not only did he kill one, do 94 damage, but he actually saw where like 3 of them were. JDM just holding the angle for whatever reason. Desi dies to him. Not sure if that was through a smoke or if he just decided to peek. It looks like he probably just decided to peek for whatever reason. And then Def tries to even it out, pushing short, dies there. Android kind of just in a swing position, can go wherever he wants, but the site is open. Post plant is going to be almost impossible for them to retake. I think they're just going to save. So that round kind of fell apart when Desi decided to peek long to try to even it up, and it was unnecessary, especially when I'm assuming they probably saw that JDM had an op there. There's no reason to re-peek in that situation, especially when you have nades and you could smoke it off and just kind of restructure your setup. Because Uber peeked and he saw like 3-4 people there, right? That means you can get aggressive on a different side of the map, kind of take an advantage somewhere else with 2 people, where even if you die with one of them, you're going to trade kill and have all the positional advantage in the world, and then react to everything else. But instead, peeks, gives up the advantage, and now Liquid star player in Elige, usually, you know, on top, is having a rough one so far early in this game at 1-8.
So now Team Liquid finally starting to put themselves together, even with those 2 saves, as we look at Complexity for a moment here, even with those 2 saves, their money is still in a very rough position. Thankfully, Surreal and Android didn't actually use a whole lot of utility. So in theory, they can drop, you know, whatever money they have left over towards a gun with that. It will allow them to do so. So again, that good lineup from JDM that caught Desi, a very important kill that you had discussed that kind of allowed for all of it to tumble back down. Complexity do not decide to force into this one. However, they're just going to take the guns they have saved and essentially beyond that, only bring the P250s on Def and Uber to the table. So a very light buy overall here from the CT side. And in theory, this should mean easy pickings for Liquid, but we said this before, and they have flubbed a couple of these rounds in the past as well. There's Pimp. They still have to worry about this big stack inside of the connector here that Elige mainly is going to have to handle. He got 2 of them before going down to Uber, but that's another gun going into his hands as they do fall back here now. Happy with getting those 2 additional kills.
Yeah, they're not sure what to do, if they should just fall back to A, if they should, you know, try to push up or something like that. But it looks like the A site is going to be taken by Liquid, maybe. They're kind of just watching for that connector flank. Liquid, you know, they see that A is open. Nitro's going to take control. Bomb's taking a very long route, but I think Complexity is just going to save these 2 guns. They're saying, hey, not too bad of a round. We got 2 kills. We're going to be able to save 2 rifles, and in Android's case, some half armor and some flashbangs. So it looks like they'll probably just concede this round to Liquid and look to win this upcoming round. Let's see what the money is going into this next round for Complexity. They're going to get a pretty good buy. It's going to be around 4,500 to 5,000 on each player, and they already have the 2 saved guns. But Liquid's economy is being built up and built up and built up. They're going to have quite a lot of money to work with, and they're going to have to lose 2, maybe, possibly, depending on if they can get the bomb down. Liquid or Complexity is going to have to beat them 2 or 3 times in a row in order to force them to eco. So they have a tougher task ahead of them than it might seemingly look like, right? Complexity needs to win a couple rounds in a row, but Liquid definitely getting back into this game.
Yeah. Forge their way into it here now. Allows them put up the scoreline to around 3-6 for Complexity, though. Again, coming off of that round with the 2 additional guns, it's certainly not going to be a bad thing for their reinvestment. This was a crafty little play, again, that we did see. Sort of worked out for them overall.
Yeah, but there was no flashbang. Had there been a flash, like they might have been able to win that round. If there was a well-placed flashbang, most likely Elige and Pimp both die there. And it's 3v5. So no flashbang, no real chance of getting proper trades.
So the reinvestments now roll in from both sides of the table here. JDM actually has got to be a little bit careful because we do have Def up on the boost. He spots them back over here and Pimp's a line for that's the bomb too. And I think they know JDM's here. No, maybe not. Because at the moment, they're not really watching out for it. Molotov over to the right side. But beyond that, JDM actually does decide better than to push back into it. Obviously, still being able to retrieve the bomb, and he's going to get extra assistance from an additional teammate here. Stan will be grouping up with him, and so will JDM. But now, these 2 guys push back in, and Surreal, he's going to be waiting inside of that bathroom entry where there. Spots at Elige, takes him down, and that's another player lost to Team Liquid side.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen Complexity go up, 4v5 here? Surreal goes around with the op. They get another one now there with Depp. Uber kind of lucked out a little bit earlier in that round that JDM wasn't. He wasn't ready for someone to just fly across his screen. But it is 3v4. A lot of the time when you see these rounds, you're going to rely on your opper to kind of just look for an opening and look for an entry for you. Looks like they might be doing something with some smokes and things like that and taking a little bit of a different approach.
So now we do have the rest of Team Liquid getting ready to push themselves up towards the A-bomb site here. There's a big stack from Cole, also going to be rolling its way up here pretty quickly too. 3 out of 4 of their remaining players. Smoke setups across the board, though, covering off the entire back portion of this one. And we can see Desi sneaking back in. Where are the kills, though? He doesn't get any of them, just does massive damage to all 3. That could still be great, though, as this is an easy closeout for the remaining members of Cole. Android's going to be pushing his way in here. He's found Nitro already, but they failed to get anybody else. The remaining 2 have tucked away, but they're so low. But there's 2 more kills from Liquid. Both Stan and JDM hiding in the backside, pick up these kills. And Stan at 4 HP is proving to be such a menace for these Cole players trying to retake. And when they bait him out into the full peak, JDM at long range finishes the job. Yeah, Desi with that's the counter for when they do those triple smokes. When they try to get the bomb down, you get on top of the bomb site and you look directly above them. Here he makes a nice 4v5, but Desi brings them all down to, I think, maybe 20 health combined.
combined on all 3 players versus 3 players with 100 HP. But, you know, they don't take their time. Had Complexity just taken their time. They paused for a second. They were like, hey, let's make sure we do this together. I guarantee they would have won the round very easily. Android, though, just kind of running up, gets that kill, dies to stand, and then, you know, JDM with the off as well. Lige again with the SMG. He's so aggressive in these rounds where the other team's ecoing, just SMGs out. And is just trying to, you know, get as many kills as possible, quite frankly. So Pimp killing Uber in the side, and a very, very quick round for Liquid. Now Complexity all of a sudden, I think they went up 6-0, right? So now Liquid, 5 rounds in a row that they've won. Their economy is almost set for the rest of this game. Stanislaus somehow only 5 deaths in these 11 rounds. So
bit of a streaky one we do have here, but Complexity, those last 2 players at the end of the round just basically stand there. So it's pretty easy pickings for Liquid. And now we go into another gun round here. Still includes Lige on the P90, of course, but hey, maybe you can have a little bit of impact with that. He's kind of struggling, I think, on the scoreboard at this point. But in they go very quickly through Monster here, and the molly on Uber is going to send him back. They don't actually capitalize upon it with a kill, but as soon as he's clear, they toss the smoke in to cover that back off. But the T still get control. Pimp gets into that position just in the nick of time to counter out the repush from Uber over there towards Toxic. And now nobody's watching for it too. Pimp walks right up, gets a free kill here. There are some responses rolling in from Cole, but it may not prove to be enough. It's only brought this down to a 2v2. The good news is they did get the bomb down, and they're going to molly it off to prevent them from recovering it right now. So buys time against that smoke that they had pushed in, and look, they're going to stack up here.
This is very clever.
They're having some trouble with it, though, it looks like, and they can't really see anything initially over it, so they do de-stack it, just suffice to throw in the nade. Now they're going to molly off construction so they can retrieve the bomb and safely kind of put it onto the ground here. They know they're both back there, but at the same time, JDM does have to be cautious of monster pushes, too, as they've had plenty of time to wrap back around against that. The smoke will be fading any second, and I imagine they're going to start the retake here, too. They've
All right, everybody, welcome back to the final day of ESL Pro League Season 5, Week 3. I almost got ahead of myself there a little bit.
Yeah, it's not the end of the season just yet.
No, absolutely not. Way too much Counter-Strike to be played before we get to that grand land final itself in Dallas, Texas. The North American mecca of Counter-Strike, if you will.
Exactly. It's accurate to say. Got a lot of CS history going on there, and it's going to be some more with the LAN finals coming up there.
Absolutely. And you can get your tickets right now at proleague.com/Dallas. Make sure you do that. Today, we've got some awesome matchups for you guys. We've got SK, we've got Luminosity, we've got Optic, and we've got Energy.
Yeah, so domestic matchup with the Brazilian teams going at each other, and then obviously big match actually for an Optic team that's not quite where they want to be, and an Energy team on the rise as well.
No, definitely looking at an Optic team that is just, they're not in a good place at all. And as we do go to break this down here in the pre-show, just a lot of bases to cover over there.
There really is. Losing your in-game leader, never fun for any team, and I think for a team like Optic, especially with how limited a lot of the NA teams have been of actually having a solid in-game leader, it's going to be a massive gap to try to fill. Today they're going to be playing with Peacemaker, their coach, instead, so Hiko's not going to be on the server. That's obviously going to be a step down in just terms of quality of player in that sense, even though Hiko's not an in-game leader or anything, but it's going to be quite the uphill battle for Optic, I think.
If we take a look right now at the Optic lineup, we're going to note, yet again, there is no Hiko in the server.
Yep.
That's just not the way this one's going to, the cookie's going to crumble. We do see Peacemaker there. I don't want to say they're playing, 4v5, but that might just be
4.5.
The case. 4.5. 4.5, that sounds good. 4.5 there, but obviously Tarek, Rush, Naf, and Mixwell. And then Peacemaker, their coach, coming through.
Yeah, to round things out. Luckily for them, though, they do have, obviously, barring Peacemaker, who's hopping in for them right now, it's not like the 4 others are slouches by any means. Great overall players. Naf especially been playing super well as of late. And the Spanish import of Mixwell, too, rarely fails to shine.
Well, the thing here is that this Optic lineup was, they were doing well. They were on a good trajectory. Obviously, we see Stan leave to go to Liquid. Now it just appears that this team is in shambles, a turmoil.
Yeah, it's been disarray. Tarek's been quoted saying that when Stan left the team, that pretty much killed it, which, you can interpret in a lot of ways. Hopefully it's not as dramatic as it sounds, but it's definitely an issue for them. And one of the bigger worries I have about that is that Mixwell, obviously not being from the U.S., there's been rumors of him wanting to go back to EU as well because he misses his family and everything, which can be understandable. So if this, rough patch for Optic maintains for a long period, it's probably easier for a guy like Mixwell to think, well, maybe I should try my chances back in Europe.
Absolutely. It would be easier to justify, like, hey, it's
not working out anymore. Yeah,
like I'm out, and at that point, Optic
is dead.
Is what? Like there's nothing there. Obviously, it's a little early to have like a backup in place for this Hiko departure. But at the same time, who are they going to try to go after?
Well, that's going to be the interesting thing, right? Because when you look at the top tier teams in NA, they're signed to their contracts, and for the better part, it seems like a lot of the teams who came back from either Katowice or the major or anything, they've publicly announced that they want to stick as 5. They want to work through this, right? If you're Liquid, they want to stick with the 5 they have. Cloud9, instead of multiple times, they want to stay with 5. So I don't know really where Optic are going to go.
No clue. But a team that does have a good shot today is this Energy lineup. Let's take a look at that now. Daps, PTR, Fugly, Marky, and Breeze. We talked about PTR, and he's quick with it.
He is, and the better part about it is he's been accurate too, right? And oftentimes you'll see players or operators with that kind of a playstyle that he has, a very snappy shots, etc., have a very big difference in performance level. It could be very good one game, and then the next one they're completely invisible. Peter's found that sweet spot, it seems like, right now for Energy.
No, absolutely. PTR leading the pack across the entire board here for op kills per round in the season. And obviously, we're still a little bit early in the season, and this team isn't, at the very tip top, but that's still a statement.
Oh, it definitely is. And the fact that he's doing it effectively as well. So he's staying alive a lot of rounds. He's got a good KD ratio going for him. And that builds confidence. And I think it's important, especially for players or op players who want to be aggressive or want to be dynamic with their playstyle. It's important to get into that good groove of things. Otherwise, you might start doubting yourself. You're not taking the same kind of peaks that you initially take, and you're going to suffer because of it. But Peter's nowhere near that state right now. He's doing really well for himself.
They call him Dirty Pete.
Yeah.
Dirty Peak Pete for a reason, right?
Exactly. Coined by Blue.
Good job, Blue. I mean, stepping away from this, though, obviously we know the situation over there on the optics side of things. We know energy going into this one. We're saying that they're not at the very top of the pack, but is there a chance here for Optic in the current state?
I think so. We saw them play versus Liquid in week 2. They managed to grab out a win there on Cash versus Liquid, and we've seen Liquid being a very, very good Cash team. I'd say better than Optic has been in the past as well. So for me, I think that this is a golden opportunity for them, and especially given how you want to aim for that top 6 spot so you can make it to Dallas. And if you're going to do that, you're going to have to grab a map here and there from the expected favorites, right? And I think this is one of the best chances Energy are going to have all season to do so.
No, absolutely, because as the board stands, Optic sitting at 5-1.
Yeah, good start really with all the turmoil.
Yeah, and only losing to Immortals, a strong Immortals there probably after maybe after sort of roster change time, but still that was a loss on Cobble. This Optic team, what kind of firepower do they need to lean on tonight?
I think, again, like we kind of mentioned briefly during the lineup presentation, NAF has been playing really well for them in Pro League, or just in general as well. So I think NAF is going to be a vital part for them. I also really like watching Rush. It's not necessarily the guy who's going to top frag every single game, but he just has a well-rounded game, someone you can rely on. And I think in this case, it's super good for Optic to have stable players, especially when you're playing with a stand-in in the shape of your coach, that you can just have a reliable performance.
A reliable performance is definitely something that they need. But before we get on to that, we're going to see SK, we're going to see Luminosity duke it out here, and we're going to kind of look at this situation as kind of like a big brother takes on little brother in a fight type thing, right?
It's very much so.
Blue coined this one earlier, and I told him I wasn't going to give him credit for it, but I'll give it to him. It's kind of like the old guard versus the new guard, right? We do see a lot of power players over here on this Luminosity side, but this is still SK Gaming.
Yeah, exactly. It is very much old guard versus new guard in that sense. You have all the experience you could wish for on a team in SK, and not so much on the Luminosity side. You do have Showtime, and that's pretty much the extent of their experience.
Well, taking a look at some of that experience right now, let's pull up this SK lineup right here. These guys are no strangers to the top of the leaderboards.
No, all familiar names. Obviously, the one newcomer in Phelps right there, but like you said, he's not a no-namer by any means after his past, and Immortals as well. So this is just like, you could list their achievements for days, really, if you wanted to start at it.
Now, speaking a little bit more about Phelps, he's a very aggressive player.
Hyper aggressive.
And sometimes a little bit too much, right? What is your synopsis here on Phelps?
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head, really. He's a hyper aggressive player to, a certain extent could be to his benefit, but also to his demise at times. And that's what you see every now and again. And I think that's still something that he's going to have to adjust with now that he's in SK. He doesn't necessarily have to carry as heavy of a load as he did in Immortals. He has more pieces to play off of, obviously, in Fur and Coldzera. So he needs to kind of temper himself, find a way to regulate the pace when he's playing. But you can see just from the clips here, he's got tremendous individual skill, and that's something that we've seen Fallen be able to work in new players into the SK system in the past, and I have no doubt that's going to be the case as they move forward too.
No, absolutely. This lineup on paper looks awesome.
Absolutely.
They have a tremendous amount of teammates behind them, and going forward, we can hope to see that they continue on that path as a strong team. But I do credit a lot of that to Fallen and his leadership. I do feel like he's created a system that works, and it shows. Like, the numbers speak for themselves. Let's take a look now at some Fallen footage here. Picking up the big AWP.
Yeah, and you talk about how the system works and everything, and part of that, why they're able to implement new players, is because Fallen takes on a different role and pretty much puts the biggest part of the challenge whenever they have to adapt on himself. And that's why we're seeing maybe a bit of an unexpected dip in performance from Fallen. And as you can see, he had a bit of a rough go versus Cloud9 there at Katowice on Nuke. And part of that, I think, is because they're in that adaptation phase where they're trying to make Phelps as comfortable as possible, still not having to change his entire worldview coming from Immortals and the way he played there and into SK. And Fallen's going to take a step back, allow Phelps to kind of figure out his spot, and then work forward from there on. And that's why we're seeing Fallen not having the same caliber of play as he did in 2016.
Well, even when we do look at the Cloud9 SK matchup on Nuke, there was a lot of variables there that I don't think that either of us could have accounted for.
True.
You got Tim calling, they pick Nuke. Like that's
all over the place.
Pretty wild card to play. But is this Luminosity lineup going to be enough of a wild card, or are the world champions going to be just pushing them over?
I think the world champions are going to stand firm on this one. Here we have the lineup of Luminosity as well. Destiny, PKL, Yell, SHC, and Showtime. Obviously, we mentioned Showtime kind of being the most familiar name in that lineup, but I would like to focus on Yell because he's been kind of the driving force on this Brazilian squad with his opping so far in Pro League. And I think they're going to need a lot out of him. Obviously, not the easiest task in the world to be going up against Fallen or Cold Zero with the op, but he's going to have to take that task and be successful with it if they're going to have a shot at actually picking up a map here.
No, absolutely. They've got their work cut off for them. Is Yell going to be enough of a formidable force against this SK lineup, though?
Well, I mean, domestic matchups are always fun. In that sense, they do bring some odd results here and there. But I think in this scenario, I think little brother is going to stay the little brother for some time forward.
Well, one day, little brother grows up.
Exactly. Yeah.
One day, little brother puts the pain on that, but
not today.
Maybe not today. There's a chance, though. You never know. This is online CSGO, so really and truly anything could happen, right?
Yeah, no, it's definitely true. SK can have an off day to no end, or I mean, we've seen in the past that through previous Brazilian teams who, now there's 3 of them, and Immortals and SK have worked a lot together, know each other very well. That could also be the case for Luminosity, where they have some insight or know more of the tendencies of the SK players than what you'd assume they would, which can obviously be beneficial.
Now, SK undefeated going into this one, and the closest matchup they had, you could put an asterisk on it even then because, they were boot camping overseas.
Yeah.
They had, insane ping, and they went into overtime, I believe, with Rush. If you're looking at it, you don't know that. You're like, what's going on
happen?
right now?
Yeah.
What? Did I miss something? But obviously, SK 6-0. Is LG a team we could contend and possibly see in the top 6 of this Pro League?
Sadly, I think it might be a season too early for that to happen. I think we've talked about how there's a bit of a divide between the top tier teams and the NA Pro League and the lower end of the table. And I think they're in that middle ground area. I don't think they have to worry necessarily about being relegated, but I think it's still too early for us to expect to see them in Dallas.
Well, we're going to see them on Cobble and Cash tonight. What is there to say about, we're obviously going to see Cobble first. What is there to say about the Brazilian approach to Cobble?
Very methodical, and what's actually going to be really cool to see is whether or not Luminosity are going to go follow in the footsteps of what Immortals did back in the day when they started breaking onto the scene, which was basically being a carbon copy of SK, because SK found a recipe for success on how to play Cobble, especially with the way they played towards that B area. But, SK are going to know how to deal with that.
Well, definitely. And to break it down further of SK on Cobble, we've got DeBear standing by to bring it to you.
Welcome back. I am going to watch, or we're going to watch, SK versus North on Cobble. And one thing I like about this, SK, they're known for working one side of the map, falling back to the other side, or just, working one side of the map and waiting for a minute and then hit it. The SK is a team that mixes up. They like to keep the enemy opponent guessing, and that's why they're so good. As you can see, Fur is spamming through smoke, making sure North cannot push on them. Cold Zero making noise. They're making a lot of noise, trying to keep as many people towards the B as possible, as the rest of SK is kind of working through this A-halls. Phelps does get knocked out early, but they still continue with the strat as Fur just saves Holland right there as he's walk up the middle. It takes a lot of balls to literally look up the middle, look into a wall as you're rushing up to a main choke point. As you can see, he's one of the main reasons why SK is so good. He gets entry kills, he gets exchange kills, he gets clutch kills. This guy is a complete monster, and it's why they call him Fur God, because he's amazing. He's great, and he has nice hair too. Back to you, Stunna.
And he's got nice hair, too.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure how much that helps in game, but it's a nice trait to have outside.
The Bears ain't wrong.
That's true.
The Bears ain't ever wrong. And don't you ever think otherwise.
Yeah. There's a reason why he's still around, right?
Hey, that's very true. And you know who else ain't wrong? The Blue and Daze combo. Standing by. How are you guys doing over there?
I'm okay. Dazed. I made a mistake earlier.
I saw.
Yeah.
If you didn't have this makeup on, you guys would see just battle scars when Blue fought the pavement and lost.
So I bought an electric skateboard like a week ago, and this is the first time riding it to work. And immediately you can probably see there on the camera that I worked it up pretty badly. Just didn't really go that well.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a shame. You know, I was riding it, and the problem is I lost control of the speed. This is a fast board. I can go like 30 miles an hour.
I mean, I know you live life on the edge, but
yeah,
I expect nothing less.
I'm a wild card, you know.
The madman that you are.
You never know what to expect. It was just, you know, I had to go so fast that all of a sudden I had to find myself because I couldn't control it anymore, and I just had to kind of throw myself off the board, you know.
Oh, damn. Well, you know,
what's up?
Unlike you, I think I landed on my feet.
All right. Well, guys, the first game is going to be coming up here in just a few minutes, so be sure to stick around as we'll see if the new dogs in LG can teach the old dogs in SK any new tricks.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Well, welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen. It is the start of day number 3 and the final day of week number 3 here as well for the ESL Pro League in North America. Our first map here on Cobblestone between the guys from SK and LG is going to be starting in just a few moments. Unfortunately, one of the players is having an issue logging into their ESEA account, so it is going to take a few moments before we get started. But while we are waiting for that, Days, let's just get your general overview in terms of predictions of this map. Who do you see coming out on top?
You know, a lot of the time with country versus country matchups, we see a lot of upsets, especially, you know, like I feel like any of the Danish teams could beat each other, you know, and things like that. Like North could definitely take on a Chalice and whatnot, even though it would be an upset if North beat a Chalice. But it's far more common in country versus country matchups. But when the Brazilians play each other, it seems like they have a different mentality a lot of the time, right? It seems like SK is like the big brother, and they just beat up on the little brother like Immortals. I don't think they've ever beaten SK on land before, and I don't think Luminosity is going to have like the mental state to really beat them. A lot of the time, you play these guys really closely in country versus country because you don't idolize them. You know, you played them a million times and you're like, hey, I could beat this guy. I know how he plays. And you have that confidence. And that's going to be really tough for Luminosity to overcome because, you know, I mean, I remember just a couple months back before FNX joined Immortals, Steel went and he said, they're like our idols, SK is, you know, and you have to assume Luminosity probably feels the same way. So I think it's going to be really tough for them, and I think SK is definitely big favorites.
All right. Well, like we said, guys, we are still working on sorting out that issue really quickly with one of the members of SK. The match is going to be starting as soon as we do resolve that, but for right now, we're going to send it back over to a break. So stick with us, and as soon as the match is ready to roll, we'll be bringing it back to you.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, this will be interesting, ladies and gentlemen. We have had a bit of a odd circumstance happening here. One of the players from SK, as we mentioned previously, and it's Taco in this instance, was unable to resolve his two-factor authentication issues, and because that's with his account and he set that up, he's not going to be able to play in this match. And the current plan is to have Dead step in, which means we have the coach from SK now jumping into the mix to play as their 5th player for this match.
And this is when they really miss Zeus. Situations like this, like, oh man.
Just had him jump in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's unfortunate. I don't know exactly, what the issue is, but I mean, obviously I think this levels the playing field, not just a little bit, but a lot. I don't know how experienced that is in just CS:GO in general. I mean, I know he's their manager. I cannot imagine he plays too much or too often,
Yeah.
So I have no idea. Maybe he's an ex-pro or something and he won't be too bad, but I have no idea about his history.
Yeah, we'll have to see basically how he fares off. He's going to be jumping right into the fire here against LG. And we were talking earlier about how, these country versus country matchups tend to be rather interesting due to the familiarity of the play styles between players here. And now, again, it's been leveled out, as you said, even more so now that they have to play with their coach. And LG coming into this one, this might propel them forward and allow for a bit of an upset.
I mean, I used to have to play with stand-ins at times, and we usually played a little bit more loosely on like CT side, actively looking for picks and things like that. Kind of everybody taking it upon themselves to maybe just be a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more loose so that you can make up for that. So we'll see if SK, maybe takes a little bit more peaks than they normally, do to try to make it 4v5 and alleviate that. But LG does a 5 drop strat right off the bat.
And they're going directly through to the window. Coldzera is able to hold that back off, though. 1 for him. Showtime able to trade. Coldzera tags in for 1 more, but it's all Showtime. And Yell now picking up those kills. They leave it into a 3v2. Good news is SK is fast on this one, and Furt didn't really get to see a whole lot of that from Long A, so he is still going to have his position there. And we'll also have Dead shifting his way back in through the site connector itself. But LG up on the site now, putting the bomb onto the ground. And Furt starting to go hunting here, but there's not a whole lot visible. LG have put themselves in nice hiding spots here. And as we can see, Yell was up on Heaven a moment ago. I think Dead heard him drop back down, though. Problem being is he's still going to have to deal with PKL sitting back over there by the barrel. Sardi, one getting knocked out first, sneaks in, grabs a headshot, looking for 1 more, but not able to spot PKL. And he finishes things off with both kills for the retake and allows for LG to control the pistol.
Yeah, and I think this would make a great YouTube video, though. Like, we find out what Dead rank is, and we're like, MG2 in pro game. DMG in pro game.
What would the preview image be?
I don't know. You got to make it as clickbait as possible.
Yeah, I know. That's what it is, right?
Hopefully, if Dead's like a silver, that would be if it's like silver 1 in pro game.
Huge image of the rank.
Yeah.
Well, LG are going to spread out again into a pretty standard default here in the second round. SK, again, buying into upgrades a little bit here, but nothing too crazy. Phelps and coldzera just buy up armor behind there. Dead doesn't pick up anything at all. Fallen only goes for a P250 purchase, and then Fur, working with the shotgun, is going to be playing by the broken wall there to counter out a fast play from LG if they do try to move in to take direct control here towards B.
That's a pretty aggressive angle by him. Sometimes people nade this, so you tend to see him play a little bit more to the left maybe. But Fur getting very aggressive. Not surprised none of those shots connected at all. Decides to just kind of play the broken wall a little bit more aggressively than I thought you might have. But he's kind of there by himself. So, you know, they have 2 players towards drop, 2 players towards A. Dead goes down very quickly.
Still one sitting in suicide, however, but they spot him out and knock him out as well. That's Fallen gone down, and that's essentially going to be an open path up to the A-bomb site. coldzera is trying to wrap back in, but he is going to be found in the open in a moment here and already tagged on a 22. Showtime just has to locate him. Phelps did manage to sneak in a kill as Destiny had tried to go in towards drop there and sneak in and basically just cut off both the remaining players on rotate, but was unsuccessful in that regard. However, no one really going over to pick up his gun, I don't believe. Phelps is the one that picked up that kill.
Yeah,
he's going to go for it now.
Back to get it. That's where, you know, the Mag 7 is so good when they actually can, hit your spot. And you could, battle somebody maybe one-on-one, or somebody peeks, you hit them, then you hide, peek again, right? But it's just so bad on the rotate. I mean, it's like the most brutal thing ever when you're rotating with a Mag 7. So, although it's a great weapon and it has its spots where it's extremely effective at on the rotate, especially on Cobble too, because there's, like if you're trying to rotate A there, what close angle can you try to get a kill at? What are you going to jump out heaven and hope they're below you? Even then, you're probably not even going to get the kill, even if they are. Any other angle, it's just so far away. So you're better off saving just like they did and just trying to keep it for the next round.
So LG do get to push through that one pretty swiftly. A 2-0 beginning for them. And for the guys over here on SK, we've got one more save more than likely for them before they are going to be able to go for the big investment. See again here, PKL, I'll probably believe it, around 4 or 5 kills already here, sitting at 4 currently, just leading the way as LG kind of just mop things up in that second round. And it's almost an identical buy heading into the third round here for SK. They still have that shotgun on Fur, a couple upgraded pistols, lotless armor. Phelps still sitting with his, but he also has the USP.
I'm very surprised he drops the CZ to Dead instead of Fallen, and Fallen just keeps the USP. So that's very surprising to see.
Hopefulness for him to be able to frag back out here as LG a little bit more direct this time towards the broken wall. However, they also have nades for Fur.
40 damage. CSGO nades.
They were all like within like maybe 6 inches of him too.
It's just so weird how the CSGO nades work sometimes. Sometimes I think just about to blow somebody up, and then, spots like that, I would think that would have done a lot more damage, but he's still in a good spot, man. I mean, this Mag 7 is really dangerous to go up against.
Yeah, and LG are still posturing up to try and push towards this in a moment, too. They have 2 other players sitting above drop right now, getting ready to execute there. However, they are shifting back, so a tad of uncertainty here since they didn't get that kill with those nades. They are, however, also moving PKL back in from those B halls, so he should be joining them in a second, just being cautious at the flank. So Fur, you're going to have your time to party out with this shotgun in a second, and we'll see if he can make any connections. The flashbang is a miss, and it also flashes a lot of them, but a second one does hit. They haven't seen him, though, but thankfully Yell saves the day. Phelps trading out 2 more, though, as he rolls in, and Dead is also going to be able to find a kill here with this CZ. Phelps picking up an additional kill, and they're almost in upset potential here. PKL now alone in a 1v3. Nade goes deep. It is actually going to connect onto Dead and fully finish him off. Still a lot more work to be done, and he almost looks away and ends his own life there as coldzera gets great timing on the peek out. Almost is able to take down PKL in that instance, but not going to pan out. And now PKL, he's trying to get a bit more aggressive to spot coldzera, but coldzera also shifted back behind the boost-up box. However, at the same time, Fallen does get caught trying to push his way outside. Time is getting very low, only 8 seconds left. The thing is trying to plant right here. Cole can just walk right up and kill him. So he's hoping he does that. He catches him in the open, and instantly PKL gets the big clutch of 4K on the round, and he keeps Luminosity in a solid lead.
That was very, very impressive by Pickle. And he's actually been great. I play with him all the time in Rank S, and he's like one of my favorite teammates to play with. He's really, really solid, and showing, great composure there in that 3v1 actually. So that was a must-win round for them. I think if they ended up losing that, it would have really helped SK a lot. And Dead actually picking up the secondary op. So Dead's an opper, man.
and immediately into the double op setup, more importantly here too. They don't wait until the 6th round to try and utilize that. They go right for it, which is very heavily going to limit their utility, but so far it seems to have worked out. Fallen grabbing a first kill here. They try to push up ramp. Fur is also waiting over here at the cubby to the left side of the ramp push up. He finds 1 kill before getting traded out by PKL, so we end up in the 4v3, and also everyone from SK is here. So the plan from LG is botched. If they still go for this, they'll find themselves dead on the ground pretty quickly, so they do have to fall back and run into the timer at least a little bit. Or of course they do have the option to fall completely back and try to wrap it towards the other site.
Yeah, and that rotate came so fast. So LG very smartly slows it down, and look what happens. Phelps and Dead both go back towards B side. And now Fallen and Cold are still in the site together, but it makes it a much more manageable situation. They can get a clean gun battle and kill somebody. You know, maybe they could take the site and win this round.
Yeah, they are just slowly pushing back in to apply that pressure. Yell goes to the peak, just barely gets the kill. He's left with 14 HP, but nonetheless, he does strike against Cold. Problem being, if he pushes out directly from this the alleyway area here, he is probably going to get himself knocked out pretty quickly. In fact, it's Phelps from the other side that finishes the job. Good news is PKL still impacting. He's found himself into the rat hole hallway now, so as he pushes himself in, he takes down Phelps. The Molotov against Fallen is really good too. Look at how much damage it's done. He's also trying to watch out for the position of one of these Ts. Nice shot from him. Tries to hop out of the way, but it won't pan out. And now it's down to a 1v1. And look who's finding all this impact again. It's PKL already on 3 kills. The potential to have 2 4Ks in a row from round to round here. For right now, just focusing on getting that bomb onto the ground. The timing on this wrap and Dead was perfect, but the problem is now he's going directly into it, but still lines up the headshot, and again, the clutch, this time in a 1v1. PKL does it, and look at him, 12-0, 4 rounds in.
Telling you, man, PKL is no joke. Another incredible round. And LG played that so smartly. They didn't force anything when the rotate came. They made them rotate back into respecting drop and respecting B. And then finally they come through and they push through connector. They time it very, very well. Like, that was really good communication. You see, as soon as the kills came down, they slowed it down. They waited. They made sure that their teammates, you know, used all their utility to the best possible that they could. With that molly in the backside, they knew Fallen was there. Nobody just ran into him and died. That was like a very impressively played 3v4.
Well, Fallen is trying to go out here and tag a few of the players from LG. He already actually has done some decent damage to PKL there, bringing him down to 60, but no frags to be found, and with him getting a little bit lower, maybe too adventurous to continue to go for this. So as we saw there, he fell back, regrouped closer with his teammates towards A. The big stack from SK is, again, mainly forming here around B, as they actually only left Fallen, and he's still being rather adventurous too, still peeking into that new connector there. But the main focus of action still happening on the B bomb site. LG really just pressuring it, tossing a few nades into the site, but definitely not committing to it. In fact, the bomb and quite a few of the players are now shifting away from those B halls and starting to push towards long A and mid connector.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do. You know, Showtime has a lot of information at the A halls, so I think they're going to go back and bring bomb over there. And if they do, it's definitely the right call. Destiny over at B, though. But after this, Showtime gets a nice kill on the Fallen. And this is not a battle you want to take if you're Destiny.
Yeah, Destiny's trying to find Fur, but also Destiny's sitting at like 0-4, something like that too, so he hasn't had the best track record so far. The Molotov, though, will force him to go up the steps, and that is where Destiny will finally impact. Also looking for a second kill, but he gets dinked by Dead. It'll just safely fall back behind the boost-up box. Coldzera maybe joining him in a second, but no, actually, they catch Coldzera looking around, then Yell switches over to the P250. One taps to finish off Dead, but look at that from Phelps. He killed Yell through the body of SHZ, and then finished SHZ off as well before getting traded out to give LG the round.
That was a little bit scary there. I think if Dead was able to get one and Cole get one there, Phelps might have been able to win that round, because nobody was checking Coop in that scenario, especially after Fallen died. But yeah, nice job by Phelps to even get those 2 kills. And now SK on another buy, they do another double op setup, so Dead on another op towards B.
The power here in Dead.
He was about to get aggro, man. He isn't afraid.
So he was about to go directly up and try to take the shot within the first like 5 to 10 seconds of the round there, but thankfully that gets held back due to this heavy stack of players and obviously the Molotov that got in his way there. Even so, that would have been very risky considering just how many people from LG are already positioned outside here. 3 stacked up, and they've even boosted Yell up on top. So if anyone does try to go for that stairs peek, it's probably not going to end too well for them. Doesn't seem to be the case, however. And SK beyond that early aggression are still set up, and basically what you expect the CTs to do here. One playing behind the boost up box, one over there Dead in this case playing towards Chicken Coop, and another just outside of the window. Coldzera and he'll also be the player to rotate over in the event that this does swing towards A, since they have a full 2-player commitment, and they're both pretty far out. Fallen down halfway about the ramp, and Fur waiting in the suicide steps. But everyone else on LG is getting prepped now to execute into B, with the time getting a little bit low, and them obviously not having a whole lot of intel about what's actually going down on that site. coldzera getting smoked out, so he's going to have to re-enter through the doors or just wait it back out. Phelps also not being able to spot that much either, as he gets a little bit closer to Broken, but it gets called off. They're all going to swing back, and they'll try to make this an A hit instead. Fur now, it'll be his time to party. Sitting back on the steps and waiting for it. Fallen catches the first one with that aggressive position and then falls back, but still chaining these kills together. He gets himself a second. Fur also chiming back in. The hit's getting absolutely destroyed as Fur distracts back over there. Fallen dips in for another one, and now it's down to PKL. He's had 2 4Ks in the last 2 rounds here, and he would have to pull it off again. Excuse me, 2 rounds before that he had 2 4Ks in a row. But now he's going to have to pull off an ace if he wants to clutch this, but with only 5 seconds left, certainly going to be impossible, and we'll just see him try to save the rifle.
Yeah, Fallen just stepping up big there around that connector area, hopping towards middle, and that helps for a lot, right? Because he's going to be able to spot anybody coming through middle, and then he also has, you know, a reactionary if anybody comes through long haul that for hears or anything, he can check very quickly and watch towards that as well. And he can also watch like the drop off as well, so he can kind of watch like all 3 positions. You see how he's checking there, he's checking middle, gets that kill, and then finally gets taken out from long A. But he's kind of, you know, he could just watch anything that needs to be watched. If Cold gets stuck over at E-Box and he says that connector's open, Fallen can watch it. You know, if they're coming through middle, he could watch it. If First says they're going through long, he can watch it.
And immediately, even though 5 rounds straight are won by LG, we can see how scrapped to go to the buy is as they do force back into this next one here. Utility already being completely tossed back out. Phelps playing really close to the broken wall there.
For LG.
Haven't even seen Phelps, so he's going to sneak in that first kill. The op shot from Dead, 2 in a row actually end up missing, so the kill from Phelps up there is traded up pretty quickly. Fur though, being able to dip back in, finds one more, and coldzera coming through, misses, unfortunately in a very big way, which allows PKL to eliminate him. Now they're down to 2 here, but good news is for SKs, they still have a lot of control, so Fur is going to be able to move in there, finding Showtime. PKL is still trying to get himself through the sidewalk, but there's an op winning in their end if he goes directly through it with no nades or anything like that. And there we go, the walkthrough leads to the death of PKL. It's on Yell now, has all the time in the world to clutch this one back out. Spotting, or at least it looked like he spotted Fur there, but reacted far too slowly, and he will be able to execute, giving SK their second round and putting LG onto an eco here.
Yeah, and Dead, you know, had 2 shots that we thought he probably would have hit. I think that puts any notion to rest that people might think it might be Taco, because I can almost guarantee you Taco would hit those. So I definitely do think it's Dead playing for sure. And 2-5, they force LG onto an eco, so 2 very important round wins for them. Fur getting aggressive. I don't know if there's anybody in the game that's better at just getting aggressive than Fur is. Especially against pistols, to be honest. Like, that's like an underrated skill, right?
Yeah.
You know, if you watch SK on these anti-ecos, it's very common that Fur will get aggressive and he'll get kills and just never let the T set up for any type of like a Tech 9 smoke flash, you know, type setup play that they want to do. He always makes them uncomfortable. He always makes them try to win like a gun battle versus them. And it's seemingly like nobody can ever punish him for it. He's too good. He's too quick. He knows the angles too well. And he continually is just like a thorn in your side whenever you just can't do it. A lot of time when you have those Tech 9 armor plays, you know, smokes and flashes, you want to be able to get set up. You think the other team's going to give you respect and not do anything risky. And Fur will always just be in your face, and worst case scenario, it seems like he always gets 2 kills. And in a 3v4, maybe you get his MP9 or whatever, which is usually what he runs around with in those scenarios, but you're not able to do anything with it after that, you know?
Well, SK were able to punish LG pretty heavily in that last round there. Not a whole lot getting done, unfortunately. 2 very aggressive kills out through long A and as well back on the broken wall. But now Dead is actually going to get caught out early on. Thankfully, the attention for LG is all focused on sidewalk there and eliminating Phelps. They're still successful, though, and now they know for sure that Dead is still going to be hiding in this Chinku position. He goes into the Molotov, grabs 1 kill before burning out to the Molotov there. But again, it's the same issue for LG. They really only get broken wall control. They don't feel courageous enough to actually push out beyond that and try to move over here towards the statue of the Chinkus. This is going to let coldzera smoke him, so smoke his own cross off and just go right back in to hold a great spot. Even watching for the boost if they try to do that, but oh, goes out assisted by a flashbang there, just popping off the head of Yell. And now they're even again, down to a 3v3. The boost up, though, is actually what catches them, and this is what Cold was watching just a few moments ago. PKL and Showtime pick up 2 very important kills. It's all on Fallen, but as he missed previously, he is going to be on this big flank, but Showtime, I think, realized it, hopped across, and Fallen missed the shot, and that is going to send this ship sailing. Well, and if he could still clutch this out, it would be an absolute miracle, but he has kind of dug his own grave by getting this aggressive. PKL finishes the job, ends up with another 2K on the round, and LG retake control, going up 6-3.
Yeah, and what Dead wants to do there is you generally want to, you know, him and Phelps, they need to communicate who's dodging a flash and who's not. Nice flash and then kill for coldzera to Yell. That's definitely a teammate, you know, calling for a flash. Very nicely set up. But they need somebody posted up, somebody, you know, dodging flash. And I think Dead kind of got caught out. He wanted to throw a molly. Flashes came out and it kind of, you know, messed up their setup quite a lot. So now Fallen's going to take it upon himself to get aggressive. What a shot onto Destiny. That was absurd. And that's what they're going to have to do, you know, when you're playing with a stand-in, especially a stand-in who is, you know, not even like a pro player or anything. You need to get aggressive with your other 4 players and really kind of take control of the map and alleviate that pressure from Dead, alleviate that pressure from everybody else, you know, because you can't quite count on him, obviously, as much as you're going to be able to count on Taco.
Yeah, so LG immediately giving respect to Fallen and the rest of SK on that B-bomb side after the deletion of Destiny from the server there. Now the rest are going to try to aggress over here on long A, but even they're having problems there too. PKL doesn't even get fully peeked back out and is dropped in a 6 HP through the wall. Fer will have no problems at all pushing against that and taking him down. Flashbang comes out way too late, unfortunately, so it's another free kill essentially for SK. No room for LG to trade it, and they're just going to try to go back over here and re-execute onto B, which I'm pretty sure SK have even read this too. They still have a constant 3-man stack in the site, and Fallen just waiting in the A door there, so he's a pretty quick rotate, although that's going to change right now. He does recommit himself a bit further in. The shot actually hitting Dead. There's a little tiny pixel angle there through the wall, so it brings him down to 24 HP. Still surviving, of course, but under 30 seconds here. LG are going to try to go for a rotate again, but here's the problem. First spots it, picks up one. He can just fall back again because he's going to be able to delay them off of this. SK, or the guys from LG are going to have to slow themselves down. Thankfully, they do catch him beforehand, but now they're walking right out into the loving arms of Fallen, who have no problem dispatching of Yell, and for Showtime, there's not much to do, so he's got to hide in suicide and look to save the op.
Yeah, and it seems like when SK are winning these rounds, they're winning them very, very clean. Nice little re-aggression by Fallen. Peeks that angle to perfection. Gets the kill onto Showtime, and now LG should be on another eco. We'll see if SK realizes just how dire their money is. That was a great shot by Fallen. And they do opt for just full M4s, double op setup again. So LG on like a full eco though, just 2 Glocks, 2 Deegs, and a P250, so only $1,700 spent to this round.
Yeah, and over on the LG side, we're going to see what they try to do, but once again, it's Fer getting aggressive there on those mid doors. He strikes once more, picking up a kill. Showtime looking to trade. He knocks up about half the HP, but unsuccessful in actually eliminating his opponent there. So he'll get taken down again for free. Yell trying to hold his own ground, but these ops just pushing forward and decimating everyone. So LG once more on an eco, just can't get anything done, and it's all 5 alive for SK.
Yeah, and their money is getting pretty decent, winning the last 2 rounds with 9 alive. You know, first round was 4, and then now with 5. So their money is getting at a pretty good spot, and Luminosity does not want to buy too aggressively. So they end up with Tech 9s, 5 flashbangs, and a smoke to try to do something where they can maybe set up a B execute, it's going to look like.
SK is still heavy on their own presence here towards B, though, so this is going to prove very, very tough to work with. Good news is they might have actually caught Phelps up, but they don't even realize that as a lot of them are flashed as well. Cold sneaks in 1 kill, and he's going to find a whole lot more than that from the drop transition room. Already up to 2. We did see 1 frag trade up, but that was against Phelps. He was kind of caught in the confusion of this broken wall push. So, I mean, much like, you know, we've already had this happen 3 or 4 times before. They get out, they're able to trade, you know, 1 or 2 players towards broken wall, but then they don't actually push forward against that. They don't really have the width to try and go further into the bomb site here. So now they're just trying to see if they can catch any extra aggression from SK, which they are doing. They've knocked another player, but still, it's a coldzera on the cusp of an ace as he's up to the 4K. He even dinks PKL down to 12, so he has the assist pretty much guaranteed. But for PKL at 12 HP, there's just not a whole lot that he can do here, especially with only a Tech 9. Just got smoked off a drop 2, so that killed his plan B. He might just have to go out towards Broken and see what he can accomplish. Dead gets baited into the shot, so he's going to miss that. Gives PKL a little bit of room to work with. Obviously, PKL really not struggling on the time aspect of this, but just really needing to make a play. coldzera, though, he wants that ace, so he sprays into it. PKL is going to give it to him. The ace from coldzera, and SK will tie the game up at 6.
Yeah, just a complete B rush there, and I think that might be one of those cases where, you know, they're saying, hey, I think Dead's playing B. Let's try to just rush and see if he knows how to really stop it or play against it. And Phelps getting kind of caught out. That's twice now. You know, they've hit kind of B out of there 3 times. One time he had the ump on the anti-eco, or on his eco round, and he got like 2 or 3 kills. The next time he went 1 for 1, I believe, and then there he gets kind of caught out. You know, just getting caught in no man's land, basically. Flash comes, Tech9s run him over, and they're already out behind him by the time he gets unblind.
Well, into this next round, and LG do go back to playing a more default style of play, with the exception of this boost, which Yell is going to be able to capitalize on, knocking out Dead with it, but he's still also fallen trying to get aggressive, and there is a chance for him to take down PKL, who's been the big fragger so far from the LG side of things. He moves in, but he's not looking at the steps, so PKL is actually going to be the one that gets the better of Fallen in this case. Now the tables have turned a little bit. Previously it was SK getting aggressive, who were netting these kills and putting it into 5v3s for their advantage. Now it's gone the other way, and LG has been able to counter out the aggression with their own style of play, and now they have that 5-on-3 advantage. Yeah,
I think whenever you have like a stand-in, though, it's a lot easier on the T side, actually, than it is on the CT side. So we'll see what happens when SK turns over and is able to play T side, because this hasn't been a bad half at all for them. I mean, they went down early pretty big, and now all of a sudden even Fur might be able to salvage him in this round.
Dancing around the pole there, being able to pick up 2 kills before we finally see the reinforcements arriving from A-Long, the dispatch of Fur. Now coldzera has been given a position back over here on the bomb plant corner. Flashbang is great too, so he swings right out. He kills one, he finds the location of a second. All they have to do now is locate Showtime, and it should be easy pickings actually for this 2v2, as they still have full site control. And there you go, PKL tries to get out and get aggressive, doesn't work out, so this comes down to Showtime. He spotted him, but now that shot is going to give away his position, so rolling up to the site. He should have been able to see that second player on balcony, but again, he can't actually take down coldzera. Actually, I don't even know if he realized he was up there. That or he thought he dropped back down the backside or something. So he tries to go for a plant, but that'll be an easy dispatching of him by coldzera to end the round and now put SK back into the lead.
Yeah, 3v5 too, and man, Fur just makes it look so easy. It seems like he takes his time, but in reality he's shooting people and killing people so quickly, you know? And it's just crazy, like how good this guy is. So 3v5 goes SK's way, and Luminosity, after a really good start, is not putting too much together on this T side. I mean, 7-6, and they're saving right now just 3 Deagles and 2 Tech9s. So 3,100 invested into this round. You're going to assume that SK is probably going to be able to win this. Fallen holding middle, Fur kind of a long haul, just holding his spot. coldzera in the drop room. Used all his nades already, but right now Phelps is being stuck in the flowers, so Dead's going to kind of shoot and bait for him, and then if they do come out B, look for him to try to get like a big spray down and get 2 or 3 kills.
We did see some damage done to SHZ as he looked to attempt to go for some aggressive drop control. Didn't really pan out, and now some more of his teammates are going to follow through to try to get the control instead. Obviously, we did see the CT that was positioned here before back away. coldzera now sitting in the doorway itself, but trying to not play direct contact against it. Since everything is still quiet, LG, again, no utility here, so obviously we don't expect them to try and deploy anything, but they need to try and make a move here sometime or later. But the first one that they do attempt to make is over at A-Long, and Fur has no problem at all countering that back out. It's easy kills for him. He'll be able to take down PKL, as he's been relatively unsuccessful actually in the past few rounds of trying to get aggressive over here. Now though, as they're below 30 seconds, they are going to try to aggress out when this smoke starts to fade, but Phelps sees it just as it's going away there, picks up 2, knocked out by Destiny, but the damage already being done. Now coldzera wraps back into the site, and they still have Dead to deal with in Chicken Coop. He'll be the one that seals the deal and allows for SK to push up towards 8 here, going into the final round.
Yeah, 8-6, and you would think that Luminosity would probably be able to win more rounds, but we look at the start of this game. I mean, I think when it was 3-0 or 4-0, PKL had 12 kills when the rest of his team had about 6. So
I mean, even now, just like looking at how...
Yeah, so when we look at like how they were winning rounds, right, a lot of it was on the back of PKL doing like pretty miraculous things, right?
Yeah.
And now that, you can't rely on that, obviously, right? That's not going to happen all the time, especially against a team like SK. And now that he's kind of slowed down, it seems like SK is just getting round after round here.
I think if you do the math, combining every other player's kill total in LG, it's only 1 more than what PKL has right now. I'd have to double check it on the half, but it's not looking too good as everyone else is still looking impacted. Meanwhile, all of the SK's members are going off. We do see Phelps actually be able to retreat into the smoke, but Dead swings out wide. He'll be eliminated by Yell. This is the first full cover of the site we see. Fallen, though, jumping up to get the intel, then finishing off PK PKL. Coldzera now back into the fray as well, picking up 2 frags and a 3rd against Destiny. Showtime does get a nice raid transfer to take down Phelps and Cold, but Fallen's still there, and he's going to finish it off. So it's SK with a solidifying lead of 9-6. We will see if they can keep this rolling going into the second half, so stick with us, guys, as more action for the NA EPL continues in just a few minutes.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
All right, welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen. Here, our first match tonight for the North American ESL Pro League is LG versus SK, and we're already halfway through it. It's 9-6 in the half in the favor of SK, who did have to start this match with their coach filling in from. The good news is for the SK fans at home is that Taco should be rejoining the team now for the second half. It's going to take us maybe a minute or two to get him back in, so I'll just have us sitting here with a nice discussion about the first half while we're waiting for him to jump back in.
Yeah, I mean, SK started that game, pretty slow. I think did they go down 4-0 or was it 5-0?
It was 3-0, I think, and then we saw the first round for SK, and then it kind of went back and forth for a couple of rounds, and then they took control after that.
Yeah, and off the hard work at Pickle, he had some great rounds there. Early on, some fantastic clutches, and then SK, once they started getting that, they went to the double op setup. I think every single
they did it right from the first gun round.
Yeah, I don't think Dead even used a rifle like that whole game. It was just op. So double op setup. LG, whenever they tried to hit that B site though, like the rotate was just extraordinary from SK. They over-rotated very, very quickly, and even though a lot of the time they were able to kill Dead like early on, I think one time he got 1 kill when they executed and then died after that. But the rotate was so fast, they would never give up statue control, and I don't even think they got bombed down when they executed B those 2 rounds. So even though like the initial execution was kind of good for them, they were able to get out in the site. The rotate came so fast, the flashbangs came, and once SK was in position, they know how to play it so well. Around the smokes at statue, being around the rock, just having really good teamwork of who's watching what and who's responsible for everything, and they're just able to retake it without even letting them get the plant down so quickly.
Servers are having fun as they still get prepped to jump back into the match there. But yeah, I think overall it was the player that was playing towards Broken Wall that actually, I'm trying to remember if it was Phelps or Fur that were doing. It was Phelps, yeah.
So Fur plays A for them. Usually like there's A anchor and he's always, rifling, usually pretty aggressively. And then Fallen's always backing him up with his off. Cold's usually around the drop area, and Phelps is helping Dead at B, but usually it's Taco at B.
Yeah, well, we were having Phelps actually was doing a fantastic job of really, especially playing pretty creatively around. They usually smoked off towards sidewalk there, and he was always really good at trying to play either inside of that or just on the edge of it to really abuse them when the pop flashes came back out. But we are getting back into the second half here now. The LG on CT side, Phelps with a beautiful shot against Yell inside of the smoke there. Already we'll see the guys on LG down to 4. As Phelps again, not even a raid boss Tech 9 by, just a regular one. PKL though puts a stop to him before he can go any further with that. But problem being they were all stuck inside of this hallway. So in the meantime, LG or SK I should say, were able to push back out for solid control. They've managed to restrict this down to a 3v2, and what's even worse is, well, with the exception of Showtime, who managed to get through the doorway here, they did put LG back against the wall, and already Fur knocking out Showtime, and it'll even finish out the second frag as well. That's SHZ down to the ground, and SK will be able to continue to enhance their lead as we start off the second half.
Yeah, just a complete rush. I couldn't tell if that was, how many was that on that mid rush? Was it 4 or 5?
I think it was all 5.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if they had anybody towards the long ball. Just too focused on Phelps here, and this is a big mistake by Yelda. Crossing that smoke, maybe trying to play inside it and let them pass by him, I'm not sure. But LG does buy, they have a double nade, and everybody has a 5-7 or a CZ besides Pickle, who's rocking the lead.
Well, SK are going to continue their fast-paced aggression as they go directly out for a BX skid here, not giving LG any time to think. The problem is, though, is they also don't give themselves any time to deploy utility here, so LG are free to peek back out, use the wall to their advantage, and so far it's worked out. They've managed to isolate this down to a 4v3. What's even worse, one of SK's members pushed too aggressively with the bomb in hand, and now they've kind of lost control of it, so they have to use a lot more of their utility to re-secure this, and, you know, even though they get it back, they lose another player in the process, so now they're down to a 2v3, and both these players are extremely low. We'll have to hope that this boost from Taco can find some big impact here, but as they go for the plant, Taco up on top, but he's dispatched up by SHZ very quickly. Now it's on Phelps, so the first player has to take on is the highest HP player, and he doesn't really get much done against him at all, so LG upset, and we go 1-1 in the half.
Yeah, very nice call by LG. They have a double nade stack at B that does a lot of damage, and SK is just, you know, opting to rush as fast as possible into that B site, and OG was very, very ready for it. We saw that the bomb, you know, like you said, got lost at the cube area, delaying that plant, kind of forced the action when they had no utility after that. So SK opts to buy again. They're going to have full Tech 9s and umps.
And so, heading into this next one here, SK with their force up, everyone is going to head directly into the B halls to start. We'll see if they have 1 or 2 players they've urged to watch out for mid connector flank here, but it doesn't look like it. They may be keeping this to the same exact pace that we saw back in that last round here. Everybody already trying to push out there. Are going to be using a couple more smokes and flashbangs this time, it seems, to get out onto the site instead of just literally rushing it like they did in the last round here. That seemed to have been handled pretty well by LG, actually, considering how quickly it came. But still, SK out onto the site, giving them a bit of control. They have not dispatched of any of the CTs yet, but that's going to change right now. Fallen taking down Destiny, destroys any of their backside pressure, but Showtime actually gets aggressive, pushes back, and he's trying to escape, but he can't do it. Showtime and PKL did trade out 2 more frags in the process, so now we're back down. It's an even fight yet again, but as a hesitant one at that, nobody seeming to want to make a move here until right now, when Vern Cold strike down the 2 from LG that were pushed beyond the doorway. PKL getting 1 more long-range kill, but he's down after that to Cold Zera, and SK back up to 11. Trades going back and forth, and we'll see if LG decide to do the same here heading into this 4th round.
That's one of the things that SK is best at on Cobble, I think. When they have those low buys, they're one of the best teams at, you know, buying and taking what they have and you know, utilizing it just so well, even if it's bare bones with like 2 smokes and 2 flashes or something. And the real turning point in that round is, if you saw when that Molotov came from Rock, it was so well timed, and right when that Molotov came, Fur peeked statue and Cold peeked from his spot when he was pushing the cube to the right. It was right when the smoke was dissipating. So the molly comes down, all the CTs are trying to reposition themselves. They do opt to save this round. Just Fur gets, it sounded like he got dinked, but he has 95 health. So, but as soon as that Molotov came down, it was the perfect timing. They peek, and that's all that takes. You know, just a little bit of communication and teamwork there, and a $400 Molotov wins a round in a 3v3 pretty much.
And here on the 4th round, it's not seeming like LG are really able to get all that much done. The dink was a little bit interesting there to bring, I think it was Fur down to 95, but it was through a wall and the wood pole, so I think that pretty much killed all the damage it was going to do. Cold Zera having no problem managing that last player, so it'll bring LG, still keeping them down at 7 rounds, SK within 4 of closing out the map, and this does take us into an investment for LG, but even there, it's not going to be that great. We have 2 UMPs on the buy, 3 M4s, along with, at least they get full utility and armor for the most part, at the very least. But again, the other problem, only 1 kit sitting on SHZ right now.
Yeah, so not the best buy, definitely. Yell in a spot where a lot of people tend to spam this. He's right next to Phelps. Phelps shoots, doesn't connect, and now he's going to push through the smoke.
Yell just waiting for the opportunity to go back out. Phelps is actually watching the mid door though, so he doesn't see it. Yell, he's successful in this push, taking down Phelps there, and then promptly falling back within the safety of the mid connector. Well, across the map, taking a look at what SK is doing here, they are still trying to line up for essentially your direct B play. Now that they have lost a teammate here, they will need to make up that ground somewhere else on the map, but currently they are being rather unsuccessful about that one. Molotov just going in to drop to try and burn out the CT that would be hiding in the transition room. Closest player to contact this is going to be Showtime. SHZ is playing the window to try and counter out a drop split if the guys from SK decided to go for that. It's not looking likely, though. This is just going to be another attempt to get out and get full control of B. The pacing with which SK have been taking this, though, has been all over the place. We've seen outright rushes, we've seen fast plays, but with utility to execute upon it, and this time it's a little bit more delayed, doing it really only like halfway through the round here, so they've wasted a lot of time, and also, again, not really having a whole lot of utility to get themselves out onto the site. They have a smoke and a molly, and they may actually want to try and save some of that for the post-plant scenario. We can see Fallen's going to toss out the smoke. Molly's sitting on Fur, so we won't be able to use it just yet, but now these CTs get a bit impatient, and they push themselves back into the drop room, where SHZ is going to be able to take down Fur. The others are stuck at Broken Wall, and they're not going to make much progress there at all. Coldzera actually not even able to spot SHZ, it seems, so it's down to him now, and he only has 15 seconds to impact. Won't do it at all, though, as Destiny just flanks him from the other side of the sidewalk, and have a very clean round there to bring it back up to 8-12.
Yeah, positionally speaking, OG had SK outplayed 100% that round, but that was a really cool smoke by SK. If you notice, that smoke allows you to see rock from E-Box, and it also allows you to kind of creep out and look at the pizza area and you know, make a play there. So get 2 kills at 2 very common spots.
Well, SK back onto another full buy here and back into a very fast-paced push, it would seem to be, at least at the start of this one. Molotov is going to isolate Fallen for the rest of his team. I don't know if he's realized that Destiny sitting down below. Should definitely be able to hear him as he's not shift walking. He is looking more towards Showtime or someone back towards Chicken Coop, but when he's challenged, he's immediately taken down, which takes away all the control SK had over there towards Broken Wall to allow them to try and start this execute onto the site. Probably going to kill it and send them back into those B halls for right now, but nothing saying that they won't just try to re-aggress here in a couple seconds.
Yeah, Taco aggressively working B right now. And this is 2 rounds in a row that it's been 4v5 for LG. So showing a good job of like early aggression and stopping SK's early aggression as well.
Taco trying to shift out here and look for their first entry to get them into the site. It does good damage to Destiny, but not enough for the kill. There we go. There's the first frag there now. And in the meantime, Phelps moving in here. 2 beautiful kills against Destiny and SHZ. Both knocked out of the site, and that's all site control gone. PKL has a position outside the store, but he can't see anything through it. And this is going to be a save call, as they have no control and no way back into this site safely. And SK still is 4 alive at this point. Even though they're low on utility and some players are low HP, it's too much of a mystery to work with here. And even so, Phelps pushing directly out through the drop room has already dispatched a PKL. Yell will have to try and stay alive somehow now.
Yeah, and with him being already spotted, you're going to see somebody push out flanking him right now. So it's going to be a tough task for him to stay alive with Fur coming behind him.
Good job though to pick up those 2 kills. But yeah, Fur is the big key player here that should, in theory, be able to easily take him back down. And there we go. Finishes the job. It was a bit expensive in doing it, considering that SK have not...
Yeah, and I think those 2 deaths were pretty, you know, unnecessary, because he did have Fur flanking. So had they waited for Fur, they probably wouldn't have died, right? They just kept shooting through the wall, kind of keeping them looking at him. Then Fur could probably just walk up behind him and shoot him, and they don't even have a chance at both of them dying. But getting a little bit too aggressive there in that situation. Understandable, though, because, let's be honest, they feel like they're going to have this game kind of in the bag, I think. If you're SK at this point, you kind of know what their money's like right now. You know they're not going to be on a good buy if they did decide to force here. So I think that's kind of part of the reason.
They will have to hope that this round is going to be relatively clean, though, as despite the fact that LG go into an eco here, SK are still somewhat low on cash, with most players sitting right around, you know, between 1 and 2K, so that's almost instant eco territory. They do lose the round with no one saving. This one, of course, we don't expect too much damage to be done with some upgrade pistols on CT side. You really never know what could happen. They're going to push back in, and well, there you go. Already 1 player gone back down. A second against PKL. Phelps being able to trade out 1 kill from the T side, and a Kobe as well from Fur. Phelps with another one. The last 2 are actually stacked in the plant position, so this is going to prove to be a little bit difficult here now, as we do see Yell just trying to survive. His teammate dies. They may actually not expect the second player to be here. Yeah, lines up the long-range kill against Fur. That's the sneaky one, and he has brought this down to a 1v1. There's the headshot, but no armor. It's so difficult to take that duel out in the open here. He looks for the flank on the right side, won't be spotting it there. And in a moment here, Phelps is going to push up onto the site. Keep him on the timer here. Phelps can actually run over towards the B site if he wants to just avoid this 1v1 for right now and allow himself to get into a better position, and that's the decision he'll make. He'll just head over there. And unfortunately for Yell, he hasn't even realized this yet.
Yeah, that was a really smart play by Phelps. I'm surprised that SK is allowing so many deaths on a round like that. But LG doing a really good job on this anti-eco. I mean, they could still definitely win this round, but it is very favored for Phelps, especially with this positioning. He hears Yell.
He's going to try to push his way back in, but that does give him away and allows for Phelps to have a relatively easy closeout, putting SK up to 14 now.
Yeah, and despite those deaths, they're still with a bye. And this could basically end it if they do win this round. But if they lose this round, all of a sudden, LG has like a bit of a lifeline. You know, SK is going to be saving, and it's going to be a very, very close game, I think. So this is the round that LG could get back into it and you know, possibly make it 14-11 by the time SK buys again.
SK, I mean, this has been their strat for the entire half star. I don't even think we've ever tried them go directly to A or anything like that. It's always been as a result of a failed B attempt that we've had to see them shift over there. But once again, we've already seen this many times too. The fast execute here, deploying the smoke wall, mollying up on a boost. They don't get tripped up by that. Showtime though, finding the first shot here from the op from Chicken. Now they have to worry about that as he still has an open angle on the right side, and there's a small hole to work with too. They do spot him though. Taco finding a kill there. Destiny with one more, but Cold trading that back out. It's left even, a 3v3 to work with. As SK really just scanning the rest of their side of the site here now, and the smokes fade away. Coldzera ready, and Chicken Coop and Fallen ready at the statue, taking down both of the players from LG that had pushed back into the site for PKL. We've seen him clutch before. This may be asking a bit too much, and in fact, the second he tries spraying through the door, Coldzera sees him and just destroys him.
Yeah, and I think if you went back and looked at how SK played against like those B executes, because both teams did a very similar type of B execute, right? But if you notice, like LG, they got in position at a pretty good time, but then they didn't have the follow-up flashbangs and the follow-up team support. It's not enough to just get in that position. It's getting into the position at the proper time, but also knowing what to do when you are in that position. And we saw SK, you know, when they rotated to B, they had the follow-up flashes from the rotators, you know, to really delay them into getting into the site. By the time OG was fighting them in the site, SK was already there planting the bomb, and it was like they were fighting after the plant, right? So a little bit slight difference just makes all the difference in the world, right? Just those little bit of timing changes.
Well, for LG here now, still spreading 3 and 2. So there's a nice smoke bouncing back off there. I think it'll cover off long pretty nicely. Phelps is going to try and push himself in, but I don't think he... Oh! A little bit awkward there. Ziel is caught tossing out the flashbang, and Phelps just walks right into his face and has himself a free kill. Destiny, though, is available for a trade to take down Taco as he tries to get a little bit too close to that broken wall position there. So up close, we'll see things brought back down to a 4v4, but there's no coverage on the CT ramp or even on the A bomb site right now. They have PKL here in the general vicinity, but he's pushed back out. He will be able to catch Fallen there, unaware of what's happening, but now they do know that that position is there, and really this is just a big hot mess across the map here. Phelps now being spotted out by SHZ. He's only going to get 1 kill before Showtime trades him out. So all this effort for SK really leads to nothing, unfortunately, as LG essentially still have full control of the map.
Yeah, they do, but you know they still only have a 5-7 and an ump. Showtime's the only one with a you know, an AK, and they're going up against Fern Cold, who are pretty tough opponents. They're kind of giving up the plant a little bit at B, so they're gonna basically play retake on it, and for catches Showtime throwing a flashbang, so they're gonna be able to get bombed down and play post plant in a 2v2 scenario at this B site.
Even catches Destiny trying to push a little bit too quickly there through the B doors. The smoke just plumed out. Eliminate him, and PKL, he's already been seen too, so it looks like they're just going to double peek this, handle it very, very nicely, and that will be it, ladies and gentlemen. SK, the old dogs do shine through, true and true, as they take things 16-8 as the final scoreline here on map number 1.
Yeah, and I think SK just kind of bullied him a bit. That's like bully strike, when you're playing very, very fast paced, a lot of like straight up BX executes and things like that, where you're really just early round, you know, just getting in their face and whatnot. And we see SK has both playstyles. You know, sometimes they do this, and a lot of time they do this in the online pro league. And then a lot of the time they'll go to LAN and they'll be super slowed down. Everything will be at the last 25 seconds. But we saw the complete opposite of that here as they just dismantle LG, even with the first half playing with a manager.
All right, well, to break down the first map, let's send it back over to the analysis desk. Stunna, take it away.
Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Dazed. Quite the matchup we just had there. Obviously started off pretty quick in terms of the first half. little bit of asterisk in that first half, though. We did have Dead in there playing for Taco. Yeah. And then when Taco joins the server after halftime, it's pretty much a throttle.
Yeah, things kind of took a turn for the worse if you're Luminosity as soon as Taco rejoined the server. Probably to be expected, of course. Dead not being, hasn't been playing, I guess, at a high level since 2011. That's the last time we saw him pretty much shooting heads. So I guess we can excuse him for not having the greatest performance ever. I think Fallen was even having some fun with it in all chats, typing to his teammates.
I've got the quote here. Quote from Fallen: "Dead is so useless."
Yeah. So, no love lost between those, of course. Still,
absolutely not.
Still friends. But yeah, obviously that was going to be the olive branch that Luminosity had to have a good first half and hopefully have Dead play the second half as well. Didn't come to fruition, so SK kind of do what we expected them to do and trounced them completely.
We're going to take a look at round 20, and this is a round where we saw LG and Yell specifically kind of do something a little unorthodox, kind of like turn the heat up and try something new. Let's take a look at round 20 right now. Walk us through it, Vendetta.
Yeah, the cool thing is, obviously, we talked time and time again about how hard it is to do something as a CT to make it uncomfortable for T sides to just straight up do a 5-man execute. And here, Yell is actually going to do something that Fur has done a ton of times, which is hide behind this smoke and get out into position outside in T mid. He's also going to be able to find Phelps as a sense of that. And already you're playing off a 5v4 advantage, which is massive for them. That allows for them to already have a 4-man stack towards this B bomb site later on when the eventual execute comes from SK. And that's the kind of advantage you need if you're Luminosity, if you want to have any sort of chance at fighting back versus this SK lineup. So as the execute comes through, Luminosity are going to get aggressive on drop, takes out Fur, and 3 men with not a lot of utility left on SK side don't really stand a chance with an already set defense from Luminosity.
No, I mean, absolutely. By this point, we're looking at a 12-7 scoreline, right? Obviously about to be
12-8, yeah.
12-8. So, like, at this point, they're obviously already in a hole. They're in a deficit. They see Taco join the server. Who knows what that does to a mentality or if that changes. Yeah, I mean, you're probably going to play with just a little bit more confidence there. With the manager standing in and playing rather than, Taco, and you have this world-class lineup now in full force.
Yeah, definitely so. And I think Luminosity pretty much had their chance in the first half to set up with a good first half. And they started off well, by all means. But the fact that they let SK come back into it is really what ruined it for them, because as soon as Taco rejoins, it's like you said, you're playing against a world-class team, so you're going to have a hard time regardless. So if you haven't already built up a pretty significant cushion at that point, it's going to be a tough road.
Okay, well, we did just see SK take Cobble 16-8, and when we come back, we're going to see if Luminosity can bring them the heat on Cash.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
this is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kinguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kinguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We're here at ESL Pro League Season 5, Week 3, the final day of Week 3, and we just saw SK take down Luminosity on Cobble.
Even with a lineup change mid-match.
Even with a stand-in, a manager.
Yeah, a manager.
I've already heard that one before. That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it'll probably come to us eventually.
Well, look, we're going to get into cash now. All right, and obviously this one might fare a little bit different for either side, or are we going to see a lot of the same storyline?
I think it's going to be a lot of the same in that sense. What's worse for Luminosity is that Taco's going to be playing from the get-go in this matchup, which I definitely don't think is going to be any sort of help to them. The problem is, obviously, when you go up against a team that is just on most bases better than you, you're going to have an issue, especially with the map pool as well. So you don't really have that ace up your sleeve when you're playing a top-tier team because they're going to be well-versed on pretty much everything. And that's really the issue we run into now. So even though Cash might not be SK's staple in terms of their go-to pick in that sense, it's still going to be stronger than Luminosity's.
No, absolutely. And I guess to take a look at the Luminosity side of things here on Cash, we've got Eric de Beer Stromberg standing by. Eric, what do you got for us, man?
Thank you, Stunna. And we're going to take a look at Luminosity versus CLG on Cash. As you can see right here, CLG is going to play a very aggressive B setup as Luminosity is doing a standard kind of default, sitting back, waiting around. And as you can see, CLG gets a kill right off the bat. Now, this prompts CLG like, hey, we pushed B. we made a lot of noise. You guys shouldn't go here, right? So they're going to stack 1B eventually. Hayes going to fall back, and then but Luminosity, they got that mind game going on. They're going to come back to be like, no, we don't buy this. We don't buy that. You guys are actually B. We're going to work it slow, take our time. As CLG stacking 3 people A and 1 person middle, I don't know why you want to do that in a 5-on-4. Just play conservative. You don't have to overcompensate for anything. As you can see, they just walk into B, easy kill from Destiny, and CLG ends up having to save the round because they over-rotated too early. LG read that off the bat, and they just took B. Just one person, 4-on-5. So CLG lost a round more than LG won. I don't know. Who knows? But LG did a great job on reading the play, hitting it home, and winning the round. Back to you, Stunna.
Thanks, Eric. All right, real quick, give me a prediction going into this one.
It's not going to be a surprising one, but I'm going to go with SK taking cash as well.
I'm personally shocked that you picked SK in this
I'm here to throw curveballs.
All right.
Yep.
Well, let's see if Luminosity can do it here on Cash. Standing by to take the action to you are Blue and Dazed.
All right, yeah, thank you very much. I believe we're pretty much going to echo the same sentiments as the desks there, with SK having a pretty good chance to just sweep through this one as well.
I mean, they're definitely the better team, but if Luminosity has a chance on a map, I don't think it would have been Cobble. I think it would be Cash. SK vetoed Cash for the longest time. They're just now trying to play it because, I think they probably want to keep banning Nuke after losing to Cloud9, because it used to be Cash. That was their ban. Then they tried playing Nuke. Then they said, hey, we suck at this. And then they started banning Nuke and then playing Cash. So they're kind of going back and forth, right? Luminosity is a pretty good Cash team as well. So we'll see. I think if Luminosity could beat them on any map, I think it would be Cash. So this is going to be their best opportunity. This is going to be their best chance to take out, one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly an upset for them to increase their record. They're probably going to be one of those teams that's fighting towards the very end of their top 6, which will more than likely end up being the ones that qualify for the LAN.
I would think so. It's crazy because if you would have asked me just 3-4 months ago, I would have said no way could Luminosity even battle for top 6. No way. But because there's so many teams that I think they should be able to beat pretty consistently.
Yeah.
I think they're going to have an over 500 record. And I think they could possibly compete for it. We'll see. It's so top heavy in the ESL Pro League right now.
Well, the NA landscape is just so unstable at the moment, too. I mean, you have like Cloud9 and Liquid is pretty, stable entities, but now, with Optic losing Stanislaw and, all this drama going on, they have kind of fallen off where they were previously, the best at the end of the year, and then there's really no one else below them that could compete among that triangle there.
But the improvement that LG has had in the past, 4 months or so has been, very good. They have come from, a good Premier team, if one of the best Premier teams, I think they placed 3rd in Premier, right? Third, 4th or something like that, to becoming middle of the pack pro team.
Yeah.
That's a pretty huge leap, from, battling teams like Rush into now being, maybe battling for 9th to 6th spot in Pro League. So their improvement has been great.
Well, immediately at the start of this one, actually, they're going to lose Destiny. Although they did good damage to Phelps on his initial push, it was Fur that swung back in directly into this garage to battle the members of LG that managed to pick up a kill there. So now after that, it's left into the 4v5, and they are just going to try to sneak over here towards B and go for an all-in execute. Worked out great at the start, but the problem is now they're going to have trouble getting up onto the platform itself. SK still holds good control here. One of the T's crossed over here towards the T room, but now he's going to have to go back in. That's a great headshot on the Phelps, but it's not going to mean anything as Taco immediately trades him back out, and SK do close out the round.
Yeah, and they, SK had a great setup to stop that. They already had that player in Heaven being Phelps. There's no smoke going down there. And one of the reasons he is Heaven there is because he has about 30 HP. So, you could play Heaven, you could play a nice headshot angle, not really have to worry about your health being too low. He's able to impact the round while they're hitting B and getting that kill. And then Cold in the site is just, I think he's going to end up, if they start playing Cash, just from the limited time that I've seen him play it, as SK takes a very fast A main control, Fur getting pushed up right away, super close. I think people are going to start talking about, Cold being one of the best anchors to be in this game.
Well, PKL actually does catch the trade on the Fur here, although he was set up really well to actually get a triple kill. Unfortunately, just gets a Wamdig bite. PKL, so he'll find himself dead there. Reapplication of Molotov is going to come in from Taka, though, so it is going to hold LG outside of the site for right now, unless they all want to try to funnel through Squeaky, which probably not going to see that. Taco, though, still playing close, and after this molly again, you can see Yell and the others really trying to upset with these deagles.
beyond PKL's shot there really hasn't been all that much that is connected, and 2 of their own guys that have been going for these peaks have been slowly whittled down a little bit. PKL's down at 26. Yell's sitting over here at 54 right now. So, and I mean, this combined with the fact that they really haven't taken a whole lot of map control just doesn't make it look very good for them to actually win out this force currently. Although, changing the game plan now, obviously, you have the 3 stack still on A. It does look like LG are going to go out for mid, where Fallen now is going to have the challenge. It's at quite a long range, so there was a chance there, but he's safely going back inside of Z here. But also, with the damage being done further towards Yell, he may get a bit hungry for these kills, at which point we could see him either over-aggress and lose his life, or, well, back in A main, see Taco being able to swing back out. Dispatch of PKL, trying to go for a second one, but again, the trades remain strong. Fallen, though, holds off Yell in mid, and now they're down to 2. Phelps, I think, will just play this pretty safe. Holds a bit of an aggressive angle to take them down before they can kill the players over there at Toxic Cross, but yeah, he'll find those last 2 kills against Showtime and SHZ, and it'll still be SK claiming the second round.
Yeah, a little bit scary for SK there. Fallen almost got caught out in the middle. Had he died, that could have been a very different round. But the 1D didn't happen, and they end up living with 3 alive. And look at Fallen. He buys an op. He's anticipating maybe they will buy here. Just wants to play it safe for it. They're not sure how much they bought, right? Because majority of them didn't even have head armor. So, you know, they might have thought, hey, maybe they're just going to D up and then try to force buy here or something like that. So push comes from B. Fallen just holding middle with his off, and Phelps just behind them all. About 15 seconds in the round.
So he's got a big flank opened up already here to potentially crush them. He kind of just holds in the doorway for right now, though, but a moment later he'll go back outside towards mid. As the rest of LG really struggling to kind of get anything done here. Phelps peeking out there, but Yell really not capitalizing on that at all. Just kind of panics a little bit, so now Phelps is going to be able to line up the shot. Already 2 gone down. Nice trade from SHG to grab the headshot against Phelps, but the nade from Coldzera destroys the remaining health pool there for SHG, and he's even going to grab those last 2 kills too. So losing like 1 or 2 players here in the first couple rounds, kind of what you expect, especially with how aggressively SK are playing currently. But beyond that, really clean, and we're exactly where we expect to be right now with the 3-0.
Absolutely, and they're going to keep 2 SMGs, so 2 M4s, 2 SMGs, and an AWP, and we'll see how these SMGs play. You know, well, look at the spots that Cold and Taco are going to play, because a lot of people with SMGs, they don't know how to make an impact with these rounds. But I promise you, you know, Cold and Taco are very, very good at making an impact and kind of knowing how to play with them, because you got to switch up your playstyle a little bit when you have SMGs, right? And there's advantages to have them, and you want to take full advantage of those.
Taco tries to go in, but the flash I think messes up a little bit there, so they cancel that. Pretending like that never happened. And the rest of LG still just lined up in a default. Thankfully, they didn't have anyone from the LG side pushed up into Squeaky, so there was no punishment on that, but it actually could have gone pretty badly had that have been the case, because that flash would have not hit the guy in the hall at all. Yeah,
Pickle probably would have killed him. He was in a really good counter spot for that. But you know, the SMG is actually really good in a spot like that, because you're going to be able to run full speed after that flash and just keep moving. Like, you're just going to hard strafe very, very quickly around that door. You might be able to catch somebody. So now a nice mid takes coming out from LG. SK is not really going to be able to compete with that. They're going to have to give it up.
Yeah, so LG being able to get that. Problem being, though, is this is just happening now, and they do have to kind of start their execute here within the next few moments. Fur being able to dip in there and execute one of these guys, I believe, by getting aggressive there through the Squeaky halls. So finally they re-aggress, and because no one from LG was watching that, he just walks right in and grabs a free kill onto Yell. Now they're going to go for sort of a hackneyed attempt at a B play. There's still 2 players in the site. Good news, both are on platforms. It's actually going to be really easy to prevent them from being able to spot any of this, and it gives LG a whole lot of side control as they do push back in. But again, just like back over there with Broken Wall on the B side on Cobble, they're really slow to take this control, so it's bought so much time for Rotates to roll back in 1-1 at the start, but they've only got 10 seconds now to clear out Phelps, get that bomb onto the ground. They do take down 1, but Phelps is here for the trades now, and also Fallen bailing them out. SHZ picking up 1 more kill, but then Fallen from up on top finishes off the job and pushes SK forward as they take control of this first gun round. 4-0 now, so far undefeated in this map.
Yeah, and not only that, the bomb was down by Checkers, so they really didn't have any chance there at winning that round, even if he was able to, you know, kill Fallen. And Fur pushes door, gets that kill. And the rotate just came out so quick. The double smokes actually came out from Cold and Phelps, I believe. And, you know, they just couldn't push the site, and time just dwindling. That was just not something that was going to happen.
Showtime looking to take some pot shots there through the smoke, trying to line it up, and he actually does get good damage on the Cold. But the HE grenade followed through and knocked off about half of his HP directly after that, and we saw him being taken down. The good news for LG is that they did manage to create this back out over here in mid. SHZ playing to the short angle here, looking for headshots. He's already been able to dispatch a Fallen there, back by Z, as you can see his corpse on the left side. But Fur also challenging things. The nade goes a little bit too deep, so SHZ has the angle, but the shot not going to be connecting. Meanwhile, they got very aggressive here out towards the garage. Taco is going to dispatch of one PKL right in the face of SHZ, takes him out. But there's a very early flank opened up, and now it's basically just Pickle left alive, sitting here in quad, but he has brought it down to a 1v2. Already 2 kills for himself here, but 2 more to grab, and the bomb is down in the open once again, so it will be a little bit tough to work with. Time is much more in the favor of LG on this round, though, but PKL does make the mistake of peeking out directly into coldzera, and he'll end the round for SK.
Yeah, still a good round, though, from LG. I mean, they got 2, op kills, or killed 2 players with ops there, and Fallen and Taco. I think Cole was probably able to pick it up, but they got a lot of kills, 3 kills on that round, and just hitting SK's money a little bit.
We can see, okay, Yell just tries to go directly out towards mid this time around. Thankfully for SK, it is a miss. But now they also get aggressive over here inside of Squeaky. What they attempted to do a few rounds back, they go for it now, and it works out. His PKL, one of the biggest fraggers for LG, is down right at the start of the round, which is not something that they want to have to deal with, especially considering the way things tended to go back on that last map here. coldzera already prepped for a counter boost, and that's the bomb, so he can just camp right up here and sit back to wait until when LG have to move into retreat. But actually, no, he's going to be a lot more aggressive than that. It's a bit awkward as he does jump behind Yell. Yell legs him on the way down, but then coldzera is able to finish off the job, but Destiny is there to take him back out of the play. Problem being, though, is that with that, I'm pretty sure coldzera already got full read as to what's going on, so any attempts to go directly into A are going to be met with a huge stack of players from SK. They've got 2 in the site now, another one watching out for mid pressure. They still have Phelps who pushed into A main, but Destiny actually manages that, so we're even again. Back down onto a 3v3. They know that there is presence inside of Squeaky, though, so SHZ is really not going to be able to push back out of there anytime soon. They give this up, and it looks like they're going to try to change it over to B again.
Yeah, and Taco rotated out to watch the Z, or the mid run out, and now he's going to go back to B, but I don't know if he's going to get there in time. The site might already be taken.
Yeah, look at back in, and Taco even getting intel to suggest that they're going back into A, which is certainly not the case.
Yeah, it's SAG at the door, the smoke dissipates, and Fallen gets caught in the back. Another kill onto Fur, and this is certainly going to be an LG round win.
Yeah, SHZ, we'll see if he can just clean up the last guy alive here. It's going to be Taco. He holds on for that one to take him down, but now he's in a race against time as he just pushes over to this other side. It's not looking like he's going to save. At the very least, he might just peek back in to try and take down 1 or 2 of these guys if they're in the open. But we'll see if he actually goes for the full commitment. We're just checking it, but yeah, nothing to be spotted in the open there near the platform or even inside of the tree room. So he'll back himself up now and look to carry that op into the 7th round.
Imagine if he wallbang checkers there and killed him.
That would be next level.
That would have been, because he was walling stuff. I was thinking like, oh my god, he might do it, but instead he's going to save the op, and that's a good save because I don't think their money is too great right now. I think they'll be able to full buy because he saved that op. So yeah, he should be able to drop Phelps, or sorry, not drop Phelps, probably drop Fallen, and Fallen will drop an M4 maybe, or maybe they'll go with a double op. So they opt for the double op. One of them is going to have to be on an ump or something like that, and that's going to be, let's see if it's Phelps or Taco.
It's Phelps from the look of things right now.
Yeah, I think so, but this is still a pretty good buy. Double op setup with 1 SMG if I'm lost and an M4. Like, this is more than fine, especially because, well, all 5 of them are going towards B, so it's going to be a quick B hit.
Fallen will have to be the one to defend it here. LG actually do slow their roll a little bit to try and deploy utility, really prevent Fallen from going off on them if they tried to go directly in for the push here. Flashbangs out, they connect in a great way. You can see Fallen, though, not really being one to try and aggress directly against this, and he's been smoked off on both sides now, so he's actually going to have trouble doing a lot. There's no one else in that site. He flashes in to get himself behind the box here, so he has that position, and now he can just pick them off from behind. Only getting 1, though. SHZ trades it, but he, too, is down at 19 HP. Phelps trying to play around this smoke, but he can't get a kill, so Destiny taking him back down. The guys from SK are down to 3. Taco getting flashback out, missing the shot. That'll let Destiny go through, and oh, he's messy on the spray, but thankfully Taco was so blinded by the flashbang, he was not allowed to recover. Keep in mind, though, really great damage done to 2 of the players on LG, but the problem is that, yeah, coldzera and Fur really don't have any room to work with, and now that he has lost his teammate, Fur going back in, this is going to be a Hail Mary attempt, and it won't work out very well. Just 1 kill for him, and PKL trades him out to give LG their 2nd and put SK onto a full save.
Yeah, that was such a strange round from SK. I mean, everybody's kind of just creeping through smokes as they're taking sites. Fallen able to get one, but then dying SHZ. Phelps not able to take advantage of the fact that, you know, they were looking at Fallen. We saw him with the ump there. He almost could have had a double kill. And then Cold somehow in the back of the B boxes. I wish I knew how that happened. And then they knew he was there somehow. So that was a really crazy round. And that's what that does when you smoke off both angles of Checkers, you know, Checkers' entrance and the other spot. Like, it just puts so much confusion just around the map, and LG ended up thriving in it.
Well, for SK, they will try a bit more aggression this time on their full eco round. Just upgraded pistols. As we can see, Taco, though, actually being able to impact here. Catches, I think it's PKL trying to go for very early aggression outside Squeaky, and they knock him down there. Phelps also would try to counter boost, but he's going to cancel that pretty quickly. And when the Molly sends him going back, there was someone that was available a second before that, too. Looked like he might have been able to catch him crossing back further back towards mid, but I think he missed his opportunity there. And so they'll have to work this with a man down against them. coldzera, though, to try and challenge this is going to be almost certain death. So he peeks out for 1 or 2 shots, goes in and gets a second one there. That's now Showtime been dinked to 20 HP. If he can find him again, he can certainly finish him back off, but on the repeat, Yell is available to take him back down here on the site. Phelps getting knocked out pretty quickly here too. Taco is trying to do work with that rifle, but again, only little tidbits of damage here, and it seems that most of the players rotating back in are being handled. Fur did pick up 2 kills, but now they're going to go back out towards mid, and Taco's still with the AK. But going towards mid here, I'm not sure if they're actually going to attempt to go back in and go for this.
I think they will. And
yeah.
This is really, really smart because they knew that both were spawn, and Yell might get caught out of position.
Apparently not. Ready for that one. Picks up the first kill, but oh, he trades at his gun when he swings out the second time. Had to have misclicked or something. Taco catches Yell there. And now Destiny looking to 1v1 this. Taco upgrading to the op in this case too, but moving in, he tries to sneak it, and it's not going to work out. Destiny finishes off the round and allows for LG to soar up towards 3 here.
Yeah, but still a great a great eco round for SK. Puts them one step closer into breaking LG's money at 5-3. So they are going to buy here. It's definitely, it's really not a great buy. We'll see if Taco, what he wants to buy is 49.50 ops for the M4. And SK has been doing a lot of trickery. They've been doing a lot of pushes early round. They're trying to, you know, fight LG at areas of the map early on instead of like playing any type of a default setup, and LG's doing a good job. I mean, 3-5 is not bad, especially with the economic state that SK's in.
So Yell's up on boost right now, looking to see if he can find White Box or Z pressure. There's certainly a lot of presence from SK sitting in mid, so he may get his chance yet. But for right now, nothing being found, and he just kind of creeps over top there, while eventually falling back down below. Fur and Fallen are the 2 that have aggressed into mid and are looking to hold this, but that leaves, specifically looking at the A side, that leaves an incredibly weak. LG have really developed into a pattern, though, in these last couple rounds of kind of avoiding A, with the exception of having PKL go for the aggression there. That may be changing in this round, which means that these mid guys have to be really fast on the rotate. That or Fallen needs to be really successful in his attempt to flank back out. He's already kind of revealed himself with his flashbang going inside. No one physically spotted him, but they have to have known that there was going to be someone attempting to push back through. Now the rest of LG get themselves inside of A main and prepare for this push. Well, they still have 2 players on the CT side back down in mid, so once more, it's all on Taco right now. Fur moving back up, though. He gets himself into the Raptors, so he's got a pretty solid watch over here of Squeaky if PKL tries to go for the peak. He already tried it once, and you can see he's been dropped down to 63 HP, but now the time's getting low. The rest of the team's going to move, and they actually dink Fur down to 38 through the wall there. On a repeat, Fur certainly getting the better of PKL. Yell, though, is going to impact against Taco, immediately taking down the player watching for Quad, and that will give up the site. LG should be good to find the plant, but now Fur up on top, he takes down PKL, and Phelps, he's very creative with this smoke. He's seen a bit early, though, and that is going to allow Destiny to take him down. Fur with 1 more, going for 2, but no, can't be done. SHZ is the one to knock him out. They've even seen the player trying to go up on top, so Yell will take out coldzera at the truck angle, and they already know Fallen's around here somewhere. He impacts for 1 frag against SHZ. If he wants to go back in, he needs to do it now. There's no kit in hand. I'm not sure if one of the CTs had one on the site somewhere, but if he does, he's got to commit time to be able to go and watch for that one. Showtime sitting in the smoke. There's nothing really to be seen from Vaughn as he peeks back up here. No mistakes made in positioning from LG. So I think he is just going to sit back, fall back now, find himself a fight with Showtime. But yeah, the more important thing is getting out of here with the rifle and saving, as the round is once again going to be LG's.
Yeah, just a slow kind of A-take. I mean, it wasn't like they just threw a bunch of Molotovs and went. You know, they used the smokes. They took their time. And it's such a tough task. I'm telling you, trying to hold the A site from site itself when you can't really play like quad or fence and whatnot, it's so difficult because that pop flash comes and you're just dead to rights as soon as it happens if they start pushing the site in that aspect. And then once the post plant happens, when your operator gets to forklift, it's such a tough task to retake. SK not able to do it. It did get down to a 3v3 though, but those post plant positions are very, very strong. And if you don't have the Molotovs to clear them out, it's a really difficult time to retake.
Yeah, and Fallen and the rest of the team really can't justify an investment besides what Fallen had saved in that last round here, so it is just going to be upgraded pistols and smokes across the board for a lot of these guys. Beyond that, though, firepower is non-existent on the SK side of things, but Deagles, though, certainly don't want to underestimate them. They can do some work if they have correct positioning to work with. Fallen, though, might actually get a big chance to find some impact himself as he is positioned on B. Smokes are covering off a whole lot, though, and SHZ has already managed to burn down coldzera. Showtime catches Phelps on the rotate. Fallen's still alive, but I think they know exactly where he's at. Not only this, but out of ammo on that M4, so only has the USP to play, which is firing off everything, but no connections really being made significantly enough here. PKL countering out the flank over there to eliminate Taco, and now Fur, again, no positioning. He does have armor and a CZ, so it is going to be more economically viable to just fall back and save this here now. LG, they're going to tie this up at 5-all.
Yeah, 5-all, and they should have a lot of money right now. Let's check it out. So, yeah, they're going to have a pretty good amount. All 5 are going to live this round, so that's going to hurt SK a lot. It's going to make getting back into this, half and, trying to win a lot of these rounds difficult. Because LG is just going to be able to buy 2-3 rounds in a row, definitely, even if they lose them.
Yeah, and this game's been incredibly streaky too. It's been 5 rounds straight for SK after they won the pistol. They took the first round on the following round, but after that, it's all been LG here. So you can only imagine how different the score actually would have been if it was LG taking control of the pistol. And they got the momentum swing right from the start of things. This might be a lot more dominant for LG in this case now, as they're on the cusp of taking the lead if they can win out this last gun round.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, this cash is, in my opinion, LG's best chance to win. And SK doesn't look like, they just don't look as comfortable on this map, in my opinion, as they do on like a, overpass or a cobble, where just everybody knows exactly what they need to do in like 4v4 scenarios especially, right? They're just not as comfortable because they're still trying to learn it, trying to get used to it.
Well, for LG now, they will be sending all of their players over here into the B halls, keeping one, as we would expect, to watch out for a flank, and that'll be SHZ's job at the bomb and useless room. But everyone else in Sunroom getting ready to deploy Molotovs. They firebomb the site back out. coldzera does have a flash, but it's a little bit early. In fact, the execute is actually not going to follow through into this B-bomb site. They've gone back. They've gone over here into the garage, essentially into their default setup, with the exception of having a second guy sitting there in Sunroom right now. But nothing else to be seen. And a flashbang dropping its way out. Yell, though, has plenty of coverage to be able to keep himself in. The main push is no longer here. It is going to be going towards A main, and the only one available to stop that is going to be Taco, up boosted towards Shroud's position. So big test for him, as rotations are, 10+ seconds away. If he doesn't multi-frag, this will be an almost instant save call for SK. In they go, they're the first one, looking for more, but it cannot be done. coldzera is able to catch out one of these players in mid, so they have a man advantage going into this one. And much like we've seen in the past, LG are really slow to take site control here. PKL finding one more, abusing that smoke a little bit, but ultimately Fur is now back in the site. No one realizing that Yell's going to come out for a mid, though, so this is a bit chaotic once again. Hopping back up, tries to go for that shot, but Phelps is ready for it, and he'll end the round in SK's favor. They'll just barely get to keep their lead going up 6-5. However, LG should have plenty of cash to resume right into another buy here.
Yeah, and if LG can win this round, it wouldn't surprise me if they end the half with, a 9-6 or worst case scenario 8-7 lead. I mean, SK they have pretty decent utility and a pretty good buy, but if they lose this round, it's going to be nothing else for them. That is it. They're going to have no money. So LG, this is like one of those really important swing rounds, and we'll see what they do. Like, this is when you want to just do your best, most confident type of strat that you have, and really give it your best here.
And it seems like they're going to go back to the old standard that they were using at the beginning of the round. Keep in mind, though, this is where they're actually losing a lot of their rounds, when they try to go for these direct A plays. PKL, though, immediately striking through the squeaky door. He does manage to find Taco out peeking against it. And now the only one here to defend against a full push is going to be Fur, backed by Forklift, too, which usually ends up just getting traded 1-for-1, unless they don't check it for whatever reason. Then he can multi-frag, but that's a very rare occurrence.
Yeah, you usually want somebody, spotting for you, and this is good. Fallen might spot for him, and then he could peek out and get kills. He gets one kill at door, though, so that's a bad death for the LG guys.
He manages to just barely dodge the out. He might have actually gotten shot by Fallen there. It was a bit weird. So now PKL is going to swing around the quad side, and apparently SK in that confusion, nobody was watching out for that, so he walks up and gets them both for free. Phelps back in mid, takes down Showtime, but still it's a 2v3, and they have no positioning to retake.
Yeah, and what happened was he got the kill onto Destiny, and he didn't know that there was another one door. It's not that common to have more than one door, so he wasn't really thinking about it. He wanted to fall back to site with Fallen. Pickle very smartly just kind of walks out and realizes that, hey, they probably just think only Destiny was there, shoots them both in the side. And that's what I'm talking about. That's like those small things that SK on this map doesn't seem totally comfortable on. And, it's something that will come in time. And I think this map can kind of play to a lot of their strengths if they just start playing it more and practicing it more and more. Not quite sure how much they have been working on it in the past, 2 months or so. But, I mean, it has all the recipes for them to be really good, right? Really good teamwork when it comes to rotate flashes, right? Fast rotations. You could thrive in a double up setup. There's a lot of tricky things that you could do as well that SK really likes to utilize, whether it's like a counter boost at mid and things of that nature. So I think it has a lot of aspects that SK is really good at, and that could really help them be a really good cash team. They are going to force buy here, so they have 3 umps, and immediately coldzera pushes B. Fallen getting traded out by SHZ there, though I think that was close middle.
Yeah, it's brought down to a 4v4. Here's the problem for PKL, though. He's gotten so common. What? No. Okay. Taco does realize what's going on there with PKL, but he almost didn't see him first. He almost managed to pull a ninja and get behind the doorway. But Taco corrects it just before that flashbang fades away, too. And he's going to be able to get a second with Destiny. Also spending so much time waiting for Taco to come back outside that first spots him over there by Toxic Barrels and takes him down, too. Now Taco pushing back in. He's going to add 1 more to the kill counter, ending up with 3 on the round. He just dominates LG, putting SK back in control once again.
Yeah, and they saved those 2 guns from the round before, if I'm not mistaken, and those 3 umps, and then look at how well they made the umps work. I mean, we've seen Taco consistently get aggressive at that door. I think he killed Pickle once. I think that's the 2nd time he did, and I don't think he's died doing it. Maybe he died once with like a USP or something like that, but constant door aggression.
Well, now coldzera is going to try and challenge again over here with this rifle, and actually he may get himself in a perfect position. That smoke that's been tossed up by the CTs, he has a little bit of an angle on it when they do peek around the corner. He's kind of got smoked out too, but that's also not perfect. He does have still this vision to try and punish them. Unfortunately, SHZ is going to get the better of them. However, Phelps pushing directly behind him, and no one's actually realized it. Still 2 in the sunroom, so he's got to be cautious. They could just spot him from the backside, and that is, unfortunately for SK, is what is going to happen here. Showtime knocking him down. Taco trying to contest in the vents, but he can't do anything. So all 5 stay alive from LG getting onto that B-bomb site. Fallen trying to pick some off from Team A, but nothing being picked up. And again, boxed out of the site. This actually wouldn't be too crazy if it ended up in a save. However, I think with the flank from Fur, they may still just try to position for eggs at the very least to do some damage, but going into the last gun round, I think everybody on LG can afford a rebuy anyway, so that's really not going to matter.
Yeah, they should be able to. This is a smart save, though, because without this save, they're just going to be on full pistols. But they could, drop an ump each or something like that and definitely have a good buy going into the slash. Actually, they're going to be able to do more than that. I think if they could save all 3 of these guns, they're going to have basically a full buy for the slash round.
Yeah, and LG, in the meantime, are actually still quite low, so they'll get enough, obviously, for winning out the round, but if they lose too many players, it is going to make it a bit scrappy. Thankfully, PKL already being able to take down 1 of the 3 saving players for SK, and this is where SK, this is a bit of a mix-up, is now they are going to be down a bit more, but Taco spots them in the corner, but PKL again saving all of their lives. Takes down Taco, and only 1 actually ends up getting saved at the end of the round there for SK.
Yeah, but it made no sense for Taco to even go for that, because even if he kills somebody, it's just an unnecessary risk, right? They're just going to be able to rebuy anyways, so there's just no sense for going for that kill. No sense at all into doing that. So he pays for it, right? Now he has an ump instead of an M4, and they still do have a double op setup though for SK.
Utility is very lax, but look at this spray from Yell. Massive damage to Phelps. In fact, he finishes off the job. coldzera, though, did respond to that beforehand, being able to take down Showtime earlier on, so it's just evenly traded down to a 4v4. LG, though, very quickly now moving themselves over here into the B halls to try and push forward. Not too much, though. coldzera, if they do swing around that corner, will be waiting for them with an op. So they need to be very cautious about this, as beyond the quick trade that we saw happening at the beginning of the round, it still just becomes a default setup from LG.
Yeah, and 4v4, they're just kind of feeling it out, seeing if anybody has pushed middle. They're worried that somebody might be on the counter boost because they did kill somebody pushing up close middle, so it could have been like a 1-3-1 setup. SHZ going to molly cold out of position. But Taco, pretty aggressive A main. I think he's jump spotting. So he might have been able to see somebody. I'm not 100% sure. Pickle at the door, and it looks like it will be an A play.
Yeah, and he is getting ready to move out, who, again, has actually been rather successful in finding these kills too. Headshots alone for PKL have been impressive. This time, no, it won't be the case. Fur and Fallen both pick up the initial frags here on the site battle, and now the LG players are just going to be down to 2. As you have to remember, they lost one at the beginning of the round here. SHZ does manage to take down Taco, where he almost lost his teammate before, but Yell, after recovering from that flashbang and being able to push out from Squeaky, down will go SHZ, and Fallen will sink the final shot there. It will be SK that'll hold the advantage coming out of the first half, but it's a small one at that. We'll see in just a few minutes if they can keep it going, or if the battle will rage on in the second half.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And we're back again, ladies and gentlemen, here. The battle is indeed raging on between SK and the new guys from LG here. As this map, I mean, you predicted it very well here. Obviously, the map that LG was going to be able to contest SK on was going to be this cash map, and we've seen it. It's gone down to the wire. They're just one round apart from each other here at halftime.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, SK just doesn't look fully comfortable. They don't look fully like they know what to do in every scenario like they do on every map. Like every map I see them play, you know, whether it's train or cobble or overpass, it just seems like even in scenarios, like for instance in the 3v5 on cobble, we saw Fur puts himself in a spot where he gets 2 kills, and then the rotate comes early towards A, and they just know how to maximize their chances of winning a round in spots where they're in a 3v4 or something like that. And it just doesn't seem to me like they kind of grasp that concept fully right now on Cash. So yeah, I think this is LG's, you know, best opportunity to get a win. So they are going to push B, and this is a nice boost. We saw this Astralis do this, and it works perfect.
Called Zara and Phelps just absolutely destroy 3 players from LG. Destiny, PKL, and Showtime. There's just a pile of corpses there at that corner peak position. SHZ trying to tap away to find impact as SK will go across now, but the problem is they're also being pinched on by A. They get completely destroyed by this. SHZ finally getting a kill, but they're just hunting them down now, and it's all SK in their T-pistol.
Yep, that boost is pretty good. The guy on top, I believe he can't be headshotted from that angle. If we look at it from like a third-person point of view, I'm almost positive he can't. It's not even the guy on top that got all the kills. It was just Cold just destroying them. But yeah, easy round for SK.
Yeah, so that gives them full control of the lead 4 right now, of course, as we do see the forced investment from LG. And these are the Beagles that we see at least going out on a 3 of that player, so maybe finding some impact there. Just one tag on a Fur, though, as the battle raged at mid. PKL was dropped down to 29 in trade. You can see Fur tapping into that corner there, hoping you could catch him still hanging out there, but PKL had dropped pretty far back as he's all the way in the hallway now, just outside of CT. So he's just going to change himself over here towards Truck. And the rest of LG remain pretty evenly spread across the map. That is mid-control for SK, though, so their plans can essentially go anywhere now. And LG, unfortunately, really won't have good intel to work off of based on that. They don't have anybody pushed out too aggressively in B halls. Let's see that those are currently empty. Nobody got aggressive over there in Squeaky, where they probably would have been killed, to be completely honest. But still, at least they would have found a player in there. So now they're kind of just playing into the default setup still, as they've lost mid-control, but that could still lead into either site. And Fur is going to start this site push now, getting himself up. A nice little peek that comes out from SHZ. Does do quite a bit of damage, actually, but now Taco is going to try to do the same from Squeaky. They'll molly out the player that's sitting over there behind the forklift, but actually it's 2 kills first off from LG before Phelps is able to move in and find a trade. They do want to go for the forklift peek to try and kill any players that are hiding out towards Truck, but it's been relatively unsuccessful, so they'll just resolve to get onto the site and worry about all this, worry about all the retake that LG is going to throw at them here in just a few moments. Now, keep in mind, again, LG only invested into those pistols. They don't have a whole lot of utility. They will have to deal with still the flashbang that's sitting on Fallen, but at the same time, it's just that flashbang for SK. They don't have a lot of utility to hold this back up, and they have superior numbers moving back in. Destiny distracting a whole lot of them. Oh, Coldzera was almost caught from the side, but they do seem to be handling it quite nicely, and they get all 4 of those kills cleanly. No one else from SK goes down, and in the post plant, it is a very, very secure hold.
SK is so good with umps. Have you noticed that? Like, they're just so good with this gun. I wonder if this gun will ever get nerfed.
I don't know.
I mean, I think it's ridiculous for $1,200. Like, it's absurd.
People only really started complaining about it at the major, though. Like, before that,
yeah, but I mean, think about it. Like, the CZ, nobody realized how good that was. And then JW just started destroying everybody with it. And then everybody started using it. Oh, yeah, and Pasha, too. Piccolo just killing Phelps in the back there. 3 players peeking highway, though.
Well, we do have Taco here along with Fallen, and again, the UMPs will continue to reign supreme. Although, that's not necessarily going to mean
that's a great eco so far by Destiny. Even has the bomb down. So OG is definitely going to be happy with this. But yeah, like, a lot of the time it takes you time to realize how overpowered something it is, and then everybody starts just abusing it. And for $1,200, it's just so good.
They, despite the fact that Destiny got bomb control here, he actually has kind of evacuated away and is going to take a bit of a gamble, to be completely honest, by wrapping himself around here. This is a lot of time that is going to be wasted, where in theory SK could have just grabbed the bomb and rushed over to the B site, but he's smart about this. He actually, I think, has gotten into a read that they are going to take this really slowly. So now he's going to have a massive flank working against them. SK has kind of increased their pace, though, so he may need to speed up himself if he wants to catch these guys in mid before they transition either into the vents or fall back to that mid garage. And he gets them here, finds one. That is not going to be the bomb, however. Looks like Coldzera is just going to take the duel. It's an AK being worked with there from Destiny, but Coldzera does get the better angle at the end of the day, and he'll win it out. But still, on essentially a full save, LG do manage to bring it down to 1 player. So that's massive damage done, and forcing essentially everybody to rebuy heading into the first gun round.
Yeah, and I think Showtime is usually one of OG's, I don't want to say standout performers, because I think Yell and Pickle to me are their 2 best players, especially like frag-wise. But he usually definitely plays well and holds his own. I think he's a pretty good player. But if you remember, he ranked for SK, and I mean, I remember Cold specifically was like really unhappy with him after like that match versus Renegades, right? So you got to think maybe he has like some nerves going on right now playing against these guys, because he's 3-14, and Showtime usually plays very, very well, in my opinion at least, for LG.
Well, SK spreading out into the default pattern now, leading this first gun round here. A lot riding on the line where they get 1 or 2 more of these, and they can essentially secure this map in the 2-0 for the evening. But LG has shown that they're certainly not going to be one to give up the fight immediately. So this is where things could get a lot closer, and LG could start to close that gap in these gun rounds now that they finally have the even firepower. But again, really not being too inquisitive around the map here, not trying to scout out for intel or anything. So SK, they have their wits about them. They can essentially do anything they want. Mid controls where they'll start to have a little bit of problems, but like we saw right there, Coldzera was allowed free access to checkers. No one even challenged him over here on the team main cross, as both the CTs are just sitting up on platform. So he goes in, tags Destiny for a little bit of damage, and then promptly just kind of backs out there.
Yeah, and they have to be so worried about B right now. You see they basically have 3 players towards it, and it's SHZ alone at A. Phelps coming out middle. That's a battle that Yell needed to take and win. That was a very smart decision by him.
SHZ is going to get found out in the open here too, so things are turning around a little bit here. Unfortunately, with the death of SHZ, they could go back pretty quickly, although that's impressive from Yell, dropping back down the 180 to finish off Fur, and he almost gets the additional kill here too. But doesn't pan out. Fallen survives and gets the op kill against him. So we go back down into another even battle. Heavy presence. Every single member of LG is coming from truck right now. They're just going to push directly back in. And this could actually be quite tough for Fallen. Oh my god. Taco and Coldzera. Coldzera, the timing on that just barely works out for him as he was still pulling his gun out when we switched to his perspective. Still though, gets the double kill and his teammate bails him out from getting traded.
Yeah, that was a good job by Yell peeking towards middle at that time. He had to understand that, hey, my teammates are really out of position. If I let this guy get to white box, and then like an AXQ comes because they haven't hit B yet, we're probably going to lose the round. So he wide peeks middle, takes care of that. He understands that, you know, max there might be 2 players there because they just put B pressure, right? So takes control of that. But then, you know, SHZ dying on that site peak was what really did him in for that round. Being out of position though because of Cold pushing back B and then, you know, pushing that into an A take was very smart by SK.
Already seeing PKL go down here due to early aggression, so once again putting us into a 5-4, but it's just an upgraded pistol round for some from LG here. Not even everybody has purchased into that, so we weren't expecting anything great to begin with. Just a washover round for the most part, and it seems, well, to that point, like SK we're going to get through with all 5 alive, but Yell did sneak in one Wandig against Phelps, and not before Taco moves right into the A site and finishes off the last 2.
Yeah, and if you saw that very first gun round by SK, we saw them dictate the rotates, pull some guy towards B. I'm not sure who it was on LG. It had to, I think it was Pickle, actually. And then they hit A, essentially, right? So this is a map where it's cash, and this is why a lot of people, you know, on cash, they opt to just try to put pressure across the map, push A main a lot like that, because you can dictate rotates very well, and Molotovs are so powerful. So a lot of time you don't want to let people set up, but that was a very well played round by SK in that first gun round.
It is just going to be, again, SK spreading out here into the default as Coldzera sits back in T-spawn to watch for B-Hall's pressure. Yell, though, actually, he had a great angle to try and catch. I believe it was Taco sitting in the backside, and he does actually connect the shot, but it's very heavily through a wall instead of clean. So it only is going to bring him down to 27 HP instead of getting the full connection to knock him out of the fray. SK, though, now moving in to take some fast control from mid. There's, again, 0 presence here from LG. They focused 100% of the sites this round. They do have a lot of guys crowded on highway, though, so it may be a bit problematic when Fur and the rest of them do try to peek back out. But hopefully they can chain this also into some A main pressure and pull those guys away from highway. As right now, that's probably going to be the biggest pressure point that SK will have some trouble getting into.
Yeah, and not a good Z smoke by Phelps, so Fur does not want to try to work that up to highway. So he just opts to re-smoke it, and they're going to go back towards B and do some sort of a take. But you see how LG's playing? Now they did a door push. So this door push should tell them that, hey, we could rotate 3 towards B. They have a nice setup there. We'll see if SK is going to molly this back box. If they molly it, they could definitely win the round. It looks like they will.
They go directly for it. He is going to toss the response smoke, though, so just camps it for the timing. They'll know he's there now because of that one, so they can play against that. But actually, LG are making it quite dangerous due to that one here. They're really focused on knocking out Destiny. Showtime's already found a kill. The rest are trying to move back in. Showtime with a second, SHZ and PKL, and they are just going to destroy that hit. SK gets so focused on that player in back checkers that they fail to look towards the site, and that's where they get utterly destroyed.
Yeah, and Destiny out that back box, having that smoke, just staying alive, made it so much easier for his players at site. The door push that came out at A allowed them to have 3 towards B to make that hold even easier. And then that 4th guy was coming with a fast rotate as well. So LG played that very well. They had a nice risk, calculated risk that they took at A, and then, you know, leaned towards B pretty heavy, and it worked out very well for them.
So for SK here, again, spreading out across the map, but very, very quickly in towards mid, as we can already see Phelps sitting over here at the vents, and I don't even think PKL expected that at all. So he just goes for a jump to toss in a nade and meets his end pretty quickly. That's some big balls to make that move, but it works out for SK, as now they got the 5v4 advantage.
Yeah, and that is a very unfortunate way to, you know, give SK advantage into this round. Just, you come out from a big round like that, you do a great job, it's 4v5 the next round within 10 seconds. You know, it's kind of demoralizing.
SK, though, have only gotten that highway control. They have yet to actually get this up to the site. LG, though, is going to be a little bit of having their attention divided, since there is the possibility of a Z flank coming in here too. SHZ trying to hold an A main. They counteract the aggression with some of their own, but it only works out for a trade, and this does not favor LG currently. Yell though catches Phelps with his back turned to truck, so that's a little treat for him to be able to steal away. Now we're even again, and they'll just re-smoke off here. I don't think they're going to really respect that, though, as we can already see. I think it's Cold pushing through with the bomb to try and go for the plan, and Taco is ready for the peek from Yell on the truck corner. So it'll be up to Destiny and Showtime to clutch this back out, as both have arrived at the truck position to push back in towards this A bomb site. And meanwhile, over on the A side, they still only have 2 here. We're still actually waiting for Fur to rejoin the fray. Molotov's going to send Taco out. They do get that kill. Coldzera is there for a trade. Showtime is pretty far detached from this, though. So actually, when he peeks back out, Coldzera is going to manage it. But even if Coldzera had gone down, they had Fur and Highway, and he should have been able to handle that pretty easily.
Yeah, he probably would have been able to kill him on the cross. But the reason Showtime couldn't really peek with his teammate is because he was trying to hold, around Forker Highway. I think they knew somebody was delayed across the map, and he thought, hey, that guy's going to shoot there, and then that third player is going to peek, so he's going to kill that player and then be able to focus on a 1v1. Fortunately for him, it doesn't work out that way, and now it's 8-14, and they're on a very poorly bought round. Double nades in middle, put SK Fur down to about 20 HP, almost goes down through the smoke, but he does have a read on probably what their setup looks like. He knows there's at least 2 around the middle area. Fallen takes over on his spot, spams through the smoke a bit. So SK is just taking this a little bit slowly, and they're smart about it because look at LG's utility. They wait 30 seconds, and OG has, what is it, 4 flashbangs and a smoke. So that's not going to be able to be enough to really win a round against SK. So they smartly actually go for some type of an aggression in the door, similar to what Taco was doing that first half. It's just, Taco's ready for it and gets the kill.
He's also going to be able to take down Yells. They're down to 2. Showtime sitting in that corner outside of Garage also doesn't get anything done. The last smoke was just used by Destiny on B. And again, like I said, SK hasn't even had to divert from that default city yet. This isn't even them aligning for the site take and then finding the kills there. This is still them just sitting back and running the time down, and they take down literally everyone by chilling in that setup there. So now they're going to push up to 15. They're only 1 away, and look at this buy from Luminosity they're going to have going into it. It'll just be upgraded pistols with random spurts of utility.
Yeah, not much for them, but, even though, Taco got those 2 kills at the door, I mean, I think, in my mind, that's probably your best chance to win the round, something like that. Something where you can get close quarters. I mean, Taco's pretty pushed up pretty far, right? You definitely could have pushed and killed him. So I don't fault them for their decision-making at all around there. Now they just get quick boosted in the middle. Pickle dies right away. Now Cold at B has just been destroying every single round. These guys have, no chance. Every time they push, anytime he puts pressure, he's really dictating the pace over at that side of the map.
SHG sitting on the other side of the white box. Phelps goes in. Perfect flashbang. No problem there. And he gets the last kill as well. So there you go, folks. A 4K from Phelps to close it out. And it is indeed SK that follow through with their victory on Cobblestone and take just as dominant a one here on our second map for Cash. They'll take it, and they'll take as well a 2-0 record for tonight.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see if SK ever plays Fnatic on Cash. That would be a really interesting game because I want to see if, Dennis and Olafmeister have been playing B on Cash and they push it constantly. If there's one guy there, they always try to fight him. I wonder if they would fight Cold and what would happen in that matchup because he is so good when he's on an island like that and knowing when to put pressure and when to fall back and how to utilize his nades and how to dictate rotates and whatnot. So.
All right, so to break down the final moments of this set, we are going to send it back over to the analysis desk. Guys, take it away and tell us your thoughts there on map number 2.
Thank you very much, Blue and Dazed. Right away, give me some impressions.
Well, SK is a better team than Luminosity. So you got that, that bombshell right out the gate. But no, this is kind of like we expected it to be. I think what Daze was saying during the broadcast, the fact that you can tell SK are not the most comfortable team on Cash is very true. But this is just a case of them being so much better just at basic fundamental CS and just individually that it carries them through.
Right. I mean, there's obviously a skill gap between SK and Luminosity.
Yeah.
But then there's also there's the argument to be made that this team in SK is more talented. And that's why they're just overpowering. They're overskilled. They're overskilling.
Yeah. Outskilling them, overpowering, just having their way with their little brother in that sense. So slapping them around. in a big way. So, and that's kind of what we came into the game expecting as well. But to be fair, Luminosity did show some consistency in how they're played. Their T side on Cash, for instance, was very calm in that sense. So they didn't necessarily get rattled by the fact that they were playing SK.
Well, let's talk about Pickle going out this door here. We got round 12 loaded up for you guys at home. Let's take a look at it right now.
Yeah, and this is kind of a showcase of how SK aren't really super comfortable about the situation or playing Cash. And this is after losing the first frag, Fallen rotates up over to the A bomb site to help out Fern. Fern finds the first one from Truck, but it's what they do here. Normally, you'd see SK have like a full, clear idea of what they wanted to do in a situation like this, but Fern and Fallen kind of end up not really knowing what's going on. So Fern looks at Fallen instead of covering door. I think you might have been, or if SK had been more practiced on that map, you probably see Fur hanging out by Truck for longer because Fallen has the main angle covered off, or Fallen rotates in towards site. Like something to that sort, instead of them just looking at each other and then obviously allowing PKL to basically clear up the entire A bomb site.
Essentially looked at each other and said, "What?"
Yeah, like what now?
And then next thing you know, they're getting shot from the door.
Exactly. And even when they have slip ups like that, they still manage to win with pretty confident numbers, right? And that again goes to show how skilled they are. But you can definitely tell like that's not going to hold up versus a top tier team, and that's why you don't see SK play too often in international tournaments.
Oh, absolutely. Let's take a look now at round 16. We had an interesting stack here from the SK side.
Yeah.
Walk us through it.
And you can see it. And oftentimes when you see CT side aggression on pistol round, it's going to come from the B bomb side. And SK, if you're not comfortable with the map, what's the best idea to kind of cope with that? Well, you steal strats, right? So this is, taking a page out of Astral's playbook with the tower, waiting for the aggression to come out. I don't think they expected it to pan out as well as it did. Cold Syria obviously getting a triple kill that immediately seals the round for them. But, they're able to adapt. And I think SK's T side was way better than their CT side on this map. Their CT side was very stagnant in that sense. They, from the maybe first 4 or 5 rounds on their CT side, they rarely actually went for any sort of aggression. They became kind of timid, which allowed Luminosity to have a lot more chance of actually setting up executes or getting map control.
No, absolutely. And even in that situation, had that pistol gone a different way, it wouldn't have changed. Yeah, it wouldn't have probably changed the entire outcome of the match.
No, but it'll pretty up the result for sure.
It would have made it look just a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah.
But if you like the way that looked, you can go get that VOD right now at youtube.com/ESLCS, where you could find all the VODs from this Pro League season and some bright and shining faces and us and Blue and Dazed. Bach too. Got a pretty shining face. But most definitely go check that out. Go grab those VODs if you want to try to learn something from there. Probably more to take away from on Cash from some other teams, but I mean still
Cobble though?
Yeah, Cobble for sure, 100%.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, when we come back, we're going to get up into Optic and Energy on 2 maps. And let me tell you guys, you don't want to miss that one. We'll be right back.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ESL Pro League Season 5. We're going into match number 3 tonight. We've got Optic, we've got Energy. Do we have a barn burner?
We should have a really exciting game, actually. Optic, we talked about it in the pregame show. They're not really in the spot that they want to be right now. They have issues with their, getting a full 5-man lineup and all that. And Energy on their end, they're, dark horses here.
Well, let's start by taking a look at this Optic lineup, and you're going to notice something here right away. You do see Peacemaker there in the middle, aside of Tarek Rush, Naf, and Mixwell. Peacemaker, the coach, coming in, obviously, in the absence of what would be Hiko.
Yep.
And as, that story develops on its own, that is a totally different situation, where Hiko obviously not playing with them any longer.
Yeah. And that's obviously going to affect them, even though Hiko wasn't a permanent member when he got into Optic and played Las Vegas with them, or Katowice, I should say. It's obviously still going to be a step down in the sense that Hiko is a better individual player than Peacemaker. I guess the one benefit that they do get from this is that Peacemaker is going to be their in-game leader while he's standing in, and we know that Peacemaker has done quite a bit of work with the teams he's been on in the past in terms of just being helpful from a strategical point of view. So that could maybe outset the difference in that they're going to lack in terms of skill.
Well, to pick back up on the story we were speaking about before the game, and it's pretty much quoted when I say Stan leaving
killed the team.
Killed the team. Like, is that what happened here? How much of a setback is that for this Optic lineup?
It's a massive one because good in-game leaders in North America are hard to come by. So when you lose the guy who's regarded as the best in-game leader in the region, you're going to scramble to pick up the pieces. And again, we mentioned the fact that there's not really too many people who are available in that sense who are able to play at the level that Optic obviously want to be at, because they're coming in from the end of 2016 having great results, being the flag carrier for NA really in many ways, and that's where they want to get back into. So I don't think first off, it's not going to be good for their confidence to go into a long slump, but I also think that might create some more tension for guys like Mixwell, who has been reported to be already like a tiny bit homesick.
Okay, well, let's switch it over now to the Energy lineup, and we do have a little bit of a change here. We do see Daps on the board. However, Daps will not be playing. We'll have Mr. Andrew Heinz, a.k.a. Professor Chaos, stepping in his place due to, I guess, lag.
Yeah, that's it.
Would be
internet issues on Daps' end, which is unfortunate for Energy because obviously we've mentioned the fact that Energy are a bit of a dark horse in this season to actually make top 6. And Optic obviously having their issues of their own, this would have been a prime time for Energy to grab a victory or maybe 2 maps versus one of the teams you'd assume making the top 6 at the start of the season. So this is obviously going to be a bit of a spanner in the works for Energy, but hopefully they'll have something prepared with Professor Chaos on the lineup. But he has just recently been announced as their coach as well.
Now, Professor Chaos, no stranger to the scene either. Like,
no.
He's competed in a major. He's played with Splice. Like he's been around. He's been playing for a while. But the best thing the Energy could have done in this situation is to kind of kick them when they were down instead of also join them in being down.
Yeah, that's very true. But this is a situation they find themselves in. There's not really a lot they can do. I think what they have to do is pretty much cross their fingers and hope that he brings the pain or brings the chaos, really.
You know who always brings the pain?
Who does?
DeBears. And DeBears is about to bring us some energy on Cash Pain. What you got for us, Eric?
Thanks, guys. We're going to take a look at Energy versus Team Liquid and Cash. Now, this is a very important round for Team Energy. They're down 7-14, and they had to find a way to start winning, or they won't come back in this match. You see Peters is lurking around middle. He does his Peter thing, opping places, whatever. But right here, take a look at this run boost. Now, it looks pretty cool, but one of the reasons why a lot of teams don't use this run boost anymore, because right now in the meta, on T defaults, we have a lot of people playing towards this anti-flash spot in T middle, or not T middle, A main, where they can listen for that run boost. Because when you do a run boost, it makes a specific jump land sound, and it's very loud. And so that's why you see a lot of teams do it silently by kind of lurking in the smoke, but they are down 7-14. They had to do something, so they're like, why not? Let's risk it. Team Liquid, they're a slow team anyways. Maybe they won't hear it, and it does pay off because Team Liquid was nowhere in the area. It works off. Marky eventually gets 2 huge kills on that spot, and this round really started the momentum for the comeback, and eventually Energy wins in overtime. So, I mean, a lot of props to Team Energy. No one expected them to be doing this well, but I think they're a very underrated team, and they can pull up some upsets in the future. Back to you, Stena.
Thank you, Eric. Look, so we're going to see these teams battle it out. We're going to see them battle it out on Cash, and then we're going to go over to Train.
Yeah.
And just kind of focusing on Cash at this point, who is in the more disadvantaged situation right now?
Well, obviously it's a bit of a curveball, the fact that Energy have to play with their coaches as well. I guess that kind of evens the playing field overall, but in my notes, I had Cash as Energy's best chance of grabbing a win. And I think I'm going to stick with that as well. It's going to be a bit of a hassle to maybe drag around Professor Chaos with them, but I think if they're going to have a chance at doing this, it's going to be on Cash. And I think we're going to have to see a monster performance from a guy like Peter for this to come through.
No, absolutely. And this could be, I guess, a comparable situation to what we just talked about with SK, right?
Yeah.
Where SK obviously has the players and the talent and the firepower Do either of these teams kind of have that same sort of sentiment?
Well, not in the same one that I would say one of the teams overpower them in the same degree that SK would Luminosity. I think it's more of an even situation here. But overall, on paper, I still favor Optic in the terms of just skill favoring them. But the downside really is the fact that they don't necessarily play cash as much as Energy does, and that's where the advantage Energy had really was going into this before the bit of a hiccup with Dabs' internet.
Internet hiccups, man, those are the worst.
They are.
You can never really truly get rid of the internet hiccups. Hell, it's hard enough to get rid of the real ones. So.
That's true.
Energy coming into this one 4-2. Optic coming in at 5-1. Obviously, Energy needed this. Optics desperately needs it because, they're going to have a rough and tough road going ahead.
Yeah, then that's the big thing as well. So for Energy, it's important, obviously, because they want to stabilize themselves towards the top of the league, and so they can afford to have losses versus a team like Cloud9 or a team like SK or Immortals, that kind of thing, right? And if you beat a team like Optic, then you've kind of built a cushion for yourself. Optic, on the other hand, they've started off great, but as you said, with them not having a steady fifth in that roster, they're going to be having a couple of rough weeks ahead until they can actually find a fifth that they want to play with and work off of and build with into the future. So they're going to need every win that they can at this point.
All right, well, it is that time. We're going to jump into cash here with Optic and Energy. Blue, take it from here.
The perpetual cash hell continues here in North America as we're back at it again.
What's the second map, though?
Don't know off the top of my head.
Train?
Okay, so
that's
finally
a new
something
one.
different.
That is awesome.
I don't think we've played Train on the stream yet. It's like Train and Nuke are the two that we've missed. I don't think we've had a Nuke game either yet.
I think we played Nuke.
Did we?
I think so, yeah. But Train, I'm not sure if we've seen yet.
That one's
it's just always Cash and Cobble.
Yeah.
That's all I know. It's always Cash.
We escaped the Cobble part for at least one of the games tonight. But yeah.
No, but Cash is cool. I think this is going to be a good game. Both teams kind of on equal footing. I'm not sure about Peacemaker's, experience as an individual. Energy might have an advantage there because Professor Chaos, I know, can, he's a pretty good player. I'm sure he still plays.
It's been a while though since he's actually been in an official match though.
True, but I'm sure he still plays and he's played at a very, very high level. Being at a major and whatnot with Splice. Having said that though, it's gonna probably hurt Optic a lot having Peacemaker, fill in, and I don't know what Optic's gonna do, man.
Well,
what's their game plan? Not for this game, but I'm saying as far as future concerned, it's so rough out there because everybody's under contract, and so anybody you want to get, it's almost like your org has to talk to their org. It's like it's like even if the players want to play with each other, org's got to talk to each other and make things happen.
Well, Optic seem to be going pretty well so far as Mixwell grabs a double and Tarek picking up a third. Breezy is able to respond with 2 of his own, but he pretty quickly gets knocked out by NAF after that though. The bomb sitting down in A main before. Optic should know this, but the problem is they don't have the aggression inside, so they're just going to gamble stack here 3 on A. And Fugly, well, he's created himself a corner to play with, but he won't be able to hold it. Rush moves in, takes him down, and it's Optic to take the pistol. The other thing I think the analyst mentioned, and I think Thorin brought it up a couple days ago in a tweet too, is that, Mixwell, his contract may be running up soon with Optic, and since he's shown himself, he's been on the team for almost a year now, and usually those contracts run for a year. So you have to think, since he's really established himself, if he might end up on a European team, actually, they might just try to get back over to Spain.
That would be devastating for Rush, Tarek, and NAF. I mean, Mixwell is... I think the guy's incredible. I think he's one of my favorite players to watch. I think he's so impactful. I mean, we just saw right there on that pistol round as they pop flash name main and send Tarek and Mixwell in there and just do work, right? But Mixwell's a pretty incredible player. So I hope that doesn't happen. I like him on Optic. I like him in North America. And these guys they're one player away from being a very, very good team, So hopefully they could find somebody.
Well, they did start off with the victory here, so let's not hark on their issues too much. As now we take a look at what Energy will be doing in their second round as they do go for their force-up. And it's looking like they're going to try to get out to mid, but it's a very hesitant sort of mid-aggression here, and more watching to see if the CTs will push them than the other way around. So they lose Professor Chaos when he finally tries to swing out for a peek, and the rest are slowly shifting into those B halls. Still a minute on the clock. Time is not an issue, but in comes Mixwell, and he actually looks to the ground there to see what the gunpowder firepower that was sitting there was. But so PTR is going to be able to actually trade him out as he wasn't really paying attention. Goes down to a 4v4, and that will be an upgrade for free going on to Peter too. He may probably toss it over to another teammate since he doesn't have armor, but we'll see in a moment. As now, pressure also works its way in and catches Peacemaker off guard. So they are getting themselves into a couple nice situations here. Tarek also very low, so he is only going to be able to chain together 1-2. And now it's a 3v2 retake in the favor of Energy.
Yeah, the nades by NiP don't connect at all either. And PTR underneath the vents. And 2 kills on the round already with no armor. But not able to get that third. Now Marky and Breeze both in the site. Breeze pops up over the smoke. Those nades did not do a thing though from NiP. They planted close default, like in front of the box, completely safe. Not where he thought they were going to plant. If they had planted you know, that normal spot where you could see it from under vents, it would have done a lot of damage. But now Optic, after winning that pistol, bit of a mistake by Mixwell to get a little bit too aggressive in mid there, pretty unnecessary in that 5v4. I think if he just plays around the vents, you know, that's probably enough to secure any type of B round, because then you'd have that triangle, right? You'd have the guy back a B, you'd have the guy site, and you'd have a guy vents. Nobody's going to take B in that situation.
Peter just ducking his head down in the corner to counter out the aggression from Optic in A main, but we actually aren't really going to be seeing a whole lot of it. Rush looked like he was going to try to test it, but then changed his mind. And beyond that, everything else is pretty quiet on the map here. Just a few nades being tossed out by Energy, as now they have the advantage, and is Optic going for the force. And well, we'll see this A main action come to fruition in a moment here, as the Optic guys do try to go for it, but they're getting pinched on by Squeaky as well. Rush forced into the action. He does pick up a first kill, looking for more. It puts Breezy back, but put in the cage, he will be able to respond, knocking out Rush, taking him down. NiP has to fall back, but he's tagged to 50 on the way back behind the red box and playing into the site. So he goes back into the smoke, spot smoking in the corner, unsuccessful in taking him down. Tarek able to tag one of them with a scout as he plays in the truck position and waits for Peacemaker to regroup with him. But still, it's ultimately Energy that has control over this one. And unless there's a big slip up by them, this is just going to be Optic falling back now to save. So we won't even see the chance for that. Optic are just going to prioritize taking those guns into the next round, and they'll hand the second one over to Energy.
Yeah, they will. They'll probably try to save here. And I do think whenever you have a, you know, a stand-in, I said it on Cobble as well, I think the CT side is a lot harder with the stand-in. I think on T side you could use a stand-in and you know, make things work a lot better. Especially on a map like Cache where it's pretty open, you know, but on CT side it can be really, really difficult because you find yourself kind of leaning over towards them a little bit more than you probably should, you know, and maybe trying to get a little bit more aggressive than you probably should, and putting yourself in positions that, you know, because you're worried like maybe they don't have the chemistry over at that other side or whatever.
So this takes us into the full save for Optic, as unfortunately they are just not going to have anywhere close to the amount of cash needed to try and go for something here. They do have the saves.
Mixwell taking his 5-7, but then giving it back because he doesn't have any armor.
Tarek will keep the scout, however, safely tucked in his hands. And as we take a look at Energy, again, not really going to be trying to force the issue or try to play too quickly, just keep into the usual game plan, lining up for this default and running the timer down a little bit before they eventually group up and go for some sort of probably pretty straightforward execute on this round.
Yeah, maybe a default until like an A molly take is a very, very common anti-eco on Cache. They do have 4 players over here, Optic Gaming does, but it's still something that's very hard to stop. So they have 3 there throwing out the mollies. Pete running out, so he's going to be able to spot along with Breeze. Bad smoke at Highway, and he sees 3 here, so they might just run bomb towards B, but it is an A, and they just get the kills. So Peacemaker stuck in checkers, nowhere near the action, not much for him to do here besides maybe look for an exit. And yeah, it's a very, very common anti-eco. It's so hard to stop, even if you know it's coming, when you just really don't have the firepower. And they just Molotov fork, the Molotov quad and fence, and it's like the only spot you can play is site or truck wall. And they know that, so they spam the smoke towards truck wall, and also any pop flash towards site is just going to catch you. It's such an easy frag.
Yeah, so a relatively easy round there for Energy to follow through on, so they now have a decent lead set up for themselves, but first time that it's really going to be tested is going to be happening right here since Optic now comes back in with the buy. Problem for Optic, though, is that, again, their buy is, you know, the bare minimum, too, of what they bring to the table. They've got the M4s. In fact, Peacemaker is still in a FAMAS, and in terms of the utility, again, it's the same thing here. They've only got smokes on, and they've already used essentially all of their smokes. 3 to 5 of them have dropped them already, including NiP and Tarek, but they still have the flashbangs and whatnot, but still, a lot of this being deployed within the first, 5 seconds of the round. As soon as they get to the sites to try and stop Energy from doing a quick play. Good news is it does work, as Energy do have 4 players lined up here towards B, so it is going to make this push a little bit more difficult. But now Mixwell up on top. He spotted them pushing back in, but now he's actually got to get into this fight. 1-for-1 on the way in. Mixwell chiming in for a second. Breezy trying to spray in towards Checkers there, but that just gives him away, so it lets Peacemaker find one. Mixwell gets traded up by Peter, but now NiP on top just unloads and unfortunately gives himself away to Fugly. 2v2, now 2v1 as Fugly finds another frag. It's Rush looking to clutch. Thankfully, both the remaining Energy members are low, though. He's going to go in, immediately find one. The pop flash from down below, it connects, but he misses the chance at a kill. So Fugly will be given time to recover from the flashbang, and dropping down, Rush still follows through with the connection, and it's Optic that'll follow through with 2.
Yeah, but you know what? Look at Energy's money, look at their buy, and what's going to be Optic's buy. It's going to be a very, bad buy for Optic. I mean, they're going to have SMGs, a Scout Mag 7, and an SMG with 2 M4s, or an M4 and an AK. And NRG lost the round in the most perfect fashion, besides getting the bomb down. You know? They killed 4 of them, they only live with 1 alive, and now this is where NRG can take a huge lead in this game. They already won a huge swing round in second round, and this is another swing round. So if they can win here, it's going to be a very tough task for Optic Gaming to win this half.
They try to gauge aggression in the B halls there, but unfortunately Energy never even really fully committed themselves to it. They just had a couple guys trying to toss a few nades in and whatnot. It did bait out the flashbang from Peacemaker. He still has 1 more if he wanted to play it staying in that position, but it seems he's gone away from it. He is still, and this is what's really weird, is he's going to be the solo B player with a Mag 7 to play with, hiding over there in the corner by the pipes or the mini pit. So leaving a lot of that open. If Energy decides to swing back into the original plan, which was to go into those B halls, it's going to work out really badly for them. Professor Chaos even striking first here when they try to counter boost Mixwell. And the rest of the team, it does look like they're going to be heading over towards A, so they won't have to deal with that Peacemaker issue, but still already having the advantage. Good news is damage was traded back a little bit onto Professor Chaos and Peter as they got them down at 7 and 28 HP respectively. Here we go, though, with about 40 seconds left, somewhere between the 30 and 40 marks, but we can't expect the execute. What? NiP just taps in there? He not only taps one guy through the wall a little bit lower, but he also finishes off Marky as well. So now Professor Chaos is going to go down. NiP looking for another kill here. Let's see if he can pick it up. Some good stuff from him already. There's even more to be found if he sticks around, but this could prove to be a bit over-aggressive. He's now down at 2 HP, hit by the flashbang. Breezy finally hits him down to the ground, but it's still even. We still have the fight being really in neither team's side, and as they do roll out, Breezy's going to get hit by a flashbang. Now has to hold off his push for a few moments. Fugly finding that kill. They push into Tarek, where he tags in for 1. The last man alive is Peacemaker, and that's when that shotgun problem comes right back in, as Peter sinks the final kill and allows for Energy to completely break Optic.
Yeah, and the reason NiP is shooting there, even though it's back, no, it's because a lot of the time before the flash comes, you shoot your gun, maybe the guys don't turn away. So he's just shooting his gun to try to get their attention and hope they don't turn away. But yeah, I mean, everything pointed towards an Optic round win there. They knew exactly what they were doing. But the reason he couldn't fall back all the way is because Breeze was in the door kind of just holding him. So he was kind of stuck in between Forklift and a main. He did his part, though. He did a ton of damage. He did damage all into Breeze, killed 1 or 2, and also did damage to Pete. Optic just the real reason they lost that round is because Rush at quad got mollied out and had to peek too early. So they just guessed right, threw a molly quad at him, and he wasn't able to get a kill. That was like what they were banking on to win that round.
Well, they're going to boost back up, but NiP is waiting. He hasn't spotted Fugly yet. Again, he hasn't peeked towards it. And actually, excuse me, Fugly is inside on the boost up there, not on the outside. The outline threw me off a little bit, so it's still clear for NiP, which means he may have an opportunity.
There's got to be a better way to clear that, though. I mean, you got to be able to like wall that with an op or something. I mean, everybody does that now, where you just sit up there on the top left. I feel like it should be so easy to kill him, not just throw a Molotov and push him back, but do something.
Now he's going to move forward and catch a 1-for-1 trade. Professor Chaos getting the better of him, though, before he can do more damage. He knocks off about a quarter of his HP. And now Rush is going to try to sneak back in here. Keep in mind, again, it's still a very light bot round overall from Optic. That gun that was sitting there on NiP was probably the only big gun they had. Beyond this, Peacemaker picking up the SMG to play with here. But the rest of the team is going to follow through into the site, where for the most part, it is a quick execution from Energy. Breezy taking down 2 on this site. Rush is working on this flank. He has a good angle. He'll be able to finish off Peter, so doing some damage there, and a great shot from Tarek, too. Knocks out Professor Chaos. Now this is even into a 2v2. Rush to do anything else is where he's going to have some problems, and even Tarek won't have the best of angles to play with here. Rush actually did change up his own position a little bit and work towards Squeaky instead of falling through an A main. Tarek, though, going back up. He's already low at 34 HP. They've swung open the Squeaky door, so they should know that something's coming in from there. Breezy with another to add up to 3 now. 1 more to go against Rush, and they've already heard the door opening. So, oh no, Rush just manages to tap away on a Breezy there. Finds him. Fugly, thankfully, is in check for a quick trade. So it's still Energy's round, but it's a costly one at that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Maybe you could wallbang up from middle. I wonder if you could see the top of their head if you are double boosted on the white truck. That might be like a way that you can clear it. Because, I mean, this is like, you can. Vendetta's telling me that you can. I'm thinking, I'm just wondering why. I mean, we see this. Like, just SK probably used that boost 4 times last half, right? So if you just play for it, it just seems like everybody's constantly doing this, especially on low bot rounds. Like, if you just have a way to kill it, you know, boost on the white truck, it just seems like it could be a really easy, you know, way to make it 4v5, and not only make it 4v5, but also know where the other player is. So maybe people will start implementing that more.
Yeah. It's just such a big area, though, so like trying to wallbang through it is...
No, because everybody, if you're on that ledge, it's just that little ledge, right? So if you're on the side of it and you shoot just through that spot, it's always going to be where that is. I don't know if you can wallbang through it, though. I mean, I'm assuming you can, at least with an AWP.
Pretty sure you can with an AWP, for sure.
Yeah.
Just with the rifle, I don't think you...
Yeah, I'm just saying, I mean, just like, I mean, come on, how often do we cast cash here? Every game we see that boost used like 3 times on every single half. And we see every team use it. I mean, NiP uses it all the time, you know, whenever they play cash too. And it's just like, people would figure out a better way.
Well, Energy getting back into this round here have actually taken very quick mid control, and they have it for free as well. Only Professor Chaos losing 15 HP is the only consequence that they've suffered from it. Keep in mind again that Optic is on a full save here, so not expecting anything too great from him. Fugly just kind of moving in, executing the usual positions one by one. Marky adding a third to the counter, and it's Naf and Rush that, well, they'll try to do something, but oh, Breezy, okay. I think he hears Naf or something, just tries to spray in that direction, takes him down, and now Rush, well, yeah, there's not really much he can do. It's without question going to be a 6th round for Energy here as soon as the bomb explodes.
Yeah, nothing Rush could really do. He's just looking for any type of an exit that he can get. Looks like Professor Chaos is going to chase him. So we'll see a P250 versus Mac-10 duel in a sec.
Rush is actually... No, they would have heard him drop down there. No, they didn't.
No, he did.
Yeah, so he does wrap back in there. Professor Chaos finishes him off. In theory, he could have gone onto the site, though.
No, because Professor Chaos heard him when he dropped, for sure. I don't think he would have been able to defuse at all, especially because they were pretty close B main. You kind of hear it from where they were, I believe. Because if you're B main, like a little bit to the left, you're actually like closer to the bomb, you know? So he knew he had no chance to ninja defuse and just kind of went for the kill. But now Optic on another buy, but their buy isn't even good. They don't even have a Molotov. So NRG just in complete control, and they're set up perfectly for this.
The first shot from Peter is going to be a miss, though, so it is a bit of a scrapped fight here in the B halls. 2 for 1 in the favor of Optic. Peacemaker's going to be happy with that, and he falls back. Energy recover the bomb. They get out of that hot spot. They'll still...
Yeah. And PTR missing that shot was a pretty big deal in this round. It shouldn't have came to that. They had 4 players there. They were ready for that. They just straight peeked. There wasn't even a flashbang or anything. And now Rush, nice kill onto Fugly. And this could be where they could, you know, start getting their momentum back, you know. But they need to not have too many more deaths. That's the main thing here. And if you're NRG right now, I'm probably not even thinking so much about winning the round. I'm thinking about, hey, let me get 1 kill. Let me get the bomb down or something like that, or 2 kills, just to set myself up later in the half.
They actually are trying to...
What are they doing, man?
They're trying to do a boost over top or something like that. It's really weird. Well, they spotted them doing it, so they should know that they're both sitting back here. Markula actually doesn't realize the second guy's there. So Peacemaker is able to confidently get a trade. He can see the top of Peter's off as he's chasing him away. But it's not.
What were they doing in the site there, though, man? I think they were trying to boost to do like a headshot angle above the default, but it's just... Whew, that was scary. Like, they easily could have both went down there and just made it a 2v2 with B site being taken.
All right, well, Optic back into the fray now, and as you had mentioned, without taking too many losses there, it's certainly going to be more economically viable. This is looking like a much better buy than what we have had in a lot of these past rounds. Energy, though, built up quite a bit of a bank, so they're also coming back into it with just as strong of a buy. and spreading out into a default again, as we have generally come to expect from play on this map. And it's Mixwell getting aggressive here in Squeaky. That actually marks the first shot, takes down Breezy. He just spotted the bomb too, sitting outside again. Default style of play, so really nothing huge to read off of that just yet. And with that missed shot onto a player inside of A main, he's going to promptly fall back. Look at this from Tarek though, swinging out through the smoke outside of B. He's also found Fugly, and if he continues to push forward, he is going to realize in a moment that there is no one else pressuring here, and that should give confidence for some of the other Optic guys around mid and highway here to swing a little bit closer to A.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do if you're playing with a stand-in. You know, they tried playing more default-centric in the start, and then, you know, after losing that second round, it's been pretty downhill for Optic since then. And now look what happens. Like, they pushed 3B the round before. Even though they didn't execute it very well, it still ended up working. Now they push Door and get a kill. Tarek gets aggro at B and takes out Fugly. And all of a sudden, stand-in or not, you know, you're 3 versus 5, you're 4 versus 5. You're in situations where you could, you know, have that stand-in play in a spot where he's almost always going to get one kill and then play off of that.
Well, Energy will go through with A. The odd thing, though, is that up until right now, obviously, when Tarek pushed all the way through, they had put extra players in the B-bomb site, so it's up to Rush here, but he does make big impact, and NiP is going to finish the job peeking out from the site itself. A bit risky, considering that a lot of them had gone off site, but thankfully the 2 that were left in A managed to handle the last 3 on Energy's side very nicely.
Great shot by Mixwell there onto Breeze, just right through that crack. Good job by Rush. You see he dodged that flash very well, and now NRG doesn't have a lot of money, just gonna have pistols and a few flashbangs, and NiP reads the economic situation. He's gonna have an ump, so they're gonna look to start coming back into this half and stringing around a few rounds together here. Just gonna be a B pop through this smoke for NRG.
Yeah, they'll push together, but Optic already have 2 close to the site ready for this. Nobody checks and checkers, so this is easy days for Tarek here. 3 kills. He does get finally dinked down to 7, and we're going to see Professor Chaos leaping through. He even gets a second one, too, countering on NiP, which could go for a quick drop in
armor and an M4 and a Molotov.
So big upgrades for him. The Molly, as you can hear it now, is going to go over here towards Heaven. It's a little bit forward, but it's still enough, and that's actually a great smoke for Mixwell, as it still lets him peek outside. Trying to tag the plant through it. It's a little bit off the mark. It's not really going to hit Professor Chaos for that much, but pushing forward, excuse me, Peter for that much, but pushing forward, Professor Chaos now finds a 3rd kill. Somehow, what was just a P250 round has turned into one that they're almost certainly going to win unless Mixwell comes out huge. He's got himself down below in the simple spot, but now he's cornered. He's got nowhere to run. Professor Chaos is still sitting safely inside. He's expecting it from Team Main. If he peeks the other way, he's dead, and with all that distraction, Peters is able to freely peek from the site and finish him off. Somehow Energy have pieced that together, and now they're back in control once again.
Yeah, and I think Professor Chaos might be a little bit of the better coach when it comes to actually playing in matches. But the real kill that mattered so much there was not necessarily Professor Chaos on Tarek, but it was also him killing the Vents guy. And then PTR has nothing. He has no armor. He just has $300, and he actually takes out Peacemaker in the site. So now all of a sudden that opens up the site. Professor Chaos kills that Vent guy, and it's a 2v2 where he's able to get bombed down for Professor Chaos. So, you know, I don't know, man. That's just, you got to get that kill on that P250 guy running at you, you know, in the site. And Tarek kills the other 3. It should be pretty, you know, pretty easy kill.
Optic with a bit of a strange force into this one. 2 upgraded pistols and double up setup. Breezy just making a mess of them. He's an entry king right now. NiP and Mixwell both go down. Professor Chaos now adding another kill. This is it. Peacemaker and Tarek were fully committed to B, so that's the save already.
And NRG is, you know, they've won 2 rounds. Yeah, but they've won 2 rounds that they had no business winning. Well, I mean, the second round force buy, you know, you could make a case for that, right? But even then, obviously, you favor Optic heavily in that round. But then that round that they won, when they just had P250s, like 2 flashbangs, and 1 guy had half armor, I think. I mean, you have no business winning that round. You know, it's just not something that should happen. So when you have that happen to you and you're Optic, usually it's a way worse half than they have right here. I mean, 4-8, you know, with these circumstances, under these circumstances, is like a blessing for Optic. Generally, if you see that happen, it might be 2-10 or you know, something like that at this point.
Well, Optic do get to, by virtue of that, stay in the game for a little bit longer here. Unfortunately, money is a big problem for them yet again due to the force they just went for in the last round there.
Great shot by Breeze.
Yeah, I mean,
he's an animal. Like, he's so good aim-wise and just taking his time, especially like with his deagle. He's very, very crisp, very under control, and really just, he aims like a little bit of a different way than most people.
we've been seeing him really dominate the playing field when it comes to entries on both sites there. He's nearly double the scoreline in terms of kills of his next teammate down. He's at 15. I think the next guy down is at 8 right now. So definitely showing up. Now, getting back into this round, though, and what is, except for those that saved, going to be a very light bot round. Mixwell has armor in there as well. So he is going to be able to carry that to work with here, but nothing else with it, which is going to be a little bit strange. Tarek finding that shot. He kills Breezy. I think he hits Marky partially as well. He does get a lot of damage taken from that, though. 1 HP. And the rest of Energy, well, after that happens, they're going to pull back from the white box pressure they were holding a second ago and do try to send this over towards the vents instead. Professor Chaos having control of Checkers, looking for his own way out. The CT's rotating in very quickly, so they actually do need to kind of move for control here kind of fast, as otherwise they're going to be swarmed within just a few moments. Rush is already ready at the vents to go back in, but actually a smoke is going to stop that from happening. Good reads from Energy again here to block that back off. Peter getting a bit aggressive here, checking for the sunroom, but it works out. He's able to sink the shot onto NAF, taking him down. Professor Chaos finding Mixwell back over there at Heaven, I believe, is where they eliminate him. And Rush waiting here. He actually might be able to grab a Fugly. We can see he spotted him somewhere in there, but Fugly gets the better response. Obviously, with the AK there, has a much easier time.
Yeah, but only with 20 HP. That was a pretty dangerous move by him, but it's so weird to me. I wonder how that works when the smoke dissipates. You know, it's just like sometimes the other player sees you before you see them. You know, I have no idea why though. It just seems so random to me. It's just like if one person's on the other side of the smoke and this person on the other side of the smoke, it just, I don't know what triggers it that one side sees better than the other.
Yeah. Well, if you're inside the smoke, doesn't it like treat you a lot more harshly in terms of restricting your vision than if you're like kind of standing on the outskirts of it?
I don't know. I'd assume so, but didn't seem so there, right? Fugly was right inside the smoke, and Rush was on the outskirts. So, and he definitely saw Rush before him.
So that will put us up to a 9-4 scoreline heading into these last.
Actually, Rush started shooting first, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if he saw him because the smoke was like fully blown.
You know, he was the energy guy that was trying to fight that was inside of the vents, like fully in the smoke.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and it hadn't even started to fade until he like a second or two after he killed him. So maybe he just manages to get his crosshair over him to get that. You know, when you go over someone and you hold it there for like a second or two, their name shows up. Maybe he managed to spawn.
Yeah, I think so. I think Rush kind of just read that he was there. But anyways, NRG in a default. Marky on the boost, so we'll probably see Marky throw a Z smoke from there and maybe Molotov Highway. So here comes the Z smoke, and they're going to do a mid control off of this. Here comes the Molly sandbags, the flashes towards Highway and middle, and they run out of the boost. So they have control right away, and without, you know, using too much. But they don't have any smokes besides the smoke on PTR right now, so we'll see what they opt for. Looks like they're going to do an A split through Highway. Professor Chaos running back probably to A main to meet up with the bomb. So 2 Highway, 1 door to A main, but A main control is taken by Optic.
Professor Chaos trying to sneak back in here, but Rush is waiting for it. He's going to grab that first kill. It's a heavy cost, though. He's very low HP, and the second he tries to go in the open, he's down. Not only this, but they found 2 additional kills beyond trading him out there inside of A main. So, I mean, this is like the 3rd round in a row now, unfortunately, where you're looking at 2 just completely detached from all the action and are really going to have no choice but to save here. So,
and usually when you have a player A main like that, you're able to spot out what's happening before it happens, and you could, you know, cheat a 4th guy over there and have him maybe flank Highway from Z, maybe be white truck earlier than the enemy team expects, and he's able to get, you know, an extra kill on the board, and, you know, you can win the round that way. But for whatever reason, the take comes, Rush gets 1 kill, but immediately dying at the forklift. That was like the big kill in that round. I believe Breeze was able to get a kill from there, or maybe it was someone else. But that player that died out, like when we were watching Rush, that was like the big kill that mattered.
Well, after that, Energy pushing forward now into double digits as we go to our last round and a half, loaded with cash, so they obviously are not going to have any problems at all. But on the Optic side of things, it's a very scrappy buy, as this has been another issue that we brought up a few times but haven't really highlighted too much, is just how much Optic has struggled to keep a solid economy going. The utility's fine here, but they only have 2 M4s. There's a UMP on Peacemaker. Mixwell's working with a shotgun, and Tarek has a scout, which he's actually been relatively good with. He's almost always been able to at least tag, you know, 2 players, even get a kill onto one of them before going down. But beyond that is the problem with the UMP and the shotgun sitting on Mixwell, and he's already used all of his utility there to hold off any early mid-aggression.
Yeah, and when they did that split, the 1-2-2, Tarek moved from the forklift, to try to help A main when Rush was under fire, but he can't do that. You have to just watch the door, and you know what? Rush, he's probably going to die, right? He's probably going to get traded, but you can't help him. Like, you're still in a good spot. You can kill the door player, and your forklift is very strong against A main as well. So you just can't die. You have to worry about yourself. Rush, he gets one kill, he gets an early spot. That's enough. He did his job, you know? Then it's up to the rotator to come and you to hold strong.
Well, the rest of Energy are now pushing their way inside of A main, getting ready to execute outside. There's a big stack from Optic here, though. They are sort of half-focused on mid, too, though. So it is going to take a second for Mixwell to rotate back up. Peacemaker's here, so he's certainly going to be able to help contributing. Tarek is going to be the long rotate. He's the scout player. This they do both M4 sitting in this site, ready to go. The big guns are here. They're ready to challenge it. But now the utility is going to start to roll. Actually, in a pretty minimal amount. They don't smoke anything, and when they do, it's very late. But look at this. Fugly walks right around. Peacemaker doesn't even realize it. Rush is going to catch Marky getting a little bit overextensive there. Nap also finding 2 here. Still fragging out as well, up to his 3rd. Finally caught trading on a gun, but there we go. Rush moves in to finish things off. So we see some signs of life from Optic at the very end of the half, but it is still a long, long road to recovery. We'll see if they can keep themselves on it or if they're going to lose control and swerve into the pit in just a few moments as we continue with the second half.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, welcome back again, folks. Here we're well into our second match of the evening here. The cash trend has continued, and it's 10-5 currently, but not for the team you may expect if you've only been casually following Counter-Strike for the past few months here. It's actually Energy that are up 10-5 here against Optic, who have been going through many roster struggles and currently have Peacemaker standing in for them in this match.
Yeah, and, you know, 5 rounds, though, I think is enough. I think if they win this pistol, I think they could definitely win this match, but if they lose the pistol, it's going to be very difficult. You know, like I said, whenever you have a stand-in, it's usually a lot easier on the T side to make things work. CT side, though, could be really rough, and you saw, I mean, they rushed into B with that P250, able to kill him and things like that. Quite a few times at B, actually, where I thought he was set up very well for kills. Didn't really perform if you're Peacemaker. And you expect that to happen, right? You expect that. I mean, he's a coach, right? So we'll see what happens in this next half, but I definitely do think that Optic's going to feel a lot more comfortable on the T side, even if they do have a stand-in.
Okay, it's a very divisive scoreline overall here. It's where things will spiral out of control extremely quickly with, you know, if the Energy take the pistol there and they don't get eco upset in the second round, which actually has been a very common thing that's been happening here in the league, so I wouldn't completely count that out. But assuming Energy get through it and get themselves up to 13-5 right at the start, I mean, it's basically Optic that has to win the gun round and have a huge streak to even have a chance.
I think if Optic wins it, it's going to be it wins the pistol and can survive that second round. I think it's going to be a very long game. But if they lose the pistol, I think it'll probably be very close, very fast. You know, so I think this pistol, it means everything.
All right, well, again, just waiting for the players to ready up. As you can see that they're getting warmed up there in the server now. As soon as they do send that signal in, we'll get started with it. Hey, what do you know, speak of the devil, and we'll jump right into it there. As we're live on 3, and we should be jumping back into the full screen here in just a second, as these teams will face off, and we'll get to see if Optic can keep it going here, or if they're going to have to bow down to Energy with a pistol round victory going into their favor. They now jump onto the CT side, and it is Optic that go on the offense.
Yeah, Peacemaker with smoke flash. 3 armors on Optic. I think NiP just forgot to buy. No, he dropped a deagle to Mixwell. That's what he did.
So Mixwell getting himself a bit of a raid boss buy, and it's not going to be him initially boosted up. He's actually the one in A main, and well, that sends Peter back pretty quickly. He was wanting to jump back in there, but changed that decision. However, we do see someone, I think, getting dinked there. It had to be through cover. That was Marky. He's only got 27 HP afterwards, so only tagged a little bit. Mixwell just going to be regrouping with these guys afterwards, though, as they do move back in. It's Peter that tests things, and again, that's very, very aggressive going against the Eagle there, but it works out for him as he gets the better of Mixwell, takes him down, and it's a 5v4 advantage. Do note, though, that both Professor Chaos and Marky both got lit in the process. They're also quite low, but Peter, again, super mobile all over the place here, being a real nuisance to Optic as he knocks out another player. This time it's Rush going down.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that he's aggroing A main in those situations, but look, he's getting aggressive once again. Because I mean, he still has 72 health.
And he gets another headshot there, maybe potential for one more, but finally meets his end at the hands of Tarek there. With the damage being done, everybody from that B-bomb said he's going to be rotating in a second, and these last 2 from Optic are still taking their time about things, which is not what they need to do right now. They realize as they are getting close to A main that it's probably going to be a little bit too late to push directly into this site, so they're going to look for mid control instead with Tarek. I'm sure that Peacemaker will be regrouping with him in a moment here, or he'll just go through the B halls, but nope, out towards mid. Both will go through the vents as he try to dive back in. Breezy is the one to challenge it here, and Breezy has been the big player from Energy, especially when it comes to headshots. So you can expect them to perform here as well. There's one looking for the second, and he's going to sink it. There's Breezy again with a double kill. Peter, of course, getting the big 3K that stopped their initial plan, but it's Energy that take this very important pistol round at the beginning of the half.
Yeah, nice shots by Breeze and Pete, especially over at A main. I mean, that mid-round A main aggression, I'm very surprised by that because Mixwell came and he peeked the A site, and I think he goosed Marky playing right side of site. Kind of falls back a little bit, and he has the player behind the box and Rush too, but Pete just goes in, executes Mixwell, and still runs away. So, like a position that you think Optic might be able to punish, doesn't get, you know, they just don't punish at all, and Pete wins the round by himself.
Well, this should be interesting here with Rush getting boosted up. There's a little tiny crevasse with which he can try to peek through any players that would be peeking out around the plant position, but nothing in this time. So Optic aren't really going to be able to find anything off of that nice move there. Thankfully as well, there's no one else close enough at the time for Energy to punish them, but now they're going to push back in. Flashbang's good, but it didn't hit Tarek, so he can defend his teammates. Picks up 2 kills. Marky's only able to trade 1, and well, Professor Chaos makes a big mistake, swinging right into the face of Mixwell. That'll be traded by Breezy, but now Peter, we already saw some good stuff from him, but this time he's only going to be there for 1 kill. Tarek trades it out. Breezy, though, looking to clutch, already finding NiP, and it's the instant headshot rolling onto him. 1 more to go, and it's Tarek who's already been lit. Breezy even knows this too as he chucks the nade back into the corner. Misreading that situation, though, could prove fatal, but look at this, Tarek up on top, and I think Breezy's going to check for it. Is he actually going to check the right side of this balcony, though? Check in the corner, and there you go again, Breezy. Another 3K from him, and Energy will push forward to 12.
Yeah, he must have heard him, I think. I'm not 100% sure if you can get up there silently or not. I think you can if you maybe hold shift on your jumps. Not 100% certain, but he must have heard him because he like hard checked that. Like there was no question in his mind that he was there. You saw he kind of shoulder peeked and then he waited and then he kind of wide peeked and knew exactly where he was. So probably Tarek thought he was a little bit farther away than he was. He probably didn't think that he'd just run up highway quite that fast and got into a really cheeky position. As soon as Tarek was getting there, I thought he was going to win that round actually, but then, you know, he must have made noise.
All right, well, Optic do go for the investment right here into this round. It's only going to leave them with 3 rifles as we take a look at the 2 AKs on Tarek and Rush. They also are one of the few with decent utility here. Tarek kind of iffy there. But NiP having the other one as he downgrades himself to a Tech 9. And Peacemaker gets himself, I think, a donated Tech 9. There's nothing else sitting behind him right now. No armor or anything else, and that's not even his Tech 9 from the looks of it, if that's still correct. Well, Peacemaker, however, without having anything else behind him, still is the one that strikes first. Him and Tarek find that initial kill onto Peter. They'll flood mid, looking for Marky, but Fugly peeking out. No one really checking for Z there, so he is able to dip in, grabbing a kill onto Mixwell before the smoke blooms, and now they're going to counter-boost Breezy in to see if he can catch anyone else. He's actually going to see them falling back too, and oh my god! Destroys Tarek and Peacemaker together. There we go. That's the hit to dematerialize. Now they're even going to know that they fell back, so they can get prepped for a B halls push or a direct A main push as they just line up for sort of an A retake, but still with heavy presence on B.
Yeah, and Breeze, I think he might be pushed up middle on the right, kind of, so they have no fallback out. With 2 inside B, Professor Chaos playing this pretty well, making the commit. I think he overpeaked a little bit there. Had he waited, I think he would have won that round for his team right then and there. But Breeze heard that player fall back, I think. They know it's A right now. He heard NiP falling back. So they're going to beat them there to A main, and I don't think NiP's going to be able to get the bomb down across with 3 HP.
He does have a little bit of time to try and play with this, but actually they catch him there. Marky just destroying him there. As you mentioned, only 3 HP, so 1 bullet was all that was needed. It's energy up to 13. Optic already using their investment in that last round here, so they won't be able to do it again, as energy will have themselves, what should be anyway, an easy ticket up to 14 rounds.
Got good recognition from NRG to boost Peacemaker, who was that? Breeze and Professor Chaos boosting him into the vents after that mid-take happens. They did that pretty quickly and with good timing. They're running up highway. Optic wasn't ready for that at all. And it was perfect timing because they came after that the Z push came from Fugly. He gets that kill, and then, bam, it comes behind him. He gets those 2 kills. It's like perfect timing.
Nade is great too. Look at this from Breezy. He's getting so many kills, fully commits to that spray. There's still 6 bullets left in the chamber. He's going to get a 4th. This is maybe one of the fastest aces ever. Although, unfortunately, Peter is going to steal it from him, so it ends up at a 4K. But there's more lambs to the slaughter for Breezy. Now sitting at 27 and 11 currently.
Yeah, he is destroying them. Look how nicely he played that too. He waited until they were kind of in, waited until the pop flash happened, and then bam, pops up. Beautiful spray control. Doesn't waste any bullets.
This is ADR as well right now. Must be off the charts. Well, Tarek is going to be playing him in with a few teammates. Problem is, Breezy may actually challenge that if they attempt to go outside directly here. This will be rough indeed, as Breezy's been shown. Oh no! 1 walks directly into his face. It's 2 more for Breezy. Rush and Tarek both gone down. He hears some more inside of the garage, I think. But all that pressure is going to be fading away. No one else from Optic will even dare to challenge that. Throws in the Molotov. Mixwell, I think, is on the close left corner here. But yeah, Mixwell, you're not going to find anything. Breezy's long gone from that corner spot. He's now changed. He's just on the other side, granted, but still dissipated away. This time, though, he does bite off a little bit more than he can chew, as NiP finally manages to put Breezy down.
Yeah, feeling it a bit too much there. Just trying to go for a highlight play. Get as many frags on the board as possible. Gets punished for it. And now Pete at the B site. There was a perfectly timed Molotov to kind of delay that take. Gives him a chance to hear if anybody's there. And they should know he's side, though, so it kind of gives away his position a little bit.
Yeah, they will look for smokes over there inside of the tree room, but it doesn't stop Peter from finding the shot. He does try to go out, but Mixwell had already committed to the spray, so Peter just ends up walking directly into that. Professor Chaos goes hunting to try and catch these guys crossing the smoke. It's not going to work out, however. So this is left into a 3v2 retake scenario for Energy. So big problem for Energy is that they're not really going to have a whole lot of utility. 1 Molotov in this 3v2, though. If that Molotov is well placed, it could almost guarantee them a kill, considering NiP is still sitting back on the site. And we have that now. Again, there's no smokes or anything else to restrict Marky up on top. So waiting for Fugly to get into a better position. Mixwell takes up on spot by Simple, though. That Molly is going to go. It's a little bit too deep, so NiP can still hang out here for right now. And Mixwell again in Simple with 1, 2, knocking out Fugly and Professor Chaos. NiP finds the 3rd. Down will go Marky. And Optic, they do get to win this gun round, and that was their last lifeline as well. So they need to keep it rolling from this point forward almost flawlessly.
Yeah, and you know what? Breeze is usually that B player, kind of put PTR on an island when he decided to just get like super aggressive there. I mean, I know he knew where Mixwell was, but you know, there's no just unnecessary, right? You could just take the 3v5 and go into a different spot. You're able to get away freely, and instead just kind of frag hunted. And I almost guarantee you, if he was alive, they would have won that round.
It's Optic again, spreading out here. Not really going to be making any decisions anytime soon, although they had been playing rather aggressively in some of these previous rounds. The problem being is Breezy, I think, is pretty much convinced them to put a stop to all of that. And this time he's going to be positioned back into the side of the B-bomb site, but it's a little bit more aggressive than that. He's out behind the box inside of the hall entryway, waiting to see if anyone from Optic is going to push through, which could be likely, but again, Optic playing into the default, it is a bit hard to read what they're going to execute into here, as we're still very early on in the round.
Yeah, NiP at a very passive angle in the sunroom. Mixwell getting counter boosted on the white truck. I think they listened to me. You know, looking for that counter boost or highway peak, which is more likely. But now they're just going to kind of group up. Looks like they're going to group up towards A main and maybe scout out A with Molotovs. They definitely know that it's an eco, and this is a great fallback strat whenever people are ecoing.
Breezy again, just still waiting patiently there, but we aren't going to see that tested as Optic are following through with an A play here. Peter's the only one on site to defend it, but he's only got a P250, so rough stuff for him. And also, that flashbang, it does actually connect, excuse me. It goes in. Everybody from the side of Optic gets blinded, but it doesn't matter. They're still racking up the frags. Fugly trying to push through. It's nothing working out, unfortunately. And Optic get a near team ace. Tarek getting a second kill for himself, and Peacemaker not finding anything. Nicely done from them, and this is what they needed to try and sustain themselves. If they haphazardly win a bunch of 1v1s to be able to try and close the gap, their buys are still going to be that iffy, so winning with pretty much all 5 alive is going to be great for them.
Yeah, and NRG is going to probably buy pretty conservatively throughout this half. And, I mean, they had a great T-side, NRG did. And, it was out there without their in-game leader in Daps. So I wonder who's calling for them right now.
Well, since he's taken over the coach role, I would have to be a go-to assume it's Professor Chaos currently trying to work it out with them. But on this round, Optic again splitting up into that default, so not a whole lot happening the first 30 to 40 seconds of the round here as they just try to line themselves up for it. Energy aren't really being aggressive either, so nobody trying to go for anything, but that will change right here, right now, as Tarek goes for a blind peek as well over here inside of the mid garage and is immediately put down by Peter. There is more, so Peter may have himself a chance in a moment here. Breezy in the meantime over there towards that B bomb site. He is ready for more aggression to come his way. Already picking up an additional kill with a NAF and putting this into a 5v3 with Optic still not even, having a good idea about where they want to take this. There's 2 in the B halls with Rush watching out for Vents pressure there in the inside of the mid garage itself. So more than likely we'll see this lead into B, but without being able to safely get out towards Vents, it'll be very direct and probably, by the way that things have been going in this half, very easy for Breezy along with Peter to shut down within that site. So they grow a little bit wiser than that. They do end up falling back here. And they're just going to go out for mid control instead, so at least they can have additional Vents pressure to try and overwhelm anybody that may be in checkers. But even there, again, you're still going to have to deal with Peter, so that's not going to be looking too bright.
Yeah, and Rush is looking to make a play here. Maybe a B fake, and then Rush is going to walk up highway and hope that he can get frags, and then Mixwell is going to pinch from A main.
As he doesn't move back in here, he spots himself his first kill. Fugly going down, promptly smoking off Z to prevent him from getting flanked. Peter tries to rush up, but it's Mixwell there to cover for him. And now Mixwell even moving through. Jerk reaction time, but he is able to find another kill against Marky as well. So it's down to 2 all of a sudden for Energy. Breezy's in, grabs one. Heavy cost to his own health pool, though, as he's now down to just around 20. But still, he re-evens it back up to the 2v2. Professor Chaos, unfortunately, is a long rotate away, so it is going to take a couple of extra seconds to get him in position. And what's even worse is Peacemaker is playing super passive in mid, really leaving a lot of it onto his teammate right now to hold this off, but he's going to push himself right back in, and that's where that works out beautifully. As it takes down Professor Chaos, brings us into the 1v2. Breezy's back on the bomb and in the site, but he doesn't really have anything to work with, and eventually Mixwell's going to swing right back out, finish him off, and allow for Optic to get up to 7.
That was so well played by Optic in that 3v5, though. I mean, I thought for sure that round was going to be lost, and Fugly just getting a little bit out of position, not spotting highway, going back and looking at main, and then Rush gets position on him, takes that kill, Mixwell with a beautiful kill at Gar, and yeah, that was a really well played 3v5 by Optic.
So Energy back onto another eco here. P250s for most. Professor Chaos not picking up anything except for a flashbang. And Breezy, well, still has himself the Deagle armor buys. I think his cash flow is looking a little bit better, but now he's broken 30. As we should mention, this is only I think it's 23 rounds into the match currently. So didn't get that many frags as well, breaking the 30 bomb already. Certainly being the hard carry at this point for Energy to push them through to a victory, should they follow through with that, as this round is going to be a little bit tough to find that impact. But we're seeing just as slow of a pace being taken from Optic, as they have boosted Tarek over on top. Try and move in for some mid-control here that they can use to execute into a site.
Yeah, a full highway stack and Z stack with one player in the A site with a flashbang. So he's going to be able to flash out mid for his teammate who's going to come any second.
Is going to overwhelm 2 of them at the very least here. Mixwell trying to change up the dynamic a little bit, but missing that second shot. Recorrecting it, though, on his third against Marky. And it brings us back down to an even fray, though he is surprised a little bit. And oh, he actually misses that shot against Peter. So it gives him the option to be able to take down Mixwell. Now the guys on Optic are down to 2. And look at this lineup here from Breezy, picking up yet another kill. He won't be able to get the last one as NiP survives right now, but there's a lot more work to be done. He gets himself into this site. He also has to worry about a flank working its way in from Peter. I'm not sure if he's fully aware of the circumstances going in from that one. But Professor Chaos backed the hell out of here. He's going over there towards mid. Not even going to be challenging at the truck angle. This is still great for Pete if he wants to go out, and especially now that he's got the op. But NAF is actually going to evacuate. Time is a factor here, too. 15 seconds. He needs to stop shift walking in a second and just hightail it over to the B site. So there we go. He will be able to make it in with probably about 5 seconds of excess. So he'll just barely be able to get it onto the site. Oh, he missed the jump, but he still should be good, thankfully. And now it's going to be a long rotation for Pete and Professor Chaos to get back over towards B.
So the dynamic shifts again, very slightly, but it has given NAF essentially infinite time to get into the post-plant position of his choosing. Energy are also taking this really slow too. Keep in mind, no one has a kit right now. They need to get back in here if they want to have any attempt of trying to finish off this 2v1 they have in front of them. NAF just sitting back as well, wants to challenge them. They have to go for this immediately. He has them both lined up. Peter will catch the trade. Now it comes down, though. Did he leave himself enough time to defuse this? He did not. So he is going to bail out, and Optic will put together a 9th.
Wow, that was... Oh, man, that was really good by NAF, though. He kind of recognized exactly where those two players are and pushes through CT spawn. Most players would not have the... the recognition of what's happening to do that. That was pretty sick by him. I know he ended up dying, but he's,
won the round.
Yeah, he won the round, so. But that was a really good job by him, man. That was impressive.
And it continues to delay. Energy getting up to that match point here, so Optic keeping themselves alive. What's even better is they built up the economy on these last 3 to 4 rounds that they picked up too, so they have no problem going for the full rebuy. They're not, at that breaking point here, but they're going to have to sacrifice some of the AKs and go down to UMPs and whatnot. Molotov, they're going fast out A this time. There is a good response. Flashbang and Marky lines up a kill. Also decent damage onto some of the other guys in A main too, as they were kind of stacked up in a line there. Now they catch them moving outside of Squeaky here, but there's smokes covering up everything. It's so tough for either side to be able to spot them out. Energy are getting the better of them right now, but they do give up the site control and let Optic flood it. They're still waiting for B rotates to get over here in time. Marky actually almost getting caught out there too, but it's Fugly that picks up the next kill this time. Marky still flashed out, is found in the quad position, but Breezy also catching Peacemaker, trying to transition over there towards the forklift. So Optic just really can't seem to find any consistent fragging power here on this round, and now they're left in a 4v2. Still no bomb plant. The timer's still working against them. They try to tap it now, but they're really cautious of someone working on a flag against them or something like that, so they want to be trying to check for that. As Mixwell goes inside of A main, peeking back out now to look for aggression coming from the truck angle. There's none of that yet. Energy are actually being really quiet here. They try and keep their own positions a bit more of a mystery. Molotov into the backside. We do see now swing out from the left side of the big red box, but Fugly will be quick to catch that. Now it all falls to Mixwell. The bomb's not even planted for him either, and they just spotted him. That player back at quad did. So Fugly on the peak finishes off the job. We did have the HE grenade rolling in, but it doesn't do nearly enough damage to pull Breezy off the bomb, and Energy finally get that 15th round.
Yeah, Professor Chaos, I don't even think he has a kill this half, by the way. Right? I mean, it's 0-6, and it resets because he rejoined the server, no?
I would guess so, yeah.
Yeah, and they're still doing great. So, I mean, they played that A take like perfectly. Energy did, to play against that. It was a very scrimmy strat coming out of Optic. They used their nades to delay. They didn't nobody overextended, if you saw. They would get a kill and just stay alive, and bring it into a 4v2 when Optic used every single nade they had to even get the bomb down. Now they go into an A retake, and Marky gets 1-2 kills of guys coming out the door. Does another 90 damage to Tarek, and Mixwell just stuck at the forklift. They only have a Molotov and 2 flashes to, not even the Molotov anymore, just 2 flashbangs. So this is going to be another case where, look at NRG. They get the kills, they fall back after they take A. Nobody's overextending. They're playing the retake perfectly.
Not necessarily a really big issue with this type of a scoreline, so they're just going to be focused on winning the round. Mixwell tries to get aggressive here, moves out, but only is able to find 1 kill before going down to Breezy, and that leaves Tarek alive with only 10 HP, 9 now after being hit by the Molotov. 6-1 kill, but he can't get the second, and there you have it. It's Energy that pushed through in dominating fashion, specifically at the hands of Breezy there, and they will close out the match 16-9, being the final scoreline.
Yeah, and I gotta tell you, Marky and Breezy played, Marky played those ape takes, perfectly. Every time. He would get a kill, he would stay alive, he would wait for his teammates. Optic would use every resource they had to actually take the site, and then the retake is easy from that, man. If you still have the Molotovs from those B guys, I'm telling you, you Molotov fork, you're almost guaranteed a kill. You Molotov quad, you're almost guaranteed a kill. Right? It's like there's only so many spots that you could play that actually could have a big impact post-plant, and NRG played that very, very well. That was textbook on how you want to play cash in those scenarios.
All right, well, to break down this, thankfully, final cash map of the evening, we are going to send it over to the analysis desk. Guys, let's talk about this first map.
Well, I guess you could say cash rules everything around me, except up to this point. That one's a done deal. Yep, there you have it in the books. Optic Energy, Optic falling, Optic falling. They're actually falling down.
I mean, at this point, they're rolling down a hill. I mean, there's no stopping. That was not pretty, but you know, I'd rather focus on what Energy did right in that sense. Going into it, thought it would require a big performance from Peter. Instead, we got that from Breeze. He was an absolute monster. I think we actually have some stats for Breeze, actually, just to showcase how absolutely insane he played. But they got what they needed, really. And I think I said it before we went to the game, Cash is going to be their golden chance to actually grab a victory off of Optic. But with how dominant they looked doing it, who's to say they can't take the second map as well?
I mean, here we do have those stats for Breeze right here, and
that's
yes,
ridiculous.
They speak volumes. How many multi-kills did we see this guy get across the game?
I mean, no, well, here you're going to see a 4K in a couple of seconds as well. It seemed to be pretty much every round, and I guess if you get 35 kills, you've been doing multi-kills pretty much every single round.
You're doing something right, Breeze. That's what we're trying to say here.
Oh, yeah, and it's really cool to see as well, because when we talked about it at the start of the week, he is one of those up-and-coming talents that NA has to offer, and when he's able to do that versus a team like Optic, even though they do have their issues, it's still impressive, and that's really cool to see.
Well, let's talk about something really cool to see. That's round 9. Let's load that up for you guys at home at this time.
Yeah, so this is a big swing round in round 9, 2-6, as you can see, and this is going to be Optic trying to get aggressive on a weapon round. And the crazy part here is that Energy are obviously not, without knowing it, perfectly set up to actually deal with that aggression from Optic, but they still don't get away with an actual favorable trade. And as that happens, Fugly on the other side of the map tries to make something happen. Rush is going to take him out, and it ends up being the swing round going in favor of Optic, and that would have been the golden opportunity they had to actually get back into the game, because obviously if you let Energy win that, you end up on 2-7. You're going to have to eco. It's just bad times all around. Instead, they had an opportunity to actually force Energy back and also start building up a decent CT side, but they end up messing that up by losing to straight up P250s 2 rounds later.
Now, it's also important to note that both these teams did use a stand-in or coach.
That's true.
Professor Chaos coming out there for Energy, and then Peacemaker over there on the Optic side.
Yeah. Do you want to see who won the battle?
I'm pretty sure, I mean, it's not about who won the battle, it's about who won the war, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I think they went pretty even in the battle.
But I think it's funny to note that Professor Chaos did not get a kill at all in the second half of the game.
And I still think, even with that in mind, I think he still had a higher frag total than Peacemaker.
Yeah, so, I mean, hey, it is what it is. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to train, ladies and gentlemen. It's Optic and Energy. We'll be right back.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
this is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, we're back, and it's time for the final map of the night here in ESL Pro League Season 5, Week 3. It's actually final map of the week, if you think about it.
That is true. It is.
And what a fitting end here for the money train.
It is, and well, it's going to be the optimal chance for Optic to kind of redeem themselves as well. Train in the past has been very good for them. They still have the same core of it. Obviously, the big missing part is going to be Stanislaw and his play on that inner bomb side, especially on their CT sides. But I think Train, if any map, should be pretty good for them going up against Energy.
No, absolutely. At this point, I mean, it looks like pound for pound, they should be able to kind of,
should compete.
Yeah, duke it out. I mean, in their own right, because of the current situations on both sides of the fence in the server as well.
Yeah, exactly. And we kind of saw it on Cash. Neither of the coaches necessarily had too much of an impact, and that's what we kind of expected as well. So it's up to the remainders on Optic to really step it up for Train.
Okay, so to walk us through Optic and Train, it's going to be the Bears. Take it, dude.
Thank you. Time for some Optic on Train versus Astralis. We're going to take a look at one of the rounds that Optic really showcases their firepower by sending people majority through the 5 and Health or 6 lane, whatever you want to call it these days. So when they do that, kind of forces, Astralis playing towards E-Box. Optic completely ignores it. Mixwell gets a pick. Astralis, KJB kills Rush. But as you notice that Optic is literally focusing on the sandwich, the hell, and taking control of all this area. And as you look right here, it's a 4-on-2, all right? They did good. The strat worked. They got entries. They got positioning. They're pretty much in the outside bomb side. They have 2 smokes, 3 flashes, a Molotov. They got an Opper. They can rely on him to pick. But here's the problem. Here's the problem without having an in-game leader, or at least a new in-game leader like NAF, is that you have to pick and choose when you want to make the plays. When you're up 4-on-2, you don't need to make plays. As you can see right here, Hiko goes on top of Train. You could get seen from like 10 different angles in bomb Train. Why would you do that on a 4-on-2? He gets picked off. This kind of makes Tark panic a little bit. He tried making play and pushing Ivy in the smoke, and he gets picked off by Device. A couple of these 2 costly mistakes went from a 4-on-2 to 2-on-2 against one of the top teams, or the top team of the world right now. You cannot make these kind of mistakes. And as you can see, Mixwell, he tries his best. He doesn't win the round, and Optic horribly loses this match and the tournament. So kind of take away from this. Pick and choose your battles. Pick when you want to make these kind of playmaker plays. And when you're up in numbers, you don't need to go above and beyond to make a play. Just have nice spacing, go for 1-for-1s, bait each other, do whatever it takes to kill the opponent, but just don't try to hop on trains or run through smokes when you're up in numbers. Just it doesn't work against top teams, and hopefully Optic will clean up some of their mess. Back to you, Stunna.
Thank you, Eric, per the usual. Now, with that last map, we see both teams shift to a 5-2 standing here. This is a pretty big map in terms of like going forward. Oh, yeah. Is Train going to be a good one for that?
I think it should be, and I'm actually going to favor Optic going into this as well. Partly because of what Eric just showed us there on the telestrated, the fact that you can have pretty simple strategies that can work, and I think as long as Optic is allowed to do that, they can do that with the core without having to worry about Peacemaker necessarily doing a whole lot, and they should be able to work off of that.
No, absolutely, and you know they're having to play with that, obviously, so it's kind of like catering to or playing around it.
Yeah, exactly. So keep it nice and simple, and see where that takes you initially, at least.
No, 100%. So, real quick before we throw it over there, give me a prediction.
Well, I'm actually going to side with Optic. That's what I had my headset for before we got into the first game. So even though very dominant showing by Energy on Cash, I'm still going to side with Optic on Train.
No, I think you might have the wise choice here. Maybe they woke up and maybe they'll be able to take the fight to them. Right?
Hopefully.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, at this point, is there anything left?
Not really anything left to say. I think it's time to throw it over to our casters.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they want it.
Maybe. I mean, they're looking pretty excited over there. You can see they all smiles. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so to bring us this last map of the night, and it's going to be Train between Optic and NRG. It's going to be Blue and Dazed. Take it away, you awesome fellas.
Detta like psyched us out there when he said, I think it's time to throw us over to the casters. Both was like, oh, time to get ready for that one. But
yeah, I was ready for about 2 minutes, and then Trace was like, is there anything else we got to talk about? No. I think we're good. All right, but yeah, I don't know about this one. The problem with Optic is, I was talking with Vendetta at the break, is that, that Stan kind of played Enter for them, right?
Yeah.
We were talking about it. So who's going to play Enter for them now, right? Where do you put Peacemaker on Train? I think Train is one of those maps where on CT's side, we saw Optic struggle on Cash, but I think Train is one of those maps where it's hard. It's a lot harder on Train, in my opinion, to just like hide somebody and try to make somebody who's not really at that level be able to perform at this level. So I don't know, man. I'm going NRG here. I thought that was a dominant performance by them. I think Professor Chaos is a lot better of a fill-in than Peacemaker is. So I think NRG is definitely the favorite.
Solid choice.
Yeah.
I think
But having said that, a couple of those swing rounds, if they don't go NRG's way, if they don't win that P250 round where they barely spend any money, if they don't win that second round, and then I think even when they were on CT side, didn't they? No, they won the CT pistol, but didn't they lose? No, I don't remember. But there was like 2 swing rounds that were huge, right? That could, definitely changed the makeup of that match.
Well, they won the original second round on a force up.
Yes.
And then they took a little bit of control there, and then they had the second one. Those are like the 2 big ones, I think. The second one that happened in the middle of the second half.
Yeah, that was pretty back and forth, but I mean, they won a couple swing rounds, right?
Yeah.
So Fugly looks like he's going to be playing inner for NRG. PTR is going to be on the rotator spot behind Pop Dog. Dies to Mixwell. The Z-Smoke comes out, so they can get pushed up close, and Fugly doesn't really have any backup.
Marky being able to chime in with 1 kill, but for the most part, it's Optic executing them here. Breezy will look to change that, but he does have quite a few players to deal with. There's a headshot out of nowhere, though, on the Peacemaker going down the ramp. He'll be able to take him down. After everything is said and done, this is now left to Tarek alone, where previously was all Optic controlling the situation. 2 CTs moving back in, one of which has a kit, so they have extra time to play with here. They know where Tarek is. Tarek finds the headshot against Marky, but now the smoke rolls in. It's over top the bomb. He did see Professor Chaos going in. Professor Chaos is going to stick it. Tarek trying to knife around here, but did Professor Chaos see it? Oh no, Tarek continued to go for the knife, and now the time has gotten so low, but I think with this kit, he might be able to do it, and he will. Energy upset on the pistol round, and they'll take control again.
Wow. What was Peacemaker doing, though? He just runs down lower ramp. Look at this. Look at low ramp.
Seeing this one here, and in a second.
Watch. Look. He just runs down with the Molotov, just full sprinting. What? Why? That was hilarious. That was like a suicide Molotov cocktail, like something you'd see out of like a crazy movie or something.
He had the carried in. He had one job, and he did it. He wants it to stay alive. His job was to get that Molotov on the ground.
No, that Molotov was to play for post plant, and then if they don't have a smoke, you just automatically win the round. But he just flies down.
Well, as we get back into the action of the second round there, the worst thing is that Molotov was going at a weird arc. It might have actually gone into the smoke, too, that was there.
I have no idea what that was, man, but that was hilarious.
All right, well, it's 1-1 initially, as they do have a bit of a scrap outside of T-Con here. Rush has a chance for another one, though, as he tries to line up against Professor Chaos, but Professor Chaos really decides to kind of not take that fight currently. He actually is going to swing around the other side, going through the old bomb tunnel there, and Tarek is kind of lurking here, too. They want to resurge out through T-Con here. Professor Chaos, though, now ready for it on the side. It's dangerous, though, as they did spot him, so they know he's here. Gets 1, gets 2, and there's a third that's already been damaged a little bit. It's Peacemaker, losing 20 of his HP in that battle. Professor Chaos only losing half of his, and Peacemaker really doesn't know what to do with himself, waiting for Tarek to regroup so he can kind of safely push back out and make sure there's no one watching to his right side. So he's allowed to do that, but Professor Chaos waiting over here. Oh, apparently didn't expect Tarek to come after the bomb train there. So a bit of a surprise, but Marky's up in heaven still, so he's going to find these last 2 frags and solidify the round for Energy.
Yeah, 3K by him. Professor Chaos comes up big with that 2K at Ivy. And not only that, I mean, he pretty much, want the pistol round at the end there. So Professor Chaos doing a good job here on train, and we're seeing, a little bit why he was, even though like on CD side he didn't have that many kills on Cash, like positionally speaking, he was playing properly. He knows how to play CS at a high level, right? And he's been there and done that before. So you're not losing that much with a stand-in like Professor Chaos, like nearly as much as you are probably with Peacemaker. Just running down, throwing Molotovs.
This nade actually that was tossed back out from, I think it was either Marky or Peter, did actually some pretty massive damage. It was full damage on a NAF and Mixwell there. 60 and 45 is what they end up with at that. Tarek also gets tagged here too, trying to cross back on the trains. 2 for 2 originally though. Peter finding both, and now a third as well. Professor Chaos getting a fourth. He does get traded up by Peacemaker, but Peter again, he does actually have a pretty massive round there, 4K. Where Optic had forced into that one, so that essentially was the first gun round, and it's Energy again that do take control of it.
Yeah, 4K with just an ump and a pistol. I think he had 3 ump kills right here. For some reason, did you see how it's shooting up top there?
Yeah, that's
muzzle flash.
Yeah, that's a weird bug.
Is that just on GoTV, or do we see that first person too? Because I've never noticed it.
I'm pretty sure that would just be GoTV.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure though.
Well, now Optic, pretty much a full save, a couple deagles on Mixwell and Rush, and they're going to try to get the bomb down inner. Maybe going down upper, we'll see, but Fugly's there, and Fugly's there, and this is smart, right? They have 2 umps and an MP9, and the MP9 is upper, right? So say he dies after he kills 2 people, hopefully, for his sake, right? And they don't have a flash, so I think he probably will, and they get that MP9, what are they going to do with it, Well,
they do
say that.
They do take Fugly down here. Peter, though, waiting inside of the bomb train. Do they suspect him? Well, no. Gets 2 kills before going down to Mixwell. Again, primarily Deagle's doing all the damage here for Optic right now, but it has given them a ticket onto the site and to get the bomb down here. Post plants where it's going to get tough, though. Mixwell being able to trade out 1 kill after Marky pushes forward here to eliminate Rush. Mixwell hunting again, but burning in the Molotov there. NiP with 1 more. It's actually down to a 1v1, and Breezy whiffs a little bit here on the first spray, but he's got control of the bomb right now, so he's he's able to get to it. NiP pushing back, and he actually wins it out after recovering the UMP. So Optic somehow steal that round away, and we're up 1-3 now.
Yeah, after Fugly went down, I mean, they're coming out from upper and lower. Pete, I think he ended up getting 2 kills, if I'm not mistaken. But still, a 3v3, and they can get pushed up and in is a tough task to ask for if you're a CT, and they end up losing that round. But my point about the MP9 was, like, even though Mixwell got it, he just got a dekill. You know, he kept it out, right? So you give up that MP9, yeah, but you're not really giving him much firepower. So unfortunately for Fugly, he's not able to get any kills because Mixwell's just ridiculous jiggle peeking. But now Energy, we'll see if they can, you know, win the second round, or this little force. I don't know, I think they still have money to buy into the next round, though.
Yeah, they were actually pretty close. I think it was Marky that was down at like this 1900 amount that suggested that they would just full save here. So they are just going to take this one as a light bot round, with the exception being Peter. And again, most of their players defending over here towards the outer bomb site, just keeping Fugly to watch out there in the event that they go downstairs. Mixwell looking for his first strike here in T-Con, actually unsuccessful in singing the shot, but still not too big of a deal considering the investment that's here. And there we go. There's the lineup against Marky. Gets a little bit aggressive on top of the trains, and we'll see Mixwell grabbing the first kill there. But no aggression, extra aggression, I should say, from Optic. They're just going to take this round nice and slowly, since Energy on this eco, there is a bit of unpredictability to what they may be doing on the CT side right now.
Yeah, Rush getting pushed up at Ivy here. Guys coming out of ladder and team mid, so just a 2-2-1. Shot by PTR.
He has a chance to tag another player here, and he's going to go for it. Unfortunately, the shot not connecting now. He's only managed to bring NiP down a little bit low. Rush being able to finally finish off the job against Peter. And now it seems like the inevitable is going to occur here as Rush looking to see if he can find some of these guys. The rest of them basically just hiding back over here down towards CT Small, but I think Energy are going to move in to try to hunt this down. If they can scavenge a few of these guns, Fugly and Breezy sneaking in for 2. They tried to recover that op to take it back on the rifle as well, but didn't really pan out, so now we're even into a 3v3. Rush is a nice lineup, though, outside of Ivy, and he's going to dispatch of 2 really quickly here. Fugly and Breezy both go down, and now it's all on Professor Chaos in the 1v3. Sitting at the back of this angle here, Rush, more importantly, retrieves that op, gets it out of the potential carrying hands here of Energy, but tags him as well, almost takes him down on the retreat. He survives that with 8 HP. Professor Chaos will just be happy with the AK, and no one is even going to be remotely close enough to contest. That op also does go down, so it won't be saved by Optic.
How the heck did Rush die there?
The bomb explosion.
Yeah, but wasn't he deep Ivy?
He had 8 HP, but
oh man, he must have went more towards hell or something like that. Like on the other side of it, and maybe he died that way, because I don't think you die if you're like deep Ivy like that. But so that's unfortunate for Optic, but they, you know, at the end of the day, it is 3-2. NRG had a good eco there. They got 3 guns down at the end of the day, and were able to salvage an AK and half armor on Professor Chaos.
Molly is going to hold back Mixwell. Ooh, this was a big rush early on here from Optic to get back here and hold some control. So that does put a stunt on their plans a little bit. Again, nothing too huge though.
Yeah, but look at Fugly's utility. I mean, at the start of the round, he used a smoke, a Molotov, and a nade. Like, just first 10, 15 seconds of the round. So, you know, Inner is one of those maps where if you could use your utility properly, a lot of the time you can make it, you know, you could hold just off that. He just uses his right away, so he's going to have to really need help, like, backup-wise, right? He's going to have to rely on his teammates, and they're not even rotated at all there. So if anything comes, you know, Inner early right now, it's going to be a very difficult task for him to hold.
And Peter nor anyone else is even sitting at the Z rotate position too, so it is going to be, you know, a couple seconds to buy time for this rotate to move in. For all we can see on the minimap right now, Optic are 100% going to be committing themselves over here to this site. So Fugly actually just backs up. It just lets them in. He's going to let them go for the plant, and he'll play over here towards the bottom barrel of upper, give him some time for his teammates to rotate in. Peter's still here, catching them on the cross. He knows he's another one sitting back there. They actually, Rush in this case has to use the smoke to safely get across here. Fugly knows that they might have pushed up a little bit, but has been unable to spot the most important one, which is NiP, and we can see as a result of that, he does some great damage to Peter, bringing him down just a few HP, finishes off Marky too when he does re-peek back out, but a trade rolls in. Rush is still impacting though from the backside, being able to take down Breezy, so it's a 3v2. He gets super aggressive, and look at that from Rush. Beautiful transfer onto Peter to finish the job on him, despite bringing him lower earlier, and Rush just finishes things off as well. He ends up with a massive 4K, and Optic now tied for the lead.
Yeah, 3-3. NRG should be saving here now. And even though their stand-in and coach in Professor Chaos is having 7 kills right now, I mean, they are they're looking like they're going to give this half in control of Optic. Optic should, if they don't have too many deaths here, have a pretty good, you know, bank account going into these next rounds.
Tarek down at 60 HP already. They just trying to go super fast here out on towards A. Race car speed. The rest of Chaos and Breezy being able to trade a few of those kills, but for the most part,
shots.
Yeah, cleaned up very well by Optic. And Fugly, well, he may try to sneak down the ladder here. If he goes down towards it, Rush is waiting. Already spotted his foot and falls back basically to kill him on the drop down. Even gonna bounce the nade up. It's a bit awkward there. Fugly dodges quite a bit of the damage. They're like bombing.
Did you see they threw a nade through the windows as well?
They really want him dead for some reason. Just a deagle.
They really want him dead for some reason. True. It's a psychological factor. But
yeah. Just trying to get him to fear nades for the rest of the game. Well, they had all actually counted him back out. If he had a kit there was actually no one on the site. But thankfully he doesn't, so we won't see the ninja in that case. He just goes in, actually picks up a UMP, and like no one from Optic actually pushed all the way through towards inner, so he manages to survive with that one and gets out of there successfully with the UMP, so he has himself a free gun for this round if he chooses to stick with it. Pause will come in. I believe this will be of tactical nature from Energy, but I'll get confirmation on that in a second here. So they're going to need a moment to figure things out since it's been, I think this has been a straight 4-round streak from Optic, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I think so as well. NRG just struggling a little bit on this CT side. They're going to be able to be fully bought up, though. I think they can afford an op on PTR as well. Op half armor with no nades. Yeah, 5450, so he's going to be able to afford that. And Optic just kind of a lot of big rounds by like individuals too, right? Rush with that huge 4K at inner, that was like exceptional, but has really sparked this kind of comeback. And hopefully for Fugly's sake, and the round that they won, that they had no miss this one. You know, when they killed Fugly at upper. Pete pushes upper right away, kills Tarek. The start of the round, so it's 4v5, and just a big advantage for NRG right now.
Peter, nice flick really to find that shot too. He wasn't even originally aiming at him. Mixwell gets himself into a battle with Breezy here outside of the connector.
Far out he was. He was between the 5 train right there.
So he impacts heavy cost to his own HP, but he gets out of there too. No one is in a position to trade him. And now he's still going to play around with him over here on the A-bomb site. In fact, they may decide to go out onto this site specifically because they got that kill instead of going towards inner, which was the original plan. Peter certainly being an impactful player over there, so not wanting to test the waters with that again. Mixwell just gets himself in a position outside of Ivy here. Professor Chaos misses the peek from Mixwell here. If he had peeked about a second or two early, he might have actually been able to spot him. He still suspects that something is here, as Mixwell's just hiding behind the server right now. But everyone else from Energy is still spread out. Thankfully, most of them are within close proximity to the A-bomb site while still only having Fugly inside. Peter had rotated, but now he's going to go back through CT, and he's coming out towards the B-bomb site as a couple of nades were tossed in by those guys in back halls there, and the rest are going to push out through T-Con here. It's NiP first up to bat, leading the charge, going through the short lane. There's no one going to be present against them here. Mixwell moving up too. I think he spotted Professor Chaos as he was fully focused on a T-Con push. Market traded, but look at how low he is after he finds that trade. 20 HP. He needs to try and flash out one of these players if he wants to successfully take him down. You can see him just committing to these sprays. No, nothing he can do about that nade. He sees his own death flashing before his eyes there, as now Peter is going to be trying to hold this angle, but missing that shot leads to his own demise against NiP. For Fugly, completely detached from all of this over in the B-bomb, so there's not a whole lot that he can do, so it is going to be a 5th from Optic.
Yeah, and one of the reasons Mixwell was able to make it 4v4 in that situation is because he knew the Opper on NRG was inside, and he could probably safely assume that there was another guy there accompanying him. So he's like, hey, I could even this up. I could probably get a clean gun battle with someone outside. Gets really aggressive. Is able to get that frag to make it 4v4, and then just a perfect Ivy lurk on Professor Chaos. I think Professor Chaos probably made a footstep when he was making that peek. Kind of made Mixwell be like, okay, there's one guy pretty close at Ivy. Let's make sure my teammates can make some type of a contact and come out with the lurk, and played that very well. Rush, meanwhile, him and Rush are just the key to Optic's success right now. I think when Marky got, I think right before that happened, I think he actually might have dinked Rush unless PTR legged him in the back, because Rush had about 15 HP after that nade. So Marky almost holds from the bomb site, but you know, after that Ivy kill happens, it's a really difficult situation to be on.
Yeah, Energy will be essentially broken here with the exception of Fugly having the investment. They still are able to get themselves a semi-decent half buy though. You know, Armored Deagle for a lot of these guys and Peter. getting himself the scout to try and play with. It's heavy focus on the outside site still, and this could work out as this is where Optic has been throwing a lot of their aggression towards, but they've also been playing with inner. It's actually been rather unpredictable, and the core players from Octave have been showing up once again. It's Tarek, Arn with the op this time. It pushes in, has himself a free opportunity to try and take down Breezy, but kind of is scared by it. Originally doesn't catch it. It's NiP that actually finds the kill this time. Marky swinging back out, but swings a bit too far right into the scope. What is that? Peter finding the shot and finishing off Peacemaker there. Peacemaker found in a really weird situation once again, but now Fugly also connecting another kill on a Tarek brings us back down to an even 2v2. The bomb very quickly kind of rushing itself down to the B-bomb site, where, granted, they have control. But Peter and Fugly, we'll see if they decide to stick with this, as actually Mixwell's going to walk right up, finds the free kill onto Fugly, and now that's left alive is Peter, sitting in CT spawn, who is going to try and jump back up here. I'm not even sure if he realizes, yeah, that the site control was fully given there to the backside. So Rush will get that last kill, and it's Optic now doubling the scoreline of Energy and up to 6 overall.
Yeah, not a bad round from Energy. You know, because they have money bonus, they just kind of half bought there. They didn't really spend that much money. Optic, though, even if they lose this round, they're going to be able to buy into the next one, and maybe the next one after that, depending on if they get the bomb down or not. But, you know, Rush is playing out of his mind right now, 15-4. Looks like they're going to do 5-6 in the E-box smokes and try to, Mixwell might try to work outside a little bit, but they are just kind of setting up in, you know, 2-1-2, I believe.
Peacemaker already trying to make the move here, but it's actually Peter that gets the better of them. Finds the shot onto Peacemaker, and Professor Chaos also striking as well, back over in his position. He's able to take down Mixwell, and it already leaves Optic down with 3. Defense on the B-bomb site, though, is still mainly based on Fugly, and he's caught retreating. So that will open up this site to them. Professor Chaos is able to counter out Rush in the meanwhile over here, and they had the bomb position with them. They got upper control, but the bomb was an Ivy for some reason. So now the dynamic has completely changed, and it's Tarek and NiP trying to recover from this. Has left to push towards it, and essentially a huge hornet nest of Energy players if they want to win this and still take control of the round. It's Tarek leading it as NiP kind of watches for a flank in the old bomb tunnel. With the pop flash going back out there, they'll start this push, and again, the flash not really connecting. Peter already being able to find one. Tarek trading it. The missed out shot does give him the credence to push back in and take down Peter, but Professor Chaos is sitting on the outside, and we'll put an end to it.
Yeah, 3K by Professor Chaos, so he's showing up, man. I mean, that's their coach who's 11-7 right now. And he's actually doing a very good job at Ivy. I know Mixwell worked on him once, but that's really the only time that he hasn't, you know, played well there. I mean, against the Deals, he's consistently performed and gotten his kills that, you know, he's supposed to get. Fugly, meanwhile, is the one that's been struggling to enter. He's not really getting any kills on the rotate or anything like that. He's using utility too fast generally, but this round does it a little bit differently. He's there with PTR, so PTR taking a peek, dies to NiP, just running across. You expect the Op to get that kill. Mixwell kills Professor Chaos, but gets traded out by Breeze. And Breeze with this team mid control now could actually kind of change this round a little bit. They know Ivy's open, but now the T's, since they know team mid control has happened, if they want to take back control, they're probably going to have to make noise. So Energy could actually keep 2 towards inner right now.
And at the moment, that's what they are going to stick to doing, is Marky plays towards this primarily. Picking up the op as he does retreat into a better position here. He wanted to go and scout for intel before, but the rest of Optic are very decidedly trying to move in for control here, and it's as Energy are rotating back out too. They're sending everyone towards Z and letting them just go back in. Fugly is even caught in the meanwhile, so now Marky's going to swing back in, but he doesn't even realize just how many of these players from Optic had pushed back in. Maybe a false assumption that there was really only 1 or 2 of them going for it, so that miscalculation cost them big time, and it's going to be Optic that'll take this round.
Yeah, and I think they had the right idea at the start to keep 2 inner there. And, I mean, I know Optic ended up with 4 there, but really what counters you there is if they, for whatever reason, walk down ladder. They walk through team mid, or if somebody walks backside to Ivy. But at that time, you don't think anybody's Ivy, right? Because you would have thought they'd be out by now, right? So you think, in my mind, if they're going to go outside, they're probably going to make some type of noise. They're going to pop flash team mid or something like that. And Breeze is going to be able to hear that because he put that team mid pressure. He got that kill. He smoked the end. Now the hunt is on for Breeze, but he hits a great shot onto Tarek. And then I think you just kind of gamble it, you know? Instead, they mid-round, like, already Optic's going to be in position to hit whatever they want, and then they decided to play a retake B. And I think that was a mistake.
So this puts Optic back into really great control overall this half now. 7-4 on T side, we should mention as well. Where normally you see them sinking behind a little bit on a generally CT-sided map. Energy going into this with what they can, as we can see CZs and 5.7s and even a P250 coming out there for Fugly. Peter has the op, and he's making big impact with it, but the problem is it's been rather inconsistent due to how aggressively he's been trying to play with the op. Sometimes he utterly fails and it just gets knocked out, giving them a free op, and other times, well, it works out. This time we're going to see some more aggression, and all of it up through the halls, leading out into box halls, though. They find one frag against Fugly, but then it's immediately traded out here. Now Breezy playing up close, getting him up with the CZ, only 2 bullets left, so he does have to reload here, but he's got a teammate to help him out over by the E-box lane. Breezy gets the reload, though, picks up an additional kill, and now it's Nap looking to hold 1v4, but he can't do it. Marky picks up the last kill, and Energy somehow sneaked that one in.
Yeah, I mean, just pushing ladder and team mid, everybody kind of just getting up close, and PTR's kind of opping in the back, right? So all 4 of them just collapsing on outside, and Optic makes the wrong call, right? They wanted to go outside, but they delayed it a little bit. It allowed Energy to get close up. It allowed them to push inside above the ladder, and they all just get caught around like the Hell area, Olaf area against up-close pistols.
Well, Professor Chaos will go for the dirty peek again, and he connects the shot, but it's not a full kill. Only legging Tarek, bringing him down to 15 HP, while he himself takes about 40 overall. Fugly, all right, freaking out a little bit there. Fugly's actually been having a pretty rough time overall in this matchup.
Yeah, he has, and I don't know if he's a normal inner player in his other teams, but Optic's just going quick inner right now.
So we could see some of the visible frustration there on Fugly as he continues to kind of miss these opportunities for entry. Professor Chaos, in the meantime, now sinking a second for himself right there as he takes down Naf. Took down Rush just seconds before that one, too. And even Breezy catching one here. Mixwell trying to trade it out, but he can only get that one frag. And for Peacemaker, well, let's see if the standing can do some work here and pull off a 1v4. Not going to happen. Fugly finally getting himself another kill. And we do see Energy pushing back in to be able to get up to 6, closing the gap, and within 1 of tying it.
Yeah, did you see Professor Chaos there? When he gets 2 kills, he legs the other guy. You see, like, his aim is good, his movement's good, his positioning's good, he's pretty swift. I mean, look at that. Like, not many coaches who are standing in can perform this well. I know he didn't get any kills on, like, the CT side of Cash, but he knows how to play CS at a high level, so it's just, I mean, he's top fragging for him right now, and you can see why.
Just have a coach that can do both.
Yeah. Get you a coach that can do both.
Can lead and he can frack.
Yeah.
Well, Optic onto essentially just an upgraded pistol round here. Mixwell's the only one that buys armor behind his buy, and the guys from Energy handling it pretty easily, as we can see here. Already 4 kills for them, and Breezy tapping into that last one there after missing the spray. Eliminates Peacemaker, and we're 7-7 going into the 15th round.
Peacemaker having a rough one, 1-10 right now.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of to be expected, though, considering that even when he was originally, if I recall correctly, coaching for Immortals, we never even really saw him play before that, so.
No, I mean, you don't expect him to be able to compete with these guys, but, you know, it just, you could tell, like, there's just a huge difference, right? There really is. There's a huge difference.
I mean, literally top and bottom of the scoreboard when you look at Professor Chaos versus Peacemaker right now, as he's sitting up there with Breezy. Marky's actually a little bit more quiet this map, but it's also been a much more competitive map overall, so that can kind of be justified.
I mean, if NRG wins this, like, this is huge for them. I mean, to make playoffs, they're going to have to take maps off these top teams, right? And Optic, you know, when they have a 5th, you consider them a top team. And because NRG, I feel like they're one of those teams that might drop maps to one of the lower tier teams in the division, you know, every once in a while. Meanwhile, like, I don't see that from Cloud9. I don't see that from SK and a lot of these other top 6 teams. So they got to pick up and make up for that by beating teams like Optic and taking maps off them. And if they can end up winning 2-0, I think that really is like a huge swing in whether or not they make playoffs or not.
Well, Breezy getting himself a chance to frag back out here once again. Doesn't realize that they're pushing in below him, though, from the other side over towards E-Box. So Tarek is going to knock him back out. Marky, he's going to be next at the bat as they push over there towards the short lane, leading up towards Ivy. Peacemaker, though, actually grabs the frag onto him. And now Professor Chaos, he does get baited out into taking a shot there. And actually, I think messes up his scope a little bit. So Mixwell is going to be able to finish him off when he goes to the full swing peak. It's Fugly and Peter that have to try and work something on the 15th round here. They will be going for it. Peter in position to try and punish Mixwell, but he's actually holding this pretty well right now up until that point. Peter does get the frag, but a lot of time wasted in doing it, and now distracting a lot of it. Fugly trying to push back in, but he's been cornered from 3 different angles here, so not really a whole lot of hope for him to do anything there. Rush will finish off the round, and Optic do manage to sync together one more. They lead 8-7. It's identical to what we saw back over on Cash, and we'll have to see if this time they can follow through and close out on the map after this short commercial break.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
It's time to finish up our last map of the evening and for the week as well. Energy versus Optic has been an interesting turn of events with 2 stand-ins, 1 for each team, and both of which being the respective coach for said team, but one doing significantly better than the other. And overall here now on this second map, leading to a much closer matchup, as this is one of Optic's better maps.
Yeah, after Peacemaker got that last kill in that last round on Marquee, he typed LOL easy.
Definitely didn't do that, but
no, he didn't. But that would be funny if he did.
A little bit of tilt there.
Yeah, but I think this is going to be a lot more difficult for them on the CT side, though. I know Train's normally a CT-sided map, but playing with a stand-in like this and one who's frankly just not their skill level at this level, not even really close, I think it's going to be a lot more difficult, especially on a map like Train. Train takes a lot of teamwork on the CT side. It really does. It takes a lot of communication. You really have to know your angles and what everybody else is responsible for, and you really have to be able to count on your teammates to get their frags.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you opened up a good point actually in the pregame before we actually started this map about who would take the very important job on the CT side of being the solo inner player.
Yes.
If my memory is a little bit fuzzy right now about the qualifier or about the IM group stage last week, but if I do recall correctly with Hiko, it wasn't like a one-to-one transition where Hiko took control of it. I think, if I remember correctly, they actually had Rush taking that position.
Did they? I thought Hiko was playing it for sure.
I'd have to remember quickly. Well, we'll see here in a moment because I highly doubt they're going to give Peacemaker that responsibility.
We'll see. I don't know what you
That would be a huge risk to do that. I'm pretty sure Energy is going to go inner every round.
I don't know if it would be a risk because I think Mixwell could back him up and maybe put him in a position where he could just get 1 kill like every time.
Yeah.
Or maybe let him spot and then play retake. Where else do you do it?
Well,
I think inner's actually probably the best spot.
They're putting him inner.
You could have Mixwell help.
Yeah, they're putting him there.
Okay.
So for right now, at least on the pistol, that is going to be the case. More than likely, that'll follow through into the actual rounds too. So maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was actually Hiko that played inner. Just said that was a while ago, and those games were also at like 3 in the morning, so it's a little bit hard to recall. Energy though pushing in pretty quickly here, and Mixwell trying to assist from the backside. Peacemaker firing off shots from up on top too, but not a whole lot connecting really on either side though. It's basically back and forth, and now we have a 5v5 fight. Professor Chaos super aggressive. Same with Marky, they're giving him these kills right now. Mixwell and Peacemaker, and now NiP finding a third. Fugly and Breezy sitting in the back box halls, but they don't have a Molotov or anything to hold this back off. They're stuck here, hoping that they can get some more kills, but no, they're just getting obliterated one by one, and Rush will finish things off with the last frag. It's a 5-man alive pistol victory from Optic, and they're going to get to keep control of their lead for right now.
Yeah, they will, and that was a mistake by NRG. I mean, I know, going inner is fine, but the way they got pushed up, I mean, they're just holding W. Anytime you're holding W as a Glocker and a USB or peeks you, like, you're probably going to die, and they're just holding W down the lanes without any support from flashbangs or anything like that, and just running right into Optic's pistols. That was really easy work for the Optic side. And look at it, like, they're playing retake inner. Tarek's actually going to be up or pushing up, I guess, to get a spot. And this should stop any type of plant or anything like that.
Oh, Tarek inside of Boxels, even has this smoke to support him too. He's got to watch out that left side. Oh, yeah, he's caught. The timing just doesn't work out. Peter, he's going to be able to take down Tarek, eliminating him. Peacemaker's here now, but again, he's being super passive. He's just kind of weaning himself in and out of Z right now. Mixwell goes in first. He takes actually the first contact about the retake. This nade hopefully kills one of them. There we go. Connection on a Fugly at the very least, but still, they've got a long road to recovery. Oh my god, Breezy goes for the triple tap though early, and that gives away his position, so Rush is given a chance to spin back around, and now it's all falling apart. Peter's the last man standing, and it looks like Optic will be able to hold control of this round after all.
Yeah, they're just going to defuse. But NRG did save there. They were able to get that kill and get the bomb down. So even though it looked like they were going to do more, especially with Breeze with that Glock, I thought he was definitely going to get that kill. But he missed the first burst right there. That kind of did him in. So they still get like a complete full buy. Pete might even be able to have an off. No, it doesn't opt for it. So Professor Chaos still just had like 2250 left in the bank. But yeah, not a bad eco for Energy.
We have Energy pushing forward though, again, pretty decisively towards the box halls. They have kept the bomb and one additional player just outside of T-Con though, so an argument has opened up now for them to try and go for just a default execute too, keeping both of the options open. NiP got aggressive this time, pushing himself out through Ivy and smoking it too, but not really finding anything there, nor would he have found anything even if there was any players here, as they all decided to play passively and sit pretty far back here. So now though, smoke's being applied over here towards the ladder, and it was just as the T's had thrown their smoke out outside of spawn too, so it actually does kill this plan unless they want to try to aggress through it here, which is not looking likely. In fact, the bomb has now gone all the way through the White Halls, and they're going to try to push back in here. Peacemaker, he dinks Fugly and does a little bit of damage to Professor Chaos, but not all that much, and he unfortunately will go down without a trade to show for it. Now Mixwell falling back in to support him. A lot of smokes in the lane, but I actually think Mixwell could abuse this right lane a little bit here. The smoke is not perfect. Looks like there now. Peter, okay, apparently he's going to kill Fugly, so a little bit of confusion within the site. That brings them down to an even 4v4. Naf as well, still hunting, but Marky has a monster flank being opened up. Tarek impacts with a kill, but that's going to make it all that much easier for Marky to find. He's seen the bloodstain, gets the kill, wanted to wait a moment to see if he can see anyone else behind him, but not the case. However, there's another flight coming in, this time for the CTs. Mixwell and Rush, combo kills together. Marky's still trying to impact, but he's alone. And in that 1v3, he won't be able to impact any further. And Optic push up another round here.
Yeah, and when Marky's flanking Z like that, you usually, because he flanked from ladder, right? So you usually don't expect anybody to counterflank. But Rush was in T-Con, so he goes all the way through white walls. It takes a long time, but it was well worth it. Catches him in the back, and honestly, even if that player's sight didn't, was able to get his kill, Rush probably would have traded on him instantly, been able to get on the bomb, and Marky would have no chance to kill the diffuser. So a pause coming out, I believe, for NRG, and Optic looking good, man.
Yeah, unless it's technical, this will almost certainly be Energy's tactical usage of a pause right here. Money's, a little bit iffy. You can kind of see him here on the screen now. They're tossing around some guns. It's just going to be Tech 9s getting donated, and they might pick up armor behind that. It's a quick pause, though. It's already been resumed, and we are going to be jumping back into it here now. But you can see, again, very, very skewed score lines over there on the Optic side. It was Energy last time, where it was Breezy just kind of hard carrying. This time, look at Rush. This is his map, man. He destroys here, and he almost has triple the amount of kills currently that he has deaths, 23 and 8.
Yeah, and NRG is a team that buys very conservatively compared to a lot of teams. They opt for saving when you think when other teams would buy, a lot of the time they're saving. They play very conservative in that aspect. So they offer Tech 9s and armor here, and we'll see. They got in great positions last round. They definitely was positioned to win that round. They come out upper, they get pushed up pretty far. Mixwell, is blocked off from the smokes and everything like that, and you think they're going to win the round. Marky's flank looks great, and then the kills just don't go their way. So we'll see if they continue to put this inner pressure on him. Peacemaker is getting supported by Mixwell, but what does that mean, right? It's like you could put inner pressure and you know Mixwell is going to lean there. Does that mean Outer is going to be easier to hit in that case?
Well, now we do have them all pushing in, but Optic so far pressed forward, and they're doing massive damage. Breeze the last one alive, but it's not going to be that way for very long. Rush and Tarek have a beautiful cross spray angle, and they completely decimate the entire attempt at a push from Energy.
Wow, that worked out so well. Because Tarek's on the left side of there, and he's taking first contact, so the guys coming out ladder are looking at him, but then they don't see the player at E-box at all while they're running through the smoke, and it's just like the easiest kills.
Now they think with no problems at all, so now Energy getting themselves another buy. Some compromises needing to be made. In fact, utility is a little bit limited here. Mixwell trying to play aggressively. He goes past the flashbang here, but he cannot actually kill anyone. He only does decent damage to Professor Chaos and Fugly. And afterwards, again, that is control for Energy to go down towards the B side if they want to. Optic, though, actually had pretty heavy commitment towards inner as a result of that push. They were split 2-2 a second ago. It's going to be 3-1 now, with most of their guys still worried about an outer hit. And again, keeping, I believe it's going to be NAF as your guy to watch over there towards inner.
But they have nobody team mid. They have like nobody keeping any type of map control, and Tarek might be able to leverage this into a round win. I mean, I believe Professor Chaos is watching if he pushes all the way through, but now with two guys in team mid, they could, you know, lean a lot more towards inside.
Professor Chaos is also relatively low here too, so it wouldn't be that difficult to try and knock him back out. Marky is going to be rejoining though, and they push them back in, but now they're going to run into this issue of the aggression in T-Con. They may start to expect it, just considering they left it open for so long, so it wouldn't be very hard for these CTs to push back up and take control, but they're set up now to defend this rush on the other direction. He does have to look a whack away, but it's Professor Chaos leading the charge. Marky trading out one more to go, and he one-taps him. Rush goes back down to the ground, and it's Energy in control of things currently. NAF and Peacemaker have to try and pull this off still as they rotate over from the other site, and Peacemaker specifically probably going to be coming down ladder flank in a moment here, or just going all the way through with it to try and come back in through T-Con. NAF completely detached from everything though over there on upper towards B, so they actually might not even attempt this and just look to save instead.
Yeah, I think they probably will. They're going to have enough money going to the next round to buy. Definitely, if I was them, I would probably try to get an exit or two. I think Peacemaker is positioned pretty well for it, but he instead falls back all the way into T-spawn, so we'll see if he's able to kill Fugly here.
Fugly pushing himself out, but only for a moment. He holds pretty safely.
They must know he's here because they have 3 people checking it.
But no one actually going back. They're checking around the corner here, like towards the Ivy push and something like that. So I don't think they know that he's sitting back.
I guess not. It looked like Fugly was like jiggle peeking it and was like, all right, I know this guy's here. I'm gonna wait for backup, but I guess not. Thought maybe he made noise around the steps area or something like that, as Marky gets that very critical, crucial kill onto Rush in order to win that round. Had Rush gotten that kill, it would have been a lot more difficult for them to win, just being in the 3v3 like that, with team mid already in control while you're planting the bomb.
Now for Energy, though, splitting back up, and again, very little Ivy presence at all throughout this entire half so far.
They just like kind of give up team mid though, and Tarek's recognizing it, and he's wanting to take control.
Peacemaker also positioned up over here at the top of the ramp, but not ready for the fight. Fugly actually reads it very well and is able to take down Peacemaker, which opens up a big hole in the B-bombs, and if they want to go for it. It's a quick rotation that we'll see from the Optic guys. Both Rush and Mixwell rotate in to defend it, so they are split evenly, 2-2 across the map now on the defense.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to group up, maybe throw outside smokes from here, or group up towards inner. I'm not sure, and do like a 5-man take. We have Mixwell holding the inner with an AWP pretty passively, so they'll be able to get the bomb down if they hit it. And now they're going back, and 4 guys leaving the white walls with 1 above ladder.
Everybody else is trying to move their way back in. The one that's going to be pushing ladder too is Fugly at 19 HP, which means that probably not going to be looking for too much success in that regard. The rest of Energy, again, they're focusing mainly on that Ivy and T-Con push, and Rush moving in very promptly to defend it. It's not only just him sitting here either. They're also going to have support from NAF a little bit further back. Smoke's covering off a lot of the angles, though, so it is a bit dangerous. And Rush goes right into that flashbang, so has to retreat. Thankfully, no one else has pushed back through, but that's going to change now at the hands of Breezy. Tarek looking for some trades here, getting one, going for the second, but no, Professor Chaos picks up the frag against Tarek, and NAF just firing off pot shots all over the place into that smoke. Mixwell is going to give himself away here in Z, but NAF with a 5-7, able to counter trade that on to Breezy. But now it is just NAF. And with 7 seconds left, Energy are a bit rushed to get that bomb onto the ground, but that'll also send NAF out into the open, where Peter can sink the final shot to take down NAF and put Energy up to 9.
Yeah, and Optic's money isn't too good. It looks like they're probably going to save here. And that was really smart by them, man. They made it 4v5. They kind of waited. They didn't have team mid control. So you know what they do? They say, okay, we don't have team mid control. Let's put Ivy pressure. And that kind of makes, if they do have team mid control, right? A lot of the time they don't have somebody watching Ivy, you know, because they might like lean someone towards team mid or inner in that case, because you don't really expect an outer hit if you have somebody in team mid, right? So that was pretty smart by them. They go towards Ivy. They just do like a pretty normal type of outside split, you know, after making it 4v5. And they played the clock a little bit dangerously as Mixwell gets popped through the wall by Pete. But, you know, it worked out pretty well for him.
Yeah, popping him down to 26 HP, but he will just safely kind of crawl back into the site. And Energy's still taking things incredibly slowly here. Now, they do want to play this cautiously. There's a heavy stack. Now, going into this default that they executed into the last round may actually prove to be a pretty big mistake, since there is a full gamble stack from Optic sitting out on this A site right now. Peacemaker first contact down over here in the ladder room, but there's two of his teammates sitting directly behind him. They are Rush as well, trying to challenge things, but just getting tagged. They absolutely get the better from here. Nope. Trades at all in terms of damage. Professor Chaos still kind of investigating into the box halls too. They realize this is open. They can call off or even just use their Ivy push as a distraction to the actual hit downstairs, since the bomb is still kind of at an in-between point to where they can take it to either side. Breezy starting the Ivy play, getting some good damage on the NAP, but this is all we've seen so far is semi-decent amounts of damage. They haven't actually killed anyone, nor have they taken any actual map control. That's going to change now, though, as Marky and Breezy work together to go for outer play. It works out perfectly as it's 3, now 4, now 5 kills. Indeed, it's Breezy that gets himself a nice 3K on it to put Energy into the double-digit range.
Yeah, and how many rounds have they won in a row here now?
Let's see. Open up the score UI really quickly to take a look at that. Oh, in a moment.
Replay first?
Replay first. But yeah, Breezy coming in through Ivy there and basically single-handedly managing that. But yeah, let's bring the scoreboard up really quickly so we can see how long of a streak this has been. It's only been 3 in a row. It's relatively short. They were down at a 5-round disadvantage, but now if they win this one, they'll be within 1 of closing it out, and probably will almost have that guaranteed, as more than likely Optic are going to have to go into another eco.
Yeah, and NRG, again, it just seems like they don't mind just giving up team mid control at the start of the round. If Optic really wants it, they just have nobody contesting it at all. But Optic not able to take advantage. They take ladder control right now, peeking E-Box is Marky, so he has control of that. They have 2 outside of team mid. Looks like they're going to throw some type of smokes, and then I think it's going to be an outside fake to enter.
Energy pushing into it here now. Molotov to watch out for any upper pressure. They're not going to spot any of that. Optic will be ready for this one, though. They've got 2 guys in the site here. Peacemaker and NAF to play this one out, but also Tarek quick on the rotate, too. This will be playing close to either Hell or Heaven. Energy, though, still slow on this one as Marky's sitting back down at the bottom of that ladder, looking to see if he can find the impact, but finally the smoke comes through. Does block off NAF's vision. Peacemaker trying to get prepped for it, but there's also smoke at upper. He can kind of see through the bottom right corner of that one, though, if they try to go in for it, so he's paying attention, but now he has to change his gaze, but the problem is he's not ready for it. Fugly finds the impact there. NAF does catch Fugly for a trade, but now on outer, Marky and Breezy finding more kills. Mixwell, what are you doing, though? Out in the open, 2 kills from nowhere. Marky and Breezy both have gone down. He's looking for Professor Chaos, tries to no-scope it, but now he's down at 6. Somehow still alive. He tries for the drop-down frag. That's not going to work out, though. Professor Chaos knocking him out. It's all on NAF. He's isolated it to a 1v1 after finding Peter out in the open by E-Box. And it's up to him versus Professor Chaos now. But he doesn't want anything to do with this. He's running over into the B-bomb site. And he's going to prioritize the plant there, even mollying off his entrance point. Taking his time after he does get the bomb on the ground. He wants to get close to play this out against NAF. Will NAF realize it, though, as he turns his back, and that will seal his fate. Clutches out the 1v1, and Energy do push themselves up to 11 within 1 round of tying things up.
Professor Chaos, man, the MVP. The MVP of this map right here. Nice job against NAF. I mean, you could tell, like, he's a good CS player, man. Like, this proves it. I haven't seen him play in so long, and he's playing very well right now. Now Optic just goes full save, basically. They just have some deagles to work with. Almost gets the one deagle on the PTR. But 3 deagles, a PT50, and a USP.
It seems like overall across this Energy roster, you have a lot of guys that just individually on their own are, one, not afraid to try and make super aggressive plays, and 2, they can actually do it fairly consistently too. Peter, a little bit more on and off, but still can pretty consistently, like, you know, go for a really aggressive peek and hit the shot. Breezy, we've already seen it in the last map, just how crazy he can be with entries. Professor Chaos as well, with some of these clutches that he's bringing out, just his consistency across the board is actually pretty good, even though he's just the coach. So when he needs to step in, they've got that going for them too. But anyway, we're into the action. Rush actually finding some decent impact here, finding 3 kills now before he finally goes down to Breezy. Peacemaker's the last man standing, hugging this corner. They actually haven't seen him yet, so no one suspects him to be in this corner. What? No! I have no words.
I would take a timeout if I'm Energy right now, just to, like, laugh.
What did...
Oh, no. It is.
I can't.
Wow.
Oh, you'll find out in a second. He took this time out because that is
pretty funny.
I mean, either way, it's like Optic needs this pause because they're probably on tilt right now, and Energy needs this pause just to get over the comic relief from what just happened there.
I mean, they took Inner, right? And Peacemaker was the lone Inner player for that long. So he was at Spindle while everyone was fighting for like 30 seconds, just waiting for himself to make that move, just waiting for his opportunity to strike, to get that kill. And then it finally happens. It's like the, you know, just a free kill. And then bam, just
the pressure got to him,
accidentally
man.
Jumped. Well, I mean, he was waiting for like 30 seconds. Like, people were pushing sidewalk, they were pushing upper and whatever. For like 30 seconds, everybody's battling it out. And he's just chilling there, just waiting. And then finally he gets his opportunity. So that sucks. That sucks.
All right, well, again, eco round for Optics is still not necessarily the worst situation that could have panned out to be at the end of the day. They still managed to take down 3 players. Optic getting into this next one here. Now they have a double op setup, full rifles for everybody else, along with decent utility across the board here too. Energy, big stack, and if NAF sees this, that could be a really early call to rotate back in, which could be great for Optic to work off of here on a retake. But still, Fugly first at the bat. NAF really passive about this peek into box holes right now. He wants to find them up on the top ladder there. Molotov comes back in, but he still thinks they're upstairs. Marky's just going to destroy him right there. Down will go, one of the 2 ops here, but they had all been spotted, so it may cause a slight delay in this actual take. They're still going to go for it, but just waiting a moment here so they can try to set up smokes and whatnot.
Yeah, 5 guys towards Inner. And nobody has control of any other side of the map for Optics, so they do have 2 towards Inner, but one of them's Peacemaker.
With the flashbang here now as they do push back in, finding the kill, but then traded back out from upper. Another kill comes in from Energy. It's Marky picking up Mixwell, and it's after Mixwell has also eliminated Peter, but because of the first kill against Optics' favor, this does leave Energy with a slight advantage, and they're going to capitalize on it even more as Breezy does push back in on the flank, takes down Rush. Tarek, we'll see what he can do. He does catch Fugly jumping there, so he'll dispatch of him, but Breezy was up on top of the train.
Inked him.
Yeah.
Nice shot by him, but no. They are on a roll as NRG. I think that's how many rounds in a row now?
That should be 6, I think. Yes, 6. So certainly looking to be in control after Optic won the pistol in the first few rounds there. But just going to be back and forth on the ecos and buys. The arduous process of being a CT and losing rounds. There's no bomb plant to recover your cash, so they are just going to be working with the upgraded pistol and armor buys for this one. And only a few little bits of utility too. They really don't have a lot to hold back with whatever Energy want to do. So instead, they're playing outside. You can see it. They're playing hyper aggressively right now. They've got 3 guys up at T-Con, and they want to chase these kills if they can. But once more, Energy have not really taken an active role of pursuing early T-Con controls, so there won't be a lot to find inside of there. NAF, though, we'll have to see if, I think Breezy kind of stopped his motion. So NAF is probably not going to get this opportunity here. Flashbang pushing out. Well, now he's got a chance trying to line it up, but it's not going to work out. Breezy finds the impact against NAF. And now the only things remaining on the outside site is that 3 stack. Now by ladder room as well. They had it around T-Con before, but now they've changed it up a little bit.
Yeah, mix well below the ladder, and since they're on this left side of the train yard, if they do anything out Ivy, and they have 3 people here, so they probably will, it's going to be very T-side advantage just due to all these long-range shots. You know, in the 2-5-7s and ladder, they're going to have to hope that they can kill this guy if he does even decide to come down.
Well, as they push back in, Rush waiting. Nice shot from him. They don't even realize where it comes from either, so he's got a chance at another one. Won't pen out, though, but Tarek did pick up a kill, and now he's got an AK to work with. That'll be short-lived, though, as Marky immediately catches him out, and it's just Peacemaker sitting back over here behind the ticket booth with Z. And yeah, Marky's waiting for the peek from there, so he'll also get that second kill to end it. 14-12, and this will be Optic's really their last chance, as they are going to have enough cash to reinvest here, but after this, the force-up obviously won't be that great.
Yeah, we'll see, and I still think they need to just get aggressive at certain parts of the map. I think team mid, you know, Energy really isn't contesting it. If you can get in team mid, even if you don't stay there, as long as you get inside it, then you could lean towards enter, you know, because of what I said before. Most likely, if they take outside, they're going to use nades to clear it close and whatnot, and it'll give you some type of tell if they're coming outside, and then rotate over, because really you need somebody inner with Peacemaker, like you really do. You can't just leave him on an island alone, so you need to make up, you know, because of that at other parts of the map.
And I think they were giving it to Tarek on T side here, but I've noticed now that for the double up setup, they actually have sent the second op over to Peacemaker to try and utilize. So he'll be playing up on top of the tanker inside of B to use that. But we won't actually see any action towards B for quite some time. This Energy again are lined up for probably right now. It's just your basic like T-con slash ladder drop to execute out towards A, but that may be changing since we have a lot more guys going into the White Halls right now. In fact, everyone is up there. They don't have any presence in T-con at all anymore, so this could just be another 5-man push to enter. And I mean, you can't really blame him for it, considering the fact that, again, the Peacemaker's going to be there, and he hasn't really been able to find impact, especially under pressure here. So if they can just continue to push that, and it works out for this last gun round, then they've got their ticket to a nice 2-0 here.
Yeah, and they should be able to at least get the bomb down. Now, the question is, how far do they push up, and how quickly do they do it? Because they have a double op setup, so they're essentially playing retake right now, and they want to get into their faces.
Well, it's really passively from Optic here. They actually don't try to challenge anything at all. Mixwell can't even spot through this through the sandwich on the right side there as it's been smoked back off. Breezy, super aggressive too, getting all the way up to where this smoke wall is positioned. The guys over here on Optic are looking for responses. Marky even sees one on top of the yellow train, but unable to respond to it. It's actually Peter that finds the first shot. Marky trying to respond to it, a very aggressively pushing NiP, and now he's found his way through. Breezy, though, 2 quick headshots. Peacemaker and NiP both go down. Rush is available for a trade, but now he's the last man running, 2 of which of Energy's players are still sitting over here in the back box stalls. The only one that's actually out on the side is Professor Chaos. Rush, though, being very cautious of essentially anything being pushed against him, trying to watch her flanks and whatnot, and he knows he needs that rifle for what could be the last round, so he's just going to give this one up, fall back, and look for the save. It's Energy going up to map point with a massive comeback after they were down at the end of the first half.
Yeah, and the inner retake does not work well for Optic at all. I mean, Breeze is able to get behind the Z train just very early on in the round. They get behind, you know, Summit, behind Oil. Pete's backing them up at lower ramp or Pop Dog or Sight, just opping around there. So anybody on NRG that takes a shot, essentially they're going to have teammates that are going to be able to capitalize that and back them off. And it's really uncomfortable to retake that inner bomb site when they have that close-up control. Not only that, I mean, one flash lane between between any of the lanes, and you can get blind as a CT, and then all of a sudden Breeze could peek, or you know, whoever else is getting pushed up can peek, like Marky or whatever, right? So it's very difficult to stop any type of you know, to have any type of retake when they're set up that far.
So a tactical pause from Optic, we can only assume, as their last buy here, as mentioned previously. And I mean, it's actually not the worst. It's not, you know, it's not like what we kind of expected it to be. They actually have decent utility, and it's all UMPs and rifles, so they at least have that going for them. Nobody has to downgrade to pistols.
Well, not much has been working, so maybe the umps will.
When all else fails,
yeah, it's CSGO, man. You could just use any weapon you want in this game and like have a viable opportunity to kill people.
So for Energy, pushing everyone over here, or quite a few of their players early on over here to the box halls. Smokes will cover off the push itself across the ramp, so it's probably going to be held up for a couple seconds. But ultimately, again, they still have quite a large amount of their players sitting up in the box, or in the White Halls already, getting ready to push into that. Peter's the only one that's down here sitting outside of T-Con. Actually, no, excuse me. I thought they'd pushed those two upstairs, but it's not the case. And they actually have both Breezy and Marky sitting here. So this is where this could lead into just the default style of execution. The thing is Optic have a lot of aggression leading out, specifically with Naf there. You can see him. He's already pushed out towards Ivy. So that could be a very early flank they'd have to deal with if they're not paying attention to it. Smoke's executable, not coming back in, so they will move out for it. Rush completely blinded by the flashbang. And Peter even seeing this flank coming in from Nav, so he's going to be able to handle that. The third kill from Fugly. It's not looking good at all for Optic here, as both of their remaining players are restricted over here to behind the bomb train. One's going to push back out. Fugly sees that one coming. There's one more to go. No, he doesn't even realize he's there. So a bit of a slip up, but not going to be the biggest deal in the world as they can completely overwhelm him. He's cornered. There's nowhere to go, and that's the end of it, ladies and gentlemen. NRG will take control of this set and this second map, and they go 2-0 for the night against Optic. Previously, one of, and at the end of the year, I guess you could say the best team in North America.
Yeah, I mean, definitely one of them, right? Without a doubt, top 3. But, you know, like I said, when you have a stand-in like that and you're playing CT side, especially on a map like Train, you know, everything was looking good. They had a pretty good T side. They got a few early CT rounds, and then all of a sudden, they just got hammered. Especially, you know, always putting pressure at Inner, if you noticed, every single round. Even if they were going outside, they would throw nades towards Inner. They did a double fake once, right? Just putting pressure there. Fugly going down, killing them, and then running back into their outside take and things like that. And on that CT side on Train, it's so difficult when you have, you know, just a stand-in and a coach playing who can't really hold his own versus, you know, the players of NRG.
All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for us this evening. To close out the night, we're going to send it back over to our analysis desk. So, guys, take it away.
Hey, I know the feeling all too well, Blue. It's all right. I feel you, man. All right. So, I mean, where do we start with this one, right?
I mean, there's a lot of things to grab a hold of. I think if you want to start off on a positive note, I think Optic did a good job of keeping it simple on their T side, and that's why you see them actually having a pretty decent first half. Altogether, they did simplistic stuff that would work, that allowed the core four of Optic to kind of do work, which especially Rush having a great first half. And I think that was the recipe for success. I think when it went over to the second half and on the CT side, it became too much of a mission of babysit Peacemaker to see if he can have an impact more than actually trying to hide him away on any other part of the map. I think putting him on the inner bomb site was the wrong way to go about it. But it's easy. It's an easy way to go about it, because obviously if he does that, then every other player on Optic is going to have their usual position to play off of, which they can be comfortable in.
Right, but that inner bomb site is most definitely it's
an
vulnerable.
issue.
Yeah, I mean that's a hole in the defenses there. I mean,
yeah, massively. And you can see so many times that Optic would compensate for that by just stacking with 2 players inside inner. Normally you'd have Stan or something just playing solo.
Well, we're going to take a look at round 4. Just an eco blunder here. Let's pull that up in front of you.
Yeah, so this is one of the mistakes that Energy made this game. And when you see 2 people playing on the inner bomb side, especially Fugly in an aggressive position, you would have expected Peter to flash through for him, or at least play aggressively to see if there's anyone to spot. Peter, though, when he smokes off, he pulls back. I think at that point, Fugly needs to pull back as well, because the way they're set up after Peter falls back and Fugly still remains, there's no chance of actually getting any sort of trade frag in that kind of a situation. And this leads to Optic not just only getting a bomb plant, but eventually actually getting a round win off of this. And that's what started Optic's run on the T side. And one thing to consider as well, Energy got really lucky to actually get off to that 3-0 start, because that pistol round never should have happened.
Right.
So, yeah, no, a couple of lucky breaks in that sense for Energy to get to that point. But also, you know, mistakes like that will cost you versus a team like Optic. And there you see what happens when those 4 players who are on Optic, you know, really get to work, what they can do with limited amounts of utility and weapon.
No, absolutely. No one has said that these guys can't frag. No one has said that they can't play. I mean, they're obviously immersing themselves in the game. They're playing rank S. They're doing this and that. But right now, they're just in a hard spot with the team. And that's really all it is.
And what's going to be exciting to see as well is because going forward, you expected this to be a team that could make it to the finals. Now, who knows?
Now, who knows? Obviously, a little rocky for him. But you know what? If you just tuned in, you actually just tuned in a little late. But you can watch the VOD over at youtube.com/ESLCS. That's where you spend the majority of your time, correct?
Pretty much. On off days, that's where I'm at.
It's weird out here in LA.
Not a lot to do, you know. Small city.
Yeah, it's a pretty small town. Population of not that many. Yeah. And I guess I should just add that they're probably all watching those VODs as well. So, you know, we're going to recap here today's matches. And, I mean, some of these are probably going to stick out to you more than others. Take a look right now. Obviously, the SK Luminosity game went pretty much according to plan.
Yeah, it really did. SK showing up, even though they ran into a bit of a bump in the road with having to play with Dead for the first half of Cobblestone, managed to come back from that. Or they were never really in big trouble in that sense, but you know, they steered clear of any issues, so they're still undefeated in Pro League so far. And the second matchup, you know, you got to tip your hat to Energy for actually pouncing on the opportunity here.
Well, the cool part about, at least in the train matchup, was, hey, the real impact player there was Professor Chaos.
Well, yeah, he got them off to a great start. Once eventually they got into the second half, Breeze joined in on that fun as well. But Professor Chaos, especially with his op, really set the tone for Energy early on.
No, 100%. We're going to take a look at the standings now as we do close out week 3. Let's take a look at North American standings to kick it off. SK sitting strong at the top, 8-0. They have yet to lose. They could be on that path for the 25-1, the 25 or 26-0. Like who
this
knows?
Season's Golden State.
It really could be. Not far behind them, we've got Liquid Cloud9. Energy on their way up through the ranks with the 2 Ws they got tonight over an Optic, who are, you know, obviously in their own struggles and hardships right now, slowly slipping down to a number 7 spot. And then at the later half the pack, we're seeing wins there for Rush and Complexity, Winter Fox, and Selfless at the very bottom of the board, though.
Yeah, Renegades picking up their 2 first wins of the season today, and Winter Fox's first map as well. So, you know, things are starting to look slightly up for everyone on the table, I guess, in that sense, on the lower end.
Well, on the other end, instead of the lower end, we've got EU standings right here, so we're going to pull those up now. And I mean, right away, you look up here and you see Mouse Sports, and you're like, well, what the hell's going on here? What happened?
Yeah, and the crazy part is they're not just doing it by barely scraping through with wins. You can tell that by the round difference. They're, you know, beasting teams right now. Yeah, they're really doing it. So maybe Nico was the problem all along.
Well, now Nico can be the problem with Keo, who is also was the problem, right?
That's really what. Yeah. So, you know, you have the Suicide Squad. FaZe Clan can be the problem squad.
It's honestly it's weird how that works, but you know, obviously the top 6 do make it to the LAN finals, as we did just look at that. Are we on path? Are we on par to what you were thinking coming into the season so far?
For EU, definitely not. Definitely didn't expect Mouse Sports to be up there at 7-1 by now. For NA, it looks a bit more normalized in my eyes, but still there are some surprises in there. I mean, with this, or with these 2 map wins, Energy are now what I think they were 4th or 5th, 5th, I think. So already they're getting up there and potentially knocking the hopes out of someone like Optic.
Absolutely, and obviously Optic needs, you know, all the help they can get right now.
Yeah, because it's going to be a rough time forward.
Because it's a long path for Optic to make it to the LAN finals in Dallas this June, I believe, the 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, that's correct.
In June, ESL Pro League Season 5 finals will be in Dallas at the Verizon Theater. You should get your tickets right now at www.proleague.com/Dallas. How about that?
I mean, if you have the chance to go, do so. It's going to be an experience of a lifetime.
It really could be, really should be. But before we close this out, let's kind of touch on your favorite matchup of this entire week.
It's quite a few to look back at, actually. Liquid, Selfless was one, but obviously the big match of the week in that sense, Cloud9 versus Immortals.
No, absolutely agree. And we actually have a pretty cool clip loaded up for you guys from that matchup where FNX does just work here. Let's take a look now.
I mean, this is absolutely absurd. This is not supposed to happen, and I think they might have called it the best round he's ever seen. And, well, it speaks for itself. So it's absolutely insanity. And at that point, you would have been happy with, like, oh, wow, what a round. He got 4 kills, but, you know, FNX never done.
It's definitely high noon, right?
Yeah, he's really, you know, summoning his inner McCree in that sense. But this is so cool to see from FNX as well. Coming in from, I guess, a bit of a background role in SK, and now just firing on all cylinders here for Immortals.
Right, and we talked about this in the past a little bit. If he can stay on that trajectory,
sky's the limit.
Yeah, sky's the absolute limit. But if we do see how, you know, if it doesn't turn out that way, you know, if he kind of teeters off a little bit, then, you know, we don't know what happens.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be exciting times ahead for. Gotta love the translation there. or the added text. But yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how it pans out for Immortals. But from what we've seen now, and it's all positive signs.
Absolutely, 100%. Well, Vendetta, here at the close of your first week of ESL Pro League in North America.
Overall, very positive experience. Good weather. Some actually pretty surprisingly nice CS as well at times. And yeah,
believe it or not, it happens around here.
Yeah, it happens. And I think the continuation of this is going to be pretty wonderful.
No, absolutely. And we'll be back next week. We'll be back every week this month. To be quite clear, right now, it's there's no break this month.
That's true.
We're not breaking for LAN. We're not doing anything like that.
It's all EPL.
So, with that being said, let's make sure that you guys are back to join us next week here at the ESL Pro League Season 5. I'm Stunna. I'm signing off.